Chapter 1. Astonishing. Transformation into a human. Ding. Soul extraction in progress. Ding. Pairing. Ding. Pairing complete. Transmission successful. Character. Zhu Shuiyin. Character requirements. A pretentious, malicious female antagonist. Original character traits. A melodramatic, tearful, socially anxious individual. Attributes. Appearance. B. Intelligence. C. Spiritual power. 0 combat value. Delicate, soft, and fond of being pampered. Zhu Shuiyin was originally a bamboo shoot, but inexplicably transformed into a human today. She had been lying in a spacious courtyard, rich in fresh air and fertile soil, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, diligently cultivating her skills. However, recently, the sun's warm rays lulled her into a state of comfort, prompting her to indulge in a brief nap. Upon opening her eyes again, she discovered that she had become human. She found herself in a magnificent glass greenhouse, surrounded by an exquisite environment. Numerous flower beds, brimming with rare and beautiful blossoms, surrounded her, resembling a miniature botanical garden. At that moment, she was seated on a white wooden swing entwined with vines, a plush blanket draped over her knees, holding a soft goose-down cushion in her arms. Behind her was a flourishing expanse of pink and white climbing roses. Outside lay a verdant lawn, a fountain, and a swimming pool. The sky was an enchanting blue, with clouds drifting like ethereal garments. The overall scenery was breathtaking, instilling a profound sense of relaxation. After a significant pause, Zhu Shuiyin gradually regained her composure. Her large, watery eyes involuntarily widened, causing her long, thick eyelashes to flutter. Her pupils, round and brimming with curiosity, mirrored her intrigue. Zhu Shuiyin couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Could it be that her tireless cultivation had touched the heavens, allowing her to transform into a human in a single bound? She deliberately ignored the fact that she had spent this time napping, not truly exerting herself at all. However, reality soon shattered her lofty thoughts. For within her, there was not a trace of spiritual power. She was merely an utterly ordinary person. This could not possibly be the result of her cultivation. Hesitantly, she extended her hands to examine them. They were small, thin, and yellow. This was far from the level her bamboo essence should have achieved upon transformation. It seemed she had not transformed, but had inexplicably become human for reasons unknown. Zhu Shuiyin couldn't suppress a soft sigh, her brows furrowing in dismay. What a stroke of misfortune! Why was this so strange? Was there any way for her to revert to her original form? Zhu Shuiyin's eyes flickered as she considered the possibility that she might be dreaming. Perhaps she could try knocking herself out? Surely, the pain would awaken her. As she scanned her surroundings, her gaze landed on a pair of golden scissors resting on a wooden table nearby. These scissors, likely intended for pruning flowers, had fortuitously been placed there. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Shuiyin grasped the scissors, ready to poke herself. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed in her mind. Ding! System matching complete. Off, foolish bamboo, what are you doing? Put down those scissors. Zhu Shuiyin was startled. Her small hand struggled to hold the large scissors, which clattered noisily back onto the table. Her expression was dazed, as if she did not comprehend what had just occurred. Somewhat endearing after a long while, she finally reacted. Swallowing hard, she cautiously inquired, "Who is speaking to me?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, almost inaudible. "I am a villainous system 0866. I am now bound to you." Zhu Shuiyin was taken aback by this revelation, her demeanor a mix of confusion and hesitation. "Villainous? Why have you bound yourself to me?" She appeared on the verge of tears. The system retorted playfully, "Perhaps it is because we are fated, or perhaps it is merely your misfortune." Zhu Shuiyin, she felt a twinge of annoyance at this remark. She believed she was not unfortunate at all. She was the luckiest bamboo in the world. Her master cared for her meticulously, watering and fertilizing her, taking her out to bask in the sun during warm days, and placing her in a greenhouse during the cold. The water she drank and the soil in which she grew were of the finest quality. Every day, she was graced with the sight of her master's exquisite beauty, which brought her immense joy. Where then was her misfortune? Zhu Shuiyin frowned, pouting in silence. In fact, It was not her misfortune, it was the system in her mind that was faulty. The system sensed that this bamboo seemed to be ignoring it. Her little face was cold and unsmiling, exuding an aura of discontent. It found itself at a loss for words. Ah, truth be told, I am merely a laborer, entirely obedient to higher orders. Zhu Shuiyin's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her clear eyes fixed on the void, as if peering into the unseen system. She understood this so-called system was as bewildered as she was regarding her sudden transformation into a human. The system, feeling anxious yet hopeful, awaited her response. After a long pause, Zhu Shuiyin finally asked, "Do you know how I can return?" The system indeed possessed the answer, and it could not help but boast, "Of course I know." Zhu Shuiyin's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she pressed. "So how can I return to being a bamboo?" "Simply complete the tasks I assign, play your role as the villainous, and restore the normal flow of this little world. I assure you, you will return." Zhu Shuiyin pondered this statement for a long time, her eyes gradually reddening. Tears brimmed beneath her delicate eyelids, ready to spill over at any moment. The system, startled by her impending tears, held its breath in trepidation. Cautiously it asked, "What's wrong? How long will it take? I want to go back every day." "Do you miss your previous existence that much? You were merely an immobile bamboo. Isn't being human better?" Zhu Shuiyin shook her head resolutely. "No, it's not." The system, exasperated, replied, "I have items in my shop that can help you return to your original form." Upon hearing this, Zhu Shuiyin's eyes lifted slightly, the tears drying up. Her lips, slightly swollen, trembled as she murmured, "Really?" The system gritted its teeth. "Really? This host appears to be quite lazy and prone to negligence. If I do not provide some motivation, she might simply refuse to comply. What would it do if she truly decided to quit?" Zhu Shuiyin inhaled softly, feeling satisfied. "Then, how should I address you?" The system sighed, finally introducing itself earnestly. "I'm the task system for this world. The Noble Academy's heartthrob is the white moonlight, designated as 0866. You may call me 0866. Chapter 2. Making friends. Zhu Shuiyin curiously nodded and appropriately addressed him. "All right, little 66," that the system was momentarily taken aback, then retorted loudly, "Don't call me that. However," it conceded, "but that it does make us seem closer." After a brief pause, the system seemed to accept this, yet stubbornly insisted, "Do as you wish, it's just so cheesy." Zhu Shuiyin thought, the world you find yourself in is a melodramatic novel filled with elements such as fierce competition, forced affection, and various contrived scenarios. The original character was an early departing villainous, whose sole purpose was to facilitate the romantic development between the protagonist and the male lead, Fang Qiyan, helping him realize his true feelings. Our mission, however, is precisely the opposite, to prevent such events from occurring. Zhu Shuiyin pondered, "What benefits do I gain from helping you navigate this plot?" Zhu Shuiyin often spent time in the study with her master, where she absorbed a wealth of knowledge, understanding the importance of safeguarding her labor rights and the futility of working for free. If you complete your tasks, you'll become more beautiful and closer to your true self. The more plot points you acquire, the stronger your abilities will become. The system, recalling the bamboo's transformation it had witnessed on the virtual screen, experienced a moment of malfunction, overwhelmed by its cuteness and beauty. In its long existence, it had never encountered anyone so stunning. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes brightened with newfound possibilities. She realized she could gain power without rigorous training. Once she acquired that power, her first task would be to improve her master's health, healing his insomnia and mental turmoil. "All right, you said it. Now, tell me how to proceed. And why did you mention I should restore normalcy to this world? What is abnormal about it?" The protagonist is a time traveler who displaced the original heroine's soul. In pursuit of her own goals, she resorted to many actions that disrupted the original plot, leading to instability in the world. My superior is quite displeased and has tasked me with finding a rival to confront her. Zhu Shuiyin fell silent for a moment, realizing she was the unfortunate pawn in this scenario. "You are the fiancée of Fang Qiyan, the young master of an affluent family in the capital. Your auspicious birth chart led the family patriarch to adopt you from an orphanage, intending for you to become his wife, a mere decorative good luck charm." After hearing this introduction, Zhu Shuiyin timidly countered, "Isn't that a form of child bride? We shouldn't adhere to such feudal customs." The system was momentarily taken aback by her earnest rebuttal. "It's merely the backdrop of the novel. Don't dwell on it." Zhu Shuiyin took a breath. Oh. Having grown up in an orphanage, she lacked a proper education and exhibited behaviors that were far from refined. Her darker inclinations led her to often curse and envy others from the shadows. The heads of the Fong family disdained her, yet felt helpless, ultimately sending her to the empire's premier noble academy, hoping she would mingle with society's elite and receive a good education to avoid bringing shame upon the family. Zhu Shui nodded, somewhat understanding. She murmured, "Oh, that sounds wonderful. I also wish to attend school that I've heard that one can learn a great deal in the human world." The system felt elated, finding its host to be both obedient and adorable. Its tone softened, revealing a childlike lilt. Indeed, this was its true voice. Despite having existed for centuries, it was still considered quite juvenile within the system. Present, you had just been brought back from the orphanage for a few days. You were enamored with the Fong estate, blissfully lost in your surroundings, wearing lovely clothes, learning makeup, tending to flowers, strolling, and enjoying afternoon tea. You knew that Fong Qian was the person you needed to impress. So you flattered him daily. Yet, Fong Qian, being the favored child of destiny, naturally looked down upon your current state of being, dark, dirty, small, and frail. The heads of the Fong family merely regarded you as a decorative good luck charm, showing you little kindness. Your position in the family was awkward, further cultivating your darker psyche. Zhu Shuyin's eyelids fluttered, her long lashes trembling as she timidly asked, "So what do I look like now?" Dark, dirty, small, and frail, in her mind, she believed herself to be a rather beautiful bamboo. Not only did her master adore her, but guests who visited also praised her. Throughout her existence, she had never been called ugly. After playing in the glass greenhouse, she would know the truth upon glancing in a mirror. Oh, then, Zhu Shuiyin inquired, "What is my current task?" Initially, the villainous sought to elevate herself to the status of a true young lady. Thus, your current mission is to study diligently and improve yourself. Zhu Shuiyin's gentle eyes suddenly curved into crescent moons. She clenched her delicate fists, brimming with enthusiasm. That's splendid. Once she completed her studies, she would emerge as a learned bamboo. As a plant, Zhu Shuiyin should, in theory, be able to interact with the flora in the greenhouse. Yet, as this body was not her true form, she was uncertain if she retained that ability. She cupped her face, admiring the exquisite blossoms around her, mentally calculating their ages. The pale pink, climbing roses seemed to have aged significantly and were currently in full bloom, their verdant vines entwining around the swing set, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. "Why do you keep staring at me?" A playful voice chimed in. This bamboo is so dark, dirty, and ugly. How unattractive." Zhu Shuiyin was startled, her hands dropping from her face as she stumbled back several steps. Shaking her head to identify the speaker, "Foolish bamboo," came to retort that "I am a rose. I am a violet. I am a crimson beauty. I am an imperial rose." Zhu Shuyin's eyes widened in shock, realizing that the plants in the greenhouse were conversing with her. You can actually communicate with me?" she murmured. Chapter 3. Seeking water, we are all plants. What can't we do? It has been ages since we had a new companion. Would you care to join us in play? Zhu Shuiyin, with an innate fondness for plants, felt elated to discover she possessed her previous abilities. She blinked her lustrous eyes and asked amiably, "Sure, I would love to. What do you wish to play? Are we not supposed to return to the mirror?" A rose chimed in that "I wish to drink that delightful water we had before it was the bottle Fong Xiaoye drank from the greenhouse, which he left unfinished and poured into the flower bed. Yes, that water was wonderfully sweet and refreshing. Boo-hoo. Only those fortunate imperial roses got to taste it. I have yet to experience such delicious water. I don't care. I want to drink." Zhu Shuiyin felt a pang of sympathy for the flowers. Her master always provided her with the best water, unchanged in quality. With a serious expression, she declared, "Where is that previous water? I will fetch it for you." Determined to fulfill her new friend's wishes, she recognized that the flowers in the greenhouse had become her companions. My green onion friend on the kitchen balcony informs me that it is in the large freezer. My hanging orchid friend in the hall mentioned that there are still a few boxes in the storage room. My rose friend from Fong Xiaoye's room told me there's an unfinished bottle on his desk. The plants eagerly shared their information, leaving Zhu Shuiyin slightly dizzy. It was her first day in this villa, and she was unfamiliar with many areas. She swallowed her apprehension and gently reassured them. "Do not worry. I will go find it now." "All right. Thank you. You are truly a kind bamboo." Though you may be a bit unattractive, your heart is pure. I consider you a friend. Once you bring us the water, I can assist you too. Flattered by their praise, Zhu Shuiyin felt a blush creeping to her cheeks as she turned to fetch the water. However, she wandered for quite some time without reaching the kitchen. Along the way, she encountered several doors leading into the villa. Through the open doors, she could see servants bustling in and out, cleaning or attending to other tasks. The female servants wore European-style maid outfits in black and white or blue and white. The male servants donned vests with bow ties. The butler, dressed in a tailcoat and round glasses, wielded a gold silkwood cane as he commanded the staff in the opulent hall. Every time Zhu Shuiyin spotted someone near the door, she instinctively recoiled a few steps, pivoting to seek another entrance. The thought of encountering someone made her too anxious to enter. Zhu Shuiyin had already traversed several doors, utterly exhausted and somewhat dehydrated. She placed her hands on her knees, panting, and asked, "Wait, 66, this house is enormous. I can't find my way at all. Could you guide me to the kitchen?" It seemed she heard the system emit a couple of soft sounds. "Follow me." Zhu Shuiyin nodded vigorously. "Now go straight ahead until you see that white archway. Then turn right. Continue straight. Then take a left. Finally, turn right, and you will arrive." Zhu Shuiyin diligently followed the system's instructions, but when she encountered someone near the archway, she froze, hesitating. "Don't worry, just keep going," the system reassured her. Zhu Shuiyin clenched her fists, exhaled softly, and tried to act nonchalant as she walked past. After passing the crowd, she let out a sigh of relief. The chiffon fabric of her dress was slightly dampened by sweat at the back. The system looked at her in astonishment. "Why are you so afraid of people?" Zhu Shuiyin's expression turned a bit chagrined as she muttered, "Aside from my master, I haven't interacted with anyone else." "Well, you can't be this socially anxious while completing your tasks." Zhu Shuiyin sniffed, her expression strained as she pitifully replied, "I will try my best to do the task." Seeing her obedient demeanor, the system refrained from reprimanding her. The journey from the glass greenhouse to the kitchen usually took less than 3 minutes, but Zhu Shuiyin took a full 10 minutes to arrive. Her face was marked by urgency, and the system couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. No need to rush so much. What if those friends get thirsty? Zhu Shuiyin, bewildered, thought, she realized she had never truly experienced thirst. Her master fed her water at regular intervals, ensuring she always had it when she felt parched. Zhu Shuiyin scanned the kitchen and spotted the refrigerator. A servant working in the kitchen noticed her standing at the entrance. Appearing somewhat shy and small, huddled at the doorway as if frightened, Wang Ma, who was preparing lunch ingredients, felt a surge of compassion for the poor child who had grown up in an orphanage and suddenly found herself in such a large family. Struggling to adapt, Wang Ma softened her voice and gently asked, "Miss Zhu, is there anything you would like?" Hearing the tender tone, Zhu Shuiyin relaxed a bit. "I thought I would like that water." Wang Ma was momentarily taken aback. "You need drinking water? I will get you a glass right away. Would you like it cold or warm? We also have black tea, orange juice, coconut milk, and other beverages." Zhu Shuiyin was taken aback by the options. Her cheeks reddening as she hesitated, Wang Ma patiently waited. Finally, Zhu Shuiyin said, "I want the water from the refrigerator." Wang Ma, though puzzled, opened the fridge for her. "Miss Zhu, the water is all here. Please choose." Zhu Shuiyin sighed with relief and happily stepped up to the fridge. Not only was there water, but also a variety of colorful drinks and milk. She was dumbfounded. She had never seen so many beverages, especially not so vibrantly colored. Her eyes sparkled with delight. The colorful drinks must taste wonderful, as her master had only ever given her clear water. Wang Ma, observing her delight, found her adorable. "Miss Zhu, do you want to try some drinks?" Zhu Shuiyin was unaccustomed to such unexpected interactions. She puffed out her cheeks, growing tense, and clumsily replied, "I doubt I'll choose for myself. Thank you, Wang Ma." "Thank you, Wang Ma." "Take your time, Miss Zhu," Wang Ma said with a smile before returning to her tasks. Finally, with the focus off her, Zhu Shuiyin relaxed. She pondered which type of water the flowers in the garden desired. Her gaze fell upon the green onions on the windowsill. They wanted the water in the blue glass bottle on the third shelf. The green onions seemed to understand her purpose and conveyed the answer without her asking. Zhu Shuiyin felt a sense of accomplishment and couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, the green onions swayed, their tones somewhat whimsical as they said, "You bamboo, your smile is quite charming." Zhu Shuiyin blinked in surprise, breaking into a broader grin. The green onions fell silent, their swaying becoming more pronounced. Zhu Shuiyin grabbed several bottles of water from the blue glass bottles, managing to carry 2 in one hand while cradling a few in her arms. Balancing so many bottles, she wobbled her way back, leaving the fridge door ajar. Wang Ma, startled, quickly walked over to shut the fridge door and asked, "Miss Zhu, why are you taking so many bottles of water?" Zhu Shuiyin paused, bit her lip, and replied softly, "I want a drink." Wang Ma responded, "Would it seem Miss Zhu wanted to take several at once to her room?" Zhu Shuiyin laboriously transported the water to the glass greenhouse. "Bamboo, you finally made it back. Ha! Why did you bring so many bottles of water? This water is quite expensive. Usually, only the master of this house is allowed to drink it. You should put some back, or you might get scolded. Wait, Bamboo has been here for a few days, so she should be considered part of the family too." Zhu Shuiyin stared blankly at the water in her hands. "Can I give it to you?" "Not really, we only got to drink it when young Master Fong couldn't finish it and poured it into the flower bed by chance. The gardener generally wouldn't let us drink this kind of water because it's meant for the estate's master." The flowers in the greenhouse explained simultaneously. Zhu Shuiyin knelt down and set the glass bottles on the ground. "It's fine. I'll just open one bottle for you to tea, or Y.A.S." She twisted open a bottle. Pouring a little into a designated area, she heard a thunderous voice exclaim, "What are you doing?" Startled by the furious tone, Zhu Shuiyin nearly dropped the glass bottle, barely managing to keep it steady. Slowly, she turned her head toward the sound that a young man in a white and blue baseball jersey stood at the entrance of the greenhouse, exuding an intimidating aura. He was nearly 6 feet tall, with striking features and slightly raised eyebrows, exuding charm. His eyes sparkled like stars, seemingly capable of captivating anyone's heart. With a straight nose and thin, sculpted lips, his facial contours were distinct. Sunlight glinted off his dark hair, giving it a golden sheen. He appeared to have just returned from a workout, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, radiating youthful vigor. The age most appealing to girls. Ding. Key character Fong Qiyin has appeared. Fong Qiyin, the only son of the prestigious Fong family, heir to the empire, revered within the circle as a natural-born prodigy, exceptionally handsome and gifted, he despises the superstitions held by the elders of his family. Identifying as a staunch materialist, since your arrival, he has viewed you as the sole blemish in his life, persistently causing you trouble with a consistently hostile attitude, hoping to deter you from your daydream of becoming his wife. Zhu Shuiyin, overwhelmed by the lengthy introduction, felt dizzy. She squatted down. Fong Qiyin approached, towering over her. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her large, round eyes shining brightly, the folds of her double eyelids overlapping. Seeing her dazed expression, Fong Qiyin couldn't help but wrinkle his brow in disdain before flashing a broad grin and asking, "Are you deaf? I'm talking to you." This time, his voice was even louder. Zhu Shuiyin recognized the insult in his words. She furrowed her delicate brows, her nose crinkling slightly and watering the flowers. Fong Qiyin glanced at the array of bottled water strewn across the ground, and then at the earnest Zhu Shuiyin. He swallowed hard, disbelief written all over his face. "Are you messing with me?" Zhu Shuiyin appeared puzzled, taking a long moment to finally adopt a look of confusion, her face seemingly adorned with a question mark. Internally, she complained to the system. "His words are so profound. I don't understand. It's all right. You don't need to understand. Let the foolish dog bark," the system replied. Zhu Shuiyin nodded. "Okay." Noticing her silence again, Fong Qiyin grew impatient and continued. "If you're going to water the plants, just do that. Why use drinking water for it? Do you have any idea how much this water costs? Oh, wait, you shouldn't even be watering the flowers. That's the gardener's job. That you're such a fool. What if you drown the flowers by miscalculating the water amount? These flowers are precious plants my mother bought from Zinco Star for a hefty sum." Finally, a semblance of shock crossed Zhu Shuiyin's typically serene face. He actually insulted me. And how could I ever drown the flowers? They're my friends. Unfortunately, the relationship between the two remains strained. That he often scolds you. Zhu Shuiyin angrily puffed her cheeks, her face slightly flushed with irritation. After a moment, the system weakly remarked, "However, you cannot retaliate. He is the one you wish to please. The more he scolds you, the more you must ingratiate yourself." Zhu Shuiyin thought, "Forget it. I am a refined bamboo. I cannot stoop to the level of this peculiar young Master Fong." She merely intended to give them a bottle of water, not wishing to waste too much of it, knowing she could take it back later. Besides, she would not let the plants perish. She understood their habits and knew what they desired. In her anger, Zhu Shuiyin spoke without stuttering, her logic frighteningly clear. Chapter 5. What do I look like? This was something the system had not anticipated, and it gazed at its host with surprise. IT had expected her to be bewildered by such a lengthy discourse, likely forgetting the beginning after hearing the latter part. Standing there at a loss for words, its astonishment, she performed admirably. Fang Qian was momentarily taken aback. Zhu Shuiyin had only been at his home for a few days. Though she often hid in corners to watch him, she rarely dared to speak such a lengthy passage. Each time she managed only a few words. Her face would turn as red as a boiled shrimp. At times, overwhelmed by shyness, she would flee, only to return at night with a letter several hundred words long, singing his praises and extolling his handsomeness and prowess. It nauseated him to no end, causing him to shudder at the thought. He even burned the beautifully packaged stationery, repulsed by merely having touched it. Since arriving at his home, Zhu Shuiyin had spent her days contemplating which attire would be most appealing, what necklaces and earrings would enhance her beauty, and which hair clips would add an ethereal touch. She would flaunt her outfits before him at every opportunity, feigning serendipitous encounters, much to his vexation. After all his years, he had never encountered someone as peculiar as her. He had resolved to find an opportunity to teach her a lesson. Yet today, she had switched tactics yet again. What new trick was she attempting? Fang Qian grumbled, "What do you want? You've spilled all this water on the floor. Can we even drink it now?" Zhu Shuiyin glanced down at the glass bottle she had placed on the ground. Despite the glass greenhouse being cleaned daily, some dust was inevitable. The bottle, freshly taken from the refrigerator, had indeed gathered some dirt on its bottom. Aware of her fault, Zhu Shuiyin silently picked up the glass bottle, wiped it clean with her skirt, and neatly arranged it on the nearby table. "I will return the water to the refrigerator shortly. The bottom is just a little dirty. It hasn't been opened or contaminated. It's still drinkable." Her voice diminished once more. Observing her obedient demeanor and faultless speech, Fang Qian found himself at a loss for a suitable retort, his frustration manifesting as he raked his fingers through his hair. "Why on earth would you use drinking water to water the plants? Isn't that utterly pointless?" He struggled to voice the latter part of his statement, feeling it inappropriate to say to a girl. Leaving it unspoken, Zhu Shuiyin earnestly explained, "Because they said they wanted a drink. They find this water delightful." Her expression was utterly sincere, devoid of any hint of jest. Fang Qian felt a lump in his throat, and a wave of faint despair washed over him. Rendering him speechless, he had initially believed this simpleton had shown some semblance of normalcy today, that they could engage in conversation. However, he quickly realized he was mistaken. Her peculiarities had only intensified, and she now seemed to exhibit signs of mental instability. Fang Qian, bewildered and utterly drained of energy, shook his head, muttering, "It was foolish of me to come here to talk to you today." With that, he drifted away, as if deeply wounded, stumbling a few steps in his disorientation. Zhu Shuiyin was left puzzled by his strange behavior, forming her first impression of her future husband. This young Master Fang is truly not a good person. He is far from kind. Not only does he enjoy scolding others, but he also harbors a petty nature. The system empathized with her sentiment, but felt compelled to remind its host. However, your character is one of vanity. The worse he treats you, the more you must showcase your better qualities to win his favor and conquer his heart. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shuiyin frowned in dismay. "But if he dislikes me this much, how could I possibly succeed? It's all right. Just take your time and keep trying. If it proves impossible, just let nature take its course." Zhu Shuiyin's expression relaxed slightly. I see. After watering the flowers, Zhu Shuiyin hastily returned the unopened bottles of water to the refrigerator. "What is our first phase of the task again? I seem to have forgotten." With her hands empty and feeling quite lost, she pondered this question. Suddenly, the system became animated, its voice brimming with enthusiasm and urgency. "Host, our task for this phase is for you to focus on becoming beautiful. Only by transforming your appearance can you more swiftly integrate into the glamorous upper echelons of society." Zhu Shuiyin suddenly realized, recalling her earlier desire to see her present self. "Oh, then let us hurry back to the room. Your room is the second one on the third floor." "All right." Zhu Shuiyin ascended the winding, opulent staircase adorned with thick carpets. Reaching the third floor, she pushed open the warm, white double doors and beheld her room for the first time. The Fang family had treated her rather well, due to their belief in astrological compatibility. They had prepared everything according to the future daughter-in-law's standards. After all, the Fang family was not short on funds. They could afford to treat her like a daughter until the wedding. The room was extravagantly luxurious, dominated by shades of pink and white, Delicate blue gauzy curtains hung over a grand princess bed draped in thick bedding and a lavish walk-in closet brimmed with a variety of fitted designer dresses. Clothing, jewelry, and accessories. The vanity could be considered the most opulent feature, cluttered with an array of cosmetics and skincare products that dazzled the eye. The bathroom was equally exquisite, adorned with an elegant bathtub, toilet, and sink. The spacious room boasted a balcony, filled with sunlight and a gentle breeze. Truly a princess's chamber. Zhu Shuiyin had no concept of room design and felt neither affinity nor aversion. Sitting at the vanity before a large mirror, she scrutinized her reflection. The girl staring back had excessively long bangs, her hair cascading down to mid-back. Yet, she appeared somewhat malnourished. Her hair was fine and dull, lacking vitality. Zhu Shuiyin grasped a plush hairband from the table and swept her bangs back, revealing the true contours of her face. Her long, well-defined brows, beautifully glistening eyes, and elongated lashes were striking. Her petite, pert nose and naturally pouty lips remained silent. Chapter 6. Task phase, yet her face lacked fullness, giving her a gaunt appearance. Her skin was poorly maintained, appearing sallow and pallid, devoid of vitality. As long as I complete the task and drive the plot forward, I can become beautiful. Yes, this transformation is fundamentally about change, your essence, allure, and so forth. However, you can currently enhance your features through specific methods. Your features are already quite exquisite, but due to various external factors, they cannot be fully appreciated, leaving others perceiving you as drab and timid. Zhu Shuiyin nodded, half comprehending. Oh, then what do I look like in Fong Qian's eyes? The system presented a photograph. Zhu Shuiyin gazed curiously at it. The girl in the picture appeared somewhat blurred. Most of her face was obscured by long hair, and her skin looked poor, pale, and drawn. Her features seemed largely unexpressed, and the observer lacked any desire to investigate further. Zhu Shuiyin. Is this how exaggerated I appear in Fong Qian's eyes? Indeed, you have been here for several days. Yet he still does not know what you look like. Even after speaking to you just moments before, he cannot recall what you wore at O. Host, let's strive to transform ourselves. You must become a breathtaking beauty, one that captivates all who gaze upon you. Our department of villainous female leads boasts exceptional beauty. Zhu Shuiyin seemed to be influenced by this enthusiasm, clenching her fists with determination. All right, in her past life as a bamboo, her master had paid great attention to her care. Any yellowing leaves would be promptly trimmed, and her nourishment and hydration were always meticulously maintained. Ding! The first phase of the task is now initiated, an inner and outer transformation. 5 new rules have been established. Rule 1. Daily aromatic baths are required, where the bathwater must be infused with various high-quality petals, essences, and milk to ensure a fragrance that permeates the skin, leaving it as smooth as freshly boiled eggs. Rule 2. Daily, you must observe your appearance at least 10 times, regardless of time or place. Rule 3. A designated therapist must visit daily to care for your hair, ensuring it is as silky and smooth as satin. Rule 4. It is imperative to apply an array of skincare products daily to restore your skin's condition, creating an appearance akin to having a filter applied. Rule 5. Elevate your fashion sense. Whenever your preferred brands release appealing garments, you must acquire them. The price of each piece should not fall below 200,000 interstellar coins. Supplementary note. Should the host fail to adhere to the aforementioned beauty regimen, unforeseen penalties will be incurred, including but not limited to chaotic scenarios and point deductions. Ding! A detailed beauty manual has been issued. Please follow the above directives diligently. Wishing the host a swift transformation into beauty. The system inundated Zhu Shuiyin with a plethora of rules, leaving her quite overwhelmed. However, she found this meticulousness beneficial, as she often tended to forget. All right, make sure to remind me in the future. Certainly, I shall be your alarm. Zhu Shuiyin smiled. What does the point deduction entail? Points are so crucial. How could they be deducted? As long as you complete your tasks, you will earn corresponding points. Points can be exchanged for various items in my store. Deductions can also be offset. Zhu Shuiyin blinked. The host is currently at a beginner level, and the points earned can enhance 4 aspects: appearance, intelligence, combat power, and store points. Wow, that sounds fantastic. Zhu Shuiyin mused, stroking her chin. In that case, I shall prioritize using all my points to enhance my appearance. Agree. Point 66. Could you offer me some suggestions? I am unsure where to begin. Zhu Shuiyin expressed her frustration while twirling her long hair. First, you should start with your hairstyle, visit a barber, and have them tidy up your hair. All right. She prepared to head out. Wait, do you have money? Do you know where the barber shop is? Zhu Shuiyin was momentarily stunned. Money. Where's the barber shop? Seeing the host's bewildered expression, the system knew it had made the right reminder. Log into your smart brain. Your parents provided you with some pocket money when they brought you back. Zhu Shuiyin summoned her smart brain, an advanced device bestowed by the Fong family. She had absorbed a wealth of knowledge for being around her owner. She understood what a smart brain was and its basic functionalities. 3 followed by 6 zeros. Zhu Shuiyin counted on her fingers, then looked up in astonishment. 66. This phone contains 3 million if that's correct. It's the living expenses provided by Madame Fong for this month. Zhu Shuiyin nodded in a daze. Oh, is 3 million enough for several haircuts? You can have as many haircuts as you desire. Zhu Shuiyin scratched her head. Oh, well, 0.3 million sounds like it certainly surpasses the average person's allowance. So that is how it is. The documents I saw on my owner's desk that had so many zeros, definitely more than SIX. IT appears your owner must be a significant businessman. Zhu Shuiyin's face lit up with pride as she spoke of her owner. Indeed, not only is he exceptionally handsome, but he is also extraordinarily intelligent. However, he is perpetually occupied with endless meetings and paperwork. The system grew curious and inquired, do you find your owner more attractive? Or Fong Qiyin? Zhu Shuiyin displayed a look of incredulity. Of course, it's my owner. Their types are just quite different, yet I still prefer my owner, though. Now you've piqued my curiosity. Zhu Shuiyin tilted her head and said with clarity, if given the chance, I would introduce you to him. Zhu Shuiyin ambled to the grand iron gate of the Fong family estate. The security guard, upon recognizing her, inquired, Miss Zhu, do you require an exit? Zhu Shuiyin nodded politely. Would you like us to arrange a hovercraft for your transport? Zhu Shuiyin consulted the map she had just learned to use and decided that taking a hovercraft was indeed necessary, as the nearest barber shop was quite a distance away. All right, I need it. Chapter 7. Enjoying milk tea, the security guard took his communicator to summon a hovercraft. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Shuiyin saw a hovercraft approaching. Miss Zhu, the hovercraft has arrived. You may inform driver Wong of her destination. Thank you, sir. The guard was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond before Zhu Shuiyin had already boarded the vehicle and left. He scratched his head, pondering how Miss Zhu had become so polite lately. Zhu Shuiyin was soon delivered to her destination. After listening to her requests, the barber began designing her hairstyle. Zhu Shuiyin sat in her seat, trembling slightly as she observed the barber wielding large scissors above her head. The system was nearly in stitches from her expression. Young lady, you are actually quite lovely. It's merely your hairstyle that has hindered you. Today, I must transform you into a beauty. Zhu Shuiyin could only nod and express her gratitude in a daze. After an hour, she emerged with a new hairstyle. Her previously unruly hair was now neatly arranged, and her bangs were no longer thick and chaotic. The new hairstyle revealed her entire face, leaving the barber visibly impressed. Young lady, if your skin were just a shade lighter, you would be even more beautiful. Zhu Shuiyin puffed her cheeks and praised. Thank you, your haircut is wonderful. The barber smiled. The credit is not solely mine. It is primarily due to your good foundation. After settling the bill, Zhu Shuiyin prepared to return. Having ventured out at last, she didn't want to miss the opportunity to explore. Did she not find it dull to remain in one place like a bamboo stick? Zhu Shuiyin glanced around. Pouting, what is there to enjoy? In truth, she felt a twinge of fear amidst the crowd and wished to return and lie down. This is a bustling commercial district, filled with delectable treats and enjoyable activities. The system remarked, swallowing. Look, there's a shop selling milk tea over there. You've never tried this before, you should buy a cup. Zhu Shuiyin, intrigued by the cozy-looking establishment nearby, dashed inside and ordered a cup of thick taro milk tea. After inserting a straw and taking a sip, her eyes widened in delight, and she immediately took another large gulp, savoring the chewy taro balls. Her eyes sparkled like stars. Wow, system, this is incredibly delicious. I knew you would love it. Zhu Shuiyin beamed. I want to buy another cup for my owner. That might be unnecessary. Your owner likely doesn't enjoy such things. The system had already imagined her owner as a certain type of domineering figure. Zhu Shuiyin recalled that her owner did not seem fond of sweets. She pondered momentarily, then remembered her task. How about I get a cup for Fong Qiyin? That could work, though I have a feeling he might not be too keen on it. I'll buy for him when I return. The staff just reminded me that hot drinks must be consumed quickly, or their flavor will be compromised. All right, would you like to sit in the dessert shop nearby? They offer many delicious items. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes brightened. She eagerly clutched her milk tea and scampered over. Zhu Shuiyin found a window seat, and a server handed her a menu. She perused it and ordered several tempting items. I'll have a soy milk yellow bean powder egg tart, a taro bubble egg tart, a tiramisu, and a matcha ice cream. When the desserts arrived, Zhu Shuiyin was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated such generous portions. Having just consumed a cup of milk tea, she already felt somewhat full. With this many items, she was certain she wouldn't finish them all. Zhu Shuiyin furrowed her brow and quickly devoured the matcha ice cream, followed by the soy milk yellow bean powder egg tart. After these three treats, she was so full she could hardly move. Zhu Shuiyin slumped in her chair, gasping, "I ordered too much. I simply can't finish it all." The system watched longingly at the remaining egg tart and tiramisu, wishing it could materialize and indulge in them. Why not pack them to take home? We can't let them go to waste. Zhu Shuiyin rubbed her belly, contemplating the suggestion. Perhaps she could bring them back for fangqing tea that moment. A server approached with a glass of water. This was the dessert shop's standard practice. If customers ordered too many sweets, they would provide water to cleanse the palate. Zhu Shuiyin paused, sipping the water in small gulps. The server was tall, approximately 6 feet 3 inches, and quite handsome. However, his expression was notably aloof, as if shrouded in ice and snow. His thin lips were tightly pressed, and his chiseled jawline remained tense. As he prepared to leave, Zhu Shuiyin grasped his wrist. The server lifted his gaze to meet hers. Zhu Shuiyin instinctively shivered. He felt so cold that a monotonous, emotionless voice inquired, "How may I assist you?" Zhu Shuiyin shook her head and offered, "Thank you for the water. I have 2 desserts I haven't tried yet. I'd like to give them to you." Shen Yunqing stood momentarily stunned, realizing the girl had misunderstood. The water was not his offering. It was provided by the establishment. However, point one would assume everyone knew that. Out of duty as a staff member, he considered explaining, but she had already hurried away, seemingly preoccupied with something else, leaving the 2 lonely desserts on the table. Shen Yunqing squinted his eyes, allowing the 2 desserts to sit on the table. It was curious that someone would offer him desserts without asking for his contact information. Recently, many patrons had visited the shop under the pretense of enjoying sweets, only to request his contact details. Meanwhile, Zhu Shuiyin's behavior seemed rather peculiar, which only fueled Shen Yunqing's suspicions. The reason Zhu Shuiyin departed so swiftly was that she realized her milk tea was ready. Seizing the moment while indulging in her dessert, she learned how to place an order online. By the time she finished her sweets, she could conveniently collect her milk tea. "Why did you just give the unfinished dessert to that server?" she questioned. The server was quite kind. He even offered me a glass of water, which I was quite thirsty for at that moment. The egg tart was warm, while the tiramisu was cold. Taking them home would compromise their taste. So I decided to give them to him. However, it should be noted that the water was provided by the establishment for guests, not personally given by the server. Zhu Shuiyin was taken aback, replying, "Oh, I see." She scratched her head, then continued to herself, "Then I shall give it to him. After all, I can't finish it. It's better than letting it go to waste." The system did not respond, evidently agreeing with this sentiment. Chapter 8. A request at the dinner table. After acquiring her milk tea, Zhu Shuiyin settled into the car. Driver Wang, observing her new hairstyle, smiled warmly. "Miss Zhu, I see you intended to get a haircut today." Zhu Shuiyin nodded while holding her milk tea, appearing exceedingly obedient. She engaged in conversation with utmost seriousness, even for such casual inquiries. She had never played with the smart brain or communicator, nor did she engage in any other activities. Seeing the milk tea in Zhu Shuiyin's hand, Driver Wang remarked, "Miss Zhu has only just arrived. You ought to explore a bit more. And my daughter also enjoys milk tea." Suddenly, a look of regret crossed Zhu Shuiyin's face as she thumped her head lightly. Oh dear, how could she have forgotten? She should have brought a cup for Driver Wang, the security guard, and Wang Ma as well. They had all been so kind and helpful to her. Zhu Shuiyin's voice was faint as she said, "Uncle Driver, next time I will bring you one too. This cup is for Fang Qiyan." Driver Wang was momentarily stunned, reflecting on how polite Miss Zhu was. Moreover, this cup was intended for the young master. Remembering the young master's notorious temper, Driver Wang couldn't help but feel concern for Zhu Shuiyin. He softened his tone, gently advising, "Miss Zhu, if the young master says something unpleasant, please don't take it to heart. He is simply not familiar with you, yet tea isn't inherently bad." Zhu Shuiyin, in a daze, emitted a sound of comprehension. Driver Wang's heart softened at her innocent demeanor. He sighed, pondering the cruel fate that had led such a wonderful girl to be abandoned in an orphanage. Upon returning to the Fong residence, Zhu Shuiyin took her milk tea to find Fong Qiyin. His room was on the 4th floor, an entire floor dedicated to him, housing not only his bedroom, but also his study, gaming room, and collection room. Yes, she stepped onto the 4th floor. Her mouth fell open in astonishment, unable to close for quite some time. The decor on this floor was entirely different from the conventional styling of the villa below. The 4th floor had an open layout, showcasing a futuristic aesthetic that resonated with the modern era. Where's Fong Qian's room? Why can't I see it? Zhu Shuiyin suddenly recalled that Fong Qiyin seemed to dislike others entering his territory casually. Perhaps we should not go up? Upon hearing this, Zhu Shuiyin dared not take another step forward, nodding rapidly like a chick pecking at grains, her mouth continuously affirming, Okay, we won't go up. I'll just wait here on the stairs. The system had initially intended to suggest that Zhu Shuiyin return to her room to rest. However, it suddenly felt that this might better showcase her sincerity. Thus, it held back its words and agreed with her decision. Time passed, and with her arms wrapped around the milk tea, Zhu Shuiyin nearly dozed off. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, "What the heck?" She jolted upright, looking back to see Fong Qiyin, and her face lit up with a broad smile. Fong Qiyin, expressionless, thought to himself that it was merely this Navi girl. He had initially thought mushrooms were growing on the stairs. His attention momentarily diverted by her smile. He noted how her hairstyle had changed. And indeed, she appeared more pleasing than before. However, an unexpected feeling of annoyance washed over him. "What are you doing squatting at the stairway?" he inquired gruffly. Zhu Shuiyin promptly extended her milk tea towards Fong Qiyin. Presenting it like a treasured, "I got a haircut today, and had some milk tea. It was so delicious that I brought you a cup." She recited her well-prepared lines with precision. Fong Qiyin was momentarily taken aback, then looked at the milk tea with disdain. "What brand of milk tea is this? I don't even like sweet, cloying drinks." Zhu Shuiyin stared at him blankly, bewildered that someone could dislike milk tea. "Fine, take it back and drink it yourself. I won't have any," he said, turning to descend the stairs. Zhu Shuiyin puffed her cheeks, feeling somewhat disheartened. "All right then, I'll drink it myself." She returned to her room, clutching her milk tea. The entire afternoon was spent contemplating how to operate the smart brain and use the communicator. It wasn't until the evening, when a servant called her for dinner, that she finally met Mr. and Mrs. Fong. Both possessed striking appearances, exuding a cultured demeanor combined with the sharpness typical of business people. Mr. Fong had a piercing gaze and was remarkably handsome, maintaining his youthful allure even in his 40s. It was evident he commanded authority in the business realm. Mrs. Fong embodied the essence of a strong woman, dressed in a remarkably simple yet sophisticated manner, unlike the usual luxurious wives of the wealthy. Fong Qiyin combined the finest traits of his parents, being the most attractive member of the household. Zhu Shuiyin felt a wave of shyness wash over her, overwhelmed by the formidable presence of the family. She hurried to her designated seat, sitting up straight with her hands neatly placed on her knees. Given her current situation, it was wise to display some courtesy, especially since she aimed to win the favor of Mrs. Fong and Mr. Fong, which was part of her task. Thus, suppressing her slight fear and timidity, she greeted them politely. "Good evening, Mr. Fong, Mrs. Fong." Although they had brought her back from the orphanage, they had not explicitly defined how she should address them. For the past few days, she had consistently referred to them as Mr. Fong and Mrs. Fong. Mrs. Fong regarded Zhu Shuiyin with mild surprise, noting the change in her demeanor. The previous days had seen Zhu Shuiyin greet them with more awkwardness and discomfort. But now she appeared timid yet sincere. The appropriate greeting and expressions significantly improved the atmosphere. Mrs. Fong softened her tone, asking, "Your hairstyle today looks nice. When did you get it done?" "This morning," Zhu Shuiyin replied. "Yes, that hairstyle suits you." Zhu Shuiyin felt a bit overwhelmed. "Thank you." Mrs. Fong at that moment. Mr. Fong also looked up, inquiring with concern, "Are you adjusting well to life in the Fong household?" Zhu Shuiyin nodded eagerly. "I'm getting used to it." "Mr. Fong acknowledged her with a nonchalant hum, and added, "If you need anything, feel free to inform Butler Zhang." Mrs. Fong smiled, encouraging her, "Just think of this place as your own home." Chapter 9. Dinner. Zhu Shuiyin was deeply touched, feeling that everyone in this world was kind-hearted. Yet, Fong Qiyin could only be considered a half-good person. Given how well Mr. and Mrs. Fong treated him, she felt compelled to repay their kindness. Zhu Shuiyin was somewhat excited. Clenching her fists in determination, The system was charmed by Zhu Shuyin's sweetness, yet it felt a twinge of regret, pondering how such a benevolent and adorable person could be destined to become a villain. It seemed to be rather unfortunate. Her performance was likely to fall short. Nonetheless, he found joy in the process of his work. Meanwhile, Fang Qian remained absorbed in his meal, showing no inclination to engage. He had no fondness for Zhu Shuiyin, a fact well understood by Mr. and Mrs. Fang, who refrained from pressuring him. Zhu Shuiyin, in a few days, you'll be starting school. For now, take some time to adjust. Zhu Shuiyin blinked, replying, Okay. Ding, a time-sensitive task was issued. The host is to request that Mrs. Fang arrange for a hair care specialist and a massage therapist to visit daily, in pursuit of enhancing her beauty. She scratched her head, contemplating how to phrase her request. Mrs. Fang noticed her hesitation and gently prompted, With a flush on her cheeks, Zhu Shuiyin bit her lip and voiced her request. Mrs. Fang, I would like a hair care specialist and a massage therapist to come to the house every day. The three members of the Fang family at the dining table were taken aback by her request. Fang Qian wore a look of disbelief and disgust. How had he not realized Zhu Shuiyin had such a thick skin? She had quickly begun to overstep her bounds without a hint of embarrassment. Was she seeking to indulge in self-care? Mrs. Fang couldn't help but inquire. Zhu Shuiyin, her cheeks flushed, nodded gently and presented her carefully prepared statement. I feel that I am currently too dull and wish to become more attractive. I will also diligently learn the etiquette, and I will never again be a source of disdain for others. The sincerity reflected in her rosy complexion made it evident that this was her genuine desire. She simply did not wish to bring shame to her current family. Mrs. Fang felt a stir of emotion. Zhu Shuiyin had grown up in an orphanage, naturally lacking a proper education and the opportunity to care for herself. Her skin was not in the best condition, and her hair was fine and lacking luster. To her, she seemed somewhat emaciated, bordering on malnourishment. Although she had no daughter, she had always yearned for one. She thought that if she had a daughter who looked like this, her heart would ache painfully. Moreover, from what Wang Ma and the driver had said, Zhu Shuiyin appeared to be quite polite and treated them well. Showing no signs of disrespect, Mrs. Fang revealed a gentle smile, a rarity on her face. Her tone was soft. All right, I will make arrangements for you this evening. Zhu Shuiyin, taken aback, instinctively recoiled slightly. Her long eyelashes fluttered like a butterfly, creating a charming demeanor that endeared her to those around her. Oh, thank you, Mrs. Fang. Zhu Shuiyin felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, never expecting her task to be completed so easily. She marveled at how kind Mrs. Fang truly was. However, the path ahead was fraught with obstacles. Fang Qian looked at his mother in shock, then at Zhu Shuiyin, who was smiling like a fool, and finally at his father, who remained composed. What was going on? Just days ago, his mother had told him to disregard Zhu Shuiyin if he did not like her. Now, her attitude had changed so swiftly. Fang Qian clicked his tongue. You need not force a change. After all, your foundation remains unchanged, and no matter the superficial efforts, cannot alter your appearance. In the end, it will be time-consuming and laborious, yet yield no desired results. Zhu Shuiyin stared at Fang Qian with wide, clear eyes, genuinely perplexed by his words. Could he please repeat that? Fang Qian casually picked up a silver fork and took a bite of steak, nonchalantly adding, I won't lie to you. In our circle, you are indeed considered unattractive. Zhu Shuiyin. So that was what he meant. Fortunately, she had refrained from asking just now. Mrs. Fang disapproved of Fang Qian's words and could not help but shoot him a disapproving glance. Fang Qian pretended not to notice. Zhu Shuiyin continued to eat in silence, fearing she might lose her temper and scold Fang Qian. This young Master Fang was truly a mischievous character, now resorting to personal attacks against her. Mrs. Fang found it difficult to change her son's opinion at that moment. She felt helpless, as the family patriarch was superstitious and had arranged a marriage for her son. She understood that a person unable to pursue their happiness was a deeply painful situation. However, given the patriarch's age, they, as juniors, could not oppose his wishes. Thus, she felt increasingly guilty towards her son and had grown more lenient, giving him almost anything he desired. Mr. Fang put down his utensils and gently patted his wife's back. He glanced at his son, who was in the prime of his youth, possessing a face that could captivate any woman in the empire. Countless women were vying for his affection, if he did not meet someone he truly liked. Marrying Zhu Shuiyin would be a straightforward option. He could provide her with a respectable life at home while continuing to enjoy his freedom outside. However, if he encountered a girl he genuinely adored. The situation would become complicated that Mrs. Fong, feeling drained, decided to change the subject. Shuiyin, how were your grades at your previous school? Zhu Shuiyin. She was actually unaware of the original owner's past experiences. System, how are my previous grades? The original owner had studied at the local girls' school in the town where the orphanage was situated, living a boarding life. However, she had never focused on her studies, instead daydreaming about how to be adopted by a wealthy family. Zhu Shuiyin understood and nodded. Thus, the original owner's grades were likely poor. But she was different. She was not the original owner. Zhu Shuiyin puffed out her chest, speaking with assurance, my grades are quite good. Studying shouldn't be overly difficult, right? I will study diligently and not be like the original owner, who neglected her studies. My grades will surely improve. Zhu Shuiyin held an inexplicable confidence in her future academic performance. The system, momentarily speechless, thought to itself, well, it seems the host should know nothing at all. After all, she has never studied. Moreover, the host appeared somewhat foolish, often lost in thought. Did she really have the capability to learn well? Chapter 10. Petal Bath. After hearing Zhu Shuiyin's words, Mrs. Fong felt reassured. Good. The school you will be attending is St. Lizzie Noble Academy, which has a rigorous curriculum that I worry you may struggle to adapt. If necessary, I will arrange for a tutor. Zhu Shuiyin, with bright, watery eyes, nodded vigorously. Please no, Mama, do I look like someone who can keep up? The majority of the students at St. Lizzie were multi-talented, true polymaths. What could she possibly do? Fong Qian's sentence trailed off, but everyone understood his implication that Mrs. Fong shot her son an angry glance. Qian's words were too direct and could hurt the girl's self-esteem. She then turned to Zhu Shuiyin and said, as long as Shuiyin is willing to learn, I will find her a teacher. Zhu Shuiyin, completely unfazed, nodded in agreement. Yes, thank you, Mrs. Fong. Fong Qian, losing interest, diverted his gaze. Qian, when Shuiyin starts school, you must help her, if she struggles. You must teach her. Fong Qian's chopsticks clattered loudly against his plate, creating an ear-piercing sound. He looked at his mother with exaggerated disbelief, exclaiming, Mom, are you trying to embarrass me beyond measure? Mr. Fong's expression darkened upon hearing his son's blunt words. And he said sternly, Qian. Fong Qian fell silent, putting down his chopsticks with a hint of emotion and said, I'm done eating. He seemed unable to bear staying there any longer and promptly retreated to his room. Zhu Shuiyin lowered her head, feeling somewhat disheartened. Her path to success seemed fraught with challenges that Mrs. Fong, fatigued, also left the dining table, followed by Mr. Fong. The meal concluded on an awkward note, leaving Zhu Shuiyin alone at the table, facing a spread of exquisite dishes. However, she was hungry and could indulge a little more. Zhu Shuiyin popped a steamed glutinous rice ball in her mouth, her cheeks puffing up as she chewed. Host, your psychological resilience is quite strong. Zhu Shuiyin's lips glistened with a layer of sheen as she heard this, lifting her head in confusion. Is it delicious? Zhu Shuiyin nodded. Yes, the Fong family kitchen is truly excellent. Human food is delightful. She suddenly felt curious about the system's true form. If her essence was bamboo, what might the system's essence be? 66. What are you? Zhu Shuiyin asked after swallowing her food. What kind of question is that? Are you intending to offend me? Just as my essence is bamboo. The system suddenly faltered, realizing Zhu Shuiyin's inquiry was innocent. Actually, I can exchange corresponding points for a new form. I am currently in my most primitive state. After saying this, the system displayed a variety of forms, each beautifully crafted and lifelike. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the adorable items, her heart nearly melting. She was utterly defenseless against cute things. There were fluffy mushroom-shaped balls, clover-shaped green balls, as well as charming little dogs, rabbits, turtles, and more. Each of these forms appeared small and plump. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes lit up, her voice filled with excitement. 66. Rest assured, once I earn enough points, I will definitely exchange for a new form. The system felt a surge of joy, unable to resist rolling around in Zhu Shuiyin's mind. Zhu Shuiyin began to fantasize about what kind of form to choose. Initially, she wanted the chubby little dog. If she could hold it in her arms, that would be even better. After satisfying her hunger, Zhu Shuiyin took a bath and went to bed, having been humiliated by Fong Qian 3 times in one day. She felt utterly drained and fell asleep almost as soon as she hit the bed. In the following days, she had no intention of trying to win Fong Qian's favor. Zhu Shuiyin spent 2 days cooped up in her room. diligently following the system's task directives. Mrs. Fong was remarkably efficient in her tasks. By the next day, a massage therapist and a hair care specialist arrived at their service. Zhu Shuiyin excitedly sought out the butler. "Butler, I need many fragrant petals. And milk." Zhu Shuiyin spoke timidly to the serious-looking butler, who wore a perfectly tailored black tailcoat. He quickly accessed a virtual screen and recorded Zhu Shuiyin's requests with great speed. For the bathing petals, she specified the varieties: imperial rose, Damascus rose, new white city jasmine, Roman princess rose, Swedish queen, Roman bride, Princess Margaret, pure white camellia, German chamomile, fantastical purple orchid, Sure Dare Yoshino cherry, white crane plant, and Daphne-phyllum. "Miss Zhu, the petals for your bath will arrive at the manor in an hour. They have all been freshly picked within 3 hours and washed with clean water." Zhu Shuiyin smiled sweetly at the butler and said, "Thank you, Grandpa Butler." The butler responded with a perfectly composed smile, revealing a neat row of 8 teeth. As Fong Qian came downstairs, he noticed the butler busily directing staff to transport items. Squinting, he realized they were exquisitely packaged petals. He was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "What is all this commotion?" The butler, with a serious demeanor, reported, "Young master, these are the petals Miss Zhu requires." Fong Qian was further puzzled and blurted out, "What does she need so many petals for?" The entire manor was permeated with a rich fragrance from various flowers. Unable to resist, Fong Qian sneezed and rubbed his nose. The butler, unfazed, replied, "Miss Zhu wishes to take a flower petal bath," adding 10 different types of petals to the bathtub, along with milk, essential oils, and so forth. Upon hearing this, Fong Qian's expression became one of incredulity. That moment, he felt. Indeed, the less attractive the person, the more peculiar their whims. Zhu Shuiyin was quite ostentatious. Disgusted, he pinched his nose and hurried outside for fresh air. Remaining in the house felt unbearable. It was as if his nose would malfunction. This was utterly absurd. After all, this was his home, yet it had driven him out. With a gloomy face, Fong Qian took his equipment and headed to his childhood friend Song Xinrui's house. He could not endure even a second longer in this wretched place. Meanwhile, Zhu Shuiyin was diligently following the instructions from her beauty book. She directed the maid Xiaoyan to sprinkle petals into the rose-gold bathtub. "Xiaoyan, we must scatter petals across every inch of the water's surface." "That, of course, Miss Zhu," came the reply. "Have you already added the milk and essence?" "Yes, Mississippi, thank you." Chapter 11. Hair and hand care. Xiaoyan, taken aback by the attention, waved her hand. "Miss, the bathtub is ready. I will call the masseuse in now." Zhu Shuiyin blushed and replied, "All right, oh wait, Xiaoyan, I would like some fruit." Xiaoyan giggled, her face lighting up with understanding. "That we received a fresh delivery of fruit this morning, that I will fetch it from the kitchen." After a short while, the kitchen staff prepared a plate of sliced fruit and a bowl of yogurt for Zhu Shuiyin. Soon, a beautifully arranged plate of fruit and a charming yogurt bowl appeared on the shelf above the bathtub, filled with oranges, citrus, peaches, bayberries, and pineapples. Unbeknownst to Xiaoyan, she even brought a small yellow rubber duck, a toy that floats on water, reminiscent of those children enjoyed during bath time. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes sparkled as she reached out to squeeze the little duck. That it was evident she adored this toy. Xiaoyan laughed, her joy evident as she dashed outside to chat with her friends. "You won't believe how adorable Miss Zhu is." "Really? Are you certain? When I combed her hair the other day, she was quite haughty." The maid Xiaoyan remarked skeptically. "Yes, her attitude was less than pleasant when I helped her with her clothes," echoed Xiaoxi, also doubtful. Xiaoyan felt somewhat conflicted. "Is that so? She's been very nice today. She even said thank you to me. She was quite unkind the past few days, but suddenly seems to have changed," added Xiaoli. Zhu Shuiyin slipped out of her clothes and into the bathtub. The masseuse, highly professional, began massaging her entire body, instructing her on how to wash for maximum effect. Zhu Shuiyin diligently took notes in her little book. After indulging in a flower petal bath for 2 hours, she changed into a skin-friendly silk nightgown and allowed Xiaoxi to come over and prepare a face mask for her. The pure white essence was carefully applied to her face. Zhu Shuiyin exhaled deeply. Although it feels wonderful, I am quite exhausted." After Xiaoxi finished, she departed. The next phase was dedicated to her hair. The hair care specialist had been waiting patiently. In the kitchen, the specialist prepared a bowl of warm black sesame, koik seed, red date, and walnut paste. When Zhu Shuiyin, donned in thick-soled slippers and still wearing her mask, came downstairs, the specialist handed her the steaming bowl. "Miss Zhu, please enjoy this." Cradling the warm paste, Zhu Shuiyin sat on the sofa, sipping it slowly. The specialist had set up a platform, and once she finished her bowl, Zhu Shuiyin lay down on it, allowing the specialist to tend to her hair and wash it. The entire experience was exceedingly pleasant. Zhu Shuiyin's brows softened, and her demeanor became incredibly endearing. Her scalp was massaged soothingly, accompanied by ethereal music in the background. The specialist also lit fragrant incense. The hair care session lasted a full 4 hours. Zhu Shuiyin dozed off in the reclining chair, during which Xiaoxi came to remove her mask. Upon waking, her hair was already dry. Zhu Shuiyin ran her fingers through her smooth, dry hair, feeling as though it had improved since yesterday. "Wow, how marvelous!" she exclaimed, finally ready to indulge in some leisure. Ding, a notification for the host. Second rule of beauty regimen. Please apply a hand mask. Zhu Shuiyin sighed. "Oh, I thought I was done." Sitting in a rattan chair, she called out, "Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi." Hearing her call, Xiaoxi quickly approached. "Miss Zhu, what can I assist you with?" Zhu Shuiyin smiled sheepishly and said, "Xiaoxi, could you please help me apply a hand mask?" Xiaoxi nodded and brought over an array of supplies. Zhu Shuiyin lounged in the chair, her delicate legs dangling in the air as Xiaoxi meticulously applied the mask to her hands. Zhu Shuiyin's hands were small, with slightly wrinkled skin and slender wrists that appeared rather fragile. Once Xiaoxi finished applying the mask, she slipped a pair of oversized pink gloves onto Zhu Shuiyin's hands. "Miss, I will remove the gloves when the time is up." Zhu Shuiyin gazed at her now swollen hands with a smile. "Xiaoxi, you are truly amazing." Xiaoxi blushed slightly, humbly replying, "It's nothing special." Zhu Shuiyin shook her head. "From now on, I shall learn from you." When Fang Qiyan returned, he was greeted by this scene. Zhu Shuiyin in a silk nightgown, seated in a hanging rattan chair, her hands wrapped like a dumpling, seemingly engaged in a hand care routine. He recalled seeing girls do this before. A screen in front of her was displaying a mindless idol drama, and she was swaying happily as she watched. Fang Qiyan shuddered at the sight and quickly left. Zhu Shuiyin pretended not to notice him. She was occupied with her own matters and thought it wouldn't hurt not to engage him. "Ding, please maintain your character and greet Fang Qiyan." Zhu Shuiyin sighed. "Fine. Fang Qiyan, you're back." Fang Qiyan seemed disinterested in her. But recalling how he had been forced to leave home that morning, he felt a twinge of irritation that he approached her, which inevitably meant he caught a glimpse of the mindless drama Zhu Shuiyin was watching. The silly, naive, idle drama was quite grating at that moment. He also caught a whiff of the fragrance emanating from her, a blend of the floral scent from earlier and a unique, delightful aroma that was quite intoxicating. Fang Qian's gaze softened momentarily. Well, good men do not quarrel with women. He promptly left the area. Zhu Shuiyin tilted her head, puzzled by Fang Qian's sudden appearance and subsequent silence. How strange. Why did he come over and not say anything? Then he walked away. Thankfully, he left. He was unlikely to offer any pearls of wisdom. Zhu Shuiyin scratched her head and then broke into a silly smile. Well, at least I didn't have to talk to him. With that, Zhu Shuiyin continued to lounge in her hanging chair, engrossed in the drama. That night, as she prepared for bed, she followed the third rule from her beauty regimen, applying an entire set of body lotion. Feeling utterly exhausted, unable to contain her thoughts, she complained to the system, "Do I really have to do all this every day? It feels so tedious and tiring, system. You are being given the opportunity to become beautiful, and you're not pleased?" Zhu Shuiyin felt a twinge of guilt and stuck out her tongue. "But I don't want to do this every day. If only I could earn points to skip to the end." Zhu Shuiyin pouted, unable to suppress her grumbling. The host certainly knows how to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Chapter 12. The rest card for every 3 days of perseverance. A rest card can be unlocked. Zhu Shuiyin sprang up from her bed, her eyes sparkling. "Really? How long can I rest?" "1 day." Zhu Shuiyin stroked her chin. "A day is not too bad, and I could take a proper break that I think I'll tackle everything in my room tomorrow." It seems Fang Qiyan doesn't want to see me in public. Today his disdain was unmistakable. Host, we, the venomous supporting characters, simply do not comprehend others' expressions that we must take advantage of the situation, flaunt our privileges, and shine when given a bit of sunlight. We must assert our power and dominance. The system earnestly advised, striving to guide the host to become a competent antagonist. Zhu Shuiyin nodded thoughtfully, taking the advice to heart. The next day, she indeed followed the system's suggestions. However, her inability to comprehend expressions and exert her influence was limited solely to Fang Qiyan. Fang Qiyan could no longer endure the series of actions from Zhu Shuiyin. If every day he descended the stairs to find her indulging in skincare and hair care, he would surely go blind if he sought to provoke her. Why must you conduct such activities in the hall? My eyes do not wish to behold you. Zhu Shuiyin, holding a bowl of yogurt with a silly expression, recalled the system's warning from the previous day. She replied, but I did not bathe here. The hair care is here because the stylist equipment is too cumbersome to transport upstairs. She wore an expression of innocent vulnerability, yet her tone hinted at her stubbornness. Fang Qian had never been so vexed by anyone before. You spend all day doing nothing. I refuse to believe you lack the time to move something. Zhu Shuiyin timidly glanced at him, adding, but both the stylist and I are girls, we cannot lift such heavy items. If I try to carry it upstairs, my hands will surely ache. Fang Qian. Damn it. When did Zhu Shuiyin learn to play the victim? Her act was unbearable. He had not suggested she move anything. Were there not numerous male servants in the estate? He could hardly withstand it. Further conversation would only render him foolish. Fang Qian opened his mouth and then closed it again, leaving with a dazed expression, as if deeply wounded. Zhu Shuiyin occupied her space and touched her nose. With only about a week until school resumed, she had established a daily routine of skincare during the day and ensuring ample sleep at night. After 3 days, she began to see results. Holding her face in joy, she felt content. Each day, the masseuse and stylist visited her, and she had begun to treat the Fang household as her own home, and no longer constrained by her previous shyness. She grew increasingly self-satisfied, much to the system's relief. Yet her innate laziness soon resurfaced. After 2 days of effort, she suddenly felt lethargic and opted for a rest day, having unlocked a rest card. Just as she began to see improvement, she chose to abandon her efforts. The system felt a pang of despair. When would it finally witness its host transform into a delicate, soft little cake? It is easy to indulge in luxury, but difficult to revert to frugality. If the host decided not to work after a day of rest, to whom could the system turn for solace? It regretted ever mentioning the existence of a rest card. Zhu Shuiyin lay languidly on her bed, her expression heavy with concern. Host, what troubles you? The moment Zhu Shuiyin's eyes flickered, she began to sniffle pitifully. With a quivering voice tinged with sorrow, she lamented, I truly miss my master. The system found itself at a loss. It could offer no assistance here. Zhu Shuiyin discreetly lifted one eyelid, noticing the system's lack of response, and began to cry earnestly, if I cannot see my master, I lack the motivation to complete my tasks. The system recognized the validity of her statement. It was indeed a serious issue that pertained to their future happiness. Thus, its attitude shifted. How about I purchase a potion from the system store to help you dream of your master tonight? Zhu Shuiyin. She could no longer hold back her tears and exclaimed, how could that be? The system recoiled, acknowledging the inadequacy of its proposal. Yet it truly had no other options. I've gathered some basic information about this world and discovered that I am in the same realm as your master. His name is Ji Shuzhou. When I searched for him online, all I found was his information. The photos matched as well. Zhu Shuiyin spoke with a hint of pride, as if she had uncovered a remarkable secret. The system gasped. What? Ji Shuzhou. Zhu Shuiyin nodded. Yes. Zhu Shuiyin detected an unusual tone in the system's voice and asked keenly, you seem to know my master. He was a character in this world's narrative. One of the devoted admirers of the female lead, Zhu Shuiyin, and a formidable commercial titan, known for his ruthless methods and commanding presence in the business realm. His influence propelled the Ji family into the upper echelons of high society. Becoming the epitome of nobility, no one could fathom the depths of Ji Shuzhou's character. To the world, he was an ideal man. Zhu Shuiyin listened in rapt attention, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She had always known her master was remarkable, but she had not realized the extent of his prowess. Moreover, Ji Shuiyin, who had often been seen doing homework in Ji Shuzhou's study, was indeed the female lead's admirer. So, can you help me return to see my master? The system pondered for a moment. Well, technically, yes, that I just need to buy an invisibility charm and a teleportation charm from the system store. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes widened with eagerness as she asked, are you suggesting we sneak a visit to my master? Exactly. Otherwise, if you appear before him in your current state, he might mistake you for a peculiar stranger and drive you away. The thought of such a possibility saddened Zhu Shuiyin, yet it was undeniably realistic. Oh dear, but shopping in the system store requires points. Do I have any? Ding. Calculating the host's current task. Point calculation complete. Host Zhu Shuiyin has accumulated 100 points. Chapter 13. A stealthy return. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes sparkled as she momentarily dismissed the fact that she lacked sufficient points. You are so kind, thank you. The system cleared its throat and advised, from now on, make sure to complete tasks diligently to earn more points. Zhu Shuiyin nodded earnestly. Yes, I will definitely do that. The system acted swiftly, almost instantaneously purchasing the necessary items and teleporting Zhu Shuiyin to her master's estate. It was a vast manor, expansive in size and enveloped in tranquility, secured with robust measures. Nestled in the heart of the imperial city, it was a sanctuary against the urban clamor, backed by the renowned misty mountains and facing a serene lake, an exceptional haven. This estate stood as a beacon of opulence in the prime location. Lush flora flourished, and the air was refreshingly pure, truly a rare geomantic treasure. Her master's room was on the second floor, adjacent to a grand window. In the next moment, Zhu Shuiyin found herself in Ji Shuzhou's bedroom, only to realize he was absent. Understanding the situation, she hurried to the adjoining study, where Ji Shuzhou sat, engrossed in examining a pot of bamboo, an embodiment of her former self. After 5 days apart, she longed to rest her head on his lap, seeking his comforting touch. Coincidentally, Ji Shuzhou was scrutinizing the very bamboo that once represented her. Zhu Shuiyin felt an overwhelming disconnection. Her spirit watched her own body from outside. Upon her departure, the bamboo remained unscathed, its leaves still vibrant, branches elegantly shaped and stretching freely. Zhu Shuiyin sniffled, overwhelmed with gratitude for her master's care. Oh, I am so moved. I adore my master. After shedding a few tears, she continued to watch him, that if she didn't seize this opportunity to observe him closely, it might be a long time before she could do so again. But the more she looked, the more she sensed something was amiss. Previously, her master had gazed at her with affection, enveloped in a warm atmosphere. Now, however, he scrutinized the bamboo with a cold, suspicious gaze, devoid of any tenderness. Zhu Shuiyin had never encountered such a look from her master before, and it frightened her enough to take a step back and sit down heavily on the plush carpet. What is wrong with him? Why does he regard me with such a gaze? Perhaps he was not looking at her at all, but at the soul inhabiting her body, Zhu Shuiyin. She seemed unable to comprehend the system's words, remaining frozen in place for a while. System, what are you talking about? Don't scare me like that. This is merely my conjecture. Logically, your soul should have vacated the body, leaving it withered. Yet, it remains vibrantly green. The system hadn't completed its thought before Zhu Shuiyin's tears began to fall. Her small shoulders trembled violently, conveying a sense of despair. The system was taken aback. Why are you crying? Are you implying that my body has been occupied by someone else? The system fell silent for a moment before ultimately conceding. Zhu Shuiyin sobbed even harder. Then will I still have a chance to be with my master? The system cleared its throat twice and composed itself, stating, as long as you possess sufficient points. Nothing is impossible. Zhu Shuiyin clenched her fists, her eyes radiating an intense determination that if she had previously approached tasks with a lackadaisical attitude, that was no longer the case. Her desire to earn points had become paramount. Who could have taken over my body? Is it possible that the original owner of your body is responsible? Zhu Shuiyin gazed at the system with tear-filled eyes, confusion evident. The system, unable to withstand her gaze, quickly added, this is just my hypothesis. I am unaware of what entities currently inhabit your original form. Zhu Shuiyin blinked, tears streaming once more. It is all your fault, system. Had you not brought me here, I would not have encountered such circumstances. Nevertheless, he refuses to take responsibility. Zhu Shuiyin cried with such profound sorrow that her grief enveloped her like an ocean, drowning everyone within its depths. Ji Shuzhou's heart beat slowly for a moment as he turned his gaze towards the spot where Zhu Shuiyin stood. She was taken aback, unable to keep up with her own tears, silenced by fear. Ji Shuzhou's piercing eyes narrowed slightly. Though the area appeared empty, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity accompanied by a deep sadness. An inexplicable discomfort settled within him. Without needing to think, he recognized that this unease stemmed from the faint sorrow lingering in the air. Zhu Shuiyin, under his scrutiny, dared not breathe, her heart racing with anticipation and excitement. Fool, he is coming closer. Why do you not hide? What if you two were to cross paths? Zhu Shuiyin pouted in displeasure, seemingly glaring at the system. The system felt a jolt, momentarily at a loss for words. However, recalling its professional duty, it hesitantly completed its thought. Your master is unaware that there are instances in this world of plants transforming into spirits. What if he mistakes you for a ghost and becomes terrified? Upon hearing this, Zhu Shuiyin's face indeed revealed a hint of hesitation. Though she longed for her master, she could not bear to frighten him. Reluctantly, she took tiny steps away from that spot. Ji Shujo suddenly halted, no longer advancing. His eyelids lifted emotionlessly, revealing his dark, profound gaze, seemingly lost in thought. Zhu Shuiyin felt a pang of fear, her intuition strong. Her master was aware of someone's south presence in this place, which is why he had come to investigate. Chapter 14. Accommodation. Ji Shujo remained silent for a long time before slowly returning to his chair. He ceased to glance at the nearby bamboo and instead busied himself with his own matters. Zhu Shuiyin let out a barely audible sigh of relief, then began to fixate on her master's brow and eyes. Whether it was merely her imagination or not, he seemed to have lost a bit of weight in the 3 days they had been apart. His complexion appeared paler, the wave of concern washed over her, and her body instinctively released pure spiritual energy, filling the air with a refreshing, pleasant aroma. This fragrance invigorated the senses, bringing about a sense of serenity and clarity, as if the very air had been enriched with vitality, that a normal person would find it extraordinarily comfortable within this atmosphere, as if their soul had been purified and elevated. When she had transformed into bamboo, she had always enjoyed emanating such a scent, which her master favored while working by her side, spending nearly every day together. Ji Shujo sensed this familiar fragrance. His body stiffened, and he paused for an extended moment. Then he cast an unreadable glance at the lush, graceful bamboo nearby. After a long while, he sighed, his gaze shifting from suspicion and doubt to something else entirely. He retired to his room for rest, experiencing the first restful sleep he had in 3 days. Though the bamboo remained, the feeling it imparted was distinctly different, as though it had transformed into another. However, the monitoring systems in the house were always operational. He did not detect anything unusual. Tonight, just moments ago, the bamboo seemed to have returned to normal. Perhaps he was merely overthinking. Zhu Shuiyin watched her master retreat to his room with a forlorn expression. It was good. After all, her master had been overworked these past few days, dark circles forming beneath his eyes. It was a rare occasion for him to rest early. Now that he had left, "Host, if you're going to act, at least make it more convincing." Zhu Shuiyin pouted. "Am I not convincing enough right now?" Well, perhaps not entirely. This event had indeed transpired, nestled within the memories of the original host. Zhu Shuiyin's recalling of it bore no hint of dishonesty. After this incident, she could hardly bear the thought of being apart from her loved ones again. Zhu Shuiyin's nose turned red, her petite face flushed with sorrow. Her eyes glistened, lashes clumped together in delicate strands. Though her words were somewhat exaggerated, her expression was unmistakably genuine. Madame Fong sighed, her heart softening as she said, "Shuiyin, why not stay at home?" Zhu Shuiyin quietly exhaled, internally celebrating the kindness of Madame Fong. She contemplated how she might repay her. What? Madame Fong, that I promise I won't disturb young Master Fong while at home." Zhu Shuiyin lowered her head, exuding an air of respectability and propriety. Fong Qiyin, at a loss for words, gazed at his parents with bewilderment. How could such astute individuals in business not see through Zhu Shuiyin's charade? Even he could discern the insincerity in her tears, somewhat fabricated, reminiscent of a scheming green tea. His height advantage allowed him to easily notice her surreptitiously pinching the flesh of her thigh. Fong Qiyin let out a cold chuckle in his mind, confident that his parents would catch on. Zhu Shuiyin's tears were merely forced. To his surprise, his mother seemed entirely oblivious, falling for Zhu Shuiyin's ruse instead. Zhu Shuiyin patted her chest, secretly smiling. Fong Qiyin scoffed, ruthlessly remarking, "Are you sure? Haven't you been prancing around in my danger zone these past few days?" Zhu Shuiyin grew anxious. "Every day with all these petals at home, my nose is nearly desensitized, and when I go out, you're always in my way." Madame Fong and Mr. Fong exchanged glances, while Zhu Shuiyin nervously fidgeted with her fingers. Apologetically, she said, "I'm sorry, I just want to become beautiful." Madame Fong understood the significance of this desire. For a young girl, attaining her ideal appearance was of utmost importance. You can remain in your own space. Besides, with such a vast estate, how can you claim she's obstructing your path? Madame Fong dabbed her mouth with a pristine white napkin. Zhu Shuiyin stared at her, mouth agape in astonishment. Fong Qiyin was equally shocked. He pointed at himself, then at Zhu Shuiyin, unable to utter a single word in his frustration. Madame Fong, however, gently admonished him, "Qiyin, Do you understand how vital it is for a girl to feel beautiful? Do not disturb Shuiyin any further. Fang Qian thought. Is this still my home? Gripping his chest, he felt profoundly wounded. Zhu Shuiyin gazed at Madame Fang, nearly overwhelmed with emotion, as Madame Fang smiled and complimented. Shuiyin, your complexion does seem a touch more radiant. Zhu Shuiyin cradled her face, giggling foolishly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the time task. You earn 100 points. This evening's battle of wits with Fang Qian had drained Zhu Shuiyin's mental resources. She was utterly exhausted, nearly collapsing into bed. The system swallowed hard, contemplating whether the host was aware that tomorrow she would officially report to St. Rhys Noble Academy. Thus, it refrained from further reminders. Zhu Shuiyin slept soundly until daylight, awoken not by herself, but by the household maid. Miss Zhu, are you awake? Today is the day you report to the academy. Xiaoyan knocked on her door, tentatively inquiring. Startled, Zhu Shuiyin sprang up, her mind racing to catch up as she replied, Yes, I'm awake. Very well, Miss Zhu. Breakfast is ready, Xiaoyan said before departing. Zhu Shuiyin hurried to her wardrobe in search of her uniforms. Recalling that the butler had delivered 2 sets a couple of days prior, she had hastily shoved them into the closet, and now found herself in a predicament. Luckily, she managed to locate them. Flustered, Zhu Shuiyin dressed herself, adorning her ensemble with accessories. The British-style uniform accentuated her youthful figure, featuring a pristine silk blouse, an exquisite bow tie, and a black pleated skirt that rose above her knees. The tights clung to her legs, enhancing their softness as she walked, appearing quite adorable. She slipped on a pair of black Mary Jane shoes and grabbed the Academy-issued black leather bag. Within the transparent section of the bag, a golden nameplate bore her name, Zhu Shuiyin, elegantly inscribed. Having hastily styled her hair that morning, she now realized she needed to wash her face and brush her teeth. When Zhu Shuiyin finally descended the stairs with her bag, she discovered Fang Qian had already finished breakfast and was preparing to leave for school. With a forlorn expression, she grabbed a couple of buns, an egg, and a cup of soy milk, trailing behind him. Wait. Upon hearing her call, Fang Qian paused briefly before scoffing and accelerating his pace. Clearly unwilling to wait for her, a time task appeared. Please ride in the Fang family's hovercraft with Fang Qian and enter the school gate together. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes widened in surprise, prompting her to quicken her steps, though by the time she reached the hovercraft, Fang Qian had already boarded. Fang Qian. Zhu Shuiyin exerted all her energy to catch up. Fang Qian impatiently rolled down the window, his tone unyielding. Are you a pig? Waking up so late today, don't you realize we have classes? Zhu Shuiyin shrunk back at his reprimand, too timid to respond. She cautiously proposed, May I come aboard? Fang Qian's face twisted into a mischievous grin. You don't seriously want to attend school with me, do you? Do you have the audacity? Zhu Shuiyin remained silent, but her eyes unmistakably conveyed her intent. Fang Qian felt momentarily stumped, dismissively waving his hand, indicating she should take another hovercraft. Zhu Shuiyin looked at him with pleading eyes, her determination wavering. Finally, she resolutely stated, If you let me on this hovercraft, I promise not to bother you again. Please. When Zhu Shuiyin pleaded, her final words inadvertently carried a hint of desperation. Fang Qian was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a declaration from her. A peculiar expression crossed his face as he considered her willingness to distance herself. Fine, I'll trust you this once. With a reluctant grimace, he instructed the driver to open the door. His tone was cold yet serious. Zhu Shuiyin, you better remember what you said today. Zhu Shuiyin nodded fervently, raising her hand in assurance. I promise. Fang Qian scoffed as she climbed aboard with her bag and breakfast. Upon arrival, she mused that since the words were those of the original host, not herself, she could always deny them later. Stealing glances at Fang Qian, she thought about how furious he would be if he discovered her inner mischief. Zhu Shuiyin touched her nose, gazing at the ceiling. She felt a twinge of hunger but dared not eat the buns on the hovercraft, merely eyeing them longingly. Fang Qian squinted at her, declaring at the next intersection, I will drop you off, and you can find your way to school. Don't mention knowing me there, and don't greet me. Understood? Zhu Shuiyin realized this conflicted with her task. Her lips quivered as she hesitated to respond, visibly reluctant. Fang Qian's expression darkened, warning, don't forget what you just promised. Zhu Shuiyin recoiled, her face a portrait of innocence. Fang Qian, feeling an odd sense of guilt for reprimanding her, found himself questioning his actions. Perhaps it was because Zhu Shuiyin hadn't bothered him lately. leaving him to his own devices, that he found her a touch more agreeable. Zhu Shuiyin noticed the uncertainty in his gaze and, summoning her courage, said, "Actually, I'm a bit directionally challenged. Is it all right if I accompany you into the school?" Before he could refuse, she raised her hand in a vow. "I promise this is the last time." Fang Qian remained silent, leaving her uncertain whether he had consented or denied her request. Zhu Shuiyin opted to assume he had agreed. Feeling a weight lift from her shoulders as the hovercraft approached St. Rhys Academy, its grandiose Gothic architecture came into view, majestic, opulent, and intricately elegant. The main building showcased typical Gothic elements, with towering spires reaching for the heavens. Constructed from gray and white marble, accented by rich red bricks, some structures blended Baroque and Futurist styles, their soaring towers interwoven with fluid lines, creating a striking visual impact. The immense arched windows and exquisite stone carvings reflected masterful craftsmanship and a pursuit of beauty. The academy's entrance was a grand metallic door, adorned with the school as emblem and various symbols of nobility, featuring a lion and a crown, and on either side of the golden gate stood two majestic stone lions. Before the gate lay a broad, pristine pathway crafted from marble, flanked by meticulously trimmed shrubs and vibrant flowers in full bloom. At intervals, elegant black and gold lampposts wound their way along the road. Through the ornate fence, one could catch a glimpse of the well-manicured European-style garden within the academy, where rare blooms competed for attention, their fragrances mingling with the fresh scent of grass and foliage. The classical European architecture exuded solemnity and elegance, with climbing roses adorning the walls, adding a touch of softness. A vast expanse of manicured lawn was available for both admiration and recreation. In front of the gate stood a stunning fountain, with a cherubic angel statue proudly positioned at its center. The students passing by were predominantly the offspring of affluent families, having grown up in Rome, exuding an air of confidence. Their luxurious hovercrafts, worth a fortune, awaited them. The students emerged clad in exquisite uniforms, the boys in sharply tailored suits complemented by ornate cufflinks, while the girls donned sumptuous silk blouses and elegant black pleated skirts. The lace at the hem and the jewelry they wore dazzling the eye. However, hovercraft were not permitted inside the academy grounds. Only members of the board or faculty could drive in. Thus, most students disembarked outside, traversing the smooth marble floor before entering the school. Zhu Shuiyin observed everything with wide-eyed wonder, suddenly finding the prospect of attending school quite intriguing. Fang Qian cast a glance at her and couldn't resist a sardonic remark. "Don't stare in a daze at Tia's words." Zhu Shuiyin quickly averted her gaze and sat up straight. Fang Qian, feeling somewhat constrained with no basis to tease her, puffed his cheeks in frustration. The hovercraft had been stationary for a while, yet he showed no inclination to alight. Zhu Shuiyin focused intently, as if waiting for the right moment. When the street appeared to grow less crowded, Fang Qian finally decided to step out. Zhu Shuiyin, tightly gripping her small handbag, was poised and ready to follow suit. Upon disembarking, he immediately drew attention. His tall, handsome figure and wealth made him a prominent figure in the academy, excelling academically and skilled in various areas. There were no shortage of admirers vying for his favor. Even in the sparse crowd, his presence commanded attention, capturing almost every gaze. Zhu Shuiyin felt uneasy under the scrutiny, appearing as timid as a quail beside Fang Qian. Ding! Character 1. Fang Qian, a significant figure at St. Rhys, renowned as one of the most attractive students. He possesses a notoriously irritable temperament and a perpetually sour expression, often referred to as Fang Shao. Fang Qian strode confidently, his expression somewhat displeased. Some attempted to greet him but hesitated, fearing his wrath, thus abandoning the thought. Numerous discreet glances were cast toward Zhu Shuiyin, who stiffened in fear, her complexion paling. Uninformed onlookers might have mistaken her for someone who had endured a grievous injustice. The previously speculated delicate relationship between her and Fang Qian faded under scrutiny, if such a bond existed. How could she display such an expression? Fang Qian would not be wearing a sour face either. Upon entering the academy, Fang Qian wasted no time, striding ahead without waiting for Zhu Shuiyin. "Good morning." Qian, a tall, graceful girl, greeted him enthusiastically. Clad in the same St. Rhys uniform, she somehow exuded an aura of distinction. With a slender waist and long legs, her hair cascading down her back. She possessed striking beauty and a remarkable presence, easily standing out in any crowd. Zhu Shuiyin's gaze dropped in curiosity as she observed the girl. Fang Qiyin, rarely displaying warmth toward others, seemed unexpectedly charmed by her. A faint smile breaking his otherwise cold demeanor as he returned her greeting. Ding! Key character activated. Pei Xian, the delicate protagonist of this tale, embodying a blend of kindness, beauty, tragedy, and fragility that now unfortunately overshadowed by a detestable interloper. All male characters encountered in the story are irresistibly drawn to her, inevitably falling in love, leading to a series of cliché romantic entanglements. During her time at St. Lizzie, she was universally acknowledged as the campus belle. Her record unchallenged for years, surrounded by a cadre of devoted admirers. Feng Xiao, Ji Xiao, Pei Xiao. Moreover, her academic performance was exemplary. Currently enrolled in the elite class, she was the envy of many, captivating attention wherever she went. Fang Qiyin, typically aloof with all female students, exhibited a rare exception for Pei Xian. Zhu Shuiyin's mouth fell open in awe. Wow, such a delightful person truly existed. Ding! Key greeting node activated. You have finally entered the academy alongside Fang Qiyin. Only to witness him exchanging amiable pleasantries with the leading lady, it was well known that he had never displayed warmth toward you before. Now, his charming smile directed at another girl ignited a flare of jealousy within you, prompting thoughts of sabotaging the protagonist. During the freshman orientation, you discreetly extended a foot in an attempt to trip her as she approached the stage, hoping to cause a scene. However, your actions were swiftly uncovered by one of her devoted protectors, resulting in severe repercussions. Zhu Shuiyin shivered, suddenly exclaiming, "No, no, I don't want revenge. The task had not even commenced yet. How could you retreat now?" Zhu Shuiyin shrank back, resembling a turtle withdrawing into its shell. "I promise, I will ensure you suffer no physical harm." Zhu Shuiyin appeared unconcerned, remaining silent. This task was arduous, offering substantial rewards upon completion. Her eyes flickered, and she hesitantly responded, "You guarantee that I won't be severely punished?" "Of course, ensuring your safety is one of our primary directives." Zhu Shuiyin patted her chest, exhaling a long sigh of relief, finally accepting the situation. "All right then, that I've just completed the task of arriving at school with Fang Qiyin. Shouldn't I earn some points?" "Indeed." Zhu Shuiyin's brow furrowed as she listened to the system announce task completion. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the timed task. Reward: 1,000 points." She was already quite shaken, yet the prospect of such a generous reward brightened her spirits slightly. "By the way, the invisibility and teleportation charms I purchased from you last time, are the points sufficient to cover them? You still owe 1,000 points. Oh, very well then." Zhu Shuiyin ambled slowly, wishing to prolong her entrance into the classroom. She had gleaned from Madame Fang that she and Fang Qiyin were seemingly in the same class. After greeting his acquaintances, Fang Qiyin noticed Zhu Shuiyin had vanished from sight, momentarily taken aback. He had expected her to follow him closely, like an inseparable shadow. He rubbed his nose, embarrassed by his own thoughts. Meanwhile, Zhu Shuiyin hurried along, panting. "Which class is Fang Qiyin in? Can you guide me? This school is enormous." "Elite Class A, Level 2. Follow my directions. Oh. And since it's your first day, you'll need to collect your textbooks from the academic office first." Zhu Shuiyin went to the office to retrieve a stack of books before proceeding to the Elite Class A on the top floor. This class occupied the entire upper level, with resources exclusively designated for its students. Zhu Shuiyin rushed about, wasting time, and by the time she arrived, her classmates were already seated in their designated spots. And the homeroom teacher had entered the classroom to inform them about the upcoming orientation ceremony. Upon spotting the teacher, Zhu Shuiyin hesitated at the door, her feet seemingly glued to the ground. The homeroom teacher was aware of a new student joining the class today. However, this student was an insider, having been admitted through connections, and it was unclear why the Fang family had placed someone of dubious merit in the elite class. Traditionally, entry into elite class required not just wealth, but exceptional academic prowess. Yet, who could challenge the authority of the Fang family, the board members? Furthermore, Fang Qiyin was a formidable figure within Class A. The homeroom teacher, possessing a high level of education and an impressive background, would not have been able to teach at St. Lizzie without such qualifications, especially not in the elite class. Thus, she maintained a professional demeanor, personally leading Zhu Shuiyin into the classroom. Zhu Shuiyin's eyelids fluttered slightly. Her eyes filled with admiration as she regarded the teacher. This teacher was kind enough to guide her in. The teacher met her gaze. Momentarily stunned, It had been a long time since she had seen such untainted innocence in someone's eyes. Her initial discomfort at the thought of Zhu Shuiyin potentially dragging down the class's performance diminished somewhat. Today, we have a new student joining our class. As the teacher introduced her, she naturally captured the attention of most students, who fell silent. Please introduce yourself. Zhu Shuiyin clutched her books, her hands slightly pale from anxiety. This was her first experience being the center of such attention. She felt tears welling up again. Master, where are you? Can you take me back? I don't want to face anyone. Zhu Shuyin's lips quivered, tears brimming in her eyes, ready to spill over at any moment. Chapter 18. The auditorium, the system was alarmed by her distress and quickly purchased a charm from the marketplace. The artificial restraint of Zhu Shuyin's tears was evident. Do not worry, host. There is nothing to be anxious about. Just tell everyone your name. She gently inhaled. Thanks to the talisman, her urge to cry diminished. With a timid opening of her mouth, she spoke, Hello, everyone. I am Zhu Shuiyin. After uttering her name, she inscribed it on the virtual display board and awaited the teacher's instructions. The teacher merely permitted her to select any available seat. Zhu Shuiyin's gaze drifted to Fang Qiyan, the only familiar face in the room, who had an empty seat beside him, and he appeared somewhat uncomfortable, perhaps even afraid. He shot Zhu Shuiyin a warning glance, the meaning unmistakable. Lowering her eyes, she discreetly pouted. After all, there were no tasks to bind her to Fang Qiyan. She decided to comply with his unspoken wish. Zhu Shuiyin continued scanning the classroom until she spotted a second familiar face, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. The host's younger brother, Zhu Shuiyin, was inexplicably in the same class. Zhu Shuiyin held a disdain for Zhu Shuiyin, as he was notorious for causing mischief, playful, as adults would say. Whenever she visited the hostess' home, he would wreak havoc in the absence of the host, often boasting about his antics, and on several occasions, he had audaciously plucked her leaves. The memory was truly disheartening. Yet fortunately, the host had discovered his mischief and administered a well-deserved reprimand. With a hint of displeasure, Zhu Shuiyin diverted her gaze. Ding! The second key character, Zhu Shuiyin, was triggered, the second young master of the Ji family. A significant force at St. Lee's Academy, was strikingly handsome and academically outstanding. A campus heartthrob known as Ji Xiao, Zhu Shuiyin, looked at Zhu Shuiyin in confusion, muttering, I don't believe I've ever seen her before. Did she just roll her eyes at me? Fang Qiyan, seated not far from Zhu Shuiyin, felt a twinge of curiosity. However, to keep his acquaintance with Zhu Shuiyin under wraps, he chose to remain silent. Zhu Shuiyin was about to settle into an unoccupied seat. Thinking it made little difference where she sat yet, she unexpectedly spotted another familiar face, the waiter who had served her water at the dessert shop. The realization of fate's intricacies washed over her, and she turned to occupy the seat next to the waiter. He seemed amiable, and sharing a table with him would likely be pleasant. Zhu Shuiyin offered a friendly smile, though her shyness rendered her speech somewhat stammering. Hello, do you not remember me? We met at the dessert shop. Shen Yunqing certainly remembered her, as she was the only peculiar person he had encountered recently. He nodded slightly. Zhu Shuiyin's expression brightened visibly, and she inquired, What is your name? After a brief pause, Shen Yunqing replied, his lips curling slightly, Shen Yunqing. Zhu Shuiyin nodded obediently. All right, Shen Yunqing. As Zhu Shuiyin settled into her chosen seat, whispers began to circulate. What? She dares to sit next to Shen Yunqing. Does she not fear being tainted by his impoverished aura? Laughable. They must be of the same ilk. Honestly, the surname Zhu was one she had never encountered among the elite of the empire. How had she managed to infiltrate the prestigious class A? Perhaps she was merely a high-achieving student from a less fortunate background. Admittedly, she was not unattractive, yet her taste was utterly lacking. Her attire was plain and unremarkable. Her looks were decent, but not captivating enough to hold one's gaze. She is certainly no match for the illustrious Pei Xiaohua. The indifferent guidance counselor paid no heed to the sparse murmurs around her. After relaying the details concerning the opening ceremony, she exited the classroom. After all, they were all adults and did not require stringent supervision, especially these prodigal youths accustomed to impunity. Are we heading to the opening ceremony now? Zhu Shuiyin felt an innate affinity towards Shen Yunqing, prompting her to ask him questions. He nodded. The school had invited him to give a speech, or else he would not attend. It is my first day. I am unaware of the location of the auditorium. Can I accompany you? Shen Yunqing nodded without much expression. Zhu Shuiyin breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, Thank you. The entrance to the grand auditorium featured wide stone steps flanked by bronze statues and white marble floral sculptures. Upon entering, the towering ceiling adorned with ancient murals and exquisite chandeliers greeted them. The auditorium was incredibly spacious, capable of accommodating all students of St. Lys. The seating was meticulously arranged, crafted from deep red and navy blue velvet, exuding an air of grandeur. The stage stood at the front, draped with heavy curtains and golden embellishments, showcasing an ancient, precious mahogany podium inscribed with the St. Lys Academy emblem and motto. Zhu Shuiyin found herself seated near the aisle, sighing quietly as she finally grasped how she might impede the female protagonist. It was rather convenient, considering the protagonist was to deliver a speech. Why not sit at the front? The front was occupied by teachers, professors, and esteemed alumni. The principal of St. Lys, a plump, elderly gentleman with a bushy white beard, began to recite his speech from a parchment scroll with great fervor. However, it was merely a collection of cliché boasting about the Academy's excellence. Zhu Shuiyin felt herself growing drowsy, her head bobbing slightly. After what felt like an eternity of grandiloquent rhetoric, the principal announced, "Let us welcome the representative of the third-tier outstanding students, Pei Zhixian, to the stage." Just before Pei Zhixian ascended the podium, the principal praised her, stating, "This year, Ms. Pei collaborated with a renowned team of doctors from the Empire, achieving significant breakthroughs in cellular biology. Their related papers have been published in esteemed institutions." Pei Zhixian approached the podium with a humble smile, graciously bowing to her peers. Chapter 19. A trip. Zhu Shuiyin's anxiety surged as she prepared to execute her plan. Her heart raced, and she felt as though her hair was standing on end. Everyone's attention was fixated on Pei Zhixian. If she were to trip her, she would undoubtedly become the target of collective ire. With a sense of helplessness, Zhu Shuiyin discreetly extended a foot. The pointed tip of her soft black shoe protruded conspicuously beside the aisle. Pei Zhixian, confidently gazing ahead, remained oblivious. Zhu Shuiyin tightly shut her eyes, unable to bear the unfolding scene. She muttered prayers to the heavens, beseeching for divine intervention to remain undetected. Her nerves rendered her nearly perched precariously on her seat. Pei Chujin observed the peculiar behavior of the girl in front of him, narrowing his eyes as he noticed the subtle extension of her foot. The angle was so slight that he could not discern whether it was intentional or accidental, leaving him unable to act promptly. Measuring the risk of the foot obstructing Pei Zhixian's path, he concluded it would likely not pose a problem. Nevertheless, he resolved to avert any potential mishap. Thus, Pei Chujin reached out and gently tapped Zhu Shuiyin, intending to alert her to retract her leg. His cold fingers brushed against the soft silk of her blouse. Startled, she sprang from her seat, only to lose her balance and tumble toward the left aisle as Pei Zhixian approached. Pei Chujin's expression momentarily froze before he instinctively stood and grasped Zhu Shuiyin's wrist, lending her support just in time to prevent her from colliding with Pei Zhixian. Zhu Shuiyin's skirt fluttered as her slender legs trembled slightly. However, with Pei Chujin's shielding presence, no one could see her. Both she and Pei Zhixian gasped in shock, and the auditorium fell silent, all eyes drawn to the commotion. Fortunately, she had not fallen, but merely stumbled a few steps. Pei Chujin's face darkened as he turned to Zhu Shuiyin. Once she regained her balance, he quickly moved to assist Pei Zhixian, casting a scrutinizing glance at Zhu Shuiyin, convinced she harbored ulterior motives for orchestrating such a scenario. How could anyone be so startled by a mere touch? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Plot degree increased by 1 points gained. 1,500. The host's beauty value had been automatically enhanced. Current plot degree is 0. Zhu Shuiyin remained with her eyes tightly shut, wishing to vanish from existence. This was far too mortifying. Fang Qian, seated nearby, turned away with a weary expression, covering his eyes with his palm, unable to bear the sight. Thankfully, Zhu Shuiyin did not recognize him outside of this setting. Song Xinrui and Ji Chushuan exchanged glances, both puzzled by Fang Qian's demeanor. Do you think Fang Qian knows that newcomer? Ji Chushuan pondered, observing Zhu Shuiyin with newfound intrigue. In the brief span of an hour, he felt Zhu Shuiyin had undergone a noticeable transformation. This is reflected in the impression one gives that put it simply, he believes Zhu Shuiyin has become more attractive. If she were to introduce herself in class now, she would undoubtedly make quite a splash. It's not merely acquaintance. I sense there is a profound connection between the two. Song Xinrui wore a look of amusement. However, judging by Yin Gu's expression, he would likely never admit to anything. Pei Zhixian forced a smile and gently addressed Zhu Shuiyin, asking, "Classmate, did you hurt yourself? Please be more careful next time." Zhu Shuiyin's face flushed with anxiety as she nodded awkwardly, mumbling, "Okay. Thank you." Whispers filled the air around them. "Hey, the school bell is truly kind. If it were me, I would certainly be upset." What prompted that girl to suddenly stand up? Who knows? Perhaps she's having a fit. Another peculiar character this year. Pei is such a delight, so polite. You don't know. She is always dignified wherever she goes. Her composure and grace are unmatched. Which girl is that? She seems to be from the elite class. I saw her arriving at school with Feng Xiao this morning. Could she be involved with Feng Xiao? Surely not. Did you not see how Feng Xiao's gaze remained unchanged when she fell? Oh, I thought as much. How could Feng Xiao be interested in such an unsophisticated girl? Zhu Shuiyin quietly took her seat. Her head bowed low, fearful of being noticed. Oh no, so many are discussing her. I could tease some point. Pei Chujin had sat beside her, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized her. "You did that on purpose," he stated with an air of certainty. Zhu Shuiyin, startled, quickly lifted her head and vehemently denied. "I didn't. Don't say such things." Her voice, once loud and assertive, dwindled to a whisper. "You didn't tea? Why did you look so frightened when I touched you?" Zhu Shuiyin's large, glistening eyes darted about. It had all been so sudden. "I remember you now. Elite class, Zhu Shuiyin." Pei Chujin's eyelids lifted slightly, catching sight of the golden nameplate on her left chest, upon which was inscribed her name in neat calligraphy. Once he gleaned her information, he dropped a menacing remark, causing Zhu Shuiyin to feel utterly terrified. Her eyes began to mist over to, "Oh no, I'm doomed. He will surely seek revenge. Fear not, host, for he is merely suspicious at this stage. As long as you steadfastly deny it, you shall be fine." Zhu Shuiyin sniffled, striving to contain her tears, gathering her resolve. She averted her gaze. Out of sight, out of mind. If she did not see him, she would not be afraid. With a guilty conscience, Zhu Shuiyin hardly paid attention to the opening ceremony, lost in her own disheartened thoughts. Pei Chujin seemed to have merely issued a warning and took no further action. Yet, Zhu Shuiyin found herself sneaking glances at him every few minutes. Pei Chujin noticed each time, but Zhu Shuiyin remained oblivious to his awareness. Pei Chujin twirled his pure gold pen, casually perusing Zhu Shuiyin's profile on the virtual screen. As the president of the student council at St. Lise, he wielded considerable power within the school. Second only to the principal, obtaining anyone's information was a trivial matter for him. Chapter 20. Student council. This Zhu Shuiyin has somehow entangled herself with the Feng family. She did not even sit for the entrance exam, but was forcibly admitted. Previously, she attended a boarding school for girls ranked far beyond 1,000 in the empire. A cold smirk played upon Pei Chujin's lips as he messaged Feng Qiyan. He knew Feng Qiyan's associates were not easily dealt with. However, with his permission, it would be a different story. "Your little fiancé, you just tried to trip Zhixian on purpose. The evidence is irrefutable. You need not doubt me." Feng Qiyan stared silently at the message on his communicator. How does Pei Chujin know? The title, fiancé, sent shivers down his spine. Are you going to let me teach her a lesson? Upon realizing the nature of the matter, Feng Qiyan instinctively prepared to reply in the affirmative. Yet, he hesitated, fearing Zhu Shuiyin might report him to his parents. Besides, he was wary of her becoming obstinate and clinging to him. After a lengthy consideration, he finally responded, "She wouldn't dare. Even if she did, it wouldn't truly cause any harm. Don't go too far. Just a light reprimand will suffice." Pei Chujin raised an eyebrow in surprise at the message displayed on his communicator. He glanced at Feng Qiyan before replying. Understood. After the opening ceremony concluded, Pei Chujin extended a foot to block Zhu Shuiyin's path as she attempted to leave. "Wait." Zhu Shuiyin nervously swallowed, her small hands clutching her skirt, appearing quite flustered. Pei Chujin paused momentarily. He hadn't even begun to bully her yet. Why did she seem as though she had already suffered a great injustice? Could such a timid and fearful person truly commit such an act? Pei Chujin found himself wavering in his judgment, yet his instincts had rarely led him astray. Resolute in his thoughts, he pressed on. "What are you doing? You did that thing and don't intend to apologize." Zhu Shuiyin pressed her lips together. She had long since silently apologized in her heart. If she were to apologize in real life, it would only solidify the blame upon herself. She wouldn't be that foolish. "I don't understand what you're saying." Pei Chujin gazed in her eyes. Having already discerned her innermost thoughts, he couldn't help but find her amusing. Regardless of your agreement, you must apologize. Fang Qian has already consented to let me handle you. At his words, Zhu Shuiyin looked up in shock. Her lashes fluttered, her moist eyes glistening even more, trembling as her gaze fell. It seemed Pei Chu-jin had been struck by something within. He chuckled to himself, pondering when he had become so compassionate. Agree to him. A task will appear shortly. Zhu Shuiyin, who had been engulfed in sorrow, suddenly felt a weight lift upon hearing the system's words. She nodded obediently. All right, I will follow your lead. Having come to this realization, her demeanor brightened considerably. She asked Pei Chu-jin, "What would you like me to assist you with?" Pei Chu-jin was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for her swift change in attitude. The frightened and sorrowful Zhu Shuiyin from moments ago now bore a hint of eagerness on her face. Standing at nearly 6'3", Pei Chu-jin towered over Zhu Shuiyin, looking down at her with an enigmatic expression. As the school year approaches, the student council is quite busy. I need you to lend me a hand. Zhu Shuiyin blinked, tilting her head in contemplation. The student council's task shouldn't be too difficult. Pei Chu-jin led her to the student council's exclusive building. St. Lise bestowed considerable authority upon the student council, making their work of great significance. Consequently, a dedicated building was allocated for their office. As the president, Pei Chu-jin had his own office, larger than an entire classroom, equipped with all necessary facilities. Zhu Shuiyin was to spend the day busying herself here, so she arrived early, bringing her bag filled with textbooks she had received that day, which felt rather heavy. Naturally, she placed her bag on the nearby sofa and sat down, taking small breaths and fanning herself with her hand. Pei Chu-jin's gaze lingered on his exclusive sofa, which typically saw no occupant other than himself. Zhu Shuiyin eventually sensed his unusual focus and awkwardly stood up. What am I supposed to do now? Pei Chu-jin emotionlessly tossed her a folder. This is the roster for this year's new students. There's an additional field of information. Please input all of them into the database. Zhu Shuiyin stared at the thick roster, her spirits sinking. However, upon opening it, she discovered only 2 names per page. She hesitantly approached the smart terminal, fiddling with it for quite a while without making any progress. How did I input this into the database? She asked humbly, genuinely clueless. Pei Chu-jin turned to look at her. Since you don't know how to do this. Zhu Shuiyin felt a chill run down her spine under his intense gaze and quickly raised her hand, exclaiming, I can do something else. A hint of amusement flickered in Pei Chu-jin's dark eyes, as if he had achieved his aim. All right. Zhu Shuiyin sighed in relief, completely unaware that she was being led by Pei Chu-jin. You will arrange afternoon tea for everyone in the student council building. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes lit up at the simplicity of the task. She could simply book it online, and someone would deliver it later. Pei Chu-jin seemed to read her thoughts and slowly added, You had better deliver it to their offices personally. Zhu Shuiyin's expression fell, uncertainty creeping in as she asked, You want me to deliver it? Pei Chu-jin nodded slightly. Zhu Shuiyin sighed. All right, while this task may be a bit taxing, at least I can manage it. Zhu Shuiyin arranged for each member of the student council to receive a cup of hot beverage, accompanied by an assortment of delightful pastries. As soon as the delivery table arrived, she hurried to distribute the treats. Hey, who are you? Who sent you here? Inquired a plump boy. I am Pei Chu-jin, here to deliver afternoon tea. Oh, thank you. After delivering the afternoon tea, Zhu Shuiyin left, unaware that the student council's chat group had erupted in excitement. Is President Pei involved with someone? A girl brought us afternoon tea today. She's so cute. Too shy to meet anyone's gaze, and she blushes easily. And she's quite beautiful as well. President Pei has never brought anyone else into the council before. Chapter 21. The true face after completing her delivery. Zhu Shuiyin returned to Pei Chu-jin's office. He was sitting at his desk, wearing delicate gold-rimmed glasses, engrossed in work. Noticing his intense focus, she settled beside him, passing the time with her own activities. Ding! A new plot point featuring Pei Zhixian was triggered. Pei Zhixian came to the student council in search of Pei Chu-jin, only to find Zhu Shuiyin in his office, sensing a hint of threat from her presence. Thus, she began to reveal her true nature. Zhu Shuiyin, momentarily taken aback, silently awaited the unfolding of the plot. Pei Chu-jin was called away by a phone call, leaving him no time to direct her elsewhere. Zhu Shuiyin secretly rejoiced. At last, she could indulge in some well-deserved idleness. Though she maintained a facade of obedience, before long, Pei Zhixian indeed arrived. Zhu Shuiyin, her head resting on the desk, felt drowsy. The sound of the door opening jolted her awake, and she gazed at Pei Zhixian with watery eyes. Pei Zhixian appeared quite surprised to find another person there. Her eyes narrowed slightly before she smiled. Who are you? What are you doing in the student council president's office? In a tone that was both coy and somewhat haughty. Zhu Shuiyin replied, Oh, he sent me here. Pei Zhixian, not receiving the response she sought, displayed a lack of interest. Where is he? He stepped out to take a call. He should be back in about half an hour. Zhu Shuiyin paused, her gaze flickering to the next question. May I ask what brings you here? Pei Zhixian was momentarily taken aback, her tone laced with an insincere smile. He is that my brother, so of course I can come whenever I wish. Zhu Shuiyin merely responded with an oh. Pei Zhixian's expression was now one of complete arrogance, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor of humility and courtesy before her classmates. She glided forward, her heels clicking sharply against the floor, and seated herself in the chair reserved for Pei Zhixian. Raising her gaze, her face radiated disdain. I saw you earlier beside Fang Qiyan. You were so timid. Head downcast, she dismissed Zhu Shuiyin as a mere inconsequential figure. Now, however, it seemed her identity was not as simple as Pei Zhixian had presumed. Zhu Shuiyin, a smirk gracing her features, replied in a tone that was both teasing and boastful. Well, of course that I know Fang Qiyan. Pei Zhixian's eyes glinted with scrutiny. What is your relationship with him? Zhu Shuiyin hesitated, her throat tightening as she contemplated whether to divulge the truth. The system urged her to disclose it. Yet she feared Fang Qiyan's reaction. Biting her lip in uncertainty, she finally confessed, Fang Qiyan is my fiancée. Pei Zhixian's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by disbelief. She seemed poised to inquire further, but restrained herself. Instead, she remarked, You did that on purpose during this morning's opening ceremony, didn't you? Zhu Shuiyin's eyes briefly flickered with panic, but she composed herself to it was an accident, all because Pei Zhixian, he touched me, without warning. I was startled and stood up. Zhu Shuiyin began to spill her words, adhering to the system's prompts. Pei Zhixian retorted, He touched you. Zhu Shuiyin nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains, amused and infuriated. Pei Zhixian stood, her heels accentuating her stature. With long and slender legs, she towered over Zhu Shuiyin, delivering her words with merciless clarity. But you seem to come from that sort of shabby place. The young masters of St. Rhys are not within your reach. Why not clarify your position? Zhu Shuiyin, still seated, was taken aback by the expression on Pei Zhixian's face. It was devoid of emotion, save for her pitch-black pupils, deep and foreboding. How terrifying this female lead is. Do not fear. She is merely blinded by jealousy and attempting to intimidate you. Zhu Shuiyin stifled a sniffle, desperately trying to squeeze out a couple of tears. Pei Zhixian, having overheard everything, paused outside the door for quite some time. His office has two entrances, one leading to the corridor for visitors, and the other to a private balcony for him to take calls or enjoy the view. The glass door to the balcony had always been concealed by curtains, but he had just opened a small gap after his call. He could see everything that transpired within the office clearly. Pei Zhixian stared at Pei Zhixian, taken aback. He had never seen this side of her before. In his memory, Pei Zhixian was always gentle, approachable, and understanding, treating everyone equally with kindness. Due to her background, she often engaged in charitable work, telling stories to children on underdeveloped planets and donating money and books. She organized charity galas and auctions to fundraise, establishing the Angel Foundation to aid the needy in impoverished worlds. However, he had just heard her refer to the Fifth Star as a shabby place. Before today, he would never have believed such words could escape her lips. Moreover, her cold demeanor towards Zhu Shuiyin was perplexing. The indifference, the pride, and the disdain in her eyes were traits he had never associated with Pei Zhixian. Pei Zhixian lowered his gaze, his hand poised to enter the room, but he hesitated, lost in thought on the balcony, that it wasn't until Pei Zhixian exited his office that Zhu Shuiyin, with an expression of blank astonishment, finally regained her senses. After a moment, she slowly took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears, patting her chest with her palm, continuously reassuring herself. Phew, that scared me to death. Sob, she murmured in a hushed voice. Pei Zhixian observed her for a long time, his initial judgment wavering. Could she truly be so foolish as slow-witted as to intentionally wish to trip someone up? Yet when she was exposed, the look of guilt in her eyes seemed genuine. He appeared to have stumbled upon something intriguing and chuckled in confusion. He then pushed the door open and stepped inside. Zhu Shuiyin gazed at him in shock, pointing towards the door through which Pei Zhixian had exited. Then at the door he had entered, her expression shifting to one of realization. Pei Chujin inwardly scoffed. How naive. Your sister came to find you, Zhu Shuiyin conveyed. Pei Chujin nodded in acknowledgement. Zhu Shuiyin puffed her cheeks. Lapsing into silence. Chapter 22. So difficult ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully triggering a new plot point and contributing to the storyline. You have been awarded 500 points. Your plot progression has increased by 1. The system has automatically adjusted your plot progression to enhance your beauty value. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes sparkled with joy as she listened to the system's announcement. Pei Chujin, however, was momentarily taken aback. He couldn't help but remove his glasses to wipe the lenses. Upon putting them back on, he beheld a completely transformed Zhu Shuiyin. Pei Chujin felt a twinge of confusion. Had she always looked this way? Zhu Shuiyin, biting her lip, inquired, Am I allowed to leave now? Pei Chujin lowered his gaze, his long lashes obscuring the depths of his contemplation. Initially, he intended to take Zhu Shuiyin along to apologize to Pei Zhixian, but now it seemed better to refrain. He simply nodded. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes lit up with delight, and she happily grabbed her bag, departing without a hint of reluctance. She hoped for more of such punishments. Not only had nothing adverse occurred, but she also gained points and narrative advancement. Zhu Shuiyin returned to the elite class A, where they had one last lesson for the day. She felt a pang of regret for having missed a class earlier that morning. She eagerly awaited the bell to signal the start of the official lesson. Grabbing her bag, she made her way to her seat. After getting acquainted with Zhu Shuiyin that morning, Shen Yunqing had not spoken a word since, nor had he inquired about her whereabouts that afternoon. He sat expressionless, engrossed in a series of perplexing equations. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes began to blur from the complexity, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. At last, class was about to commence, and she joyfully organized her materials. Secretly, she retrieved a small cake box from her bag, an extra treat she had ordered earlier. The two individuals who had been at the center of attention that morning now found themselves in stark contrast, one blissfully indulging in cake, while the other remained expressionless, immersed in study. When the time finally arrived, class began to appear to be advanced mathematics. Led by a seemingly erudite professor with a stern appearance and glasses, Zhu Shuiyin hurriedly extracted her new textbook, following the instructor's guidance to locate the relevant pages, only to realize she understood nothing at all. The inscriptions here resemble the cryptic symbols I recently encountered in Shen Yunqing's book, yet those appeared to be more intricate. Zhu Shuiyin spent the entire class in a state of confusion. Although the management at St. Riss was quite lax, the academic atmosphere was anything but. Each instructor diligently assigned homework, most of which could not be found on the StarNet, emphasizing the importance of independent thought among students. Looking at the assignments left by her teacher, Zhu Shuiyin felt an overwhelming urge to weep. The learning tasks assigned by the system suddenly flooded her mind, intensifying her despair. Zhu Shuiyin trembled as she protested, System, I must inform you that the tasks you've assigned are utterly unattainable. No longer addressing it as a nickname, she simply referred to it as the system. You haven't even begun learning yet. How can you claim you won't succeed? Zhu Shuiyin resolutely refused to listen. How could you impose such tasks on a mere bamboo? Look at your master. He's exceptionally talented. Don't you aspire to follow in his footsteps and elevate yourself as well? This reasoning had a significant impact, gradually shifting Zhu Shuiyin from her previous state of stubborn defiance to one of contemplation. Moreover, if your master were to discover your ineptitude, would he still choose you as his bamboo? Perhaps the person inhabiting your being is quite clever and may eventually usurp your position. What will you do when that happens? This assertion held formidable sway over Zhu Shuiyin. Her expression morphed into one of shock, as if struck by lightning. That cannot happen, she lamented, her face a picture of discontent. Indeed, while the process of becoming intelligent was arduous, the outcome promised to be rewarding. That it was undeniable that the system's words contained considerable truth. Zhu Shuiyin felt as though she had been deflated, her demeanor drooping as though she had been thoroughly beaten. Can you teach me? She inquired, only to be met with a firm refusal. That does not fall within my purview. However, you might seek assistance from your classmates. They are all elite students, each quite capable. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes brightened at the suggestion. That you're right. I'll ask Shen Yunqing tomorrow. Once she became acquainted with others, she could inquire further. Why not ask Fang Qiyan? Zhu Shuiyin found herself at a loss for words. She pouted. He finds me quite unbearable. Perhaps I should avoid him altogether, lest he grows even more annoyed. Warning. Detachment from character. Zhu Shuiyin widened her eyes slightly, her lashes fanning out like a delicate fan. She recalled the system's previous admonition against deviating from her persona. All right, I will seek him out. He will undoubtedly refuse. And at that point, I shall turn to someone else. The system remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Although a rejection was inevitable, it remained a necessary course of action as soon as classes ended. Shen Yunqing had already vanished, and Fang Qian leisurely departed from the classroom. Zhu Shuiyin remained seated, motionless. She planned to return home alone that afternoon. The transportation system in the capital was exceptionally developed, allowing her ample options for her journey, even without Fang Qian. The system insisted she adapt swiftly to society, hence today's lesson would involve navigating the subway, buses, and aerial trains. While it was possible to directly book a hovercraft online, that would be too simple. She needed to tackle something more challenging. Zhu Shuiyin felt a flicker of excitement at the prospect of learning something new. As she walked from St. Riss towards the street, she chatted with the system. How can I persuade Shen Yunqing to assist me? He appears rather aloof. Indeed, he had remained distant throughout the day, having only spoken his name in the morning, offering no further conversation, even when Zhu Shuiyin initiated inquiries, responding only with terse monosyllables. Why not consider what he lacks? The system suggested. After all, one is more inclined to help when they are in need. Zhu Shuiyin pondered this for a moment. That I don't see that he lacks anything. He seems to possess it all, including numerous daunting reference books. The system chuckled, its frustration dissipating. He is a commendably exceptional student, receiving a full scholarship along with generous financial support. The last time you encountered him, he was working in a dessert shop. Zhu Shuiyin paused, her expression shifting to one of realization. I see. Is it possible he is short on funds? The system felt a sense of satisfaction. She finally grasped the situation. Indeed, Shen Yunqing was one of the outstanding students recruited by St. Riss, all hailing from ordinary or impoverished backgrounds. Upon entering the academy, he had immediately claimed the top spot, maintaining his position as the highest achiever in every examination for 2 consecutive years. However, due to his cold demeanor, he often attracted trouble from the wealthy students. St. Riss was a prestigious academy, yet many within looked down upon those from humble beginnings. Zhu Shuiyin nodded, realizing the implications. Then someone as dull as I must be even more despised. If it weren't for the Fang family adopting me, I would never have been able to attend St. Riss. The system chose not to respond. Were the original host present, that would indeed be the case. Yet, for Zhu Shuiyin, she was essentially a young lady from the prominent Ji family, residing at the pinnacle of power and wealth in the capital. Ji Shuzhou had raised her. One could argue that their relationship mirrored that of a father and daughter. As Zhu Shuiyin walked down the street, she noticed a flower stall at the intersection. The vividly colored blossoms were arranged with an artistry that conveyed both order and chaos, creating a visually stunning display, and a multitude of flower baskets formed a feast for the eyes. Zhu Shuiyin halted, captivated by their beauty. These are simply exquisite. I wish to buy one from Madame Fang. Madame Fang's garden undoubtedly boasted a greater variety of flowers, each more luxurious and alluring than these. A sudden memory of the Fang family's glass conservatory washed over her, and her spirits dampened. That's true. However, there's nothing wrong with buying her one. Vivian's mood brightened once more. All right, I will select one from Madame Fang. She crouched down to choose a flower basket, ultimately deciding on one comprised of sunflowers, baby's breath, and blue roses. The vendor also provided greeting cards, so Zhu Shuiyin purchased one and carefully inscribed, Madame Fang. Thank you for your kindness. May you find joy every day. That it was a simple yet heartfelt wish, and with her limited creativity, she could conceive nothing more grandiose. Delighted, Zhu Shuiyin carried the woven basket home. If Madame Fang was not preoccupied, she typically returned home by 7 o'clock. Zhu Shuiyin planned to present the flower basket to her after dinner, as for the gift for Mr. Fang. She had yet to devise a plan. That would be set aside for now. Before gifting anyone, she found herself grappling with the daunting assignments. Staring at the homework, it felt as though she were deciphering an ancient text. The longer she stared, the heavier her eyelids grew. Before she had even completed a single page of questions, her head thudded against the table. Startled awake, she forced herself to continue studying. The system, unable to bear the sight, inquired weakly, why persist in this futile endeavor if you cannot complete them? Zhu Shuiyin responded timidly, but I can't leave the assignments blank. They're due tomorrow. Alas, the host is far too earnest, the system remarked. You currently possess no knowledge. Even if you studied all night, you would still be unable to complete them. Zhu Shuiyin fell silent, recognizing the truth in the system's words. So can I use my points to have you assist me with my homework? How bold of you to think so. Am I merely a leisure-seeking system at your disposal? The system expressed disbelief. Zhu Shuiyin shrank back, chastened in his silence. First, seek help from Fang Qiyin that if he proves unhelpful, then you may copy Xin Yunqing's work tomorrow to a last resort. Consider downloading a problem-solving app. Zhu Shuiyin was intrigued, her eyes sparkling with hope. If I download the app, will I be able to solve the problems? The system replied, its expression unyielding. No, you still cannot submit your homework. Zhu Shuiyin's enthusiasm waned, and she muttered under her breath, what good is that? Although she currently lacked the ability to complete the assignments, she needed to submit something, planning to catch up later. After contemplating, she resolved that she would approach Xin Yunqing tomorrow. He appeared more approachable than Fang Qiyin. Warning, detachment from character. Zhu Shuiyin responded, before she could formulate her approach. Dinner time arrived on her first day of school. Both Madame Fang and Mr. Fang were present at the table, inquiring about her adjustment. Fang Qiyin sat nearby, engrossed in his meal, seemingly disinterested in the conversation. Zhu Shuiyin wore a smile. Today was a delightful day at school. Qiyin accompanied you this morning, did he not? Zhu Shuiyin vigorously nodded. Yes, young Master Fang went with me to school. That Mr. Fang and Madame Fang exchanged glances. Zhu Shuiyin, with her charming voice, added, Madame Fang, I prepared a gift for you. Her voice was irresistibly sweet, capturing the attention of everyone at the table. Fang Qiyin paused, surprised that Zhu Shuiyin, who seemed so fond of him, had never spoken to him in such a manner. Shyly, she produced the flower basket from behind her, cradling it as if it were a treasure, and presented it to Madame Fang. She had infused a hint of her energy into the flowers, enhancing their beauty and providing a soothing effect. Madame Fang's face displayed evident astonishment, perhaps due to the unprecedented nature of such an occurrence in her life. However, she swiftly regained her composure and accepted the flower basket without hesitation. Fang Qiyin, observing the basket that could be purchased for a mere few dozen interstellar coins, initially intended to mock the situation, recalling that his mother had never received such inexpensive flowers. Yet, upon gazing at the basket, words failed him. It was undeniably an ordinary arrangement, yet it exuded an extraordinary beauty, one that surpassed even the extravagant bouquets often ordered from high-end florists that cost tens of thousands. That he squinted at the orchids for an extended moment, until his eyes grew dry, and he reluctantly averted his gaze. Clearly, Madame Fang and Mr. Fang were in a similar state of enchantment. Upon seeing Madame Fang accept her flowers, Zhu Shuiyin's cheeks blossomed with a rosy hue, unmistakably revealing her delight. Even someone as worldly and astute as Madame Fang could not help but be touched by such genuine sincerity. She spoke to Zhu Shuiyin in a soft and gentle tone, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, in that I truly adore the flowers you gifted me. Zhu Shuiyin struggled to suppress the urge to smile widely and advised, Madame Fang, please be sure to place the flower basket by your bedside tonight. Chapter 24. Appreciating oneself. Madame Fang paused, realizing that even without Zhu Shuiyin's reminder, she would have done just that. The moment she received the basket, the fragrant aroma enveloped her, bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort. As if her very soul were being purified. I shall place it by my bedside, she replied tenderly to Zhu Shuiyin. Zhu Shuiyin nodded approvingly. Meanwhile, Fang Qiyin looked on in utter disbelief at the palpable connection between his mother and this seemingly naive girl. Despair washed over him as he thought, this is it. Zhu Shuiyin appears harmless, soft, and easily manipulated, yet she possesses an uncanny ability to win hearts. If this continues, my mother will soon be utterly smitten. With her captivated, how far behind could my father be? What if Zhu Shuiyin were to make some demands? For instance, requiring me to take her to school every day, asking for help with assignments, introducing her to my friends, or bringing her along to various sports events? Wouldn't I be doomed? Fang Qiyin's gaze trembled as it flickered towards Zhu Shuiyin. Noticing his scrutiny, she responded with a mechanical smile that lacked sincerity, causing him to choke on his words. Her smile seemed more burdensome than absent. That evening, Madame Fang was in high spirits, which resulted in a generous increase in pocket money for both Fang Qiyin and Zhu Shuiyin. After dinner, Zhu Shuiyin approached Fang Qiyin for assistance with her homework. He happened to still be in the living room, not yet ascended to his gaming sanctuary. With a humble expression, she directly stated, Fang Qiyin, I have some trouble with today's assignment. Could you please help me? Fang Qiyin, preparing to retreat to his game room, replied without looking up, No, figure it out yourself. Zhu Shuiyin had anticipated his refusal and accepted it gracefully. She quickly responded, Oh, all right, and turned away, as if merely going through the motions of asking, never genuinely expecting a positive answer. Fang Qiyin was momentarily taken aback by her departure. Was that all she came to inquire? Yet, an unexpected wave of guilt washed over him. Had he been too unkind? After dismissing her, he had assumed she would linger a bit longer, seeking his help again, but he shook his head, dismissing the strange thoughts that lingered in his mind, and resumed his focus on gaming, though he found himself less engrossed than before. Zhu Shuiyin, staring at her empty contact list on her communicator, quietly switched off her phone. Would it be too late to ask tomorrow? Surely not. Assignments are generally given on a weekly basis. Instantly, she felt a surge of joy, tossing her homework aside and leaping onto her bed. The next day, to avoid a repeat of the previous day's embarrassment, Zhu Shuiyin rose earlier than usual. The breakfast provided by the Fang household was lavish, offering a delightful selection of both Chinese and Western dishes, after savoring a bowl of purple sweet potato and pumpkin porridge and a sandwich. She felt satisfied. Today, she had no intention of asking Fang Qiyin for a ride to school, knowing he would refuse to her surprise. However, Fang Qiyin was waiting for her that morning, caught off guard by his unexpected gesture. She regarded him with wide eyes. Fang Qiyin coughed awkwardly. My mother specifically instructed me to take you along from now on. Zhu Shuiyin's lips curled into a bright smile, reflecting her innocence and charm. Madame Fang is so kind. Oh, then let us go together. Fang Qiyin nodded and walked ahead, and upon arriving at school, Zhu Shuiyin instinctively maintained a respectful distance from him. Fang Qiyin swallowed hard, saying nothing. This was precisely the distance he desired. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that Zhu Shuiyin had changed somehow. Never mind, it was of no concern to him, even if she transformed into a creature of the night. Ding! Plot progression increased by 1. The system has automatically adjusted the plot progression to enhance the host's beauty. On her way to class, Zhu Shuiyin was startled by a notification that appeared in her mind. Eyes widening in surprise, she pondered the sudden appearance of this plot progression. Because you've been commuting to school with Fang Qiyin these past few days, it aligns perfectly with the original host's desires, significantly satisfying her vanity and thus enhancing the plot's completeness. That's wonderful. Zhu Shuiyin suddenly recognized that Fang Qiyin had some merits after all, as he contributed to her plot progression. Ecstatic, she took out her phone for a selfie, propping her chin on her hand, admiring the changes in her appearance through the front camera. This was one of her daily tasks. She had grown accustomed to appreciating herself, often gazing into the mirror more than 5 times a day. My eyes seem a tad larger, and my skin appears fairer. My hair has been in good condition lately. My lips look deliciously plump. Zhu Shuiyin mused to herself, walking a bit unsteadily as she took her selfies. Oh dear, she suddenly heard a curse behind her. Puzzled, she turned her head to find Zhu Shuiyin, whose striking appearance radiated both disdain and shock. Zhu Shuiyin felt bewildered and naturally inquired, Zhu Shuiyin, why do you look at me like that? Zhu Shuiyin paused, taken aback. How do you know my name? Zhu Shuiyin's previously buoyant demeanor faltered. She stammered, uncertain of how to explain, knowing that Fang Qiyin and Zhu Shuiyin were friends. After a moment's hesitation, she sheepishly replied, Fang Qiyin told me. Zhu Shuiyin appeared even more astonished. What is your relationship with Fang Qiyin? Zhu Shuiyin's gaze wavered, her mind racing as she covertly consulted the system. Can I reveal our relationship? Though you may wish to boast, it is best that you do not. All right, just say it has nothing to do with you. With the system's guidance, Zhu Shuiyin adopted a demeanor of nonchalance. She replied assertively, What does that have to do with you? Let's return to the original topic. Why did you make that face and curse earlier? Zhu Shuiyin, that he had been observing the new transfer student's facial expressions shift from hesitation to timidity, then to confusion, and finally back to assertiveness. Chapter 25. Extra lessons. Zhu Shuiyin propped his chin up, revealing a carefree smile. From a rational perspective, he realized he had indeed crossed a line. His wandering gaze had led to his own discomfort. Damn it! If this peculiar transfer student hadn't been preening in front of him, he wouldn't be so shocked. She's not even that remarkable, just overly self-absorbed, claiming her eyes were bigger and her lips fuller. He almost believed she had undergone cosmetic surgery. I apologize if my words cause you distress. I meant no offense. Zhu Shuiyin nodded seriously. Oh, but I am curious. Why did you shoot me a glare when you arrived yesterday? I don't believe we've met before. Zhu Shuiyin squinted at Zhu Shuiyin, scrutinizing the subtle expressions on her face. Zhu Shuiyin puffed her cheeks, feeling a bit guilty. She looked down and denied. You must have misinterpreted. I didn't glare at you, Zhu Shuiyin responded with a knowing, oh. Zhu Shuiyin, unwilling to dwell on the previous incident for fear of revealing too much, hurriedly grabbed her backpack and dashed away. Zhu Shuiyin watched her retreating figure, his expression growing more perplexed. He pulled out his phone and messaged Fang Qiyin. Have you introduced me to your little fiancée? Fang Qiyin was taken aback upon reading the message, followed by a curse. What nonsense is this? How does he know about Zhu Shuiyin? Fang Qiyin replied, don't spread rumors. Why does everyone seem to know? At the beginning of the season, Sun raised his eyebrows playfully and teased. Young Master Fang, you need not deny IT is spread far and wide. When Fang Qiyin encountered this news, it struck him like a bolt from the blue. Spread far and wide. What exactly it spread? He was still so young, yet he had already passed away. Fang Qiyin slumped in his seat, seemingly devoid of all strength and means. Ironically, the perpetrator of this calamity entered the classroom with a cheerful demeanor, humming a tune as he settled into his place, unpacking his bag and arranging his textbooks, preparing to study. Exhausted, Fang Qiyin closed his eyes. Though he appeared present, he had already departed in spirit for some time. Every day, Sun Yunqing was the first to arrive in the classroom. The elite class was housed in a classroom that was truly exceptional. Every conceivable high-tech tool that could facilitate student learning was available here. In summer, there was central air conditioning, and in winter, heating. There were also 24-hour access to hot and cold drinking water, including coffee, milk, and various juices. If there were afternoon classes, one could rest in a specially designated nap area during the lunch break. Zhu Shuiyin had slept there yesterday and had enjoyed a deep slumber. Each person had their own moderately sized private space, complete with a custom-made leather recliner and a cashmere blanket. Lying back, one was bound to drift off to sleep. Sun Yunqing was steadfastly engaged in activities that Zhu Shuiyin could not comprehend. She had noticed yesterday that he seemed to pay little attention to the lessons being taught at school. Zhu Shuiyin blinked, recalling that she had something to ask Sun Yunqing today. Sun Yunqing, I have a favor to ask you. Sun Yunqing paused momentarily, lifting his gaze to look at her. Zhu Shuiyin wore a friendly smile, albeit one tinged with a significant degree of anxiety. What is it? Do you have time to help me with some extra lessons? Zhu Shuiyin added in frustration, I didn't understand anything from yesterday's class. I really need the extra help. Sun Yunqing responded with a pause. Yesterday, this person had been fervently taking notes the moment class began, sitting upright like a pine tree, eyes wide open, as if he had missed something crucial. Had he truly understood nothing at all? Such simple concepts, he had thought no one could possibly fail to grasp them. Seeing that Sun Yunqing remained unresponsive for quite some time, Zhu Shuiyin hurriedly added, Of course, that this isn't an invitation for you to tutor me for free. Just consider yourself my tutor, and I will pay you the same rate as an outside tutor. Surely this should alleviate any issues. Right? She had initially intended to find a tutor for herself, preferably someone who could teach her at school. Sun Yunqing squinted slightly before speaking in a tone devoid of emotion. Won't your family arrange for a tutor? Those who could attend elite class, they were either from affluent families or exceptionally talented. Zhu Shuiyin clearly did not belong to the latter category. Thus it was reasonable for Sun Yunqing to think this way. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shuiyin's face flushed with embarrassment. She quickly turned her head away, gritting her teeth in frustration. If Mrs. Fang were to hire her a tutor, wouldn't that reveal to Mr. and Mrs. Fang the fact that she was struggling? The original host would certainly not want others to know she was not bright. Therefore, she could only strive for improvement in secret. Zhu Shuiyin puffed her cheeks and awkwardly explained, Because I want to become an outstanding person quickly, and then surprise them. Sun Yunqing remained silent. Noticing his indifferent expression, which suggested he was reluctant to agree, she grew anxious. Please, you seem like a very kind person. Sun Yunqing's brow twitched slightly. He certainly did not associate himself with kindness. Shun, you seem like a remarkable individual. I truly admire intelligent people, and I hope to learn from someone exceptional so that I can become proficient as well. Zhu Shuiyin strategically revealed her starry-eyed admiration. Sun Yunqing hesitated, thinking, this seems never-ending. Observing that he had yet to respond, Zhu Shuiyin sighed sadly. It appeared her plea was futile. Perhaps she should seek alternative solutions. At noon, Zhu Shuiyin ventured alone to the cafeteria. The cafeteria at St. Rhys was anything but ordinary, featuring a design that blended classical and modern elements, with soaring ceilings, expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, and exquisite decorative lines. The walls were adorned with fine artworks and historical portraits of the academy. Why have I never seen Shen Yunqing eating in the cafeteria? Shen Yunqing had withdrawn all his scholarship funds. The cafeteria's prices were rather steep. Zhu Shuiyin paused. Indeed, the cafeteria was not cheap. A casual meal would cost her over 500 interstellar coins a day. What did he typically eat? He usually brought a packed lunch to consume on the rooftop. Zhu Shuiyin nodded in realization. After finishing her meal, she decided to check out the rooftop. Class A was located on the top floor, quite close to the rooftop. The rooftop was spacious, and, after a while of searching, Zhu Shuiyin finally spotted Shen Yunqing. He sat alone on a chair, squinting against the sunlight, beside him a now empty metal lunchbox. Chapter 26. Stealthy intrusion. Zhu Shuiyin peered around cautiously, though she made no significant noise. Shen Yunqing clearly sensed her presence and opened his eyes, startled by a sudden movement. Zhu Shuiyin hurriedly put on a friendly smile. Upon noticing her, Shen Yunqing picked up his lunchbox, preparing to leave. Zhu Shuiyin swiftly stepped forward, pressing him back into the chair. You stay there. I'll leave soon. Shen Yunqing lifted his eyelids to glance at Zhu Shuiyin, saying nothing. She gently withdrew her hand, sighed, and then exited downstairs. She felt a distance between Shen Yunqing and others, yet he was not a bad person, merely born with a somewhat aloof demeanor. Zhu Shuiyin perceived that the prospect of receiving tutoring from Shen Yunqing was a long and arduous journey, so she decided to seek help from the girls in her class instead. She observed these girls, all remarkably attractive, with fair skin, long voluminous hair, and large eyes. While not every girl conformed to this standard, they were undeniably appealing. Zhu Shuiyin approached a blonde classmate, a tall girl adorned with dazzling diamond earrings and a metal ring set with tiny diamonds. A sophisticated fragrance enveloped her. Hello, classmate. The girl looked up at the sound of someone speaking to her. Upon recognizing Zhu Shuiyin as the new transfer student, her expression grew indifferent, and she coldly inquired, What do you want? Socially anxious, Zhu Shuiyin hesitated to speak. But I didn't understand a question during class. May I ask you about it? The girl regarded her with a disdainful glance, surveying the back row and noting Fong Qian's absence. She retorted, I heard you were close to young Master Fong. Why not ask him? His ranking is certainly higher than mine. Zhu Shuiyin was at a loss for words. Fong Qian despised her and would undoubtedly refuse. The girl noted the look on Zhu Shuiyin's face and grew even colder. Her words dripped with a lack of empathy. If you can't keep pace with elite class A, I suggest you withdraw immediately. Otherwise, you will drive yourself mad. Don't force yourself in if you lack the ability. Zhu Shuiyin felt bewildered. The girl had just shown her a modicum of courtesy, but now she treated Zhu Shuiyin as if she were invisible. The other classmates emitted low laughter that Zhu Shuiyin, usually oblivious, realized was directed at her. Crestfallen, she returned to her seat. One moment of extroversion had led to a lifetime of introversion. Well, host, don't be disheartened. This is the nature of the students in elite class. Zhu Shuiyin weakly nodded, drifting to her resting area to prepare for a nap. Sleep would allow her to forget all her troubles. Upon waking, another afternoon would pass, filled with confusion over the teacher's lecture. Zhu Shuiyin secretly observed Shen Yunqing. After that midday encounter, she felt that the finest person in class was indeed Shen Yunqing. Do you think I still have a chance to have Shen Yunqing tutor me? Yes. This afternoon, Shen Yunqing will go to work and face some challenges from his peers. It will be your time to shine. Zhu Shuiyin was momentarily taken aback. How should I showcase myself? Of course, you should throw money at him. Use your wealth to bolster his confidence. See who would dare to bully him then. The system's tone was imbued with excitement and anticipation. Zhu Shuiyin replied. Though she did not fully comprehend, she resolved to follow Shen Yunqing that afternoon. Soon, the school day concluded, and Zhu Shuiyin had already packed her bag well before the last class ended. As soon as class was over, she left the classroom. She trailed Shen Yunqing at a distance, and once he exited the school gate, he boarded the cheapest form of public transportation in the empire to head to his workplace. Zhu Shuiyin felt too timid to ride the same bus as Shen Yunqing, fearing he might notice her. Is he working at that dessert shop again? No, it's a high-end private club. Oh, why not the dessert shop? It seemed quite nice. That dessert shop is too far from St. Rhys. Shen Yunqing only worked there during summer vacations. Then I'll take a floating vehicle to the club. Yes, to Xianyan Club. It's not far from the school, about a 20-minute journey. Zhu Shuiyin confidently strode into the club, But before she could enter the main hall, a staff member intercepted her. With utmost professionalism, the staff member smiled and inquired, "Miss, do you have a membership?" Membership? Zhu Shuiyin's face was blank. She certainly did not possess one. Today marks her first visit to this place. Unfortunately, the staff member's expression turned awkward. "You cannot enter." Zhu Shuiyin nodded in disappointment and turned to leave. "Oh, how do we get in?" "We shall wait for the right moment. If all else fails, I could transform you into bamboo and carry you in on someone." Zhu Shuiyin's eyes lit up. "Lulu, you can turn me into bamboo?" She realized she couldn't do it herself. "If I do it, the effect will be limited. Most, it lasts for 30 minutes. Zhu Shuiyin felt a tinge of disappointment, yet she nodded in agreement. The two stood outside, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, Zhu Shuiyin stirred with excitement and exclaimed, "Lulu, look! I sent tea to my master." Indeed, it was. Zhu Shuiyin became animated, urging, "Quickly turn me into bamboo and stick me to my master." It had been far too long since she had been close to him, and she missed it terribly. Aware of the precious opportunity, the system swiftly transformed Zhu Shuiyin into a lush green bamboo leaf while no one was watching. The leaf floated gently on the wind, attaching itself to the dark suit of Ji Shujo. This action was so subtle that hardly anyone noticed. Zhu Shuiyin returned to her original form, feeling immensely comfortable. She nestled against Ji Shujo's suit, hidden beneath his tie and jacket, and for a moment, no one noticed the additional adornment on the president. Zhu Shuiyin rubbed against him, reveling in the sensation of comfort and joy. Hee, sniff, sniff, sniff. The system could hardly bear to witness her antics. It seemed Ji Shujo was there for business, led by a dedicated staff member to a specific private room. Just as Zhu Shuiyin began to indulge in her delight, the system hastily pulled her away to tea that moment. Ji Shujo loosened his tie, his alluring Adam's apple bobbing slightly. A cryptic expression flickered across his features. Chapter 27. Remedial lessons. "What are you doing? Why did you pull me away so quickly?" Zhu Shuiyin complained, sulking at the system. "That if you don't leave now, how will you get out once you're in the private room?" Zhu Shuiyin felt a twinge of guilt. She had originally intended to remain with her master indefinitely. She and T planned on leaving. All right, don't forget, we're here for a serious purpose tonight." Zhu Shuiyin sighed and nodded. "Got it. Now, hurry and find the private room." Today, Shun Yunqing has been assigned to room 205. Zhu Shuiyin glanced around and asked, "Where am I? And where's the elevator?" "You are on the 6th floor. The elevator is just around the corner." "Okay, I'll head down now." Zhu Shuiyin quickly found the designated room. She hesitated at the entrance, her soft leather shoes grazing the plush cashmere carpet. "Should I just go in?" "No need to enter. Simply wait nearby. The guests in that room will soon indulge in expensive drinks, and since Shun Yunqing is new, he will be the one serving." However, when it came time to settle the bill, the guests might try to shift the blame for their drunken antics onto Shun Yunqing. Zhu Shuiyin felt a sense of exasperation. It was utterly unreasonable, especially since this wasn't Shun Yunqing's fault. Why would the establishment consider dismissing him? Guests on the 1st and 2nd floors were generally not served premium drinks. That was the club's rule. However, Shun Yunqing's envious colleague had deliberately placed him on the 2nd floor without informing him of the regulations, causing him to inadvertently create a significant problem for the club. Naturally, he would face repercussions. Since Shun Yunqing had only just started 2 days ago, he was unaware of such intricate rules. Zhu Shuiyin understood now. That colleague was truly unkind, that if she spotted Shun Yunqing later, she would need to warn him. This job came with a high salary and was very important to him, not if she could help him keep it. He would surely be grateful. Zhu Shuiyin began to feel a sense of pride. If she succeeded, she would be doing Shun Yunqing a huge favor, and he would undoubtedly agree to tutor her. Following the system's advice, Zhu Shuiyin lingered nearby. She and T entered the establishment for long, and surely the incident wouldn't occur too soon. Indeed, it was T long before she spotted Shun Yunqing, impeccably dressed in a black waistcoat and tie. Making his way to room 205, she grew anxious. He wasn't carrying any drinks, suggesting that the guests were about to place an order. Zhu Shuiyin waited outside for a while longer until Shun Yunqing emerged. She hurriedly grasped his hand. Shun Yunqing paused upon seeing her, momentarily taken aback. Zhu Shuiyin spoke urgently. "Shun Yunqing, I need to talk to you." His expression turned cold, and he continued walking. "Don't interrupt my work. We can discuss it tomorrow." Zhu Shuiyin struggled to keep pace with his long strides, starting to fabricate a story. "The club I have a friend who said that the private rooms on the 1st and 2nd floors don't consider high-priced drinks. Shun Yunqing's brisk pace gradually slowed, and a perplexed look crossed his face as he asked, "What did you say?" Zhu Shuiyin nodded vigorously, realizing he had caught on her point. "What I said is absolutely true." Shun Yunqing came to a complete stop, staring at her intently. Confusion etched on his face. "But how do you know what I'm about to do?" Zhu Shuiyin. Oh dear, she had overlooked that aspect of her story. "I overheard some waitstaff chatting, mentioning your name and saying they wanted to teach you a lesson." Zhu Shuiyin had nothing but words to offer. Shun Yunqing did not remain silent for long before expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Zhu Shuiyin quickly waved her hands. "Let us hurry and find the manager to resolve this." Shun Yunqing nodded and proceeded to inform the manager of the situation. The manager agreed to handle the matter and instructed Shun Yunqing to oversee other rooms. Zhu Shuiyin watched as the potential crisis was effortlessly averted, sighing in relief. Shun Yunqing regarded her with a meaningful gaze, his tone unusually normal. "It's getting late. You should head back." This marked the first time he had spoken so much to her. Zhu Shuiyin hesitated, appearing as though she had something more to say. Shun Yunqing's brow twitched slightly, sensing her unspoken words. "About the tutoring you mentioned this morning, I agree." Zhu Shuiyin's head shot up, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. "Really?" Her voice was filled with exuberance, the last syllable trailing off in delight. Shun Yunqing nodded. Zhu Shuiyin fought to suppress her smile, exclaiming, "Thank you, Shun classmate. You are truly a kind person." A slight smile tugged at the corners of Shun Yunqing's lips, though he refrained from commenting on her flattery. Zhu Shuiyin left in high spirits, not forgetting to sweetly say, "I'll take my leave now." "Shun classmate, work hard." Shun Yunqing paused for a moment before nodding. The next day, as Zhu Shuiyin arrived at school, Shun Yunqing informed her, "You could decide the time and place for our tutoring." Zhu Shuiyin cheerfully replied, "Let it be based on Shun classmate's schedule. I am free anytime." She had ample free time, unlike Shun Yunqing, who had many commitments outside his control. Shun Yunqing relaxed slightly, feeling more agreeable about the arrangement. "I'll prepare a set of questions for you to assess your foundation." His tone was not one of negotiation, but of determination. Zhu Shuiyin timidly remained silent, knowing she had no choice but to comply. However, she couldn't guarantee that the results of the exercises wouldn't leave Shun Yunqing in shock. With remarkable speed, Shun Yunqing jotted down some questions in Zhu Shuiyin's book before pushing it toward her, indicating that she should start. "This is advanced physics, completed in half an hour. This is advanced mathematics, also half an hour. Principles of mecha model design. Principles of mecha control, database." Zhu Shuiyin fumbled with the stack of books that had been pushed toward her, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. This was too much. Shun Yunqing was working at breakneck speed. He quickly assigned her tasks, and, before attending to his own affairs, timed her 1 hour for this set of questions. Zhu Shuiyin. Oh dear, this was overwhelming. Chapter 28. Comic books. Zhu Shuiyin anxiously tackled her homework, while Shun Yunqing calmly perused advanced texts. The contrasting states of the two classmates were evident. Zhu Shuiyin set aside what she couldn't comprehend and completed the questions she knew, then found herself daydreaming. Shun Yunqing immediately noticed something was amiss. He turned to observe Zhu Shuiyin. Her face had flushed with effort, displaying a strained expression as she concentrated. Now, her eyes seemed vacant, her grip on the pen slack, her lips trembling slightly. It appeared she was on the verge of giving up. Shun Yunqing glanced at her completed and unfinished assignments, and a wave of foreboding washed over him. He felt that if he didn't exert himself to teach her, he might never reach her. "Are you still planning to continue?" After a long silence, Shun Yunqing managed to ask. Zhu Shuiyin jumped at the question, startled as if she had been caught off guard. The long eyelashes fluttered like a butterfly adorned with tassels, and her glass-like eyes could not help but shift nervously. With a deep sigh, Shun Yunqing had already made up his mind. It seemed his earlier suspicions were indeed correct. He chose not to press Zhu Shuiyin further, instead taking her workbook to review the problems she had just attempted. She had scarcely tackled even the simplest of questions, those he had inadvertently marked earlier, intending to erase them, but had left behind by some twist of fate. To his surprise, Zhu Shuiyin had only managed to solve that one. A glance was all it took for him to ascertain the extent of her foundational knowledge, nearly non-existent. Shun Yunqing felt a surge of confusion. Had St. Lise lowered its standards for the offspring of affluent families to such an extent? His emotions were a tangle. Was it too late for him to reconsider? Zhu Shuiyin timidly raised her eyes to gauge Shun Yunqing's expression, her heart racing. "Did you attend elementary school?" he inquired. The imperial star system categorizes schools into preschool, elementary, secondary, and finally, higher education. Shen Yunqing swore his question was devoid of any discriminatory intent. He merely sought clarity on the matter. However, he had evidently overthought it, for Zhu Shuiyin failed to detect any impropriety in his words. Hesitantly, she nodded. The original owner of her identity must have attended. Shen Yunqing inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. All right, I shall now devise a study plan for you. Instantly, the tension in Zhu Shuiyin's eyes dissipated, replaced by joy and anticipation. She nodded vigorously as Shen Yunqing drafted the remedial plan. Zhu Shuiyin secretly queried the system. What do you think would be an appropriate tutoring fee for Shen Yunqing? The system pondered the question. Previously, it had overheard the master arranging a tutor for Zhu Shuiyin, whose monthly salary was approximately 200,000 interstellar coins, AT that time. Zhu Shuiyin had not grasped the concept. Now, in comparison to her 1 million living expenses, she began to comprehend. The master had secured a tutor for Zhu Shuiyin, who was a graduate of a prestigious overseas institution, possessing exceptional skills. So, how much do you wish to offer him? Zhu Shuiyin's eyes sparkled as she suggested. What about 20,000 a month? With 1 million for living expenses, I still have plenty left. The system could find no counterargument. If you believe it is acceptable, then so be it. It was uncertain what kind of endeavor tutoring would entail, or whether it was even life-threatening that in the future, during class, you need not heed a single word the teacher utters. Everything shall proceed according to my arrangements, Shen Yunqing asserted decisively. Zhu Shuiyin had no grounds for dissent. She nodded enthusiastically like a chick pecking at rice, since she could not comprehend the lessons. She might as well ignore them altogether. Your studies must commence from the preschool level. Do you possess preschool textbooks? Shen Yunqing's face was cold and sharp as he uttered this sentence, which seemed somewhat disjointed. Zhu Shuiyin was momentarily taken aback, but felt a surge of happiness. She had wished to start from the very beginning. Having never attended school before, I will prepare the textbooks today, in truth. Electronic versions could be downloaded onto her smart brain, which had a vast screen. However, Shen Yunqing appeared to prefer physical books. Slightly surprised, he initially thought that starting from elementary school might embarrass Zhu Shuiyin, making her reluctant. Instead, she seemed quite eager, like an innocent child anticipating their first day of school. Zhu Shuiyin moved swiftly, preparing the preschool textbooks by noon. With a sense of pride, she presented the books to Shen Yunqing. You can review these textbooks. If you encounter anything you do not understand, feel free to ask me. Shen Yunqing found it impossible to explain preschool knowledge to Zhu Shuiyin, as he believed it was something everyone inherently grasped. Zhu Shuiyin, however, felt no discomfort. She eagerly picked up the textbook and began to study intently, taking notes on her electronic tablet and pen, akin to gnawing on something difficult. Fang Qiyin, seated not far behind her, raised an eyebrow upon noticing the colorful materials in her hands. What was she reading? A comic book? Upon realizing this, he smirked wickedly. Hadn't Zhu Shuiyin been acting quite obediently before him? Tonight, he would unveil her true nature. Professor St. Lise was lecturing, and here she was, failing to pay attention in class, engrossed in comic books. Fang Qiyin promptly snapped 2 pictures of Zhu Shuiyin, intending to send them to his mother later. Zhu Shuiyin, nearby, raised an eyebrow. You denied it earlier, yet now you can't resist looking at her. Fang Qian's expression darkened, several lines of annoyance appearing on his forehead. That Zhu Shuiyin, if your eyes are useless, just remove them. If you utter such revolting words again, we shall sever ties. That I am capturing evidence of her inattentiveness in class. Zhu Shuiyin blinked. Comic books? The book was filled with text and colorful illustrations, undoubtedly a comic. He leaned forward, squinting to observe further, but soon withdrew, his face drained of color, his pupils seemingly trembling. Fang Qiyin found it peculiar, and could not help but ask, "What did you see? Have you lost your soul?" Zhu Shuiyin replied, bewildered, "Do you know what she's reading? She is actually studying preschool-level textbooks." Fang Qiyin gasped, inexplicably feeling as if he had lost face. Zhu Shuiyin looked at Fang Qiyin meaningfully. "What were your parents thinking, transferring her to the elite class?" Chapter 29. Mockery. Fang Qian's expression turned agitated. She had previously claimed her academic performance was quite good. What was she doing now? Fang Qiyin remained silent, unable to refute her. Zhu Shuiyin shifted his gaze and, during the break, leisurely approached Zhu Shuiyin. He extended 2 long fingers to lift the preschool-level mathematics textbook from her desk. Zhu Shuiyin, engrossed in her reading, suddenly realized the book was missing. She widened her eyes, following the book's movement, and found Zhu Shuiyin grinning mischievously. "What book are you reading, Zhu Shuiyin?" Zhu Shuiyin instinctively wanted to respond, but, belatedly realizing the rudeness of his action, puffed her cheeks and fell silent. Resembling an irate pufferfish, Zhu Shuiyin paused, struck by a strange sensation, as if they were familiar with one another, standing at nearly 9 meters tall. He towered over the seated classmates, making it natural for everyone to see what he held. "You mustn't frighten me. Zhu Shuiyin is reading a preschool-level mathematics textbook." The first to speak was a slightly plump boy wearing black-framed glasses that reflected a purple hue. His fair, chubby face appeared somewhat adorable, clearly a well-cared-for young master who had everything he desired. Yet, the words he spoke were anything but endearing. "Ding, Song Xinrui, the youngest son of the ancient and prestigious Song family in the empire. He has been showered with affection since childhood, most fond of pursuing beautiful things. He is the devoted admirer of Pei Zhixian." Zhu Shuiyin observed Song Xinrui thoughtfully, realizing he was indeed a sycophant. "Song Xinrui, surely you must have misread." A girl, incredulous, could hardly believe such terminology could surface in elite class. It was utterly jarring. Song Xinrui wore an expression of feigned innocence that I truly did not misread. "Lu Bing, you can see for yourself what Jigu is holding. I can't believe it. It really is a preschool-level textbook. Zhu Shuiyin came in yesterday, and I sensed she lacked the capability to be an elite class A. But I never imagined it would be this absurd, studying preschool knowledge. My 3-year-old little brother is already at preschool level 3. Isn't this a bit ridiculous? Is she genuinely studying or merely playing abstractly? It is quite absurd. I saw her arriving at school with Fong Xiao yesterday. Perhaps we should refrain from discussing it further. What if we inadvertently offend someone?" A girl quietly cautioned her friend. The families of students in elite class A were hierarchically divided, with Zhu Shuiyin, Fong Qiyin, and Song Xinrui at the pinnacle. Her friend felt uneasy, glancing at Fong Qiyin, who seemed entirely unconcerned. Her anxiety abated. What was there to worry about? It appeared that Fong Xiao was not bothered in the slightest. The class had overheard the comments, and their attitudes toward Zhu Shuiyin soured. The students of elite class, they were quite exclusionary, much like their disdain for the underprivileged Shun Yunqing. Zhu Shuiyin, clearly aware of the remarks, felt her eyelashes tremble as her watery eyes instinctively sought Fong Qian, and no one noticed Fong Qian's momentary pause before he casually shifted his gaze away. Seemingly indifferent and unwilling to acknowledge her, Zhu Shuiyin lowered her eyes in sadness, a sigh escaping her lips. Though somewhat slow on the uptake, she still wished for someone to stand by her side amidst the collective scrutiny. Building rapport with Fong Qiyin felt like a long and arduous journey. Shun Yunqing's expression turned cold as he addressed the onlookers without any pretense. "What others read appears to be of no concern to you." Zhu Shuiyin gazed at Shun Yunqing with gratitude, nodding earnestly. Her heart felt warm, and an inexplicable sensation tinged her nose with a hint of sadness. "Zhu Shuiyin, what does my reading a kindergarten-level math book have to do with you?" Zhu Shuiyin clenched her fists, attempting to summon her strength. Zhu Shuiyin swallowed hard, acknowledging a hint of vengefulness within himself. For reasons unknown, Zhu Shuiyin struck him as oddly familiar, familiarity that, nonetheless, bore no pleasant connotations. It was merely curiosity, after all. Even if Zhu Shuiyin expressed such sentiments, others could not hold it against him. Zhu Shuiyin had initially intended to demand an apology from Zhu Shuiyin. However, she felt an internal warning against violating her character. The original owner of her identity believed herself to be treading on thin ice within the Fong family and was reluctant to offend anyone further. Typically, she would endure grievances in silence, retaliating secretly while outwardly feigning submission. Zhu Shuiyin sighed, conceding defeat. She retrieved her book and settled in her seat, silent and sullen, her head bowed low, her stack of books obscuring most of her face. She uttered not a word, as if resigning herself to the onslaught of external turmoil. Fong Qiyin found her demeanor oddly striking and, feeling a wave of irritation, diverted his gaze. This was precisely the reaction he sought. Forcing Zhu Shuiyin to retreat, the elite A-class was not an easy place to navigate, nor was his own environment. Zhu Shuiyin, observing her lack of resistance and her capitulation, found himself perplexed by her thoughts. Earlier that morning, she had appeared fierce and defiant. Now, she seemed almost fearful. Was her bravado merely an act designed to capture his attention? Feeling disinterested, Zhu Shuiyin ceased to trouble her further. with Zhu Shuiyin no longer initiating conflict. Others naturally followed suit. Zhu Shuiyin ground her small white teeth in frustration. Humph, Zhu Shuiyin, just you wait, I shall report this to the master. Zhu Shuiyin inquired of the system when her master would arrive to take Zhu Shuiyin home. The current head of the Ji family was indeed her master, with all affairs managed by Zhu Shuiyin. Her younger brother was also under his considerable oversight. Sometimes he would heed their grandfather's arrangements to collect Zhu Shuiyin for dinner at the ancestral home. By the following afternoon, Zhu Shuiyin received a precise time frame, and a glimmer of grievance flickered in her eyes. When the time came, she would ensure her master properly reprimanded Zhu Shuiyin and compelled him to apologize. With renewed vigor, she dove into her homework. Zhu Shuiyin was quick to rise and depart. Engrossed in her task, she swiftly forgot her earlier displeasure. The kindergarten math concepts were not particularly challenging for her, and she completed them rapidly. For this purpose, Shen Yuqing had purchased a comprehensive set of foundational worksheets for her, encouraging her to work through them during her midday break. In Chapter 30, Zhu Shuiyin experienced the joy of swiftly solving problems. Haha, it turns out I'm not as dull as I thought. Her spirits buoyed, she felt a surge of confidence. Shen Yuqing, too, appeared in good spirits. Zhu Shuiyin had posed questions regarding engineering problems and the classic chickens and rabbits in the same cage conundrum. After only one explanation, she grasped the concepts with ease. You are far more intelligent than I had imagined, she remarked, her eyes sparkling. She hesitantly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. However, this is merely foundational knowledge. The true tests lie ahead. Zhu Shuiyin nodded resolutely. The notification chimed, announcing her progress. Congratulations, host. You have completed 10 of your learning. Story progression increased by 1, but the system's voice brought her further delight, as she felt the fulfillment akin to a laborer finally receiving their hard-earned wages. She clapped her hands in joy. Shen Yuqing regarded her with a bemused smile, noting the subtle changes in her demeanor. System, have I grown more beautiful again? She exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Indeed, within just 2 days, she noticed a distinct transformation. Her features appeared more refined, and her complexion had brightened noticeably at last. She felt less out of place among the students at St. Lee's Academy. That afternoon, she was to meet her master. She felt more like her true self than ever. Would her master recognize her? Zhu Shuiyin cradled her face in her hands, yearning for her master to stroke her head once more, after lingering outside long enough. Zhu Shuiyin returned to the lounge, only to find Shen Yuqing had already left, evidently allowing her the remainder of the day to rest. Cheerfully, she took a nap. The afternoon passed swiftly, and when the final bell rang, she was the first to burst from the classroom. Fang Qian raised an eyebrow. Was she eager to sit in the car and return with him? He hastened his steps toward his hovercraft. Located at the eastern gate of St. Lee's, Zhu Shuiyin dashed toward the east gate, where foot traffic was typically sparse, as most students exited through the main southern gate. She spotted a discreet black hovercraft and blinked in surprise. Did you not mention that student vehicles were prohibited from entering the campus? I did say that, except for the board members, came the reply. Zhu Shuiyin's wide-eyed innocence shone through as she realized the Ji family were also board members. With a skip in her step, she approached the car and knocked on the window. The driver, maintaining a serious demeanor, noticed a girl tapping at the window beside Mr. Ji. A cold sweat broke out as he realized Mr. Ji was currently resting his eyes, having not had a proper break for days. Seizing the opportunity to catch a moment of peace, the driver intended to step out quietly to inquire about her needs. However, Mr. Ji's eyes opened, revealing a deep gaze. The glass was one way, obscuring the interior from view, but allowing the occupants to see outside. The driver froze, awaiting Mr. Ji's instruction. Mr. Ji inclined his head, signaling him to lower the window. Zhu Shuiyin's face appeared before Ji Shuzhou, who frowned slightly, recognizing her as a girl he had never seen before. Before he could inquire about her presence, she spoke, her tone laced with grievance. Master, Mr. Ji, your brother is bullying me. Whether due to a heightened sense of vulnerability or nostalgia, tears shimmered in her eyes, rendering her a pitiful sight. Ji Shuzhou's brow furrowed, intrigued by the notion of bullying, that he knew Zhu Shuiyin had been mischievous since childhood. But he doubted he would cross any serious lines. Out of courtesy, he sought to comfort Zhu Shuiyin. Could you tell me exactly what he has done? If he has truly wronged you, I will ensure he apologizes. Zhu Shuiyin sniffled and recounted. He laughed at me in class while I was reading a kindergarten math book. He took my book and showed it to the entire class. She wiped her nose. Continuing, And then everyone began to laugh at me. Ji Shujo and the driver exchanged glances, caught off guard by the nature of her grievances. Oh, this is what you mean by bullying. Unfazed, Zhu Shuiyin continued her complaint. Sometimes he even curses at me. Upon hearing this, Ji Shujo's expression darkened. Ji Chuxuan's behavior was becoming increasingly intolerable. The driver cautiously inquired, "Miss, may I ask what unseemly words he used?" He said, "Damn it," Zhu Shuiyin replied earnestly. The driver sighed in relief. Grateful he had probed further, Ji Shujo inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of absurdity. "When he arrives, I will ensure he personally apologizes to you." Zhu Shuiyin beamed, her eyes sparkling with delight, as if his promise was a matter of course. Thank you, Mr. Ji Shujo nodded, his expression stoic. That Ji Chuxuan soon arrived, having rushed out of class, eager not to keep his brother waiting. Yet he was taken aback to find Zhu Shuiyin beside his brother's vehicle. Initially, he thought he was mistaken, yet there she was. Slowing his pace, he squinted at her, while Zhu Shuiyin cast a glance in his direction, her eyes filled with grievance as she sought her master's intervention. Ji Shujo regarded Ji Chuxuan with an expression that brooked no nonsense. Ji Chuxuan stiffened, sensing an impending reprimand. "Brother," he greeted respectfully, yet his brother offered no response. Ji Shujo's hand tapped rhythmically against the window ledge, a seemingly casual gesture that belied his contemplation of suitable punishment. An ominous feeling washed over Ji Chuxuan as he watched Zhu Shuiyin. What had she disclosed to his brother? Ji Chuxuan, if you cannot focus on your studies and instead choose to bully your classmates, I will not hesitate to send you to the 2-star military academy. Their training program is quite commendable. In Chapter 31, the gravity of Ji Shujo's words hung heavily in the air. And after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Having created an atmosphere thick with tension, Ji Chuxuan stood bewildered, glancing at Zhu Shuiyin, his mind racing in confusion. Zhu Shuiyin pouted her lips slightly and nodded in agreement. Ji Chuxuan appeared somewhat disheveled by the wind, perplexed. "What do you mean I bullied a classmate?" Ji Shujo's gaze shifted to Zhu Shuiyin, who seemed to have gained newfound confidence, inching closer to him. Ji Shujo hesitated, inexplicably failing to move away. "You laughed at me for looking at preschool textbooks, and last time you even cursed behind my back." Ji Chuxuan regarded Zhu Shuiyin as though she were a curiosity. The incident of mocking her for her textbooks seemed to reflect poorly on him, so he brushed past it. However, the fact that someone would resort to telling a parent over such a matter was utterly unfathomable. What kind of oddity was Zhu Shuiyin? What I said wasn't cursing, was it? Zhu Shuiyin's eyes flickered with uncertainty, nodding slowly. The system said so. Ji Chuxuan. It was a dead end. Engaging with this infuriating transfer student was truly a perplexing endeavor. Ji Shujo coldly fixed Ji Chuxuan with a stare. "Have you done any of those things?" Ji Chuxuan swallowed hard and, in a moment of humiliation, nodded, then apologized to this classmate now. Ji Shujo commanded with an air of nonchalance. Ji Chuxuan's face flushed with embarrassment. He felt utterly defeated that he finally understood why Fang Qiyan had such a strange attitude towards Zhu Shuiyin. This girl truly had a knack for manipulating adults. She must have mastered the art of feigning innocence in front of them. Ji Chuxuan reluctantly uttered the words, "I shouldn't have mocked you or cursed." Zhu Shuiyin's face brightened, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Seeing her joy, Ji Shujo felt inexplicably relaxed. Ji Chuxuan ground his teeth, vowing to keep his distance from Zhu Shuiyin in the future. Logically, having apologized, she should leave now, and Ji Chuxuan and Ji Shujo should also depart. Yet, Zhu Shuiyin seemed to linger, rooted in place, her expression a blend of hesitation and determination. "Oh, you need something else?" Ji Chuxuan asked, striving to maintain a pleasant tone. Zhu Shuiyin's gaze was fixed on Ji Shujo, her words hovering on the brink of articulation, but a sense of foreboding surged within the system. "What are you planning?" "Don't do anything foolish, or they'll think we're insane." The system suspected Zhu Shuiyin was about to confess her feelings to Ji Shujo. Her eyes darted nervously. Ji Shujo, perceptive as ever, recognized that she had something to say. He patiently awaited her words, summoning her courage. Zhu Shuiyin clenched her fists tightly. "Mr. Ji, may I have your contact information?" Ji Shujo was taken aback, not expecting such a request from her. Ji Chuxuan and the driver shared a look of shock. Ji Chuxuan's mouth fell open, rendered speechless for a moment. Then, he covered his face and chuckled softly. Zhu Shuiyin was remarkably bold. Many would be overwhelmed by Ji Shujo's aura, unable to even engage in normal conversation. let alone ask for his contact details. Zhu Shuiyin found himself somewhat impressed by Zhu Shuiyin's audacity, though he wondered if she would shed tears when Zhu Shuizhou inevitably rejected her. Zhu Shuizhou asked, "Why do you want my contact information?" Zhu Shuiyin donned an innocuous smile, her mind racing for an excuse, "Because I think Mr. G seems very intelligent, and sometimes I have questions I'd like to ask you." In truth, she longed to communicate with him at all times. Zhu Shuiyin. Huh? He struggled to suppress his laughter. Zhu Shuiyin was impressive. How had she conceived such an absurd excuse? It was as if she had ulterior motive written all over her face. Zhu Shuiyin glanced at his brother, curious about his expression. Unexpectedly, a faint smile slowly appeared on Zhu Shuizhou's face. Though subtle, it was indeed a smile that Zhu Shuiyin's eyes nearly bulged in surprise. What was happening? Could it be that his brother actually intended to give her his contact information? How could that be? Zhu Shuizhou tapped on the car window. Although he wore a smile, his demeanor remained inscrutable. Zhu Shuiyin glanced anxiously at Zhu Shuizhou, her apprehension evident. Zhu Shuizhou's rhythmic tapping halted abruptly, his gaze narrowing that a peculiar scent hung in the air. His beloved bamboo aroma mingled with a faint, salty tang reminiscent of tears, evoking a sense of fearful sorrow that unsettled him. This scent was eerily familiar. Zhu Shuizhou involuntarily recited a string of numbers. The others present were taken aback, but Zhu Shuiyin reacted swiftly, quickly committing the digits to memory. This was the private contact information of her beloved. She beamed with joy, cradling the number as though it were a long-desired treasure, akin to a child receiving a cherished gift. Zhu Shuiyin stared at her in disbelief, momentarily rendered speechless. Zhu Shuiyin, having obtained what she desired, radiated an almost unbearable sweetness. She waved goodbye to Zhu Shuizhou. "See you." The black hovercraft glided away from St. Lizzie Academy, Zhu Shuiyin's figure growing smaller until Zhu Shuizhou averted his gaze. Zhu Shuiyin, unable to contain himself, asked his brother, "Why did you give her your contact information?" "You don't even know her," Zhu Shuizhou pondered. "I don't know her, but I can sense a certain familiarity." "It's strange that I wasn't aware you had developed a penchant for bullying classmates," Zhu Shuiyin faltered, a hint of grievance in his tone. "Do you really think I bullied her?" Zhu Shuizhou, regarding his brother with a look of incredulity, retorted, "What else would you call it?" Zhu Shuiyin. It felt as though he had swallowed a mouthful of bitter blood. Unable to argue further, he retreated into the corner, frantically venting to Fang Qian about the incident through his communicator. Meanwhile, Fang Qian had already boarded the hovercraft home, feeling somewhat disheartened as he had not seen Zhu Shuiyin. Chapter 32. Playing games upon receiving Zhu Shuiyin's messages, Fang Qian felt as though he had entered a surreal realm. Had Zhu Shuiyin truly transformed? In his presence, she had appeared so timid, yet she had mustered the courage to approach Zhu Shuizhou. Who was Zhu Shuizhou? He was a most exceptional prodigy among their peers. Even they had to schedule their conversations with him and choose their words carefully. How had Zhu Shuiyin directly approached him, and to his astonishment, he had actually been willing to engage? Fang Qian was utterly baffled. Just then, the hovercraft had yet to depart, and he caught sight of Zhu Shuiyin, her backpack slung over her shoulder, slowly making her way towards the school gate. Fang Qian instructed the driver to pull up beside her, lowered the window, and honked the horn. He gestured for her to get in. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes lit up with surprise. What a delightful day it was. Not only had she conversed with her beloved, but she had also secured his contact information, and now Fang Qian was inviting her into the car. Her smile widened as she eagerly approached. Fang Qian, noticing her overly eager expression, couldn't help but smirk, finding her somewhat endearing despite himself. Fang Qian, Zhu Shuiyin greeted simply before settling comfortably beside him. Fang Qian, taken aback, felt a sudden lack of desire to converse. "You actually went to find Zhu Shuizhou?" he remarked, astonished. Zhu Shuiyin paused, surprised that he knew. Yet she nodded in agreement. "How did you know Zhu Shuizhou was at the south gate?" Fang Qian found it odd. Zhu Shuiyin had no connections outside their family. How could she possibly know Zhu Shuizhou's whereabouts? Zhu Shuiyin would never divulge such information to her. Zhu Shuiyin suddenly realized her oversight, her face reflecting a hint of distress as she acknowledged that she should have prepared an excuse. Fang Qian noticed her silence and pressed. Zhu Shuiyin flinched, her posture sagging like a dejected rabbit. Fang Qian. It was difficult to continue the conversation. Zhu Shuiyin hesitated before confessing. I just accidentally overheard Zhu Shuiyin talking to his brother on the phone. And that's how I found out. Fang Qian raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in his expression. Though he questioned her explanation, he knew Zhu Shuiyin wouldn't speak the truth, so he swallowed his inquiry. Zhu Shuiyin appeared guilty, retreating into silence and feigning nonchalance as she fiddled with her phone. Upon arriving at Fang's residence, Zhu Shuiyin promptly opened the car door, preparing to flee. Pausing for a moment, she turned back, forcing a smile. "Thank you for bringing me home, Fang Qiyin." Fang Qiyin. That his mood lifted slightly. If only Zhu Shuiyin's smile hadn't seemed so forced, he might have felt even happier. Recently, she had been less of a nuisance. Making her more tolerable, Fang Qiyin watched as she walked away, musing that having an extra person in the house wasn't so bad after all. Since adding Ji Shuzhou on WeChat, Zhu Shuiyin had been eager to message him daily, sending greetings like good night and good morning. Yet Ji Shuzhou never replied. Zhu Shuiyin puffed her cheeks, entirely unfazed by her master's indifference. She was sending her message. Recently, Mr. and Mrs. Fang had gone on a business trip, leaving just her and Fang Qiyin at home. With not many classes during this period, Zhu Shuiyin found herself with ample free time. Thus, she resolved to deepen her bond with Fang Qiyin. Zhu Shuiyin initiated a conversation. "You seem to enjoy playing games. I've recently picked up a bit of gaming too. Perhaps we could play together?" Fang Qiyin was engrossed in a newly acquired game when he caught sight of the message on his screen. Startled, he met his demise in the game. Taking a deep breath, he scrutinized the message on the communicator's display. He nearly believed he had misread it, yet the glaring text was unmistakable. Gritting his teeth, he observed that Zhu Shuiyin had regained some semblance of normalcy, only to spiral into her whims again. Indeed, it was unwise to harbor too much hope for her restraint. Fang Qiyin bluntly dismissed her. "I don't wish to play with you. You're rather inept. Go entertain yourself." Zhu Shuiyin blinked, puffing up her cheeks in mild frustration. "But I'm quite good at gaming," she thought. She could understand the mini-games on the cognitive interface, after all. "Could you grant me a skill to become a gaming prodigy?" "Certainly, but it requires 200 points and a 1-year time frame." Zhu Shuiyin's eyes sparkled. It seemed too good to be true. "I'll buy it." In an instant, she acquired the gaming skill and equipped herself with it eagerly. She resolutely continued to bother Fang Qiyin that "I promise I'm really capable. Just give me a chance." Fang Qiyin's hand trembled slightly. How infuriating that Zhu Shuiyin could send voice messages. The communicator still flickered with her persistent messages. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, realizing that if he did not acquiesce, she would likely persist indefinitely, leaving him to suffer. Weakly, he replied with an okay. Zhu Shuiyin, upon receiving the okay, joyfully leaped off her bed and dashed to Fang Qiyin's room. He stroked his chin, contemplating a game that would truly test her skills, hoping to illustrate her limitations. Zhu Shuiyin appeared rather clumsy. How proficient could she possibly be? Fang Qiyin forced a smile and said to the excited Zhu Shuiyin, "I've been playing this. It's quite challenging." Zhu Shuiyin glanced curiously at the massive gaming screen, which displayed a terrifying apocalyptic scenario. The hyper-realistic graphics made one feel as though they were amidst the chaos on the streets. With hordes of zombies depicted in chilling detail, their putrid stench almost palpable, Zhu Shuiyin shuddered involuntarily. Fang Qiyin smirked, relishing in her fear, hoping she would promptly retreat. However, to his surprise, Zhu Shuiyin gradually quelled her trembling and managed a pale smile. Seemingly terrified yet unwilling to dampen his enthusiasm, she suppressed her fear, determined to be his worthy opponent. Fang Qiyin's expression grew complicated. "If you're frightened, you need not stay here." Zhu Shuiyin shook her head. "It's all right. Let us begin." After a moment of hesitation, he begrudgingly agreed, resolving to make a point of her gaming inadequacies. 30 minutes later, Fang Qiyin stared blankly at the game's game over screen, where zombies had piled up like a small mountain. Zhu Shuiyin, animated and enthusiastic, was frantically digging for brains, leaving a screen splattered with crimson and white. Fang Qiyin, a grown man, felt his eyes growing uncomfortable at the sight. Yet, Zhu Shuiyin remained unperturbed, muttering, "Aren't there supposed to be cores in the zombies' brains? I need to extract them to enhance my power." Fang Qiyin closed his eyes, exasperatedly asking, "What manner of monster are you?" This game was notoriously difficult. He had struggled for ages without completing it. Yet today, with Zhu Shuiyin's arrival, she breezed through it with remarkable skill, revealing the game's progression and excitement that matched his expectations. Throughout those 30 minutes, he acknowledged that he had genuinely enjoyed himself, largely thanks to Zhu Shuiyin. Zhu Shuiyin blinked, sensing something was amiss with her demeanor. "Host, you ought to act a bit more delicate." Seeing such bloody violence should frighten you, prompting you to seek Fang Qian's protection. Zhu Shuiyin rolled her eyes, albeit unsure. She complied. The next moment, she whimpered, "So scary! How terrifying!" She casually tossed the game controller aside and flung herself at Fang Qian, burying her face in his neck, wailing, "That game was utterly terrifying, but with you by my side, I found I wasn't scared at all." Peeking through her lashes, Zhu Shuiyin noted Fang Qian's expression, akin to being struck by lightning, as if he had been utterly knocked off balance. Zhu Shuiyin puffed her cheeks, feeling discontent. Why was he making such a face? She had no unpleasant odor. "I was solely focused on defeating the zombies to protect you." After saying this, Fang Qian froze, his expression shifting to one of discomfort. His countenance transitioned from shock to a complex mixture of emotions. Zhu Shuiyin's affection for him was evidently profound. Her soft, fluffy hair brushed against his neck, and although she skillfully maintained a distance, their movements appeared exaggerated yet did not constitute intimacy. It was peculiar, yet Fang Qian didn't dwell on it. Once Zhu Shuiyin deemed her act sufficient, she rose in that instant. Fang Qian felt momentarily dazed. Zhu Shuiyin exuded a delightful fragrance, invigorating and refreshing, as if it could dispel all weariness. She was soft and fragrant. How comforting it would be to embrace her. Had she pressed closer, Fang Qian feared his condition might worsen, but he quickly quelled this dangerous thought. Seeing that the system no longer prompted her to break character, Zhu Shuiyin sighed in relief. Fang Qian, for the first time, regarded her in a new light. "I didn't realize you were so skilled at gaming." Zhu Shuiyin, maintaining her composure, replied, "It's thanks to you that I developed this interest. I practice every night." As she spoke, her gaze dropped, her tone turning melancholic. Fang Qian felt a sense of danger and hastily interrupted her. "All right. Do you wish to continue playing?" Zhu Shuiyin nodded enthusiastically. "If I'm with you, I am all in." Fang Qian's expression grew blank. This was a disaster. Silently, he launched a game and invited Zhu Shuiyin, Pei Chu-jin, and Song Xinrui to join them. They frequently gamed together, and nothing had changed except for Zhu Shuiyin's presence. The four were evenly matched, each excelling in different roles. Fang Qian watched as Zhu Shuiyin casually selected a character she found appealing. Considering her earlier performance, he inexplicably anticipated her next moves. Zhu Shuiyin did not disappoint. She won the match effortlessly, leaving Fang Qian in disbelief that, if she had excelled in the zombie game, he could rationalize it by assuming she had previously studied a complete guide. However, this game was clearly different. Song Xinrui exclaimed, "Brother Yin, who is that next to you? She's incredible." Fang Qian glanced at Zhu Shuiyin, who appeared delighted, seemingly ready to introduce herself. Yet suddenly, her expression shifted to one of hesitation. Zhu Shuiyin cast a meaningful glance at Fang Qian. Her eyes filled with a hint of sorrow, a touch of longing. Fang Qian's heart raced, and he hurriedly averted his gaze, feigning calmness. "You needn't look at me like that. Say what you wish. After all, this is your own skill." Zhu Shuiyin beamed. "All right." She swiftly typed, "Hello, everyone. I'm Zhu Shuiyin." She scratched her head, initially wanting to add, "Fang Qian's fiancée, but fearing it would set him off, she restrained herself after sending her message. The gaming interface remained unresponsive for a moment. She tapped the screen, wondering if it was slow to respond or if the cognitive interface had malfunctioned. Realizing he couldn't allow Zhu Shuiyin to linger any longer, Fang Qian quickly stated, "That's enough for today. You should head back." Zhu Shuiyin paused, a hint of reluctance crossing her face. Okay. She departed. Just 3 seconds after she left, Song Xinrui's barrage of comments flooded the screen. "What the heck, Brother Yin? Why did you let that country bumpkin join us? Are you betraying us? You're in danger now." "Brother Yin, look at you now." At the beginning of the season, Sun was beside himself, relishing the misfortune of others with a smug demeanor, while Pei Chu-jin remained silent. Fang Qian's expression grew anxious. Her skills were commendable, which was why she was invited. Song Xinrui was unabashedly dismissive, remarking that she would only recognize her prowess if she agreed to play alongside him. In Chapter 34, the devoted and nurturing wife archetype emerged. Fang Qian, clearly vexed, was at a loss for words on how to articulate his thoughts. Ultimately, he sulkily exited the game, sprawled on his bed, utterly perplexed by how events had spiraled out of control. He had initially believed he could clarify matters, yet it now seemed that his attempts only exacerbated the situation. Fang Qian, in a fit of frustration, let out an exasperated sound. Over the weekend, he invited a few friends over, seizing the opportunity with his parents away. However, he grew increasingly agitated, pondering how to manage Zhu Shuiyin's presence. "Hey, I'm inviting friends over this weekend," he said, his expression implying she understood the implications. Zhu Shuiyin, indulging in a piece of cake, was momentarily taken aback, her mouth smeared with cream. Fang Qian's demeanor shifted, and he averted his gaze, speaking in a peculiar tone. "My friends are coming. You know what you should do. And please refrain from any odd behavior in front of me." After delivering his message, he swiftly departed, resembling someone fleeing in haste. Zhu Shuiyin, ever diligent, replied solemnly, "Understood." Unfazed, Zhu Shuiyin finished her cake, sipping juice while contemplating the new persona she would assume for the weekend. "I suppose I'll be Mr. Fang's personal maid," she mused. "Were you saying?" Zhu Shuiyin chimed, her spirits lifted. "I end dramas. That's how it goes. The girls the master dislikes are made into maids. If I become Fang Qian's maid, everyone will surely know he despises me." Zhu Shuiyin felt confident in her plan. "As long as you're happy," the system remarked, sighing with a sense of weariness, having warned that excessive exposure to such content could dull one's intellect. The host, lacking in wisdom, was now even more daft. Yet, deep down, the system was curious about how events would unfold on the weekend. Zhu Shuiyin deliberately selected two relatively inexpensive outfits from her wardrobe, reminiscent of what she wore during her initial visit to the Fang residence. The dresses were exceedingly plain and had faded with wear, exuding an air of poverty. Satisfied with her choice, she tied her hair back into an ordinary ponytail, foregoing any accessories. Downstairs, the sounds of revelry began to echo, prompting Zhu Shuiyin to peek from her balcony at a group of young men and women, all of similar age, enter the villa through the garden. Many of whom were familiar faces, characters from the book. Excitement bubbled within her, as she felt today could be pivotal for her storyline. I could see that moment. A boy with dyed red hair glanced up, sensing her presence. Upon making eye contact, Zhu Shuiyin was startled, her expression betraying her shock. The boy, puzzled, inquired, "Fang Xiao, who is she?" Zhu Shuiyin, feeling like a frightened rabbit, quickly retreated and closed the curtains in a futile attempt to conceal herself. Fang Qian, momentarily taken aback, coldly shifted the topic. "Let us check out my new gaming equipment." The boy's interest shifted immediately, and Fang Qian exhaled in relief, hastily messaging Zhu Shuiyin to remain in her room and avoid emerging for the day. She gazed at the message with a complex expression. She had no intention of leaving, considering the multitude of strangers outside. Yet the system activated a plot point. Fang Qian's numerous good friends are visiting. You have always yearned to be a devoted wife, a model homemaker. This time, you resolve to showcase your value, ensuring the house is immaculate and preparing the most delectable dishes to impress your guests, thus achieving a delightful gathering. You must leave them singing your praises, convincing them you are worthy of being Fang Qian's spouse. Zhu Shuiyin scrutinized the new task with a conflicted expression, aware that if she dared to follow through, Fang Qian would surely retaliate. Trembling with apprehension, she sighed quietly and stepped out of her room, determined to disregard Fang Qian's warnings. Upon exiting, she found the hall empty, which gave her a momentary sense of ease. Remembering the system's directive, she donned a resolute expression and nodded firmly. "Zhang Ma, is there anything I can assist with?" Zhang Ma, the housekeeper responsible for cleaning, appeared taken aback by the inquiry but replied clearly, "Miss Zhu, there's nothing you can do." Disappointed, Zhu Shuiyin lowered her head. "Oh, all right," and drifted away. She ventured into the kitchen to wash fruits and prepare snacks, anticipating that they would desire something to munch on during their gaming. Zhu Shuiyin nodded in agreement with herself. Washing the fruits she found in the refrigerator, discarding inedible parts, and artfully arranging them on a platter. Finally, she discreetly infused a touch of her spiritual energy into the fruit. Carrying the large glass bowl of fruit to the fourth floor, she discovered everyone had gathered in Fang Qian's gaming room, which was spacious and equipped with the latest technology, easily accommodating the crowd. Knocking on the door, a voice called out without hesitation, "Come in." Zhu Shuiyin steeled herself, having mentally prepared for this moment, and slowly entered. "Hello, everyone." Fang Qian's heart sank at the sight of her entering with the large bowl, her tattered attire amplifying his distress. His jaw clenched in agitation. Zhu Shuiyin felt awkward, deliberately avoiding Fang Qian's gaze as she offered, "I've washed some fruits for you all." After placing the bowl down, she added, Enjoy your game. As she turned to leave, she inadvertently caught Fong Qian's piercing gaze, which sent her heart racing with fear. Oh no, I definitely shouldn't have listened to the system. Now you must want to get rid of me, a girl with braided hair curiously asked. Fong Xiao. Who is she? Startled by her earlier fright. Zhu Shuiyin felt compelled to salvage the situation. I am his maid. In Chapter 35, Zhu Shuiyin's sudden declaration felt like a stroke of brilliance, providing an explanation for her presence while also preserving Fong Qian's dignity. However, the atmosphere shifted to one of stunned silence. Fong Qian stood frozen. His friends exchanged bewildered glances, each struck by the revelation of Fong Qian's peculiar taste. Zhu Shuiyin, observing their astonishment, felt a wave of relief wash over her. She swiftly exited the room. The remaining guests regarded Fong Qian with mixed expressions. He, now visibly furious, struggled to articulate his thoughts. Not listen to her nonsense. That is utterly false. Song Xinrui, with a conflicted expression, remarked. Yin Xiao, it's not that I don't believe you, but look at how terrified she is. Fong Qian's frustration was palpable, veins throbbing on his forehead. Song Xinrui continued, while I truly dislike her, one cannot deny her pitiable state. Dressed so poorly and hesitantly speaking to you, while politely offering us snacks. Yin Xiao, even if you dislike her, there is no need to bully her. That point. Fong Qian could no longer contain his rage and delivered a swift blow to Song Xinrui's head, his voice low and menacing. Song Xinrui, are you out of your mind? Zhu Shuiyin could no longer suppress a laugh, exclaiming, Haha, Song Xinrui, are you unaware of Zhu Shuiyin's mental state? Why engage in an argument with her? Song Xinrui faltered, seeking help from Pei Zhixian, who offered him a reassuring glance, bolstered by her support. He regained his composure. Curiously, Pei Zhixian inquired, why did that girl say that? The question resonated with everyone present, their eyes fixed on Fong Qian with intrigue. He sighed deeply, shaking his head in bewilderment. You have to ask her. Pei Zhixian nodded pensively, recalling how she had crossed paths with Zhu Shuiyin at the opening ceremony and later learned that her brother had brought her into the student council. Pei Chujin, dressed in a pristine white baseball uniform and sneakers, appeared strikingly youthful, contrasting sharply with his usual composed demeanor. He raised an eyebrow at the mention of Zhu Shuiyin, noting, it is indeed a bit peculiar. Pei Zhixian smiled, relieved, a hint of amusement gracing her lips. Pei Chujin paused for a moment before addressing Fong Qian, saying continue playing. This was precisely the phrase Fong Qian had been waiting for, and he let out a sigh of relief, promptly steering everyone's thoughts back to the game at hand. What? Fong Qian, you've actually completed this apocalyptic survival game. Zhu Shuiyin exclaimed in disbelief. Fong Qian recalled his recent gaming session with Zhu Shuiyin, and a flicker of unease crossed his face. Do you have any idea how challenging this game is? The clues are simply beyond human comprehension. Zhu Shuiyin scrutinized Fong Qian with skepticism, remarking, our intellect should be comparable. You couldn't have finished it on your own. Fong Qian exhaled. Less chatter. Focus on your own gameplay. Zhu Shuiyin was momentarily at a loss for words. Fong Qian's evasive response only fueled his suspicion that he had completed the game with the help of someone he was reluctant to name. In an instant, Zhu Shuiyin deduced who that person was, his eyes widening in astonishment. After Zhu Shuiyin hastily exited the gaming room, she retreated to her own chamber, hesitating to emerge until she was certain they had not followed her. Feud at it seems they haven't come after me. She patted her chest and slowly stepped out of her room. What I said earlier will surely lead Fong Qian to connect the dots, she reassured herself. Now, I shall prepare some cookies and little cakes for them. Host, you might want to change your outfit, the system suggested as Zhu Shuiyin glanced down at her faded dress, realizing it lacked charm. All right, I shall find something else. She selected a simple, unadorned white dress that, while modest, bore an uncanny resemblance to what one of today's guests had worn. The system swallowed hard, holding back its commentary, noting that the host's appearance closely mirrored that of Pei Zhixian. This was likely unintentional, but could yield excellent narrative results. Host, perhaps you should consider applying some makeup? Zhu Shuiyin hesitated. Makeup. Yes, today's task required her to embody the role of a devoted wife, and a refined visage would certainly complement her character. After a moment of contemplation, she summoned Xiaoyan to assist with her makeup. Miss, you appear quite understated today. This is not your usual style, Xiaoyan remarked, tilting her head thoughtfully. Zhu Shuiyin smiled shyly. Well, it's not so bad. Xiaoyan considered that Zhu Shuiyin's beauty was of a more radiant nature, and today she bore an air reminiscent of a pure moonlight. It would be best to create a makeup look that accentuated this quality. Yes, she gazed at Zhu Shuiyin. Xiaoyan's heart raced. The transformation was remarkable. Zhu Shuiyin was far more enchanting now than when she first arrived. Those who had not witnessed her evolution would be astonished by the extent of her change. Xiaoyan sensed that Zhu Shuiyin would continue to blossom into a figure so captivating that one would hesitate to look twice. Even now, it was difficult to maintain one's gaze upon her without losing oneself. Shaking her head to dispel her reverie, Xiaoyan focused intently on the makeup. Zhu Shuiyin ventured to experiment with a style she had never tried before. And judging by Xiaoyan's enthusiastic reaction, it seemed to be a delightful success. She then proceeded to the kitchen to bake small cakes and cookies, crafting various shapes, little butterflies, puppies, bunnies, carrots, and basketballs. Recently, she had been attending cooking, flower arrangement, and tea art classes, so she was well versed in these culinary delights. The kitchen emanated a rich aroma, and through the glass window, one could see a girl with her hair casually styled baking cookies. Fang Qiyin and the others had emerged from the gaming room, immediately drawn in by the intoxicating fragrance. Hey, is that IT look so familiar? Zhu Shuiyin stifled a laugh, remarking, isn't that the little maid? Zhu Shuiyin, sensing their gaze, looked up and met Zhu Shuiyin's mischievous smile. His expression faltered as an unsettling memory crossed his mind, prompting him to turn away, the smile fading. Zhu Shuiyin puffed out her cheeks, unperturbed by his odd behavior. Opening the kitchen door, the sweet scent wafted out, causing Song Xinrui and several other boys to swallow hard. Didn't we just have breakfast? Why am I still hungry? Zhu Shuiyin emerged with a large baking tray, asking, would you like to try some? These. Song Xinrui glanced at Fang Qiyin before stepping forward to grab a cookie, popping it into his mouth. Delicious. The other boys joined in with friendly smiles. Enjoying the treats. Thank you, sister-in-law, the red-haired boy managed to say, his face slightly flushed. Zhu Shuiyin blinked, replying, no problem. Noticing odd tension, Song Xinrui nudged the red-haired boy. What is up with you? The boy shook his head vigorously, seemingly attempting to shift the topic. Nothing, Rui, I just think the cookies are great. Fang Qiyin, puzzled by the sudden inquiry, replied, my mother orders them daily, and they are delivered. Could you ask your aunt for the contact details? Your fruits are simply exquisite, a girl with golden curls exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with delight. Zhu Shuiyin stifled a giggle, knowing the fruits were imbued with her spiritual energy, thus their exceptional taste. Honestly, I find them delightful as well. I wonder if I could have more. Pei Zhixin glanced at Zhu Shuiyin, who then realized that her dress bore a striking similarity to Pei Zhixin's. Of course, this should be in the fridge. Let me fetch them for you. As Fang Qiyin prepared to wash the fruit, Zhu Shuiyin seized a moment, following him closely. What are you doing here? He questioned. Helping you wash the fruit, she replied. Fang Qiyin, suppressing his thoughts, finally asked, why did you say that earlier? Zhu Shuiyin hesitated. I thought it might make you happy. Fang Qiyin maintained a stoic expression. I would be happier if you stayed in your room. Zhu Shuiyin's hand trembled slightly, feeling an unfamiliar pang of sadness. IT was a peculiar sensation, one she had not experienced before. Shaking it off, she reminded herself that earning points was more important. After Fang Qiyin spoke, he sensed his words had been too harsh. He glanced at Zhu Shuiyin, who appeared unaffected, leaving him momentarily speechless. Zhu Shuiyin refrained from infusing her energy into the cookies this time, feeling too disheartened for it to manifest. Fang Qiyin, would you like to try these cookies? She held out a small basketball-shaped cookie, adorned with a large pink glove. Contemplating her actions, she decided an apology might be in order to Zhu Shuiyin, witnessing the scene. Could not help but tease. Oh, Fang Qiyin, catch! Pei Zhixin shot Zhu Shuiyin a reproachful look, reminding him that Fang Qiyin did not enjoy sweets. Uncertain of the intent behind Zhu Shuiyin's words, he paused but ultimately felt it was harmless. Zhu Shuiyin, being unfamiliar with Fang Qian's preferences, might unintentionally hurt his feelings. Zhu Shuiyin's concern for her well-being was genuine. He did not wish for her to be bullied, yet he found himself wanting to tease her. As Zhu Shuiyin observed Zhu Shuiyin, he noted that she seemed indifferent and promptly popped a cookie into his mouth. Oh, so Fang Qiyin, doesn't he like these? Then I'll take them. The cookies have bits of cranberry. You would surely enjoy them. Zhu Shuiyin confidently asserted, I'm certain you will love them. Zhu Shuiyin was taken aback by her boldness. The cookie was soft, almost dissolving upon contact with his tongue, and the tart sweet burst of cranberry was delightful. Unbeknownst to Zhu Shuiyin, Her claim was genuine. The cookie was exceedingly soft, practically melting in his mouth, and the cranberry pieces exploded with flavor. Zhu Shuiyin continued baking little cakes while the group gathered in the gaming room. Engrossed in their tabletop games, she hummed a tune as she worked. Just then, a girl with immaculate makeup sauntered in, disdainfully surveying the kitchen. "Hey, Zhu Shuiyin wants some fruit. Wash a bowl and send it over." Zhu Shuiyin pointed to the nearby fruits, gently explaining, "I'm quite busy right now. I can help you wash them shortly." With her gloved hands, it was indeed cumbersome. However, the girl was unyielding, smirking as she retorted, "Aren't you supposed to be the maid? We are guests, after all, so you should do as we ask." Zhu Shuiyin shook her head firmly, clarifying, "I am not a maid. I am the young mistress." Fang Qian seemed to disapprove of her referring to herself as a maid. So she decided to adhere to the system's intentions. The girl, with a look of disbelief, asked, "What did you say?" Zhu Shuiyin repeated herself with unwavering clarity. The blonde girl laughed exaggeratedly, mocking her, "Pauper, unworthy of the stage. You can't possibly think Fang Qian would accept you, even if you donned a white dress like Sister Zhixian. You pale in comparison." Suddenly, the blonde girl's voice faltered, and for the first time, she began to doubt her own judgments. Was she truly inferior to Sister Zhixian? Yet, the girl before her was undeniably beautiful. Her features seemed to rival those of Sister Zhixian, especially when she looked directly at you. Zhu Shuiyin felt somewhat at a loss. Sighing softly, "Then I shall prepare it for you right away." Zhu Shuiyin was entirely focused on ensuring her host's satisfaction, willing to comply with any request. The girl fell silent, suddenly feeling like a fool for her previous actions. It appeared she was not a person of malice, but merely a soft target. Chapter 37. Truth or Dare. After Zhu Shuiyin finished washing the fruit, she announced, "All right, you can take it now." No one responded, causing her to look up in confusion, only to find Pei Chu-jin leaning against the doorframe. Remembering her previous encounter, Zhu Shuiyin forced a smile. Pei Chu-jin, do you need something?" Dressed in white, his cold demeanor appeared even more unapproachable, yet his striking features shone through. "Whatever others ask of you, you comply." Zhu Shuiyin gazed at Pei Chu-jin with surprise. "I merely wish for everyone to enjoy themselves today." This was indeed a candid statement from Zhu Shuiyin. Pei Chu-jin responded, "Is there anything you require?" Zhu Shuiyin, ever considerate, inquired, her mind filled with notions of being the ideal wife and the term points. Pei Chu-jin shook his head, stating that the game room felt a bit stuffy and that he was stepping out for some fresh air. Zhu Shuiyin nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, then you should have a glass of water." Pei Chu-jin stared blankly at the glass before him, realizing Zhu Shuiyin had poured him some water without him noticing. Feeling parched, he took a sip, and, as the crisp, sweet liquid slid down his throat, all weariness and irritation seemed to dissipate. Much like the person before him, strange in behavior yet difficult to dislike. Moreover, she appeared to be free of worries, almost unnaturally pure. Zhu Shuiyin was diligently spreading cream on a small cake, her expression exceptionally serious. "Are you feeling better now?" Pei Chu-jin couldn't help but respond with a soft Not only was he better, but he was also brimming with energy. "Would you care for a piece of cake?" "Sure, ding," triggered the drink water keyword, releasing a side quest. While you aspire to embody the ideal wife, you do not wish to be trampled upon. After all, you are one of the most esteemed individuals in this household. Yet, Pei Zhixian repeatedly attempts to test your limits, showing you little regard. This infuriates you, and you must expose her true nature while plotting to slip her a laxative in her drink. Zhu Shuiyin thought, "My ears must be deceiving me. The system's tasks seem increasingly absurd." She cast a furtive glance at Pei Chu-jin, wondering how she could contemplate harming her sister in front of her brother. What if he caught wind of it? Zhu Shuiyin endeavored to mask her guilty expression, but fortunately, Pei Chu-jin was preoccupied with his cake, oblivious to her discomfort. Zhu Shuiyin exhaled quietly, after Pei Chu-jin finished his cake. He surprisingly joined her in baking. At noon, the chef prepared a sumptuous feast, and Zhu Shuiyin assisted in the kitchen. A red-haired boy approached her, saying, "Let me help you wash the vegetables." Zhu Shuiyin looked at him in astonishment. "I lost a game outside and was eliminated early." Zhu Shuiyin nodded. "All right, please peel these 10 potatoes." The red-haired boy agreed. "Hello, I'm Qi Feiyang." Zhu Shuiyin greeted him back. "Hello, I'm Zhu Shuiyin. You are quite diligent. There are many servants at home to do these things. Why do you do it yourself?" Zhu Shuiyin hesitated for a moment. Because I'm quite bored. Qi Feiyang's eyes flickered with a hint of melancholy upon hearing this. It seemed everyone was ignoring her, leaving her feeling lonely, forcing her to find something to occupy her time. Would you like to join us in playing this afternoon? Zhu Shuiyin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It would be wonderful if she could join. Qi Feiyang nodded. In the afternoon. Zhu Shuiyin timidly peeked her head through the door. Qi Feiyang smiled encouragingly at her, prompting her to enter. Upon seeing Zhu Shuiyin, Fang Qian said nothing, his expression suggesting he was not displeased. Song Xinrui exclaimed, "You don't mean to say you wish to play games with us?" Zhu Shuiyin's eyes lit up as she nodded eagerly. Song Xinrui hesitated. "Have you played before? Do you know the rules?" "We don't have time to explain them again. I know how to play," Zhu Shuiyin replied softly, her voice timid. Song Xinrui was momentarily speechless. Then come on. Zhu Shuiyin happily found a seat, conveniently next to Fang Qian. His anxious heart gradually settled. Indeed, with such a splendid opportunity to sit beside him, Zhu Shuiyin would not let it slip by. "What are you all playing?" Qi Feiyang responded quickly. "Truth or dare? Oh, that sounds fun." Zhu Shuiyin had heard of this game and was eager to participate. Each person at the table had a number assigned, and a random generator would select the lucky one and the questioner. 66. How am I to complete the task you assign me? Zhu Shuiyin truly found the task daunting and thought that truth or dare was a splendid opportunity to pose sharp questions. With her delicate face tilted upwards, she asked, "What sharp questions? Just play. I'll come up with the questions for you later." Okay, Zhu Shuiyin felt relieved. The fruit she had washed and the baked cakes and cookies were laid out in the center of the table, ready for snacking during the game. There was also alcohol on the table for penalties. The game commenced swiftly. The first numbers drawn were 3 and 5. Number 3 was Song Xinrui, and number 5 was Fang Qian. Upon seeing the results, Song Xinrui swallowed nervously, staring intently at Fang Qian. Fang Qian wore a mischievous smile. "Choose truth or dare." Song Xinrui's voice trembled. "Dare." Fang Qian nodded, casually stating, "Song Xinrui, you must participate in the 3,000-meter race at this year's saintly race." Song Xinrui exclaimed, "Ah, Brother Yin, is that really necessary?" His voice quivered slightly. Fang Qian chuckled coldly. "It is entirely necessary." Song Xinrui glanced at the large cup of alcohol, hesitating back and forth, but ultimately acquiesced to Fang Qian's demand. The game continued. The second round landed on numbers 10 and 7.1 was Qi Feiyang, and the other was a green-haired boy unknown to Zhu Shuiyin. Qi Feiyang chose truth, and the green-haired boy asked with a hint of mischief, "Qi Feiyang, who do you like among those present?" Upon hearing this question, Qi Feiyang's face flushed crimson, and he struggled to articulate a response. The green-haired boy remarked, "I didn't expect you to be so innocent." "Just say it. It's fine." As he spoke, his gaze rested on Pei Zhixian. However, Qi Feiyang responded, "I'll drink instead." Chapter 38. Drinking after Qi Feiyang's declaration, he took a hearty swig of alcohol. "Oh no. Don tea," the green-haired boy exclaimed, taken aback. He glanced at Pei Zhixian, who wore an infallible smile. The game continued, and this time it was Zhu Shuiyin's turn. Her eyes sparkled, and her long eyelashes fluttered with excitement. "Host, this time you are merely the lucky one, not the questioner. Why are you so thrilled?" Zhu Shuiyin replied. "Ah, it seems so." Her questioner was Zhu Shuiyin, and a sense of foreboding washed over Zhu Shuiyin. Zhu Shuiyin's lips curled into a smug smile. "Zhu Shuiyin, make your choice." Zhu Shuiyin promptly declared, "I choose truth." Given her previous altercation with Zhu Shuiyin, she dared not select dare, uncertain of what he might compel her to do. "Truth. Why did you glare at me the first time we met?" Zhu Shuiyin inquired, his tone laced with expectation. Zhu Shuiyin gulped. This was something she could never admit. Thus, she opted for drinking instead. "I'll drink." Zhu Shuiyin's eyes widened in disbelief. Initially intending to say there's no need to drink. He was taken aback, as Zhu Shuiyin had already consumed half the drink. Zhu Shuiyin let out a small belch. The beginning of the season. Zhu Shuiyin looked at her with some concern. "You still have half left. Don't drink anymore." Zhu Shuiyin, too, had lost her desire to drink and nodded in agreement. This seems a bit against the rules of the game," but a small voice piped up. Belonging to a girl sitting next to Pei Zhixian, Zhu Shuiyan's expression turned cold as he took the unfinished drink from Zhu Shuiyin and downed it in one go. "I've helped her finish it. So it doesn't count as breaking the rules." The faint voice abruptly ceased, unable to utter another word. Zhu Shuiyin blinked, gazing at her cup. "Where did my cup go?" Fang Qian paused, his expression inscrutable as he looked at the cup. He raised his eyelids, staring intently at Zhu Shuiyin. Did Zhu Shuiyin act without thinking? How could he say such reckless things and drink indiscriminately? Fang Qian felt a surge of frustration building within him, his grip on the glass tightening as if he might shatter it. However, thud, a soft figure collapsed against him. Zhu Shuiyin's face was flushed, and she was exhaling white puffs of breath that I'm so dizzy. The frustration within Fang Qian dissipated suddenly. He instinctively reached out a hand to smooth Zhu Shuiyin's hair. You had too much to drink. You should go to sleep. Yet, Zhu Shuiyin's eyes widened suddenly. Her previously upturned gaze now round and innocent. No, I'm not drunk. I don't want to keep playing. Fang Qian. Zhu Shuiyin, in a dazed state, clambered up from Fang Qian's lap, her cheeks still rosy. Zhu Shuiyin cast a lingering glance at her. The game continued. Zhu Shuiyin's consciousness remained hazy until she became the one posing questions, while Pei Zhixian was dubbed the lucky one to host. The opportunity has come. You need to wake up a bit. Zhu Shuiyin jolted awake and straightened her posture. Okay. Pei Zhixian's gaze was fixed on Zhu Shuiyin. I choose truth. Zhu Shuiyin nodded, looking somewhat dazed. Host, do you remember to ask her questions? Zhu Shuiyin nodded, assuringly. Rest easy. 66. Last time in the student council office. Why did you say such strange things to me? And why did you insist on eating the fruit I washed earlier? Zhu Shuiyin's tone was filled with confusion and disbelief. Her expression radiated innocence, as though she genuinely did not comprehend the sensitivity of her inquiries. Yet, this prompted a change in Pei Zhixian's demeanor, her expression darkening as she gazed at Zhu Shuiyin with an uncertain glare. This line of questioning had successfully piqued the curiosity of the others. Could there be some hidden drama? Everyone was captivated by their exchange. Pei Zhixian slowly revealed a seemingly innocent smile. The last time was because I felt that Zhu classmate had bumped into me intentionally. I wanted to ask if you had something to say to me. It was nothing else. Surely you misunderstood. As for the second question, are you certain I asked you to wash the fruit? Zhu Shuiyin was momentarily rendered speechless, her expression turning blank. Did she really say that? She had directly exposed her. What had she said to me last time? The system was prepared to print out the dialogue for the host. But Pei Chujin interjected suddenly. The questions are over. Let's proceed to the next round. Zhu Shuiyin looked at Pei Chujin, bewildered. Pei Chujin, however, did not direct his gaze this way. 66. Did I mess up? That it's all right. Pei Chujin has already planted the seeds of doubt in his mind. Oh. Zhu Shuiyin lowered her head, feeling disheartened. Song Xinrui's eyes darted around, unable to tolerate the goddess being slandered. Zhu Shuiyin, you should clarify. You might have really misunderstood. That a flicker of irritation flashed in Pei Zhixian's eyes. Maintaining a calm and gracious demeanor, she said, Xinrui, let's drop it. I believe Zhu classmate understands. Zhu Shuiyin's glistening eyes blinked in confusion, her expression still dazed. All right then, let us hear it. Song Xinrui hastily shifted his gaze from Zhu Shuiyin's face. Wow, how cute is she? To know. It's just so adorable. Why is her face so flushed? Pei Zhixian, noticing their lack of clarity, promptly suggested, let's not waste everyone's time. Let us continue the game. After saying that, she activated the program. This time, it was just right for Song Xinrui and Zhu Shuiyin. Pei Zhixian's eyes darkened momentarily, hoping Song Xinrui wouldn't ask an inappropriate question. I choose truth. Song Xinrui clicked his tongue, finding the situation somewhat tedious. However, if Zhu Shuiyin truly opted for a dare, he doubted he could go through with it. To be honest, do you have any grievances against Pei Zhixian? Pei Zhixian's gaze flickered. She didn't find Song Xinrui quite so easy to manipulate. Zhu Shuiyin looked at Song Xinrui, bewildered. She had just asked a sensitive question, so now he was throwing the question back at her. Song Xinrui felt a sudden pang in his heart under her gaze, inexplicably remorseful for having said that. Fang Qian shot Song Xinrui a glare and, almost instinctively, said, if you don't want to answer, I'll drink your share. Zhu Shuiyin jolted, her watery eyes looking at Fang Qian, nodding in a pitiful manner. Okay, you drink for me. Chapter 39. Alcohol intoxication indeed. Fang Qian promptly lifted the drink and downed it in one go. Zhu Shuiyin had just acted all pitiful and then buried her head against Fang Qian's chest, rendering herself unconscious. Fang Qian felt a rush of blood to his head due to her actions. His voice trembled slightly. Hey, don't mess around. Get up. All that responded was her steady breathing. The people at the table exchanged glances at Zhu Shuiyin, with a worried expression, said, she looks really unwell. We should take her to bed. Fang Qian glanced at him, his tone unreadable. Then let us go. You guys keep playing. Fang Xiao, are you coming back? Right, weren't they supposed to play all night? Fang Qian cradled Zhu Shuiyin in his arms and softly instructed. Keep it down. I'll be back shortly. With that, he left without looking back, leaving the others to swallow nervously. So, shall we? Pei Chu-jin, head lowered, fiddled with the glass in his hand, quietly suggested, let us wait for Fang Qian to return. After saying that, he picked up a nearby cupcake and began to dig in. The surrounding girls became animated, eagerly sharing the news that Pei Xiao liked cake. They now had a new baking project to embark on. When Zhu Shuiyin was placed on the bed, she mumbled softly, then turned over, continuing to sleep. Fang Qian chuckled softly, finding her inexplicably adorable. Host, have you completely forgotten about the laxative? Zhu Shuiyin, half asleep, suddenly jolted awake. Oh no. It's all right. This task is indeed too difficult for you. However, you won't gain any corresponding points. Zhu Shuiyin sighed in relief, preparing to drift back to sleep. It seemed the host was utterly unconcerned. Yet now there was a new opportunity to earn points. Would she like to seize it? Zhu Shuiyin slowly opened her eyes. What opportunity? Tonight, Fang Qian will suffer from alcohol intoxication and require your care. Zhu Shuiyin, alcohol intoxication? Of course, she had to help Fang Qian. What if something terrible happened? All right, wake me up when it's time. Precisely 1:20 a.m., Zhu Shuiyin woke up on time, dressed in fluffy slippers. She hurried to the room where everyone was playing games. Several boys were sprawled on the sofa or bed. Fang Qian's tall figure was curled up on the carpet, his face pale and cold sweat beading on his forehead. Zhu Shuiyin was startled and rushed to prop him up against her. Then, she sent some spiritual energy into his mouth. Fang Qian finally felt a bit better, his hazy eyes fluttering open to see Zhu Shuiyin in her pajamas. Worry etched on her face, her eyes glistened with moisture, and her lips formed a sad pout. Fang Qian's heart clenched painfully, and then he fainted again. Fang Qian was simply too heavy. Zhu Shuiyin exerted all her strength to drag him out of the room. She then picked up her phone to contact the hospital, hoping they could send a rescue hovercraft. However, unbeknownst to her, Zhu Shuiyin's voice had stirred the others in the room. Pei Chu-jin unexpectedly woke up and emerged from the room. He looked at Zhu Shuiyin's slightly red eyes, momentarily taken aback before asking, "What's wrong?" Zhu Shuiyin pointed at Fang Qian that he is unwell. "I need to take him to the hospital." Pei Chu-jin assessed Fang Qian's condition. His brows furrowing in concern, "I'll handle it." He then glanced at Zhu Shuiyin's flushed face, akin to a ripe apple, and added, "You're still intoxicated. Go get some rest." Zhu Shuiyin looked at him expectantly. "Really?" Pei Chu-jin paused, slightly helpless that of course. Zhu Shuiyin, still feeling a bit dazed, decided to go to sleep. The rescue hovercraft she had called had already arrived. The rest was left to Pei Chu-jin. Zhu Shuiyin yawned and rubbed her eyes. Feeling extremely sleepy. Foolish host. Missing out on opportunities. How frustrating. Yet it seemed the host was particularly sensitive to alcohol, so perhaps it was better for her to rest first. "Brother, why are you still out so late?" Fang Qian encountered an unexpected incident, and I promptly took him to the hospital. After Pei Chu-jin spoke, she draped Fang Qian's arm over her shoulder. Pei Zhixin glanced at the distant Zhu Shuiyin, her eyes seemingly reflecting a fleeting thought that, "I will accompany you," she offered. "You must be weary today. It is better for you to rest well. It's all right. The two of us can look after each other." Pei Chu-jin hesitated. The hospital was equipped with excellent facilities, and the nurses were exceptionally attentive, rendering their concern unnecessary. However, he refrained from voicing this, as Zhixin's intentions were undoubtedly kind-hearted. The following noon, Fang Qian awoke in the hospital room. The first sight he beheld was Pei Zhixin cooling a bowl of congee for him. Upon noticing his awakening, a glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Qian, you are awake. How do you feel now? Do you need me to call the doctor?" Fang Qian shook his head. The surrounding individuals, a few childhood friends, gathered around him. "Who brought me here?" he inquired, feeling slightly disoriented. He distinctly remembered Zhu Shuiyin's face from the previous day. Could it have been a dream? Pei Zhixin maintained her composure, stating, "My brother and I brought you here, and we informed Xin Ruwei and Chu Xian this morning." Song Xin Ruwei and Ji Chu Xian nodded in affirmation. Pei Chu-jin cast his gaze downward, lost in thought, and made no denial. This was typical of him, so Fang Qian did not dwell on it. He moved his lips, as if wishing to say more. But Pei Zhixin interjected, "The others are likely still sleeping at your home, but they must have left by now." Fang Qian closed his eyes and nodded absent-mindedly, a sense of inexplicable disappointment washing over him. Zhu Shuiyin must still be at home, sleeping soundly after her drunken state the previous night. How could she consume so much alcohol in mere moments? Qian, would you like to have some congee? Pei Zhixian offered, holding a fragrant bowl of congee, seemingly intending to feed him. Fang Qian felt a surge of mixed emotions and replied, I can manage it myself. Pei Zhixian did not insist further and handed the bowl to him. By the afternoon, Fang Qian was able to return home, as the others had also departed. Upon returning, his first action was to seek out Zhu Shuiyin. He went to her room, only to find her still fast asleep. Her complexion had returned to normal, no longer flushed as it had been the previous day. Fang Qian sighed. Forget it. Chapter 40. Jiang Yanjing. Ever since the last gathering concluded, their relationship had grown strangely distant. Fang Qian began to ignore Zhu Shuiyin entirely. She felt bewildered, staring blankly at him. Host, due to your abrupt departure during the previous mission, the plot was disrupted, resulting in a loss of points. Zhu Shuiyin whimpered. Whoa, is me. Very well. Yet this time, the majority acknowledged the notion of hosts entertaining guests, thus increasing the plot progression by 1 that the system has augmented the plot development to enhance the host beauty score. Fang Qian consistently avoided Zhu Shuiyin, as if harboring an intense dislike or sulking. Zhu Shuiyin found herself unable to utter a single word. Unbeknownst to her, she had nearly mastered the basic and intermediate knowledge. Leaning over her desk, she mused, Why haven't you assigned me tasks recently? The plot progression stagnated, and she and T felt invigorated in quite some time that I noticed you were engrossed in your studies. So I refrained from interrupting you, thinking it was part of the task, came the reply. Zhu Shuiyin, feeling drowsy, murmured, Oh, did I see? After this brief exchange, she succumbed to sleep at her desk, with only a month remaining until the midterm examination at St. Rise Academy. Zhu Shuiyin jolted upright in alarm. Her commotion startled Shen Yunqing, who sat nearby. Zhu Shuiyin trembled. The midterm exams. Shen Yunqing raised an eyebrow. Your study pace is commendable, but achieving satisfactory results in the midterms seems far-fetched. Zhu Shuiyin's spirits drooped. She realized she hadn't even begun studying the current material. Nonetheless, she resolved to try her best, not wanting to disappoint Mr. Fang and Mrs. Fang. Her determination solidified, her expression resolute, as if she were relinquishing something of great significance. Shen Yunqing regarded her with amusement, anticipating her next clever suggestion that I have decided that I shall refrain from leisure activities on weekends. Let us attend classes at a CAF together. Shen Yunqing, taken aback, responded, Only on weekends? I thought you intended to forego sleep entirely. Well, be prepared. The upcoming material will be significantly more challenging than what you've encountered thus far. Zhu Shuiyin hesitantly nodded. If it's fine that I will accelerate my study pace during this time. She declared, a somewhat forced smile adorning her face that, in truth, she felt it was unnecessary. Shen Yunqing replied calmly, In a while, I will represent the school at an academic conference on Third Star. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes widened. Third Star? Shen Yunqing nodded. The academy places great importance on this meeting. I will likely be away for about a month. Consequently, I may not be able to teach you, but do not worry. I will arrange for another instructor. Zhu Shuiyin's curiosity was piqued by the mention of a new teacher. Who is it? She inquired eagerly. Shen Yunqing produced a ranking list, pointing to a name beneath his own, Jiang Yanjing. Zhu Shuiyin blinked, the name eluding her familiarity, as she had not heard it before. Is she in our class? Shen Yunqing confirmed, the one seated in the front row. Zhu Shuiyin hurried to observe, spotting a diligent girl engrossed in her studies. This girl was unlike most others in the elite class, while the other girls adorned themselves with elaborate embellishments. She sported a simple, neat ponytail, devoid of any accessories save for a black hair tie. Jiang Yanjing, a fellow exceptional student like Shen Yunqing, excelled at St. Rise Academy. Zhu Shuiyin's mouth formed an O of realization. How impressive! Amused by her dazed expression, Shen Yunqing remarked, She will assume my position. Facilitating your communication. Zhu Shuiyin's heart fluttered with excitement at the prospect of having a new female teacher. Rest assured, I will dedicate myself to my studies during this time. Shen Yunqing could only smile in response. True to his words, Zhu Shuiyin's progress in her studies accelerated remarkably. She was busily occupied, but fortunately, Shen Yunqing departed shortly after a few days. Zhu Shuiyin breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Shen Yunqing had been exceptionally lenient. Having devised a very reasonable study plan for her, on the day Shen Yunqing left, Jiang Yanjing moved her seat next to Zhu Shuiyin. Zhu Shuiyin, her eyes sparkling, eagerly assisted in relocating her belongings. Jiang Yanjing cast a brief glance at Zhu Shuiyin, but said nothing. This only fueled Zhu Shuiyin's enthusiasm as she diligently helped. Jiang Yanjing's desk was orderly, devoid of any clutter. Zhu Shuiyin quickly finished setting up. Jiang Yanjing, hello, she greeted, her face beaming with a broad smile, her eyes crescent-shaped. Jiang Yanjing, taken aback by her warmth, revealed a hint of a smile on her otherwise indifferent face. Hello, Zhu Shuiyin. Zhu Shuiyin marveled internally, noting that high achievers often shared a similar demeanor, cold on the outside, warm within. Before leaving, Shen Yunqing reported your study progressed to me. You are now studying advanced knowledge. Zhu Shuiyin nodded, then could not help but voice her grievances. Advanced knowledge is truly challenging. Jiang Yanjing paused before stating, if you find it difficult, it is because you have not comprehended it thoroughly. Zhu Shuiyin rested her chin on the desk, sniffing, but the physiological knowledge is manageable. But I struggle with the principles of mecha and operating systems. Jiang Yanjing nodded, beginning to formulate a study plan for her. Noticing the time, Zhu Shuiyin exclaimed cheerfully, Yanjing, shall we go for a meal together? In the past, she would have hesitated to address Shen Yunqing in such a manner, as he likely would not have approved. Jiang Yanjing hesitated. I do not dine at the St. Rise cafeteria. Zhu Shuiyin recalled the system, mentioning that Shen Yunqing also refrained from going. Thus, she quickly replied, we can go elsewhere. I will accompany you. Jiang Yanjing simply stated, you may go eat by yourself. Zhu Shuiyin was taken aback. Muttering a reluctant agreement, she realized that she and Jiang Yanjing were still strangers. Once they became more familiar, surely Jiang Yanjing would not remain so aloof. Upon returning to the estate, Zhu Shuiyin discovered a newfound passion for creating desserts. Initially indifferent, she now found herself increasingly enamored with the craft. Mrs. Fong, perhaps perceiving Zhu Shuiyin's academic pursuits as lacking rigor, enrolled her in numerous courses, flower arrangement, baking, tea arts, and fragrance appreciation. Every weekend or during her leisure time, instructors would visit the estate to impart their knowledge. Chapter 41. Mrs. Fong's hobby. Zhu Shuiyin resolved that once she mastered her baking skills, she would bring small cakes to share with Jiang Yanjing. Surely no girl could resist the allure of desserts. Zhu Shuiyin cradled her face in her hands, contemplating. Ding! The system activated a prompt. No girl dislikes desserts. A time-limited task was issued. Please identify Mrs. Fong's favorite dessert and prepare it for her using your exceptional skills. Zhu Shuiyin blinked her eyes, pondering a matter just as the task arrived. Mrs. Fong's favorite dessert. Should she inquire directly? After some contemplation, she decided to investigate. She made her way to the kitchen, where Wang Ma and the chefs were busily preparing dinner. Over the past month, Zhu Shuiyin had developed a good rapport with Wang Ma, gradually overcoming her initial social anxiety. Wang Ma, may I ask you a question? Zhu Shuiyin, dressed in a relaxed, light green home dress with a pure white hem that accentuated her freshness, her flowing cloud-like black hair cascading down her shoulders, resembled a delicate lotus flower. She exuded an ethereal grace, almost too refined for her surroundings. Wang Ma, upon seeing her, felt an instant fondness. When Miss Zhu first arrived, she appeared quite out of place and timid. But now she seemed no different from a noble lady raised in affluence. Wang Ma wondered why the young master was so dismissive of Miss Zhu. With a warm smile, Wang Ma asked, Miss Zhu, what would you like to inquire about? Zhu Shuiyin's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, I wish to know what dessert Mrs. Fong enjoys the most. Wang Ma paused, then replied without hesitation, Miss Zhu, the madam does not particularly like desserts. She hardly consumes them. Zhu Shuiyin was taken aback by this revelation, her expression blank, mouth agape. Wang Ma nodded in affirmation, confirming her answer. Disheartened, Zhu Shuiyin drifted away. Fong Qian sat with his arms crossed on the sofa, and upon seeing Zhu Shuiyin's despondent demeanor, he could not help but mock. What's wrong? Is it that Shen Yunqing's third star has you so forlorn? You appear lost even on your way home. Zhu Shuiyin, bewildered, looked up. Huh, what are you talking about? She was utterly out of sync with Fong Qian, her face a canvas of confusion. Fong Qian remained silent. Zhu Shuiyin realized she had a knack for provoking him. No one else could so easily disregard his words. Suddenly, it struck her that Fong Qian might be a good source of information. Surely he knew what his mother liked to eat. She eagerly scooted closer to him, her face alight with a smile. Fong Qian, caught off guard by her approach, felt discomfort wash over him, shifting uncomfortably on the sofa. What are you doing, Zhu Shuiyin? Fresh from a shower, Zhu Shuiyin's complexion glowed with a rosy hue, her sweetness almost tempting enough to take a bite. Moreover, she carried a unique fragrance that made being near her exceptionally pleasant. Fang Qiyin, she began, straightening his back involuntarily. Do you know what dessert, Mrs. Fang enjoys? Upon realizing the nature of her question, Fang Qiyin let out a scoff. Zhu Shuiyin, is your mind consumed with ways to please others? Let me tell you, do not think that you can charm my mother into submission. It is utterly impossible. Zhu Shuiyin blinked, more perplexed than ever. What on earth was Fang Qiyin talking about? Why was it becoming increasingly difficult to understand him? Was this what Xin Yunqing often referred to as nonsensical and irrelevant? Zhu Shuiyin spoke her thoughts aloud, and Fang Qiyin, clearly exasperated, felt an urge to retch from embarrassment. He coldly stated, "Save your efforts. My mother does not like desserts." Disappointment washed over Zhu Shuiyin. Why did everyone say the same thing? Could it be true that Mrs. Fang truly did not enjoy sweets? She earnestly corrected the system's error. 66. Did you assign me the wrong task? Mrs. Fang does not like desserts at all. Impossible, the system retorted. The character data in the database is infallible. Mrs. Fang enjoys desserts. Ah. Zhu Shuiyin's face displayed bewilderment. Had she never witnessed her eating in front of others? I agree, she mused, scratching her head, that Mrs. Fang was a strong woman. Perhaps she secretly indulged in sweets. What if you actually guessed the truth? Zhu Shuiyin chuckled. With this thought, she scoured the internet for various desserts, and after perusing numerous reviews and guides, she resolved to make a yellow soybean flour snow mochi cheese cake the following day. It looked utterly delectable. Zhu Shuiyin swallowed hard, unable to contain her excitement. Fang Qiyin raised an eyebrow, bemused by the strange sound she emitted. Zhu Shuiyin noticed his puzzled expression and gleefully shared her findings with him. For tomorrow's baking class, I plan to make this. Would you like to try it? Fang Qiyin cast a glance at the plump, soft dessert displayed on her screen, inwardly noting its uncanny resemblance to Zhu Shuiyin in some way. He couldn't help but retort, is your mind perpetually fixated on food? Zhu Shuiyin pressed her lips together, feeling discontented. However, she masked her feelings and feigned sorrow, saying, I merely want to make it for you all. I also wish to show Mrs. Fang the results of my recent baking class. Fang Qiyin was momentarily taken aback, biting back his irritation at Zhu Shuiyin. Why had she suddenly lost her restraint? Was she attempting to win his attention by learning these frivolous skills to become the future Mrs. Fang? Moreover, she had silently transformed herself, whitening her skin, enlarging her eyes, and adding a delightful fragrance to her presence. Now that she realized her subtle efforts had gone unnoticed, she wanted to confront him directly. He would never yield, especially after she had shown no concern during his recent bout of alcohol poisoning. Fang Qiyin abruptly stood up from the sofa, leaving the area. Zhu Shuiyin looked on in confusion, choosing to disregard his unpredictable temperament as she focused on learning the recipe for the dessert, glutinous rice flour. Yogurt, cheese, cream, yellow soybean flour. As dinner approached, Wang Ma served the meal at the table, commenting to Mrs. Fang, Madam, you have looked exceptionally well lately. You seem noticeably younger. Mrs. Fang touched her face. Pleased, really? My sleep and work have indeed been quite satisfactory lately. Mr. Fang concurred. Mozhang has been in good spirits recently. Mozhang was Mrs. Fang's name. Fang Qiyin lazily lifted his head to regard his mother. Mom, to be honest, you really have become younger. Zhu Shuiyin, holding a bowl of rice, nodded eagerly. Mrs. Fang's radiant smile illuminated the entire dining table. After a moment's thought, she remarked, You know, ever since I placed that bouquet Zhu Shuiyin sent me by my bedside, I have been sleeping exceptionally well, and my sleep quality has significantly improved. Zhu Shuiyin froze, her chopsticks clattering onto the table. Mr. Fang wholeheartedly agreed. My sleep quality has also improved. Mrs. Fang's gaze toward Zhu Shuiyin became increasingly affectionate as she teasingly nudged Fang Qiyin. Yinin is our family's fortunate star. Fang Qiyan's smile faltered. Disbelief etched on his face as he processed his mother's words. How could she suggest bringing Zhu Shuiyin before his friends? Wasn't that a veiled announcement? He was at his wit's end. Zhu Shuiyin blinked. Song Xinrui, the one who is always seeking trouble, the boy with glasses, chubby and pale. She felt a pang of displeasure, pursing her lips. Mom, I'm not familiar with Song Xinrui. Why would I need to bring her? Fang Qiyin protested. Mrs. Fang firmly replied, Isn't it customary for Xinrui to invite a multitude of friends to his birthday party? Besides, you are classmates. That I notice Yinin often seems lonely, without anyone to play with. It is quite pitiful. Fang Qian opened and closed his mouth, unable to utter a word. Given Song Xinrui's penchant for generosity, it was indeed likely that he would extend invitations to the entire class. Excluding only the two impoverished students, Fang Qian's complexion paled. Leaving him speechless, Mrs. Fang gracefully continued her dinner, declaring, "Well, that settles it then." Zhu Shuiyin feigned surprise. "Really? Fang Qian can take me to the classmate's birthday party? I will definitely prepare a lovely gift for Song." Mrs. Fang's fondness for Zhu Shuiyin grew, her voice gentle as she asked, "Does Yining have enough allowance for gifts? Would you like me to give you some money?" Zhu Shuiyin quickly waved her hand in protest. "No need, really. I still have plenty of money. She rarely spends on anything other than meals." The substantial tutoring fee of 150,000 for Shen Yunqing was also declined by him. He insisted on charging according to the standard market rate. Consequently, Zhu Shuiyin agreed to pay him 10,000 interstellar coins per month. Although Shen Yunqing initially thought this sum excessive, Zhu Shuiyin preemptively informed him of her complete lack of foundational knowledge and her need for constant one-on-one guidance. Thus, he reluctantly accepted. After dinner, Fang Qian deliberately cornered Zhu Shuiyin at the stairwell on the third floor. Zhu Shuiyin had just finished her meal and was slowly climbing the stairs to return to her room. Upon noticing his imposing figure in the stairwell, she paused, tilting her head in confusion as she gazed at him. "Zhu Shuiyin, I must inform you that you cannot attend Song Xinrui's birthday party." Zhu Shuiyin's expression dimmed slightly, her lips pouting in disappointment. Why not? She genuinely wished to partake, as it would be an excellent opportunity for her to integrate into high society and perhaps enhance her narrative depth. Fang Qian, visibly impatient, replied, "There is no reason." Zhu Shuiyin's brow furrowed, her innocence and naivety apparent. She muttered defiantly, "But Mrs. Fang wants me to go." Fang Qian incredulously retorted, "You dare to use my mother against me?" The accusation made Zhu Shuiyin flinch slightly, her delicate face betraying a hint of guilt. Did she really? Fang Qian propped his chin with his hand, tilting his head. "Should I inform my mother that your grades are atrocious? You don't understand the most basic, intermediate, or advanced concepts at all." Upon hearing this, Zhu Shuiyin's anxiety surged. She had never disclosed her tutoring arrangement with Shen Yunqing to anyone. "You're lying that I know everything." Fang Qian raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Then why were you reading the most elementary book last time?" Zhu Shuiyin's eyes darted, clearly contemplating her response. I just happened to forget a knowledge point and was browsing." Fang Qian watched her lie unfold with quiet amusement, then asked with interest, "What is the most crucial rule in mecha operation principles?" Zhu Shuiyin froze, her finely crafted brows knitting together in confusion. Her soft, moist lips parted, revealing glimpses of her pearly teeth, before they ultimately fell silent. Fang Qian smirked, clearly entertained by her expression. Zhu Shuiyin shut her eyes, conceding defeat. The principles of mecha operation were indeed advanced theoretical knowledge. She had studied them just yesterday, but had forgotten. Yielding to his authority, her lips turned dry and pale. Biting her lip, a trace of sadness flickered in her eyes. "All right then, I want to go." After uttering this, she lowered her gaze and returned to her room. Her footsteps light as if to avoid disturbing the house's inhabitants. Perhaps she had never regarded herself as a part of this home. Fang Qian was momentarily taken aback, tugging at his school tie, feeling inexplicably suffocated and irritable. Why did Zhu Shuiyin seem so pitiful just now? Surely she wouldn't hide under the covers and cry. He hadn't bullied her, had he? Fang Qian trudged upstairs, feeling unsettled. In truth, once Zhu Shuiyin returned to her room, she swiftly dismissed the incident from her mind. Recently, she had stumbled upon a new form of entertainment: reading novels. Chapter 43. Fang Qian's interest all of this began when she discovered a treasure trove of a software called tomato-free novels, which spiraled into an obsession. Each day, she would eagerly dive into chapters of the cold CEO's sweet wife runs away with a baby, recently reaching the part with a female protagonist, Ruan Mianyan, elopes with her genius baby. The system, observing the host's deepening infatuation with vintage novels, felt utterly powerless. Having just emerged from a mindless idle drama binge, she now found herself entranced by classic literature. The system couldn't help but grind its teeth. "Host, please tell me, who exactly recommended these to you?" Zhu Shuiyin blinked, bewildered, thought no one recommended them. "I just found them myself." The system's voice grew weary. "No more idle dramas? Well, enjoy the fact that they won't be updated tonight." Zhu Shuiyin sat on her bed, a vast luminous screen floating in the air, displaying an electronic novel in parchment-like hues, pages flipping automatically. She scratched her head. Genuinely absorbed. It's really good. Why don't you read it with me? The system retreated several hundred meters, waving its hands in refusal. IT had no intention of joining her, but still felt compelled to warn her. Host, I'm not saying this to be mean, but your brain is already lacking. You should watch less of this stuff, or it'll only worsen. Zhu Shuiyin puffed up her cheeks, clearly displeased. If you don't want to read, then don't. The following day, Zhu Shuiyin awoke to sunlight streaming through her window. A vine of roses had climbed the sturdy walls of the manor, conveniently blooming only in front of her window. Early in the morning, a tendril stealthily reached inside, parting the heavy velvet curtains. Morning light flooded her room, warming her eyelids. Zhu Shuiyin maintained a remarkably regular schedule, never sleeping past 10 at night, so she typically rose before 8 in the morning. After dressing, she donned a flowing violet court gown, its cinched waist accentuating her delicate figure, the linen braided belt intertwined around her waist, while soft, round-toed Mary Jane shoes adorned her feet, complemented by pale pink socks at her ankles. Her lustrous black hair was braided at the back, entwined with a delicate pink ribbon, cascading over her left shoulder. This morning, she resembled a vibrant butterfly, radiating boundless vitality and hope. Her first stop was the garden, where she longed to converse with her plant friends. Bamboo, how have you been living here lately? You seem to have grown even more beautiful. You must be quite happy. Indeed. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes brightened. Her recent life had been rather pleasant. However, her tone soon darkened, but that Fang Qian is exceedingly difficult to deal with. What do you want to do about young Master Fang? Actually, aside from his sharp tongue, he seems quite decent, and he is undeniably handsome. My lemon friend has seen him bathing. He has an 8-pack. His physique is truly impressive. He could surely lift the bamboo with one hand. Zhu Shuiyin found it hard to listen any longer. Pursing her lips, you're all right, but he really dislikes me. I need to make him like me. Bamboo. So that is how you feel. You must win over young Master Fang. Ha, Bamboo is more beautiful than any girl I've seen. You'll surely succeed. Like him. I heard he has a fondness for mecha models. A tall hibiscus pondered aloud. Zhu Shuiyin blinked, finally receiving useful information. Mecha models. Yes, he seems eager to visit the 17th star to see a real mecha model exhibition. All the mechas there are genuine, each with its own battle history and identification number in the Empire. However, the area is often war-torn. Mr. and Mrs. Fang do not permit him to go. Zhu Shuiyin leaned against a large banyan tree. Her purple gown flowing around her one finger poke her cheek thoughtfully. Zhu Shuiyin nodded excitedly. Thank you for your help. I understand now. With knowledge of Fang Qian's interests, she felt equipped to appeal to him. After a quick search on her cognitive device, she discovered that mecha models were far from affordable for an average person. She immediately dismissed the idea of gifting him one, and it was better to postpone that discussion for later. The baking instructor arrived shortly, and the butler escorted her to the Western-style kitchen. Zhu Shuiyin had already donned a light blue and white checkered apron, adorned with a lace trim. The baking instructor was a gentle and intellectually stimulating woman, her appearance comforting and pleasant. Upon seeing her, Zhu Shuiyin's cheeks flushed. Hello, teacher. The instructor smiled back. Today shall we make soft tofu snow cakes with soybean flour? Yes, I saw this on my cognitive device yesterday, and it looked delicious. Very well, let us make it together today. After 3 hours of effort, Zhu Shuiyin completed her dessert. The snow cake had an incredibly thin, glutinous rice skin with a soft, mildly sweet texture. Generously filled with creamy tofu, a thick layer of soybean flour coated the entire cake, making it look plump and steaming, instantly tempting anyone who laid eyes on it. Zhu Shuiyin proudly presented her creation to Mr. and Mrs. Fang in their study. It was a day off, so they usually worked a bit later. Mrs. Fang, Mr. Fang, this is the dessert I made. Please give it a try. Zhu Shuiyin rubbed her hands together, deliberately infusing her desserts with her own spiritual energy, rendering them distinct from ordinary sweets. Mrs. Fang's eyes sparkled momentarily, though the expression was fleeting. She modestly took a small portion, her movements seemingly casual. Zhu Shuiyin observed everything, stifling a giggle behind her hand. Mr. Fang also sampled a piece. Although he typically had little fondness for sweets, today's offering was rather exceptional, causing him to indulge a bit more than usual. How does it taste, Mrs. Fang? Zhu Shuiyin inquired eagerly. Chapter 44. So challenging Mrs. Fang suppressed the urge to consume more, smiling as she replied, You mean, You're truly remarkable. Even your Uncle Fong has eaten too. Zhu Shuyin's smile broadened. She quietly exited the study, realizing that Mrs. Fong had developed a fondness for desserts unbeknownst to the Fong family. This time, with her spiritual energy infused into the sweets, they must surely be the most delectable treats ever made. Ding! Plot points increase by 1, and Mrs. Fong and Mr. Fong's affection points also rise by 1. The system has automatically enhanced the host's beauty value. Zhu Shuiyin blinked in astonishment. This was her first encounter with such an announcement regarding skill points. Mrs. Fong is now entirely captivated by you. This accomplishment aligns with the original owner's goal of winning Mrs. Fong's favor. Zhu Shuiyin narrowed her eyes in delight, clapping her hands. How wonderful! She is also quite fond of Mrs. Fong. He. This means more spiritual energy points and restoration of her appearance. Satisfied, Zhu Shuiyin returned to the baking room. She then contacted Jiang Yanjing, inviting her to the Fong family estate. Her schedule was tightly packed for the day, with the afternoon dedicated to study. Thus, she needed Jiang Yanjing to come and tutor her. Zhu Shuiyin prepared some additional treats to deliver to Fong Qiyin. Despite his rudeness towards her, she felt compelled to win his favor. This thought made her slightly melancholic, prompting her to dawdle until the desserts were nearly cool before handing them to the butler. Could you please deliver this to Fong Qiyin? The butler readily agreed and ascended to the 4th floor. Young master, these are the desserts made by Miss Zhu, specially sent for you to taste. Fong Qiyin glanced at the plump dumplings on the plate. The butler, wearing a satisfied expression, remarked, Miss Zhu began preparing these early in the morning and even sent portions to Mr. and Mrs. Fong. This is a token of her heart. Recalling Zhu Shuyin's dispirited demeanor from the previous night, he unwittingly accepted the dumplings. If he had declined, she would likely have been disappointed, perhaps retreating to her room in tears, blaming him for it. Fong Qiyin felt indifferent towards such sticky, glutinous food. He neither liked nor disliked it. However, if given a choice, he would not opt to eat it. Today, the dumplings appeared somewhat palatable, prompting him to pop one into his mouth. To his surprise, he found a flavor remarkably delightful. These unassuming dumplings surpassed those from specialized dessert shops. The taste remained sweet, yet there was an unmistakable uniqueness that made one crave more. Fong Qiyin regarded the plate of golden dumplings with a complex expression. Astonished at Zhu Shuyin's improvement in culinary skills, this could not continue. What if she truly mastered the art of winning his heart through his palate? He promptly pushed the plate away, deterred from consuming more. Yet, he underestimated the power of these desserts. Ultimately, he finished all 3 dumplings on the plate, followed by a cup of clear tea. Tea was a rare occasion. He could hardly recall the last time he had indulged in such sweets. The most alarming part was that he found himself wanting more after finishing. While today's portion sufficed, he couldn't help but fantasize about having another serving tomorrow or the day after, which would bring him immense joy. Fong Qiyin realized he was already under Zhu Shuyin's influence, momentarily questioning his life choices while seated in his room. Jiang Yanjing arrived at the Fong estate. Ever punctual, arriving only at the designated time, Zhu Shuiyin quickly allowed her entry. Dressed casually in loose clothing and carrying a canvas bag, Jiang Yanjing followed Zhu Shuiyin to her study. Yanjing, these are the desserts I made this morning. Just for you, Zhu Shuiyin said, placing the dumplings on her desk and bringing over a plump, lacquered teapot. Rest here for a moment. I will return at 1 o'clock for our study session. Jiang Yanjing nodded. Simply saying, thank you. Zhu Shuiyin hurriedly shook her head. She still had to finish the remaining desserts. She had prepared quite a lot, sharing the others with Wang Ma, the butler, and others. Mrs. Fong, currently downstairs, noticed Jiang Yanjing's arrival through the estate surveillance system. Inin, have you invited your classmate over to play? Zhu Shuiyin understood Mrs. Fong was referring to Jiang Yanjing. She certainly couldn't disclose the truth about Jiang Yanjing's visit. Thus, she puffed her cheeks and nodded sheepishly. Mrs. Fong smiled at her. It is wonderful that you are making friends. I support you in inviting them to the estate often. Zhu Shuiyin beamed, revealing her small white teeth. The entire afternoon was spent in study. Jiang Yanjing and Shun Yunqing shared similar temperaments, both focused on efficiency and resolute in their actions. The tasks they assigned would be completed within the stipulated time. Today, Zhu Shuiyin finally grasped the principles of mecha operation. If only she had known this yesterday, Yanjing. Do you think the midterm exam at St. Lis is difficult? Jiang Yanjing paused, unsure how to provide an objective assessment. That I believe IT is not difficult. However, for you, it may be quite challenging. Zhu Shuiyin sighed, wiping away non-existent tears. Do you think I can pass this midterm exam? As long as you adhere to my methods, I will ensure you succeed. Zhu Shuiyin shed tears of gratitude. This reassurance brought her comfort. Thank you, Yanjing. Jiang Yanjing chuckled softly, finding the transfer student endearing. Biology is so tough. Why must we study operating systems and their principles? A mecha is simply a mecha. It exists as it is. Why delve into its composition? Zhu Shuiyin lamented. What is this? What is circuitry? She exclaimed, overwhelmed. And why is there so much mathematics? Advanced mathematics, discrete mathematics, linear algebra, probability theory, complex functions, number theory. I can't take it anymore. Jiang Yanjing observed Zhu Shuiyin's outburst, bemused. Were these subjects truly so daunting? Wasn't a single review sufficient? Zhu Shuiyin began to doubt her life choices. Was this the daily existence of a student at St. Lis? It seemed her master had graduated from there as well. Jiang Yanjing was decisively authoritative, insisting on maintaining intensity. The mathematics she was currently learning diverged significantly from the elementary and intermediate mathematics Zhu Shuiyin had previously studied. Her mind felt as if it were spinning. Meanwhile, Jiang Yanjing tilted her head, scrutinizing the text, finding it perplexing that is this really that difficult? This is merely the foundation for mastering your specialized knowledge. Class A is designed to cultivate well-rounded talents. Chapter 45. Step on him. Zhu Shuiyin remained in a stupor for a while, then abruptly inhaled sharply. She wearily contemplated, being human is so challenging that I wish to be like bamboo, simply nurtured by my master. Complete all the assignments I assigned today. I will come to check your progress tomorrow. Jiang Yanjing gathered her belongings, preparing to leave the Fong residence. Zhu Shuiyin glanced at the darkening sky and quickly suggested, Yanjing, it's getting late. Why don't you stay here and sleep with me? Jiang Yanjing shook her head coolly in refusal. Unfazed, Zhu Shuiyin continued, We've exerted so many brain cells today. You must be exhausted. Why not stay for dinner? Afterward, I can have the driver take you home. Coincidentally, as Zhu Shuiyin finished speaking, rain began to pour from the heavens, thunder rumbling ominously. Jiang Yanjing, who had initially intended to decline, fell silent, realizing she would indeed return soaked to the bone. Zhu Shuiyin eagerly dragged Jiang Yanjing downstairs for dinner. Though Jiang Yanjing was aloof, she was very polite, greeting each member of the Fong family. Fong Qian cast a glance at Jiang Yanjing before fixing a knowing stare on Zhu Shuiyin. She felt a twinge of apprehension at his gaze, yet could only muster a forced smile. You must be classmate Jiang. Did you enjoy your time at our home today? Mrs. Fong inquired with a smile. Jiang Yanjing nodded. Very much. Classmate Jiang should come to keep Yin company more often. Zhu Shuiyin, just having popped a piece of fruit in her mouth, nodded with her cheeks stuffed. Jiang Yanjing was also part of elite class A. She surely knew Fong Qian. Of course, we are acquainted. Fong Qian remarked with a sly smile, drawing out his words. Jiang Yanjing is a remarkably outstanding individual at St. Liso, so classmate Jiang is quite impressive. Mrs. Fong and Mr. Fong exchanged glances. Zhu Shuiyin's smile faltered. That insufferable Fong Qian. What was he trying to imply? Seeing Fong Qian poised to continue, Zhu Shuiyin panicked and, without hesitation, stepped on his foot. Fearing his reaction, she opted to remove her shoes, treading on him only in her socks. Fong Qian found himself abruptly silenced. His words lodged in his throat. Unable to ascend or descend, he gazed at Zhu Shuiyin with a look of utter disbelief. Zhu Shuiyin, engrossed in her meal, seemed oblivious to the commotion. Avoiding anyone's gaze, she pressed her foot down with greater force, grinding it slightly. A clear warning. Fong Qian was completely frozen, his chopsticks suspended in midair. Zhu Shuiyin's feet were delicate, seemingly small enough for him to envelop with a single hand. Clad in white cotton socks, they rested on his shoe, imparting only a soft, elastic sensation. There was no hint of pain, rather, it felt oddly pleasant, reminiscent of that fluffy white dumpling from earlier today, in his mind. Fong Qian meticulously crafted an image of her foot. It was an inappropriate thought, but he couldn't help but wonder why some people's feet could be so adorably charming. Upon realizing Fong Qian had fallen silent, Zhu Shuiyin let out a sigh of relief. Phew, she thought. She was terrified but had acted swiftly. Otherwise, she would have been exposed before Mr. and Mrs. Fong. Gradually, she reclaimed her foot and glanced up at Fong Qian. Seeing his absent-minded expression, akin to a fool's, reassured her that he was not angry. Thus, she felt justified in returning to her meal with renewed joy. Fong Qian's expression darkened. When had Zhu Shuiyin learned to misbehave so brazenly? Stepping on his foot? Just moments ago, she had sought to exchange flirtatious glances with him. This was simply too audacious. That night, Fang Qian dreamed of nothing but Zhu Shuiyin's feet, those feet resting on his chest. Cradled in his arms, cherished beyond measure, he awoke feeling chilled, and after a shower, found sleep eluding him. Consequently, he spent a rather gloomy weekend. In stark contrast, Zhu Shuiyin was occupied with her studies, fervently preparing for the dreaded midterm examinations. Despite St. Riss's relatively lenient academic system, students who failed to pass faced dire consequences, such as being sent to the desolate 52nd Wildstar for a month-long field study, all while maintaining their academic progress. The students at St. Riss were predominantly from affluent families, and none wished to be dispatched to the Wildstar. Yet, no one wanted to forfeit their diploma, making every exam of utmost importance that on the morning of the exam. Zhu Shuiyin's calves trembled with anxiety. She had been commuting to school with Fang Qian, and their relationship had improved slightly since then. Noticing her pale complexion and shivering legs, Fang Qian couldn't help but chuckle softly. It's just a midterm exam. Is it necessary to be this anxious? Such a lack of ambition. After dreaming that night, he had exerted considerable effort to appear nonchalant in Zhu Shuiyin's presence. Zhu Shuiyin forced a smile. Well, I can't compare to you. Fang Qian, sensing her genuine fear, stiffly reassured her, Jiang Yanjing will surely pass you. Zhu Shuiyin's face fell, and uncertainty gnawed at her heart. Oh. Fang Qian scrutinized her a bit more. Noticing how she had changed even overnight. Was she truly one of their household's wards? The transformation in Zhu Shuiyin since her arrival had been remarkable, despite her apprehension about the midterm exams. Zhu Shuiyin had slept soundly the previous night. Her worries never hindered her ability to eat or rest. To ease her tension, she allowed her thoughts to drift. After the exams, she planned to learn makeup. The girls in her class were adept at it, and the enhancement it brought to their appearances was undeniable. The midterm exams lasted only a day, covering key subjects, all of which were notoriously challenging. The forthcoming final exams would encompass all courses as the exam approached. Jiang Yanjing calmly advised Zhu Shuiyin to maintain a composed mindset. Zhu Shuiyin's lips trembled as she nodded, her face pale. Jiang Yanjing paused, her tone softening. Don't be afraid. I believe in you. Zhu Shuiyin's large, watery eyes widened momentarily, resembling round orbs. She suddenly threw herself into Jiang Yanjing's embrace, nuzzling her head against her shoulder. Oh, comforting, she whimpered, wishing to absorb some of her scholarly aura. Come on, brain, you must perform well today. Jiang Yanjing's hands were reluctantly pushed apart, displaying a hesitant demeanor. Ultimately, she stiffly accepted Zhu Shuiyin's affectionate nuzzling against her chest. Chapter 46. Makeup. Noticing Jiang Yanjing's lack of resistance, Zhu Shuiyin felt elated. She caught a glimpse of Jiang Yanjing's discomfort, and, after a brief moment of burying her head, pulled back. So soft. I like it. Yanjing, let's take the exam together. Jiang Yanjing responded with a strained from her throat. The day passed swiftly, consumed by exams. After completing one midterm, Zhu Shuiyin felt utterly drained, as if she had lost half her vitality. Meanwhile, Fang Qian remained as composed as ever. What with a long face? The questions were so simple. Why are you sulking? He lounged lazily in the leather seat of the floating pod. Zhu Shuiyin stared at her fingers, pouting and reluctant to speak. The gap between her and the St. Riss students felt insurmountable. They were all prodigies, while she was merely an interloper. With a weary sigh, Zhu Shuiyin asked, if I really do end up at the Wildstar for research, you would be thrilled. Wouldn't you? Fang Qian paused for a moment and blurted, of course, that would be splendid. Yet he soon realized that he felt no joy at all, only a sense of restlessness. Zhu Shuiyin's small face crinkled with sadness, and she sniffled, genuinely expressing, but I'm really sad. I don't want to be separated from you, that if they separated, how would she continue her pursuits or complete her tasks? Fang Qian was taken aback, rooted to the spot as if struck dumb. Zhu Shuiyin, while she harbored deep feelings for him, had never before expressed such candid sentiments. She had always feigned modesty before him, but now her true nature was laid bare. The thought of parting was unbearable. Fang Qian's heart raced as he stole a glance at Zhu Shuiyin, noting the sincerity of her sorrow, that he felt a tumult of emotions swirling within him. She mustn't fall too deeply. After all, no reciprocation awaited her. In a brusque tone, Fang Qian replied, well, it can't be helped. You had no right to force your way into St.Ris. To surprise, Zhu Shuiyin nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the days leading up to the release of their grades, Zhu Shuiyin lost her appetite and shed a few pounds. She pondered gloomily. It seems I am truly destined for the wild star. The system comforted her. The results have yet to be released. Do not be so pessimistic. Last night, she had succumbed to temptation and checked the answers. How do I put this? I don't care. Before going to Wildstar, I must see my master one last time. Wasn't Song Xinrui's birthday approaching? The system detected that Ji Shuzhou might attend. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes brightened. Really? That's wonderful. It was indeed an excellent opportunity, provided he agreed to take her along. Zhu Shuiyin clenched her fists. Her expression resolute. I can no longer be lax. Now I shall start learning makeup, so I can present my best self to pursue Fang Qiyin. Though she had Xiaoyan to assist her, she longed to try her hand at it, for no one understood her better than herself. Without hesitation, Zhu Shuiyin leapt from her bed and approached her vanity to begin her work. A massive virtual display flickered to life before her, showcasing makeup tutorials. Zhu Shuiyin, utterly captivated, followed the instructions diligently. After a day or two of practice, her makeup skills began to show promising results. With a look of sheer delight, Zhu Shuiyin held a charming bunny-shaped powder puff, playfully dabbing it on her face. Her skin, already smooth and fair, appeared even more refined, almost ethereal. Anyone who beheld her would likely be momentarily speechless. Zhu Shuiyin then applied a touch of dewy blush, its hue reminiscent of the most vibrant peach blossoms blooming in April, delicate and full of life. She contemplated using an eyelash brush next. The system, displaying a look of mild exasperation, remarked, "Your eyelashes are longer than most people's lifetimes. Are you sure you need to apply more?" The host's lashes and eyes already exuded an enchanting allure, requiring little embellishment. Zhu Shuiyin scrutinized her reflection in the mirror, acknowledging the system's wisdom. Thus, she discarded the eyelash brush and instead reached for an eyeshadow palette to add color to her eyelids. What color should I choose? This shimmering pink looks lovely. Excitedly, she brushed the sparkling powder onto her eyelids. The final touch would be the lipstick. Her vanity was adorned with no less than 300 lipsticks, each a different shade, all from renowned makeup brands celebrated throughout the empire. Originally, she hadn't possessed such a lavish collection, but as her bond with Mrs. Fang deepened, Mrs. Fang had taken it upon herself to augment Zhu Shuiyin's supplies, resulting in a truly luxurious vanity, a dream come true for any young girl. Zhu Shuiyin selected a beautifully hydrating hue. The hue resembles the summer's peach, exuding a delicate fragrance when applied to her lips. It glistens, evoking an irresistible desire to kiss. After Zhu Shuiyin perfected her lipstick, she felt her entire visage was a triumph. She cradled her face in delight, grinning foolishly. Having watched makeup tutorials from various influencers across the cosmos, she marveled at the transformation from before to after. Such novelty. She too yearned to enhance her beauty. That it must be said that Zhu Shuiyin possesses a greater affinity for makeup than for academics. The makeup she applied only served to accentuate her innate beauty, producing a stunning effect that was nonetheless captivating. How do I look? Am I pretty now? Zhu Shuiyin pouted, posing before the mirror. Absolutely stunning. You could easily be the belle of St.Ris, she mused, noting that this was still before her full beauty potential was realized. Zhu Shuiyin had devoted all her efforts to enhancing her allure. With a playful glint in her eye, she proclaimed, "I truly have a knack for makeup. Perhaps you should focus on how to persuade Fang Qiyin to take you to the banquet," she sighed. "I'll find him. I'll do whatever he asks, as long as he brings me along." With a contemplative expression, Zhu Shuiyin thought for a moment, then dashed to the garden to pluck a couple of flowers. "Is anyone interested in joining me in Fang Qian's room?" she asked, ensuring to gather her friends' opinions. "I want to go. I've grown tired of the garden," came the eager responses. "Me too." A chorus of excited voices erupted, and Zhu Shuiyin gathered the responding blossoms into a bouquet. She then removed the silk headband from her hair and fashioned a bow to adorn the flowers, channeling a touch of her spiritual energy. She imbued the blooms with a vibrant aura before proceeding to the 4th floor. Knock, knock. Fang Qiyin heard a series of knocks and asked, "Who is it?" After a moment's silence, he approached the door. His initially impatient demeanor froze upon seeing Zhu Shuiyin, who resembled a freshly baked, soft cake standing at his doorstep. The cool detachment on his face shifted to something akin to a bewildered canine stationed at the entrance. Fang Qiyin swallowed hard, gazing at Zhu Shuiyin in stunned silence. Had she not applied makeup? Her visage appeared soft and fragrant, her lips reminiscent of jelly. Not to mention her eyelashes, he had never noticed their length and density before. Dressed in a flowing silk gown and cradling a radiant bouquet, she beamed at him. "What are you doing?" he asked, his tone dried. Zhu Shuyin's heart raced. With a slight pout, her lips parted to reveal pearly teeth. Releasing a soft, sweet aroma. "These flowers are for you. May I come in?" Fang Qiyin, momentarily dazed, stepped aside clumsily, creating an awkward passageway. This ungainly movement contrasted amusingly with his tall stature. Zhu Shuiyin glided into his room, leaving a trail of delightful fragrance in her wake. The atmosphere shifted palpably upon her entrance. She placed the flowers in a vase, positioning it in the sunlight, and whispered to her friends, "You can stay here. I'll come back to refresh the water." "Okay, go ahead, Zhuzi," they replied. After completing her task, Zhu Shuiyin turned around, racking her brain for words. "I noticed the flowers outside were blooming beautifully, so I thought to bring some for your room." Fang Qiyin stared intently at her, asking, "Why have you suddenly started wearing makeup?" Zhu Shuiyin, cradling her face, stepped closer and inquired, "Do you think it looks good?" Silence enveloped them. She and T expected him to respond. Internally, Fang Qiyin murmured, "It looks good." Zhu Shuyin's mind raced with strategies. Logically, after gifting the flowers, she should depart, but she hadn't yet spoken her piece. Her face displayed a heavy-hearted expression. Fang Qiyin's brow furrowed slightly. "What's wrong?" With a soft gaze, Zhu Shuiyin replied, "I really want to go out with you." Fang Qiyin found himself at a loss for words. Previously, he hesitated to take her out, fearing she might embarrass him. After all, she wasn't a noble by birth, but rather a simple girl from an orphanage, unremarkable in appearance and skill that he worried others would mock him if he were seen with her. Yet, the current reality was starkly different if he took Zhu Shuiyin out now. Envy would surely follow him. He felt an unfamiliar pang of guilt. Zhu Shuiyin gazed earnestly at him, saying, "I'm willing to do anything, as long as it means I can accompany you." Fang Qiyin's emotions became increasingly complex that Zhu Shuiyin genuinely loved him, willing to do anything just to stand by his side, though he was rarely moved. Today he felt a stirring within him. Maintaining his aloof demeanor, he coughed softly. "Do as you wish." Zhu Shuyin's eyes sparkled at his words. Recognizing the opportunity he had presented, she discreetly signaled a victory with her fingers behind her back before flitting out of Fang Qiyi's room like a butterfly. She didn't forget to express her gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you." Fang Qiyin touched his heart, pondering why she felt the need to thank him. Was it for granting her the chance to get closer? He sighed, feeling a sense of melancholy. Zhu Shuiyin's unexpected visit had taken him by surprise. Ding! Affection level increased by 1. Ding! Fang Qiyi's affection level reached 80 as Zhu Shuiyin descended the staircase. She was momentarily stunned. Affection level? The system's excitement was palpable. Fang Qiyi's affection level could finally be measured. Only when the protagonist's affection exceeds 80 can it be detected. Zhu Shuiyin blinked in disbelief. So, this completeness stemmed from Fang Qiyin. She chuckled softly, filled with joy. However, was his affection already this high? Host, you have no idea. He is exceptionally skilled at self-manipulation that he dreams of winning over himself every night without fear of exhaustion. The system explained. Was this narrative completeness still tied to her beauty? Zhu Shuiyin nodded. Yes, the system confirmed. Your beauty level has reached S rank. No further enhancements are necessary. Zhu Shuiyin fluttered her eyelashes. If I appear before the master, will he recognize me? I believe so. Zhu Shuiyin beamed. Then next, let us enhance my spiritual energy. With the midterm exams concluded, the weekend wrapped up on the first day back at school, Zhu Shuiyin continued to don her makeup. She eagerly accompanied Fang Qiyin on the hovercraft to school. Fang Qiyin cast a glance at her, which soon turned into an unwavering gaze. Zhu Shuiyin's fair face was bathed in sunlight, streaming through the vehicle's window, rendering her almost unearthly. The shadows from her long lashes accentuated her eyes, her nose elegantly sculpted, and her lips full and inviting. His heart raced unexpectedly. Recalling the dream from the previous night, he felt an inexplicable warmth. Ding! Fang Qiyi's affection level rose by 2. Zhu Shuiyin had changed again. Though she wore makeup, this time it struck him with even more force than before, and he found her more beautiful than anyone he had ever encountered. Zhu Shuiyin retrieved a box from her bag, presenting it to Fang Qiyin. This is coconut milk, pudding I made this morning. It can serve as afternoon tea. Fang Qiyin paused, surprised. You made this early in the morning? Zhu Shuiyin nodded, mumbling softly. Fortunately, I finished it before coming to school. Fang Qiyin's heart fluttered as he slowly accepted the box. When Zhu Shuiyin saw him take it, a sweet smile graced her face. Her delicate hands, as white as spring bamboo, retreated to her skirt, curling slightly. Chapter 48. Rankings. Fang Qiyin promptly stowed the box in his bag. The exterior was still warm, imbued with a milky fragrance. From now on, there's no need to pretend not to know me at St. Riz. Zhu Shuiyin blinked, somewhat foolishly. So, can I greet you when I see you? Fang Qiyin nodded. Her face lit up with gratitude, and he felt a pang of regret for how he had treated her before, almost missing out on a precious sincerity. Zhu Shuiyin walked alongside Fang Qiyin into the school, and his expression shifted from disdain to acceptance. The elite class A was abuzz with chatter, and a freshly released report card projected on the screen that a crowd gathered around Zhu Shuiyin's desk, blocking the surrounding area. Her deskmate, Jiang Yanjing, had not yet arrived at school. Curiosity piqued, Zhu Shuiyin approached, wondering what her classmates were discussing. Perhaps they were looking for her? Fang Qiyin glanced at the report card on the screen, quickly spotting Zhu Shuiyin's name at the bottom. He glanced again at the group of people surrounding Zhu Shuiyin's table, a flicker of coldness crossing his eyes. Their faces were unmistakably marked by ill intentions. Zhu Shuiyin struggled to squeeze her way in. Her voice was soft, tinged with barely perceptible excitement. Oh, many classmates, so many friends. Are you looking for me? Is there something I need to do? Zhu Shuiyin's medium-length hair obediently fell behind her shoulders, making her face appear even smaller. She stood there, strikingly beautiful, amidst the crowd. Her table was littered with numerous papers, and her curiosity drew her gaze. Fool. Country bumpkin. Indeed, she ranked last. How dare she enter Class A? Just wait to scavenge on the wasteland. Stay away from Fang Xiao. Zhu Shuiyin blinked, her mind momentarily blank. Upon seeing the protagonist arrive, the atmosphere around her froze, as if everyone was waiting to gauge her reaction. However, instead of witnessing Zhu Shuiyin being bullied into tears, the crowd stood dumbfounded. Song Xinrui looked at Zhu Shuiyin, then fell into a dazed state. So beautiful, she even prettier than Pei Zhixian. When did Zhu Shuiyin grow into this? The male and female classmates beside him were hardly any better. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes fell, a fleeting look of hurt crossing them. Silently, she began to gather the scattered notes. With a sigh, she thought she truly was last. It seemed she would indeed head to the wasteland. Fang Qiyin, with a frosty expression, grabbed Song Xinrui by the collar and dragged him out of the classroom. The chairs in the classroom were kicked aside with a loud crash, causing the other students to flinch in fear. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting terror. When had Fang Xiao ever been this furious? Did you make them do this? Song Xinrui finally snapped out of his stupor. He didn't answer the question, but instead hesitantly asked Fang Qiyin if Zhu Shuiyin had undergone plastic surgery. Fang Qiyin's face darkened. Irritably, he replied, No, she had as recently been learning to apply makeup. Song Xinrui swallowed hard. He hadn't noticed any makeup on Zhu Shuiyin at all. She looked so natural. You still haven't answered my question. Fang Qiyin's tone was ominous, as if he were about to skin Song Xinrui alive. Song Xinrui pouted. I didn't mean to make her retreat in despair. I just thought she should understand her place. Fang Qiyin narrowed his eyes at him. That you're acting like a 3-year-old, resorting to such childish antics. Moreover, she isn't as detestable as you think. Also, last time, it was Zhu Shuiyin who mocked her first. How can you blame her? And which of your eyes saw her targeting Pei Zhixian? Song Xinrui shrank back, a rare look of regret on his chubby face. But Pei Zhixian clearly said. Fang Qiyin caught wind of something amiss and coldly inquired, What did she say? That Zhu Shuiyin looked at her strangely, implying that Zhu Shuiyin had lied during the previous Truth or Dare game. However, these claims lacked solid evidence. Song Xinrui fell silent. Pei Zhixian had never explicitly stated what Zhu Shuiyin had done. Her tone was vague, leaving much to the imagination. Even Song Xinrui, despite his foolishness, realized he had been used as a pawn. Feeling like a drenched rat, he said, I'll go apologize to her. Is that all right? Fang Qiyin nodded in agreement. Song Xinrui dejectedly returned to the classroom. Why this time? Zhu Shuiyin had quietly finished tidying up the papers and was slumped at her desk, using a book to shield her face. One could see her expression. The orchestrator of this incident was Song Xinrui. Few in the class dared to provoke him, so they pretended not to see and sat in their seats. Upon noticing this, Song Xinrui felt a pang of discomfort. He hadn't expected Zhu Shuiyin to react this way. He thought she would play the victim and have Yin Ge stand up for her. Instead, she merely cleaned up the mess in silence. Huddled into a small ball, licking her wounds. For the first time, Song Xinrui felt inhuman. Regretfully, he approached her. "Hey, are you all right?" Zhu Shuiyin's fluffy head moved slightly, revealing her slightly watery eyes. Song Xinrui's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly realizing how much of a scoundrel he truly was, his voice became hoarse as he struggled to say, "I'm sorry to all of this today, that it's my fault." Although he recognized his wrongdoing, he still found it difficult to humbly apologize. Zhu Shuiyin was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that Song Xinrui was behind everything, that even more, she didn't expect him to apologize to her. However, in her sorrow, she was reluctant to engage. Suddenly, she recalled Mrs. Fong's desire for Fong Qiyin to take her to Song Xinrui's birthday party, which Fong Qiyin had declined. Perhaps this was a good opportunity. Zhu Shuiyin slowly lifted her head. Chapter 49. A strange apology. Her face, having been hidden, had turned a rosy hue reminiscent of a rain-soaked peach blossom. Exuding a fatal allure, the breathing around her abruptly ceased. The entire classroom fell silent, the sound of a pin dropping discernible. Only faint sounds of photography were heard. Song Xinrui faced her beauty, his breath caught in his throat. His mouth moved wordlessly. He couldn't utter a single word. She looked even more stunning than before. Zhu Shuiyin puffed her cheeks, appearing displeased. Yet, who could blame her for feeling this way after such an ordeal? It was a miracle she wasn't throwing a fit. "If you can agree to one thing for me, I won't be angry and will forgive you." Song Xinrui almost instinctively replied, "I promise." Zhu Shuiyin. It seemed she hadn't yet specified what that thing was. Realizing he may have been too eager, Song Xinrui cleared his throat, feeling a tad awkward, and said, "What is it? You tell me, isn't your birthday coming up soon?" Song Xinrui paused, then nodded, "Yes, indeed." Zhu Shuiyin's lips curved into a smile. "I would like to attend your birthday party. Is that all right?" Song Xinrui had not expected such a simple request. Feeling incredulous, he replied almost instantly, "Of course, that's perfectly fine." Zhu Shuiyin sighed in relief. "That is, Fong Qiyin, the one who told you about my birthday." Song Xinrui's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as he blinked. Zhu Shuiyin nodded. "I heard about it, so I really want to go." Song Xinrui's breath caught for a moment as he suddenly became sincere in his apology. "Zhu Shuiyin, that I was truly out of line today. I hastily wanted to stand up for Zhu Shuiyin." And, upon hearing this, Zhu Shuiyin's eyelids drooped, her expression weary as she nodded faintly. She merely uttered a soft "oh," feeling that she was still upset. Song Xinrui's heart sank. "I'll call them over to apologize to you." Zhu Shuiyin shook her head. "No need." After saying this, she turned away, immersing herself in her advanced theoretical circuit textbook, studying intently. Song Xinrui returned to his seat, his expression somber. Fong Qiyin glared coldly at him. "You're still upset." Song Xinrui shivered at the sight of his expression. "Yin Ge, I promise to be more cautious in the future. I won't provoke her again." Fong Qiyin ignored him. Song Xinrui quietly added, "Yin Ge, you wouldn't have developed feelings for her, would you?" Fong Qiyin paused, glaring at Song Xinrui with a terrifying gaze. He smacked him on the head. Song Xinrui, feeling wronged, cradled his head, tears almost brimming in his eyes. The force of Fong Qian's slap was no joke. Fong Qian clarified, "I simply find her more agreeable than before. I don't dislike her anymore." Song Xinrui concurred, realizing that Yin Ge was indeed picky. Few girls in the entire empire could catch his eye. He admitted that Zhu Shuiyin was quite pretty, but he still thought she was a bit dim-witted. Yin Ge probably wouldn't be interested in her. Yet he found himself rather fond of her clumsiness. After their conversation, he thought she was a genuinely kind girl. If Yin Ge didn't like her, then that would simplify matters. As Jiang Yinjing entered, she immediately noticed her new desk-mate looking downcast. Upon seeing the score report on the screen, she understood, don't take it too hard. It's a normal occurrence. After all, the students at St. Riss are exceptionally strong. Zhu Shuiyin nodded. Jiang Yinjing noticed the signs of recent tears in her eyes, softening her gaze that it's just a small matter. "Why are you crying?" Zhu Shuiyin pouted, feeling a wave of grievance wash over her. She recounted the events to Jiang Yinjing in detail. The more Jiang Yinjing listened, the colder her expression grew, ultimately stating, someone like Song Xinrui, who is only notable for his eating and being overweight, isn't worth your distress. Just treat him like a clown. Zhu Shuiyin stared at Jiang Yinjing in awe, thinking how cool she was. Zhu Shuiyin, a petite girl, approached, her cheeks flushed. Zhu Shuiyin looked up in confusion. I apologize. This morning's incident was entirely my fault. With that girl leading the way, many people gathered around. That I'm truly sorry, Zhu Shuiyin, that I am deeply remorseful. If only you could find it in your heart to forgive me. I would do anything to I too. Zhu Shuiyin shook her head in terror. Ding. Host, please maintain your persona. Persona reminder. Hypocritical and pretentious. Zhu Shuiyin. Her expression shifted rapidly. Although your apologies seem sincere, the impact of this matter on me is simply too significant. I have a request. The classmates all gazed at her eagerly. Zhu Shuiyin hesitated, sensing something amiss. Yet, she steeled herself and continued. Each of you must prepare a carefully crafted apology gift for me. Ding. Host, you performed excellently. Reward. 10 points. A sly smile crept upon Zhu Shuiyin's lips. The atmosphere around her began to stir. Some individuals were visibly excited. Gifts, splendid. Zhu Shuiyin, that could we exchange contact information? Yes, that would help us understand your preferences. The gifts will surely not disappoint. Zhu Shuiyin felt dazed as she was swept along, acquiring the contact details of nearly everyone in her class. Fang Qiyan observed the scene, feeling inexplicably irked. Did you call them over? Song Xinrui protested. It's unjust. They came on their own. Fang Qian's expression darkened momentarily. Sensing this, Song Xinrui remarked, Brother Yin, Zhu Shuiyin will surely be delighted to see her classmates apologizing. The gloom in Fang Qian's eyes seemed to dissipate, replaced by clarity. Perhaps it was better to keep her favor in the afternoon. Fang Qiyan retrieved a box containing coconut milk pudding. He opened it, intending to indulge in a couple of pieces. Previously, he had not been fond of desserts. However, after tasting the creamy cheese made by Zhu Shuiyin last time, he found that desserts could indeed be quite agreeable. Song Xinrui, drawn by the aroma, approached eagerly. Brother Yin, what kind of pastry is this? It smells divine. Fang Qiyan's lips curled into a subtle smile. The fragrance was indeed enticing. White, soft, and sweet, reminiscent of Zhu Shuiyin. Coconut milk pudding. Song Xinrui, with his plump nose, took several deep sniffs. This coconut milk pudding is delightful. Where did you buy it? Fang Qiyan casually replied. Zhu Shuiyin made it herself. She insisted on preparing it for me. Song Xinrui, could I perhaps have a taste? It smells extraordinary. Just then, Zhu Shuiyin chimed in. That little maid, the one who reported us. Fang Qiyan clicked his tongue, not genuinely upset. She has a name. Zhu Shuiyin stared at Fang Qiyan in disbelief, momentarily rendered speechless. Have you changed your ways? Fang Qiyan pursed his lips, remaining silent. The Zhu Shuiyin scrutinized him with surprise, finally ceasing his incessant chatter. Song Xinrui was close to tears from temptation, gazing longingly at the soft white cubes. Fang Qiyan divided a piece for himself. Song Xinrui immediately stuffed it into his mouth, his eyes widening in astonishment. So delicious. Zhu Shuiyin hesitantly tasted his piece, and his expression changed in an instant. That it was indeed delectable. The flavor was uniquely captivating. An experience that felt addictive. That it was unclear whether it was the pastry or the person that was so alluring. Chapter 50. The love letter torn asunder. Aside from Song Xinrui, the other two were not fond of desserts either. Yet they too indulged. Song Xinrui was particularly exaggerated, having consumed nearly all of it. Brother Yin, is there any left? Song Xinrui inquired eagerly. Fang Qiyan frowned and pushed him away. Enough already. How much have you eaten? You still want more? Song Xinrui scratched his head, feeling somewhat disgruntled. He glanced at Zhu Shuiyin, noticing her attentively leaning towards Jiang Yinjing, listening to her lecture. Her curled lashes cast shadows in the sunlight, creating a three-dimensional effect. Song Xinrui's heart raced unexpectedly. He quickly averted his gaze and took out his communicator to notify the steward. Prepare the invitations for my birthday banquet. With a week to go until his birthday, he couldn't resist preparing the invitations early. After today's incident, he was simply too eager to invite Zhu Shuiyin. Ding, ding, ding. Host, host. Zhu Shuiyin jolted awake at the system's urgent summons, which was a rare occurrence. She quickly inquired, What's wrong? I'm assigning you your first malicious task now. The groundwork has been established quite well. Zhu Shuiyin felt confused, tilting her face inquiringly. When did you lay the groundwork for me? She felt she had learned nothing that a fitting villainess possesses a noble background, stunning beauty, and a foolish mind. You already have those qualities. You are ready to be a villainess. Zhu Shuiyin's expression shifted to one of realization. So that's what you meant by foundation. However, what do you mean by having a foolish mind? Zhu Shuiyin puffed her cheeks in displeasure. So, what is the malicious task? Dang it, the time-limited task has been issued. Stealthily tear up the exquisite love letter in Fang Qian's drawer. Zhu Shuiyin froze momentarily. How can I do such a thing? That is too wrong. Don't forget, you are now a villainess. What you're doing doesn't even count as one of being malicious. Previously, when you confronted Pei Zhixian, your performance was simply abysmal. Zhu Shuiyin touched her nose, quietly nodding. All right then. She planned to wait until everyone left before executing this task. How many points will I earn for completing this task? 5. Zhu Shuiyin's expression soured as she muttered. Why so little? I still owe you 200 points. The system remained cold and unyielding, because this task is too simple. Once you complete more advanced tasks, you can repay me. Zhu Shuiyin pouted. Fine. The first class of the afternoon was physical education, and everyone had to change into their sports attire. That St. Lee's provided each student with a private changing room. Each room contained 2 sets of personal-sized sportswear, freshly dry-cleaned and disinfected. Zhu Shuiyin lay on the desk, peeking around furtively. Jiang Yinjing asked, Aren't you going to PE class? Zhu Shuiyin tensed up, a hint of guilt flashing across her face. She mumbled, Yinjing, you go ahead, don't want to stay here a little longer. Jiang Yinjing nodded, packed her things, and left the classroom. Zhu Shuiyin waited until most people had departed, then tiptoed to the door to close it quietly. She peered outside to ensure no one was passing by. Fortunately, there was no one. Zhu Shuiyin sighed in relief, as if having made a significant decision, and walked towards Fang Qian's desk. She indeed discovered a beautifully crafted love letter in Fang Qian's drawer. The letter's creator had clearly put in great effort. The bow on it seemed handmade. In this highly advanced interstellar era, few people still wrote letters by hand, as most relied on smart devices. Such a heartfelt love letter must have taken considerable thought to create. Zhu Shuiyin felt a twinge of regret at the thought of tearing it up. The letter had been secretly placed during lunchtime, while everyone was resting. Since PE class was scheduled for the afternoon, Fang Qian would not return to the classroom, thus unaware of the letter's existence. If she tore it up, she likely wouldn't be suspected. Zhu Shuiyin felt a bit more at ease. Retrieving the letter. Should she really tear it up? Zhu Shuiyin hesitated, her fingers curling slightly. The original owner felt an intense sense of unease upon seeing another girl deliver a love letter to Fang Qian. Zhu Shuiyin sighed, thinking there must be many girls sending him letters. Would she have to tear them up in the future? Seize the opportunity and tear it up. Zhu Shuiyin frowned, feeling this task was even harder than studying. She swiftly tore the letter apart and stuffed it into her backpack. She dared not throw it in the trash, planning to destroy the evidence later. Upon completing the task, the system immediately notified her of its completion and the points earned. Zhu Shuiyin looked at her account, which now held a pitiful 5 points, sniffling. Earning money is hard, and so is eating. After finishing her business, she meandered to PE class, dressed in a pure white t-shirt and shorts. Zhu Shuiyin arrived at the gym. Today's PE class focused on free activities. After the teacher demonstrated some basketball techniques, students were free to practice. Not only basketball, but table tennis, badminton, tennis, and volleyball were also options. In this rapidly developing imperial age, ball sports remained extremely popular, never fading from trend. Zhu Shuiyin and Jiang Yinjing agreed to play badminton together. Zhu Shuiyin's long hair was tied up in a high ponytail, radiating vitality. Under the sun, it shimmered with a hint of flaxen hue. Her skin glowed with a radiant fairness, and dressed in a t-shirt and shorts, with a white sports wristband adorning her arm. Her long, slender legs captured the attention of nearly everyone present effortlessly. Zhu Shuiyin played badminton quite well, enjoying herself with Jiang Yinjing. Several boys kept glancing in their direction, seemingly frozen in place. They were from the elite A class, who had previously teased Zhu Shuiyin. Jiang Yinjing, facing Zhu Shuiyin, noticed their stares. Furrowing her brow, she put away her racket and walked over to Zhu Shuiyin, saying, I'm thirsty. Let us go buy some water. Zhu Shuiyin blinked and obediently stowed away her racket, as well that in truth, she wasn't particularly thirsty, but she wished to accompany Jiang Yinjing on the basketball court. Fang Qiyin, Zhu Shuiyin, and Song Xinrui were engrossed in their game. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes lit up, and she promptly purchased a bottle of water from the campus store. Fang Qiyin must be sweating profusely. He would surely want some water. Chapter 51. Cheerleading captain if she delivered it now. It would be perfect. Zhu Shuiyin chuckled to herself that, Yinjing. I'll want to be playing badminton later. I'll go watch them play basketball. Jiang Yinjing's eyes flickered. Having visited Zhu Shuiyin's home over the weekend, she had learned of Zhu Shuiyin's relationship with Fang Qiyin. Naturally, she refrained from saying anything now. All right, you go ahead, but I'll play billiards. Zhu Shuiyin nodded. Okay. There were spectator seats beside the basketball court. Class A, being elite, drew much attention. The names of Fang Qiyin and Zhu Shuiyin were well known throughout St. Louis. They were both prominent figures. Consequently, the number of students who skipped class to watch them play was staggering. However, the crowd was overwhelming. The basketball court at St. Louis was indeed vast, accommodating so many people. Zhu Shuiyin had a hard time squeezing in. Observing her female classmates cheering excitedly, she curiously glanced toward the court. Fang Qiyin, Zhu Shuiyin, and Song Xinrui were on one team. Opposing what appeared to be older students, one side wore pure white sports attire, while the other donned light blue. The supporters for the white team were evidently slightly more numerous. Given the presence of two big shots, Zhu Shuiyin managed to get to the front. Suddenly, a sound chimed in her ear. Ding! Preparing to trigger the plot, Zhu Shuiyin was startled by this sound. Hastily looking around, appearing quite flustered. Where is it? Where is it? The plot. After the system's announcement, it pointed towards Pei Zhixian's location. Zhu Shuiyin then noticed a circle of golden light. Pei Zhixian stood there, beaming, holding several bottles of water. Adorned in an exquisite British-style school uniform, her makeup was flawless. Zhu Shuiyin sighed softly. As expected, where there is the female lead, the plot is bound to be triggered. Ding! Plot triggered successfully. You see Fang Qiyin playing basketball and naturally wish to deliver water and towels to him. However, the female lead is also present. Not only does she bring water to her foster brother Pei Chujin, but she also serves their childhood friends. You are infuriated, cursing the female lead in your heart. With her around, your water will surely go unacknowledged. Nonetheless, having purchased it, you must wait. Unsurprisingly, Fang Qiyin doesn't even glance your way and directly accepts the water from the female lead, treating you as if you were invisible. Ding, a time-limited mission has been issued. Please have Fang Qiyin accept your water instead of the female lead S. Zhu Shuiyin's expression fell, her lips pouting in frustration. How infuriating. Another task like this. Rest assured, there are rewards. Zhu Shuiyin gazed sorrowfully at the sky, finding the task daunting and the points hard to earn. She pursed her lips, standing aside like a timid quail. After a moment of introspection, she donned her most radiant smile, hoping fervently that when she approached with the water, Fang Qiyin would not embarrass her. After some thought, she wondered if she was being too aloof, almost like a robot waiting to deliver water. Oh well, she decided to join the cheerleading squad instead. Thus, Zhu Shuiyin joined the throng of cheerleaders, standing at the front, shouting, Fang Qiyin, go for it. Will white team, let us go. However, her voice was somewhat subdued and trembled. How vexing. The crowd was too large. She felt her social anxiety creeping back. Zhu Shuiyin closed her eyes and shouted a few more times, this time her voice considerably louder. Adjusting her tone, she was no longer soft-spoken, now standing at the forefront. Fang Qiyin quickly heard her voice and looked over in surprise. Their eyes met across the court, and his heart raced a few beats. Zhu Shuiyin appeared particularly beautiful at that moment. With her fair skin, dark hair, and red lips, the people beside her seemed to fade into the background, and among the crowd, she stood out vividly, once the most out of place, now the most striking figure. The elite team from Class A also noticed Zhu Shuiyin. Young and spirited, the boys in the cheerleading squad were thrilled to see a beautiful girl. They seemed to have forgotten that she was once the clumsy student they had looked down upon. And just hours earlier, they had apologized to her. The energy of Class A surged, invigorating their performance. Zhu Shuiyin felt a flicker of unease, his heart racing. Passing the ball, he remarked, Wow, how has Zhu Shuiyin changed so much in such a short time? Song Xinrui struggled to avert his gaze, concerned he might lose focus on the game. Right? I was stunned when I saw her today to know she looked even more stunning this afternoon. Has she been exercising? Her cheeks are rosy. Zhu Shuiyin recalled clearly. Fang Qian's voice was low. Enough, focus on the game. After saying this, he glanced back at Zhu Shuiyin. She felt his gaze and smiled warmly, her lips parting slightly. Fang Qiyin. Go for it. Song Shuiyin gazed at Fang Qiyin enviously. Fang Qiyin's adrenaline surged, surpassing normal levels, his ears crimson, his neck flushed. The cheerleading captain was always the most beautiful girl. Zhu Shuiyin inadvertently stood at the forefront, while the rest of the cheerleaders formed a cohesive unit, following her lead. This bewildered Zhu Shuiyin. Only moments ago, she had been following them. Now, whatever she said, they echoed back. Feeling anxious, Zhu Shuyin's voice gradually diminished. Host, hold on, don't be afraid. They mean no harm. Zhu Shuiyin timidly nodded. Okay, I'll continue being the cheerleading captain. The cheerleading captain of the adjacent team was Pei Zhixian. Previously, she was revered as the school beauty of St. Lise, and many cheerleaders followed her, cheering for the elite Class A team. Their enthusiasm matched that of Zhu Shuiyin's group. The blue team players raised their eyebrows. The white team, initially at a disadvantage, was now catching up. Each player seemed invigorated, their competitive spirit ignited, and the score began to balance. Zhu Shuiyin felt more and more eyes upon her, her fingers gripping the water bottle tightly, turning slightly pale with nerves. Why is everyone looking at me? Zhu Shuiyin's face flushed crimson as she whispered to the system that I've never encountered such a formidable opponent before, and now I'm curious about you. So naturally, I must observe. Zhu Shuiyin puffed out her cheeks, striving to ignore the stares around her. Chapter 52. Delivering water. The match finally concluded with the white team victorious. The cheerleaders from Class A erupted in cheers. Surrounded by fellow cheerleaders, Zhu Shuiyin was enveloped in a sea of enthusiastic smiles. Are you a student from Class A? One girl asked. I don't think I've seen you before. We have such a beautiful junior at our school. Wow. She is the new school beauty. Some cheerleaders approached Zhu Shuiyin, who felt a bit overwhelmed. She blinked, her long lashes fluttering. Yes, that you're truly stunning. May I ask what brand of cosmetics you use? Can you share? Your hair is so beautiful. How do you maintain it? And can you share your diet plan? Your figure is perfect. You really don't wear perfume. Why do you smell so lovely? Your makeup looks so natural. Did you only apply light makeup? Oh no. So cute. So cute that a girl leaned in, wanted to catch a whiff of Zhu Shuiyin's fragrance. Startled, Zhu Shuiyin instinctively tilted her neck back. Her slender, fair neck created an elegant curve. Ajin's voice was barely audible, unsure of what to say to, oh dear, step back a bit. Don't scare her. Wow, she is so adorable. Her face is completely red. Such a tender face. I want to pinch it. Hearing such predatory comments left Zhu Shuiyin even more flustered. Goodness, everyone is so enthusiastic. I doubt the cosmetics I use are from brand, but I plan to switch tomorrow to AS for my hair. I have a master who comes to maintain it. I don't follow a strict diet. I eat a lot. Zhu Shuiyin swallowed hard, painstakingly answering each question. The surrounding girls exchanged glances, surprised at her earnestness. This was simply too adorable. An extroverted girl couldn't resist reaching out to pinch Zhu Shuiyin's cheek. So smooth. Sisters, I want to wash this hand. After that, other girls began to stir, eager to join in. Zhu Shuiyin was taken aback, her wide eyes reflecting sheer astonishment, completely lost in a daze, allowing others to toy with her as if she were a mere doll. How utterly adorable, reminiscent of a delicate figurine. Oh dear, how well behaved. One must draw closer to truly appreciate the length of her lashes. An impulse surged within, a desire to nurture a daughter. She almost resembled a life-sized collectible. Oh, how I adore her. I wonder if she possesses any beautiful garments. My family is in the clothing business, and I yearn to take her for a fitting that we also deal in shoes. How I long to present her with a pair of exquisite high heels. Zhu Shuiyin discerned the affection radiating from those around her. Their fondness for her was palpable, filling her with both joy and embarrassment. Her cheeks, once flushed, now took on a soft pink glow, her form trembling as she stood motionless, only able to emit soft hums from her nose. Quickly, deliver water to Fang Qiyin. The two teams have reached a truce. The system nudged her, jolting her back to reality. She turned her gaze towards the playground. And indeed, Fang Qiyin and his companions were approaching. With a shy demeanor, she informed the cluster of girls beside her, I am going to deliver water. Many of them held various bottles, each more exquisite than the last. Zhu Shuiyin struggled to navigate through the eager crowd of girls and finally positioned herself prominently with a bottle of water that appeared rather mundane, a mere selection from shelf. In stark contrast to the elegant bottles that others held, a gentle smile graced her lips, her expression radiating warmth and approachability, reminiscent of a beloved pet, endowed with the ability to evoke boundless emotional value. Fang Qin's eyelids fluttered in anticipation of her words, but before she could speak, another voice interrupted. "Brother Qin, Zhu Shuiyin, would you like some water? I prepared it for all of you." The speaker was Pei Zhixian. Brother, it dawned on her that Pei Chujin was on the court playing for the blue team. She had been so focused on the white team that she barely noticed. The two cheerleaders stood as leaders of their respective teams, one on the left and the other on the right. Remembering her system task, Zhu Shuiyin was eager to respond, yet with so many eyes upon her, she found it difficult to raise her voice. Fang Qin, here is some water. Please drink mine." She stepped forward, extending the bottle towards him. The atmosphere froze momentarily. It was well known that Pei Zhixian had a close rapport with several young gentlemen. If she offered something, no one would dare intrude. Zhu Shuyin's eyes flickered, her lashes fluttering as if unaware of the slight provocation in her actions. The system cheered her on internally. "Bravo, host! This is precisely how a cunning antagonist should behave. We are unrestrained, and we shall provoke boldly." Zhu Shuiyin pouted slightly, wondering why this was deemed reckless. She took a few steps closer to Fang Qin, presenting the water to his face as if offering a treasure. "Drink mine." The cap had been unscrewed beforehand. Ji Chuxian chuckled, crossing his arms, relishing the spectacle. Song Xinrui watched eagerly, clearly yearning for a sip from Zhu Shuiyin's offering. Fang Qin appeared slightly awkward, his gaze on Zhu Shuiyin deepening. Taking a breath, she whispered, "Go ahead, it's really good." Unbeknownst to the others, she had infused a hint of spiritual energy into the water, rendering it not only refreshingly sweet, but also invigorating, capable of swiftly dispelling fatigue. Although the packaging lacked the refinement of others, its contents were undeniably superior. Pei Zhixin glanced at Zhu Shuiyin, pausing when she noticed her athletic attire. "Since someone has already offered water to Qin, I shall refrain from doing so." Her tone was playful, intended to lighten the mood. Zhu Shuiyin felt elated at Pei Zhixian's remark. She wouldn't have to complete the task. Success was already hers. A radiant smile broke across her face, her eyes sparkling like the gentle moonlight, secretly giving a thumbs up behind her back. Fang Qin caught a glimpse of this and unexpectedly broke into a faint smile. A tall boy clad in a blue team uniform approached and accepted the water from Pei Zhixian. It was Pei Chujin, who upon receiving the praise from his sister, smiled faintly and acknowledged Fang Qin's group with a nod. "You all played exceptionally well today." Indeed, Qin and the others performed better than usual. Zhu Shuiyin interjected hurriedly. Pei Chujin glanced at her, prompting her to greet him with a hesitant nod. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. Leaving her feeling somewhat cold, Ji Chuxian, all smiles, took the water from Pei Zhixian and tossed the bottle to Song Xinrui, cheerfully thanking her. Pei Zhixian chuckled, shaking her head in response. "There is no need for thanks between us." Ji Chuxian noted the disparity between the brands of water they held. Their prices vastly different, a tenfold difference that it struck him as amusing that Fang Qin would ever drink such inferior water. Zhu Shuiyin's audacity was evident. Clearly, everyone in their circle recognized this discrepancy, save for Fang Qin himself, who remained blissfully unaware, though they chose silence on the matter. However, one outlier emerged. Song Xinrui eyed his own bottle. Whispering to Zhu Shuiyin, "In the future, when delivering water to Qin, please avoid this brand." Zhu Shuiyin paused, clearly perplexed. She looked up earnestly, asking, "Why?" Song Xinrui hesitated, struggling to frame his words without offending her. "The water you brought is too lowly, too inexpensive. It doesn't suit Qin's status." Zhu Shuiyin was taken aback, unable to comprehend the absurdity of his reasoning. She had merely grabbed a bottle from the shelf without a second thought regarding its worth. Standing beside Fang Qin, he overheard their hushed conversation and regarded his own water bottle with newfound scrutiny. He took a sip, his expression neutral, yet privately he knew that this water surpassed the others in flavor. It possessed a unique essence, one that felt distinctly Zhu Shuiyin's own. Song Xinrui's eyes widened in disbelief, suddenly finding his earlier advice quite comical. Ji Chuxian also felt astonished. Their circle typically held lofty standards. He was surprised that Fang Qin bore no disdain for the offering. Zhu Shuiyin noticed his reaction, her heart warming as she felt Fang Qin's demeanor soften slightly, prompting her to step closer to him. The surrounding cheerleaders exchanged knowing glances, surprised by the closeness between Zhu Shuiyin and Fang Qin. Zhu Shuiyin smiled shyly, her lips pressed together as they concluded their physical education class, the last of the day, before returning to their classroom to gather their belongings. Following closely behind Fang Qin, she suddenly felt a pang of anxiety regarding the love letter incident. Surely, no one knew about that, right? As her mind raced. Her gaze began to wander, her long, lush lashes fluttering. Zhu Shuiyin noticed her unease, instinctively perceiving her inner turmoil. He had no prior acquaintance with Zhu Shuiyin, let alone an understanding of her behavior. What significance did her subtle gestures hold? Could it be fate? He frightened himself at the thought, falling into a contemplative silence. Qin, it seems a girl delivered a love letter to you during lunch, Song Xinrui remarked, wiping his brow. Zhu Shuiyin gasped, nearly losing her balance. Her round, wide eyes opened in shock, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Zhu Shuiyin narrowed his eyes, noting her peculiar reaction. Was she truly feeling guilty? Fang Qin frowned slightly, indifferent. I never read them. Song Xinrui scratched his head, chuckling. All right then. Before Zhu Shuiyin could exhale in relief, Song Xinrui added, let me take a look. Her heart plummeted once more. However, she made a vigorous effort to appear nonchalant as she busied herself with her belongings. Oh, Yingo, did you return to the classroom at noon? What happened to the love letter on your desk? Fang Qian furrowed his brow, displaying impatience. It's gone. Zhu Shuiyin, intrigued by this, approached with curiosity. How could a love letter simply vanish? I witnessed that group of girls stealthily placing it in your drawer. That tea must have accidentally fallen to the ground and was picked up by someone else during cleaning. Perhaps. Zhu Shuiyin revealed a forced smile, suggesting an even more implausible scenario. That's unlikely. If something fell from the desk, an alarm would sound. The janitor would never dispose of it without permission. Zhu Shuiyin regarded Zhu Shuiyin with a scrutinizing gaze. Zhu Shuiyin puffed out her cheeks and fell silent. Realizing that speaking more could lead to mistakes, Zhu Shuiyin subtly shifted his gaze away, pondering how her little pout and puffed cheeks could be somewhat endearing. Forget about that love letter. Let us head back. Since Fang Qian himself didn't care, others naturally wouldn't comment on it either. Zhu Shuiyin quickly agreed, eager to express her wholehearted support for his words. Fang Qian felt a surge of delight within. Let us go. Zhu Shuiyin. His voice was languid, tinged with a hint of amusement. Oh, I'm coming. The teenagers were clad in pristine white sportswear, carrying the school's issued backpacks. Walking in tandem under the glow of the setting sun, the scene was strikingly beautiful, capable of stirring the heart effortlessly. Chapter 54. I miss you a bit. Song Xinrui watched with envy, wishing he could take Fang Qian's place. Sungo, do you think Zhu Shuiyin only has eyes for Yingo? Zhu Shuiyin cast a sidelong glance at the pair ahead, his expression inscrutable, yet a trace of coldness flickered in his eyes as he thoughtfully remarked. Zhu Shuiyin doesn't seem to genuinely like Fang Qian. It appears she is merely pursuing him. Song Xinrui was at a loss for words. Is there really a difference? Zhu Shuiyin could not be certain, so he lapsed into silence. The news of Zhu Shuiyin ranking last in her class at St. Lise had reached both Madame Fang and Mr. Fang. St. Lise is the empire's premier institution, nurturing exceptionally talented individuals. The leaders of the military, politics, and business sectors predominantly hail from St. Lise. Each elite class is comprised of the Armée de la Armée. Thus, the institution's standards are exceedingly high. Zhu Shuyin's assignment for research at the Desolate Star was scheduled for early next month. This was no trivial matter. The school would notify the students' guardians. Consequently, both Madame Fang and Mr. Fang received the school as correspondents simultaneously. Zhu Shuiyin turned pale upon hearing this news. This is disastrous. My perfect image is ruined. Madame Fang and Mr. Fang probably dislike my foolishness. Observing Zhu Shuyin's ashen complexion, Fang Qian felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. The pain intensified, approaching a dull ache. His own expression turned pale as he realized, oh, it seems I really like Zhu Shuiyin. When the pain reached a threshold, he could no longer hold back and began to console her. Even if you go to the Desolate Star, it won't be difficult for you. My parents will ensure you have everything you need. Zhu Shuiyin was not worried about that. Her only concern was her image. I'm afraid Madame Fang and Mr. Fang might not like me anymore. The mere thought of such a possibility caused her to lower her head, revealing her delicate hair swirl. Fang Qian's heart softened, and his tones softened and kind. Are you that concerned about their opinions? Zhu Shuiyin's voice was barely above a whisper that, of course, IKT matters greatly to me. The significance of maintaining her narrative weighed heavily on her. Fang Qiyin felt a jolt. Zhu Shuiyin seemed genuinely eager to win over his parents' approval. Rest assured, regardless of how foolish he may be, it won't alter the outcome. His mother adored Zhu Shuiyin dearly. Knowing this, she would surely be sympathetic toward her. There was no way she could resent her to the point of disliking her. Zhu Shuiyin gradually lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Really? Fang Qiyin slowly affirmed her doubts. Zhu Shuiyin let out a few soft cries, feeling somewhat comforted. Fang Qiyin handed her a handkerchief, which she accepted to wipe her tears, her eyes immediately regaining clarity. Thank you. Her voice was soft, imbued with gratitude and affection. Fang Qiyin tightened his grip. It soon became evident that Zhu Shuiyin's worries were indeed unfounded. Upon their return, they were summoned into the study by Madame Fang and Mr. Fang. The pair entered together, donned in matching sports attire, their contrasting physiques endearingly harmonious. Both possessed strikingly handsome features, creating a visually pleasing pair. Madame Fang paused momentarily, allowing a smile to grace her lips. However, this smile faded upon noticing Zhu Shuiyin's slightly pointed chin and pale complexion. Zhu Shuiyin gazed up with wide, glistening eyes. Madame Fang took her hand, offering comfort. Previously, we failed to consider your background and the resources you had access to. When we took you in, we should have arranged for you to take a year off to study some foundational knowledge before attending ST. Lise, Zhu Shuiyin lowered her head, poking at her fingers, feeling a wave of guilt wash over her. If you don't wish to go to the Desolate Star, we can apply to the school. Whether or not she went to the Desolate Star was inconsequential to her. Zhu Shuiyin was more afraid of disappointing Madame Fang and Mr. Fang. The original owner had been reluctant to go, but to maintain the obedient girl persona, she had to begrudgingly agree that I'm willing to go. Madame Fang ruffled her hair, saying, You will conduct research at the Desolate Star for a month, and after that, we'll bring you back. Zhu Shuiyin nodded, a hint of joy illuminating her eyes. Yay! Concerned for your safety at the Desolate Star. Let Fang Qiyin accompany you. Zhu Shuiyin was taken aback. Oh dear, Fang Qiyin thought. This is utterly insane. Zhu Shuiyin spoke hesitantly, stealing a glance at Fang Qiyin. It should really depend on young Master Fang's wishes. Madame Fang fixed her gaze on Fang Qiyin with a compelling intensity. Fang Qiyin found himself unable to refute, weakly nodding in agreement. Mr. Fang observed Fang Qiyin thoughtfully, sensing he was not opposed to the idea. Madame Fang's face lit up with joy. He is willing to go himself. Zhu Shuiyin felt a surge of emotion, exaggerating her response. Oh, I'm so incredibly happy. Young Master Fang is so wonderful. Fang Qiyin suppressed a secret smile, finding her performance excessively theatrical. Once they exited the study, Fang Qiyin, his expression impassive, addressed her. Zhu Shuiyin, starting tomorrow, I will take full responsibility for your academic performance. It is my negligence that has led to you being sent to the Desolate Star. Zhu Shuiyin blinked, her mouth agape in astonishment. This was too good to be true. After she arrived at the Desolate Star, she need not worry about not having anyone to teach her. Now Fang Qiyin would not only accompany her, but also tutor her. How could such a wondrous thing exist? The delight in Zhu Shuiyin's eyes was uncontainable. After returning to her room, she clutched her communicator, venting to her owner, I've studied diligently for so long, yet I still ranked last in the exams. The students at St. Lise are just too formidable. I had genuinely wanted to learn, but after seeing their exam papers, I just want to give up. Oh dear, I'm heading to the 52nd star for research at the Desolate Star. I wonder if there will be signal there, and if I can send you messages that I miss you a bit. Zhu Shuiyin sent this message while holding her communicator, and as she drifted off to sleep, her mind muddled, she unknowingly sent this last line before succumbing to slumber. Chapter 55. I will go too. A tall man sat in the study, clad in casual attire that hinted at the contours of his muscular frame. Thick, dark green velvet curtains drew across the hexagonal glass window, while a deep-colored cashmere carpet lay silently beneath. Towering behind him was a grand bookshelf, resembling a colossal structure. A beautifully shaped bamboo plant thrived on a nearby pedestal, its leaves and growth indicating meticulous care from its owner. The plant flourished remarkably, evoking a sense of joy, while the lush green ambience made one feel as if they were enveloped in a forest. That moment, a light screen unexpectedly materialized before the man, interrupting his work. The information on the screen flashed rapidly, revealing a persistent stream of messages from someone. After a flurry of messages, the sender seemed to tire, and the activity finally ceased. Zhu Shuiyin casually glanced at the screen, dismissing the content as trivial chatter. Yet the final message left him momentarily stunned. "I miss you a bit." That Zhu Shuiyin, upon seeing the sender's name, recalled Zhu Shuiyin, the girl who had previously approached him to complain. He did not consider himself close to her, nor did he deem such a conversation appropriate. He stared at the series of messages she had sent, marveling at the fact that he had not deleted her contact information. What an astonishing occurrence. The seasons turned, and Zhu Shuiyin's finger hovered hesitantly over the delete cursor, unable to press down. Driven by an unknown impulse, he eventually withdrew his hand. His thoughts were suddenly derailed by a lengthy message from her. The 52nd Baron Star, it seemed, was a celestial body he was also scheduled to investigate soon, with prospects for future development. Zhu Shuiyin pondered for a moment, his fingers involuntarily typing a response. 52nd Star. I will also be visiting there in due time. After sending the message, he closed the screen, adhering to his therapist's advice. It was late, and he needed a rest. The next day dawned bright and sunny. Zhu Shuiyin's beautifully thick brows furrowed slightly before gradually relaxing. The deep purple velvet bedspread was adorned with lace and intricate floral trim, but a delicate hand-woven blanket, its price indiscernible, lay softly over her. The sheets and blanket required changing weekly. Just yesterday, she had slept on emerald green velvet. Zhu Shuiyin's eyelashes fluttered softly, and a small tear welled at the corners of her eyes. The intelligent assistant notified her of a new message. Yawning, she opened her communicator. Master, 52nd Star, I will also be visiting there in due time. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes widened in astonishment, instantly dispelling her fatigue. Her master had actually replied to her message, since adding her master's contact. She had always been the one to initiate conversations, while he had never acknowledged her before. How ecstatic she felt now. And the most thrilling part was that her master was also going to the 52nd Star. Could anything be more delightful than this? Zhu Shuiyin felt a surge of energy. She smiled at everyone she encountered, spreading her good cheer. Shaoli, let me help you with the cleaning. Wang Ma, I'll assist you in washing the cabbage. Uncle Butler, I'll help you find the keys. Like a butterfly, Zhu Shuiyin infused vitality into the entire Fong family estate. The master and mistress were preoccupied with work from dawn till dusk, leaving little time at home. The only young master preferred the solitude of his fourth-floor private quarters. Thus, the estate remained underutilized. Zhu Shuiyin donned a loose-fitting white pair of trousers, topped with a flowing light blue knit jacket. She seemed to carry the gentle breeze from the mountains, her presence leaving a profound impression that lingered long after meeting her point. One of her favorite places was the garden within the estate, where she could spend an entire day watering plants and fanning her friends. She was always eager to do so. Zhu Shuiyin went to change the flowers in Fong Qian's room, applying her recent knowledge of floral arrangement, turning each vase into a work of art. Daily, the flowers varied, brightening her spirits. Zhu Shuiyin, what time do you sleep at night? You always seem so full of energy. Today, as they had no morning classes, they could afford to leave for St. Riss a bit later. Zhu Shuiyin replied earnestly, 9 o'clock. Fong Qian was taken aback, unable to comprehend how anyone could retire so early. It wasn't as if they were natives of some impoverished planet without access to the planetary network for entertainment. Hurry up, breakfast will be ready soon. Zhu Shuiyin hummed a tune as she drew open the curtains. The grand and radiant sunlight struck Fong Qian's eyes, prompting him to squint. He thought, Zhu Shuiyin really knows how to take advantage of the situation. She just barges into my room without greeting me. Does she think she could do as she pleases? Are you not going to hurry up? Do you want to watch me change? Fong Qian lazily prepared to undress. Zhu Shuiyin paused momentarily, then floated away like a wisp of ethereal mist. Fong Qian inhaled deeply, the crisp and alluring scent filling his lungs, instantly awakening him from his drowsiness. His wolf-like sharp gaze opened wide. At times, he felt that Zhu Shuiyin possessed a peculiar charm, something beyond the ordinary. Today at St. Riss, Zhu Shuiyin was first greeted with apology gift from her classmates at a throng of boys, impeccably dressed in St. Riss uniforms, lined up in front of her desk, each radiating an air of flamboyance, akin to peacocks displaying their plumage before their peers. It seemed they had even styled their hair and donned cologne for class. Their ties were meticulously chosen, and the tasteful diamond brooches on their uniforms concealed a hint of strategy. If only not every one of them possessed a less than appealing physique. Zhu Shuiyin sat at her desk. Somewhat dazed, the lead boy flashed an impeccable smile. Zhu Shuiyin, I sincerely apologize for yesterday's events. This is a carefully prepared gift for you. He even bowed slightly, but it felt less like an apology and more like a knight inviting a princess to dance. Zhu Shuiyin accepted the purple gift box with a cool demeanor, nodding slightly. Soon as the first boy finished speaking, he was promptly pushed aside by the others, unable to utter another word. The second boy, with his dazzling golden hair, sported a fluffy, slightly curly style that emitted a pleasant fragrance. He had a puppy-like charm. Zhu Shuiyin, I'm sorry, this is a carefully prepared gift for you. It was a massive, blue gift box. Zhu Shuiyin nodded coolly once more, and the second boy was unceremoniously shoved out of the way. The third boy, wearing glasses, bore a striking resemblance to Song Xinrui. Zhu Shuiyin remained seated, waiting for this lengthy and overly formal apology ceremony to conclude. The pile of gift boxes at her feet threatened to engulf her entire desk. She appeared as a beautiful doll nestled among a collection of exquisite gifts, clearly the most precious one among them. Around her, gasps of astonishment echoed, accompanied by the sound of cameras clicking. Zhu Shuiyin poked her cheek with a finger, feeling somewhat exasperated at the sight of the gifts. Ding-dong, a crisp notification chimed from her communicator. IT was the exclusive message alert for the Student Council of St. Rhys. Zhu Shuiyin blinked in surprise and quickly retrieved her communicator to check the message. Zhu Shuiyin, please report to the Student Council headquarters within 10 minutes to sign documents related to the Baron Star. Detailed office address. Upon reading this, Zhu Shuiyin's expression fell. She had to sign documents for the Baron Star so soon. How infuriating! She grumbled inwardly about the heartless St. Rhys, pointing fingers in frustration. Yet her feet hurriedly carried her to the Student Council headquarters. Following the address provided in the message, she arrived at the exclusive office of the Student Council president. The golden nameplate on the door, glaringly conspicuous. Zhu Shuiyin's lips twitched as she knocked. Come in, a clear, refined voice responded. She pushed open the dark mahogany door to find Pei Chujin surrounded by stacks of documents. Impeccably dressed in formal attire while attending to the college's internal affairs, he appeared less like a student and more like a distinguished board member. Zhu Shuiyin stood awkwardly, but Pei Chujin seemed disinclined to speak. Leaving her standing for a full 5 minutes, 3 large question marks floated above her head in confusion. Unable to contain herself, she stamped her foot lightly to assert her presence, her soft shoes making faint sounds against the floor. Her legs, clad in black stockings, swayed slightly, a fleeting pink and white image reminiscent of a perfectly blooming rose. Pei Chujin's hand paused momentarily as he cast a glance in her direction. Zhu Shuiyin gazed at him wide-eyed. Pei Chujin tilted his head. Come here. His tone bore no resemblance to that of calling a classmate. Although puzzled, Zhu Shuiyin obediently approached. Would he be reviewing documents with her? Should he? Zhu Shuiyin thought. Pei Chujin nodded, personally standing to pull a chair beside him, inviting her to sit. Bewildered, Zhu Shuiyin took a seat. The student council president himself had moved a chair for her. Please help me verify these documents. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions. After issuing this light command, he returned to his work. He sat close beside her, their proximity such that Zhu Shuiyin's hand on the table nearly brushed against his arm. As they worked, contact was inevitable, especially with someone as carefree and unrestrained as Pei Chujin. Over time, Zhu Shuiyin seemed to grow immune to the frequent brushes. Unconsciously, she felt his presence several times, all the while examining documents and fighting off drowsiness. Oh dear, why are there so many words on these papers? How vexing! Pei Chujin, did you summon me to sign documents or to serve as free labor? No, I can't take it anymore. I must resist now. Why should I do these tasks? This isn't my responsibility. Zhu Shuiyin ranted silently, her mind racing with thoughts of courage and rebellion against authority. However, she muttered silently to herself hundreds of times, yet her true voice remained unuttered. Although Zhu Shuiyin dared not speak, she expressed her resistance and dissatisfaction through her actions. Thus, she verified the documents repeatedly until she could no longer resist the pull of sleep, where her head inevitably bumped against the solid wooden desk. Pei Chujin swiftly extended his broad palm to shield her forehead, preventing her from waking in pain and averting a potential disaster. Her breathing gradually became steady and prolonged. Pei Chujin ceased his work. tilting his head to observe Zhu Shuiyin. His hand seemed immune to fatigue as it continued to support her head, intimately brushing against her forehead and soft strands of hair. Time slipped by unnoticed until he gently lowered his hand. For a brief moment, Zhu Shuiyin's head rested on the cluttered desk, but in the next instant, she was lifted into the air and placed in the private resting area connected to the office, Pei Chujin's personal sanctuary. He carefully laid her on a bed adorned with gray silk sheets, causing her to find a more comfortable sleeping position. Her brows relaxed, and she instinctively turned over, letting out a soft, contented hum. Pei Chujin chuckled softly, but he no longer returned to his office, but remained in the resting area, completing the remainder of his work on the virtual screen. He appeared to be quite fascinated by the sleeping figure before him, his long, elegant fingers occasionally winding her slightly curled hair around his knuckles, and at other times, gently prodding her slightly plump cheeks. After a while, he pinched her nose, but refrained from touching her lips. When Zhu Shuiyin finally awoke, it was already afternoon. Her cheeks were flushed with a faint pink hue. She furrowed her delicate brows and let out a soft, awakening not from natural rest, but from a sudden stomachache. Oh no, my stomach, why does it hurt so much? Her eyes widened as she seemed to gaze at the system, awaiting further information, her lashes intertwined, standing out distinctly. Chapter 57. Her measurements are. Zhu Shuiyin remained in a daze. Her expression blank, and her round, dull pupils seemed momentarily stunned. She thought, how strange it feels. The tea must be that time of the month. Slowly, she glanced at the sheets beneath her. System. Where am I? What is this place? Her gaze flickered, and her thick lashes trembled uncontrollably. She wore an expression of desperation, silently pleading, please don't tell me this is Pei Chujin's room. Yet, reality often defies expectations. The system replied objectively, host, you are in Pei Chujin's private resting area within his office. Zhu Shuiyin's pupils widened, and her lips trembled uselessly. This is catastrophic. Oh no. Zhu Shuiyin buried her small face in her palms, her soft, tousled hair swaying. What was she doing waking up like this? A cold, detached voice suddenly echoed from above. Zhu Shuiyin froze, her movement abruptly halting. Slowly, as if facing her doom, she raised her head. Pei Chujin stood there, still clad in his formal attire, gazing at her with a puzzled expression. Zhu Shuiyin felt tears welling up. When did Pei Chujin arrive? The current situation left her feeling despondent, her lips quivering as she fought back tears. Pei Chujin noticed her near-tears expression, his eyelids flickering. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached and squatted beside the bed. His tone low yet laced with an imperceptible urgency. What's wrong? Zhu Shuiyin pouted, her pale pink lips trembling slightly. Can you leave? Pei Chujin remained silent. Zhu Shuiyin sat helplessly on the bed, speechless as crystalline tears began to fall, splattering onto her palms and dampening the gray silk sheets. Pei Chujin's gaze deepened momentarily, fixed intently on Zhu Shuiyin, his voice steady yet revealing a hint of tremor. What is the matter? Zhu Shuiyin clenched her teeth, determined to remain silent. Seeing her unyielding demeanor, Pei Chujin sighed and agreed to leave. Zhu Shuiyin cautiously opened her eyes a crack, and once she confirmed the room was empty, she finally dared to get out of bed. Her movements were awkward as one hand clutched her skirt from behind, while the other quickly covered the sheets with the blanket, ensuring no oddities were visible. She had observed that Pei Chujin's room contained a bathroom. However, she seemed to lack a change of clothes. Zhu Shuiyin stamped her foot in frustration. How strange that I'm usually not in this state at this hour that IT came too suddenly. According to the host health system report, the host has experienced hormonal imbalances due to excessive anxiety regarding midterm exam results, leading to slight disruptions in endocrine function and emotional instability. Hence this situation. The health system advises the host to maintain a routine of early sleep and rising. Eat healthily and keep a positive state of mind. Specific measures include specific meal plans. Zhu Shuiyin's mouth fell open in surprise. Wow, you all are quite thoughtful, aren't you? She sighed in envy. Oh, our benefits are quite good. Just then, Pei Chujin, having just been escorted out, turned to review the surveillance footage from the private resting area. In truth, he had agreed to leave precisely for this reason. Zhu Shuiyin clearly had something she wished to conceal. It was inappropriate for him to remain there, but he could glean information through other means. Pei Chujin's usually astute expression faltered slightly upon noticing a hint of red peeking through Zhu Shuiyin's skirt. If others were to witness this expression, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Who would have thought that the student council president could display such youthful naivete alongside his usual sharpness? Pei Chu-jin swiftly regained composure, deliberating before dialing a number for a department within the student council. Bring a pack of sanitary pads immediately. There was a moment of stunned silence on the other end before Pei Chu-jin added, "Make sure to select the highest quality." He continued, "Also, prepare a well-fitting school uniform and undergarments, and bring the recently approved version of the school uniform." The response on the other end was delayed, prompting Pei Chu-jin to furrow his brow, prepared to reprimand them. Were the recent recruits in the student council truly this incompetent? Suddenly, a hesitant voice inquired, "President, what are the sizes for the uniform and undergarments?" Pei Chu-jin. It dawned on him that he had overlooked that detail. He closed his eyes momentarily, recalling his earlier encounter when he had lifted Zhu Shuiyin and placed her on the bed, contemplating her proportions and height. After a moment, he relayed a series of numbers. Her measurements are... Once the staff member comprehended the request, Pei Chu-jin ended the call. Given the student council's efficiency, he anticipated that the items would arrive at his desk within 5 minutes. The challenge lay in how he could deliver them to Zhu Shuiyin without revealing the existence of the surveillance. However, that seemed impossible. Pei Chu-jin rubbed his forehead, exhaling slowly, wearing a look of uncertainty. Ultimately, he could discern what was paramount. He would simply confess everything to Zhu Shuiyin later. Time passed, and at precisely 4 minutes and 55 seconds, a knock resounded at the door. "Come in." A girl with flaxen hair braided entered, wearing the student council's official badge. She gingerly placed 3 bags on Pei Chu-jin's desk. "President, here are the items you requested." Pei Chu-jin nodded at the 3 bags, and the girl retreated, casting glances back over her shoulder, her expression a mix of shock and curiosity. Once the office door closed again, Pei Chu-jin stood, picked up the bags, and approached the door to the resting area, but he knocked, the sound echoing in Zhu Shuiyin's ears, startling her heart. "I'm coming in." Zhu Shuiyin's expression was one of blank indifference as she stared at the door. Thinking, "No, this can't be happening. If I don't come in, how do you plan to shower and change clothes? Will they just magically appear?" Pei Chu-jin disregarded Zhu Shuiyin's protests, pushing the door open. Zhu Shuiyin stood awkwardly in the bathroom, clearly distressed as she twisted her fingers. Pei Chu-jin's face flickered with a hint of amusement. Chapter 58. Why is the skirt longer? He knocked gently on the door, opening it. "I have something for you." Taking a deep breath, Zhu Shuiyin hesitantly approached the door, slowly creating a small gap. A pair of long, elegantly shaped hands extended 3 bags toward her. Zhu Shuiyin was momentarily stunned but accepted the bags without hesitation. Inside were sanitary pads, undergarments, and a brand new school uniform. Her eyes widened in disbelief, pupils round and astonished. Yes, she stood there in a daze. The door gently closed again, and Pei Chu-jin's cultured voice floated from outside. "Feel free to enjoy a warm shower." After finishing her words, a heavy sound of a door closing echoed outside. Pei Chu-jin had already exited the private lounge, and this action provided Zhu Shuiyin with a sense of security. Gradually, she regained her composure. For some unknown reason, her heart began to race. Soon, steam began to rise from the bathroom, signaling that Zhu Shuiyin had started her shower. After bathing, she adorned herself in impeccably fitted attire. Following the task assigned by a beauty guide, her clothes had always been of the finest quality, never costing less than 5 figures. Her skin was well cared for by these luxurious garments, and if she ever wore anything coarse, her delicate skin would immediately turn red, appearing pitifully irritated. However, the clothing prepared by Pei Chu-jin seemed equally splendid. Wearing it felt as if it melded seamlessly with her skin, devoid of any sense of foreignness. Zhu Shuiyin tugged at the hem of her school uniform skirt. Was it just her imagination, or did the skirt of this uniform seem to have grown longer? The knee-high socks appeared to have lengthened as well, now leaving no flesh of her thighs exposed, unlike before when they would reveal a portion. Zhu Shuiyin patted the skirt's hem and stepped out. The room was silent as she glanced around, her eyes darting. She hastily considered destroying the evidence on the bed. Since Pei Chu-jin had not yet re-entered, perhaps believing she was still in the shower, she hesitated for a moment before reaching for the sheets. Just as her hand was about to touch the linens, the door swung open again. Zhu Shuiyin withdrew her hand as if it had touched a hot potato, closing her eyes in embarrassment. Her expression betraying her guilt mixed with a hint of awkwardness. Did Pei Chu-jin install surveillance on her? Why was it that whatever she intended to do was thwarted? Suddenly, it dawned on her. Pei Chu-jin had inexplicably brought her those items earlier. How could he have known? Surely, it was because of the surveillance in the room. The realization left her flustered, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and warmth radiated from her nose and ears like a small steam engine. You have surveillance in your lounge. Pervert. Before she could finish her sentence, Pei Chujin shot her a cold glance, uttering two emotionless words. Get out. Zhu Shuiyin trembled involuntarily. I certainly will leave, but that I must take this with me. With her eyes closed, she pointed at the sheets, her face reflecting her distress. Pei Chujin, with an impassive expression, replied, someone will come to clean it up later. Don't worry. Zhu Shuiyin stood awkwardly, fidgeting with her fingers. But it's embarrassing. Pei Chujin's sharp gaze like a blade scrutinized her. He replied with a bemused tone, do you wish to wash it clean and return it to me? Zhu Shuiyin was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that was indeed her intention. Was there something wrong with that? Pei Chujin shook his head, amusement flickering in his eyes as he read her thoughts. Zhu Shuiyin, feeling utterly ridiculous, slapped her forehead in disbelief. She had heard rumors that Pei Chujin had some sort of cleanliness obsession, that he would undoubtedly have someone come to dispose of the sheets, not to wash and reuse them. His lack of clarity earlier was merely to spare her the embarrassment. Nodding, she felt increasingly certain of his thoughts. All right. Zhu Shuiyin whirled back to the bathroom, hastily packing her soiled clothes. Oh, she seemed to have forgotten to sign the documents for the trip to the wasteland. Zhu Shuiyin recalled her primary purpose for being there. That insufferable Pei Chujin had made her waste an entire morning. Pei Chujin raised his eyebrows, instructing her to wait in the office. Upon entering, she found a bowl of ginger and juju brown sugar water, still steaming. Tea appeared to have been served not long ago. Zhu Shuiyin froze momentarily. This was not prepared for her. She plopped down onto a chair and began sipping the sweet concoction. Shortly after, Pei Chujin emerged from the bedroom, locking the door behind him with a click. Zhu Shuiyin, engrossed in her drink, did not notice that. I asked this for me. Pei Chujin nodded, responding mildly. The person who delivered your clothes prepared it. Oh. Zhu Shuiyin nodded, thinking to thank her. What about the documents I need to sign? Pei Chujin paused, his hand reaching for the documents before he suddenly asked, do you wish to go to the wasteland? Zhu Shuiyin felt indifferent, but since her master intended to go, she was inclined to join. Yes. Pei Chujin appeared contemplative, turning his hand that held the documents. He suddenly stated, I just remembered, it seems one section of the documents lacks a stamp. You may need to wait a while longer to sign. Zhu Shuiyin's expression changed rapidly, her face reflecting her frustration. So she had come all this way for nothing today. Pei Chujin chuckled softly at her visible agitation. Zhu Shuiyin, feeling stifled, declared, if that's the case, I'll take my leave. Pei Chujin waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to proceed. Clutching her bag, Zhu Shuiyin grumbled internally as she exited. Once she was gone, Pei Chujin returned to the lounge, lifting the sheets on the gray fabric. There lay only a small patch of crimson. He gazed at it for a long time, his expression inscrutable. Anyone observing him would notice the turbulent emotions swirling in his eyes. Pei Chujin did not call anyone to clean the sheets. After what felt like an eternity, he finally took action, slowly folding the linens with meticulous care. Ultimately, he placed them into his safe. Exiting, he glanced at the half-finished ginger and juju brown sugar water on the table. He pinched the bridge of his nose, then picked it up, covering the spot where Zhu Shuiyin had sipped and drained the remaining contents in one gulp. Chapter 59. Soiled clothes. Zhu Shuiyin emerged with her bag, only to find her communicator inundated with messages from Fang Qiyin, all inquiring about her whereabouts. Feeling somewhat guilty, she glanced at the barrage of notifications. She hadn't meant to ignore him. She had merely muted her communicator at Pei Chujin's request to avoid disturbances while he worked. Zhu Shuiyin reluctantly replied, I went to the student council to sign the documents for the wasteland trip, but the president suddenly assigned me a task, and I fell asleep halfway through that on the other end. Fang Qiyin, anxiously waiting, responded, come to the north gate immediately. Zhu Shuiyin trudged slowly towards the north gate, her stomach feeling unwell, causing her to walk particularly sluggishly, making Fang Qiyin wait for a full half-hour. By the time she arrived, the north gate was deserted, save for the prominent floating vehicle belonging to the Fang family. Fang Qiyin stood before it, his expression dark, the tie of his school uniform loosened slightly. Draping carelessly over his chest, a gust of wind caught it, causing it to flutter nonchalantly. He loomed tall, not appearing diminutive next to the vehicle. Observing his displeased demeanor, Zhu Shuiyin felt a twinge of trepidation. I didn't mean to. Fang Qian glanced at the bag in her hand and instinctively took it from her. Zhu Shuiyin offered it without a second thought. Upon noticing the school uniform inside, he scrutinized Zhu Shuyin's attire, and, for reasons unknown, his expression darkened sharply. The veins on the back of his hand bulged as he gripped the bag tightly. Yet his tone remained eerily calm, contrasting sharply with his current demeanor. "Why have you changed your clothes?" Zhu Shuiyin sniffled, feeling a bit embarrassed. However, if she did not come clean to Fang Qian, it would likely lead to an even more dreadful outcome. Thus, she timidly confessed, "I thought I got my period, and my clothes got accidentally stained." Sob. Her explanation faltered, and she couldn't help but whine. One hand pressed against her stomach, her eyelashes fluttering, tears welling in her eyes. Fang Qian's previously stormy expression abruptly softened into a blank stare. The anger he had gathered dissipated effortlessly. He instinctively placed his hand on Zhu Shuyin's abdomen, his warm, dry palm enveloping her frail hand. Zhu Shuiyin indeed looked unwell. Her hand displayed visible veins and faintness. Upon contact, his hand felt the coldness radiating from her, and no wonder she had taken so long to arrive. The distance from the student council building to the north gate was not short. Even at a brisk pace, it took about 8 minutes, let alone considering her current condition. Her complexion had turned pale. Fang Qian's temples throbbed, cursing himself under his breath, before he effortlessly lifted Zhu Shuiyin into his arms. His tone languid as he said, "Stop walking." His earlier mood swings were entirely absent now. Zhu Shuiyin blinked, curiosity evident in her eyes as she observed him. Fang Qian maintained a stoic expression but moved swiftly. Once inside the floating vehicle, he activated the heating system, quickly warming the interior. Zhu Shuyin's pallor gradually returned to a healthy hue. Fang Qian's hand remained on her abdomen, and Zhu Shuiyin found comfort in the warmth. Allowing herself to relax and enjoy the moment. "Over there, please rub." "Yes, that's the spot. All right, you can stop there. Just focus on this side now." "Could you be gentle? I still need you to continue." Fang Qian found himself compelled by her nonchalant tone. A chuckle escaped his throat, unexpected and amusing. No one had ever dared to give him orders like this, and Zhu Shuiyin was certainly the first singular experience. She noticed that ambiguous chuckle and felt a twinge of apprehension as she gazed at him. Just as she contemplated asking him to stop, a notification chimed in her mind. Ding! Fang Qian's favorability increased by 3, current favorability, 88. Zhu Shuiyin. The system seemed to understand, revealing that he actually enjoyed being directed. Suddenly, she recalled the pile of gifts she had yet to sort through. "Where are those gifts I received this morning?" Fang Qian replied without a hint of emotion. "They were discarded." Zhu Shuiyin gasped in disbelief. Raising her voice, "Discarded?" He nodded. "Why on earth?" Fang Qian retorted. "What use were those worthless trinkets?" Zhu Shuiyin felt a lump in her throat. Those carefully prepared gifts were far from worthless. Seeing her silence, he felt a twinge of remorse. "Just kidding. Not everything was thrown away. I kept some." He had indeed discarded all the gifts from the boys, but retained those from the girls. The audacity of those boys to send Zhu Shuiyin pictures of their muscles, along with bags and clothes, not to mention the covert invitation for her to visit their homes, infuriated him. His eyes glinted with a fierce resolve. She hadn't even seen his muscles. Fang Qian felt a rush of cleverness at having kept some gifts. Zhu Shuiyin looked at him with wide, disbelieving eyes. "Rest assured, the items have already been returned to me." Upon returning home, she couldn't wait to see what gifts awaited her, as Fang Qian had promised. Everything was intact in her room, though something about them seemed different. She couldn't help but mutter to herself. Fang Qian, on the verge of a nervous sweat, struggled to maintain his composure. While the boys' gifts had indeed been discarded, the overall number remained unchanged because he had compensated for the losses himself. Thus, a significant portion of the gifts now belonged to him. Seizing the opportunity, while Zhu Shuiyin delightedly examined her gifts, he discreetly took the bag of soiled clothes into his room. He laid out her garments on the bed, their delightful fragrance filling the air the moment he touched them. He stared at the delicate pink lace underwear peeking out from the uniform, a flush creeping across his handsome features. Embarrassed, he dashed into the bathroom. Chapter 60. The wash before the sound of running water could fill the bathroom. He dashed out again, seemingly forgetting something, and grabbed the cute clothes to take with him. His cheeks burned with embarrassment, his gaze evasive. He spent nearly 3 hours in the shower. Fang Qian lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling, cursing himself for having sullied those garments. He should have hidden them away. Even watching over them wouldn't have prevented the mishap. Frustrated, he shielded his eyes with one hand. No. Suddenly, he flipped over and coldly resolved to wash the clothes himself. Trembling slightly, he held the small, adorable fabric to curb his impulses. He activated his smart device, looping a calming chant in the background. After rinsing his belongings, he felt it insufficient and, with a red face, began scrubbing again, though with the gentlest of touches, as if fearing to damage the delicate item. Once finished, instead of hanging them out to dry, he placed them directly in the dryer, ensuring he retained their original fragrance with minimal loss. Finally, it was time to keep them safe. Fang Qiyin, expressionless, had never felt so perverse before. When he emerged again, the warmth on his face had yet to fade, and his eyes remained averted from Zhu Shuiyin, who was blissfully immersed in her gift unwrapping. Oblivious to his presence, Fang Qiyin pondered what gift could possibly bring her such joy. Perhaps one of his own. "What did you receive that made you so happy?" he inquired subtly. Zhu Shuiyin beamed. "Many classmates gifted me cosmetics. They all raved about their effectiveness and even shared tips on how to use them for the best results." Fang Qiyin felt a pang of disappointment. "Was that all? What else did you receive?" he pressed. Zhu Shuiyin tilted her head in thought, her expression puzzled. "Why did someone give me a game console? I hardly play games." Fang Qiyin felt as if the sky had fallen. "You don't like it?" Zhu Shuiyin frowned, unsure how to respond. Suddenly recalling her earlier persona of a gaming enthusiast, she fell silent and awkwardly shifted the topic to, They also recommended several beauty vloggers, saying I would look better with that style of makeup. Fang Qiyin understood. She simply didn't fancy his gift. That day, Zhu Shuiyin received a glossy black invitation, embossed in gold, personally delivered by Song Xinrui. He fidgeted. "This Saturday is my birthday. Will you come with Yan Ge?" A smile brightened Zhu Shuiyin's face. She certainly wanted to attend, as mingling with the elite was one of her objectives. She nodded vigorously. "Yes, I will definitely be there." Song Xinrui visibly brightened. "Great." Fang Qiyin, observing nearby, felt a flicker of amusement. By the way, I brought you some snacks as an apology." He shyly presented a beautifully wrapped box. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes sparkled at the thought of snacks. She eagerly accepted the box, admiring its delicate packaging, clearly designed as a gift for a girl. Unbeknownst to her, she was entirely oblivious to the underlying intentions. She quickly opened the box to find an array of treats, some familiar from her visits to the Fang household and others entirely new. Elated, she clutched the box tightly. "Thank you." Song Xinrui blushed, shaking his head. "If you like them, just let me know. I have plenty more at home." Zhu Shuiyin, taken aback, nodded with a smile. "Sure." Fang Qiyin playfully tapped Song Xinrui's head. "Does your brother even care if you eat snacks? What's your weight now?" Song Xinrui rubbed his head in grievance, complaining, "My brother is away at an academic conference on the third star and won't be back for a while." Fang Qiyin narrowed his eyes, understanding the situation. And no wonder Song Xinrui was so indulged by his parents, receiving whatever he desired. However, his brother was strict about his diet. In their advanced interstellar society, various diseases, especially those related to obesity, were rampant. Thus, Song Xinrui's brother had devised a comprehensive fitness plan for him. Though his laziness meant he failed to stick to it for more than 3 days. With his brother absent, he had reverted to indulgent habits. Song Xinrui glanced at Zhu Shuiyin, relieved that she was too engrossed in her snacks to hear their weight discussion. Zhu Shuiyin, meanwhile, had already opened a chocolate treat, blissfully unaware. "So, Song Xinrui, you have an older brother?" Fang Qiyin, noticing her curiosity, explained, "Yes, his brother is one of the most esteemed doctors in the empire. Song Shuiyin, I don't know him." Zhu Shuiyin replied, her mouth full of chocolate. Fang Qiyin naturally retrieved a handkerchief. Zhu Shuiyin leaned forward. As if it were expected, he paused for a moment, a secret smile gracing his lips, before gently wiping the corners of her mouth. Song Xinrui, you really should cut back on those snacks and listen to your brother." Song Xinrui's face crumpled. Was Zhu Shuiyin hinting at his weight? Forcing a smile, he replied, "Sure." With only 3 days until Saturday, Zhu Shuiyin found herself in a quandary. Attending someone else's birthday party meant she needed a gift, but she was uncertain what to give. Fang Qiyin, what do you usually gift Song Xinrui? Zhu Shuiyin pondered. Oh my. How much allowance did Fang Qiyin have? Those items were so expensive. She stood there, anxiously twisting her fingers. Every month she spent her allowance on new clothes, and after accounting for various other expenses, there isn't much left. Zhu Shuiyin found herself in a quandary. The gifts she wished to present were certainly beyond her means. However, she also couldn't afford to give something too ordinary. Chapter 61. Presenting a unique gift. Alas, what a challenge. Would her master consider granting her a bit of pocket money? This way, she could procure a more lavish gift. Fang Qiyin cast a glance at Zhu Shuiyin. Recognizing the turmoil etched on her face and discerning her thoughts, with a slight raise of his brow, he hinted, "You know, the coconut milk cake you made last time seemed to be quite well received by Song Xinrui." Zhu Shuiyin paused. Contemplating the idea of giving a dessert at IT was feasible, yet felt somewhat meager compared to the gifts others would present. Ding! The original plot was activated. Song Xinrui's birthday. Pei Zhixian had meticulously prepared a gift she crafted herself. Evoking tears of gratitude from Song Xinrui, who was utterly moved that a side quest was released. Please present Song Xinrui with his favorite gift. Zhu Shuiyin pondered. So, what did Pei Zhixian give him? Could I replicate her gift? Pei Zhixian had provided Song Xinrui with a research assistant position, which garnered accolades, along with a handmade frame featuring preserved sunflowers. Zhu Shuiyin thought, no, that one dude I can't match that. The system seemed to delight in pressing her vulnerabilities while assigning tasks. Could you enlighten me about Song Xinrui? She queried, feeling quite uninformed about him and incapable of delivering a truly heartfelt birthday gift. Song Xinrui hailed from an esteemed family, a bastion of scholarly prestige. His father was a renowned businessman, his mother a leading researcher at the Academy of Biological Sciences, and his brother a top-tier surgeon and senior researcher. They were all paragons of excellence, yet Song Xinrui appeared somewhat disconnected from this lineage. He had entered the elite class through connections, lagging behind academically compared to Fang Qiyin and others. Zhu Shuiyin exclaimed, "Oh, how fortunate he is!" Indeed, his family life was harmonious, yet lacked the warmth of companionship. Contemplating deeply, Zhu Shuiyin rested her chin on her hand. His parents and brother were perpetually occupied, leaving him to grow up under the care of a butler and a nanny. This absence of familial presence made him yearn for affection, yet seldom express it. Zhu Shuiyin sniffled, empathizing with his plight. The mere thought of not seeing her master daily brought tears to her eyes. How pitiful, she mused. However, she quickly reminded herself that he lacked for nothing. Clenching her fists, she resolved, I will certainly present a wonderful birthday gift. Zhu Shuiyin began contemplating the form her gift would take. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Wait, wasn't Shen Yunqing also dispatched by Saint Lizi to attend a conference on the third star? Indeed, Shen Yunqing was participating in the same conference as Song Shuiyin. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, her hands twitching with anticipation. How serendipitous! Zhu Shuiyin quickly messaged Shen Yunqing, who often reached out to her regarding academic matters. Upon receiving her message, he replied promptly. How much longer until your conference concludes? She inquired. About a week more, he responded that the weak Zhu Shuiyin murmured in disappointment. It was far from sufficient. Song Xinrui's birthday was merely 3 days away. She longed to have Song Shuiyin return to celebrate with Song Xinrui, but such a request might seem abrupt and unwarranted. She needed to devise a compelling reason, carefully crafting her words. After a night of contemplation, an idea for a birthday gift crystallized in her mind. Sincerity was an eternal trump card. With heartfelt dedication, her gift could rival the most extravagant offerings. Zhu Shuiyin rolled up her sleeves, preparing to bake a grand cake for Song Xinrui. Baking was a requisite class she attended every weekend, and her skills had reached a remarkable level. Seated in a woven rattan chair, resting against a cushion, she began brainstorming a unique birthday cake. Given that Song Xinrui's birthday cakes were undoubtedly extraordinary, she sought advice from Fang Qiyin, who begrudgingly lifted himself from his bed at her insistence. What kind of cake? He asked, still groggy, that you're Song Xinrui's close friend. You must know his preferences well that I've decided to make him a birthday cake. Fang Qiyin raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Last year, his cake was 99 layers, each adorned with unique designs. Zhu Shuiyin gasped. 99 layers? Even if I worked tirelessly for 3 days and nights, it would be impossible. How many days does it typically take to prepare his birthday cake? She inquired. Probably started a week in advance. He replied nonchalantly. Oh, a hint of amusement danced in Fang Qiyan's eyes. The birthday cake was prepared at his family estate. If you truly have nothing else to offer, I'll take you there the morning of his birthday. You can collaborate with the cake chef. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? You would take me? She gazed at Fang Qiyin, her eagerness palpable. He paused, surprised by her enthusiasm. Relenting, He conceded, "Fine, I'll take you that morning." Ecstatic, Zhu Shuiyin began expressing her gratitude, while Fang Qiyin felt an unusual twinge of guilt for indulging her. Zhu Shuiyin sang merrily as she awaited Fang Qiyin to accompany her in selecting the birthday cake. Most of the time, he merely offered suggestions while she made the final choices. Ultimately, she decided on a simple yet heartfelt cake, topped with fondant depicting a family portrait of 4. Chapter 62. Song Shutan. She needed to invite Song Xinrui's parents and brother to celebrate his birthday together. With only 2 days remaining until Song Xinrui's birthday, Zhu Shuiyin decided to send an email to Sun Yunqing, requesting his assistance in persuading Song Shutan to return for the celebration. When Sun Yunqing received the email in the lab, he paused, absorbing its content. A knowing smile crept across his face, realizing this was quintessential Zhu Shuiyin. If she didn't succeed, she would surely be disappointed, her little face scrunched in thought as she pondered her next move. Without hesitation, he knocked on his mentor's office door. "Come in," came a melodious voice. Upon entering, Sun Yunqing found Song Shutan donned in a crisp lab coat, his name elegantly embossed on the left side. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle aura around him. Recognizing Sun Yunqing, a promising junior, Song Shutan greeted him with a smile. "Yunqing, what brings you here?" Sun Yunqing hesitated momentarily before respectfully saying, "Professor Song, I received an email from a classmate. The unusual opening piqued Song Shutan's curiosity." Sun Yunqing took a deep breath and continued, "We're all part of the elite A class." This mention reminded Song Shutan of his younger brother, Song Xinrui, who shared the same class. That classmate hopes you could take some time to return for Song Xinrui's birthday. They mentioned that he yearns for family companionship, though he doesn't express clarify. Sun Yunqing shared the email with Song Shutan. The latter was momentarily taken aback, surprise evident in his gentle features. Sun Yunqing couldn't help but explain, "That's just how she is." Song Shutan's expression softened, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "I understand. Thank you, Yunqing, and thank your classmate as well." Sun Yunqing nodded and quietly exited the office, relaying the outcome to Zhu Shuiyin, who expressed her gratitude and promised to treat him to something delicious upon his return. Sun Yunqing merely smiled on the day of Song Xinrui's birthday. Zhu Shuiyin awoke early, eagerly urging Fang Qiyin to take her to the Song residence. Time was of the essence if she were to complete the cake. Fang Qiyin resigned himself to her requests, ready to assist. Although he outwardly expressed disdain, there was not a hint of reluctance in his actions. Fang Qiyin personally piloted his hovercraft to escort Zhu Shuiyin to the Song family's estate. The Song family estate was comparable in scale to the Fang family's, boasting not only a castle-like villa complex, but also a plethora of entertainment facilities. Song Xinrui was already aware that Zhu Shuiyin would be visiting today and eagerly greeted her at the Iron Gate. Zhu Shuiyin, today, Song Xinrui donned an elegant white suit complete with a bow tie, his hair meticulously styled. His physique appeared quite robust, resembling a plump young aristocrat. In contrast, Zhu Shuiyin wore a vintage French-style long dress. A deep black woolen gown that reached her calves, her creamy long stockings enveloped her delicate legs, and she stepped gracefully into a pair of retro brown leather shoes. She paired her outfit with a light gray knitted cardigan, which subtly revealed a bow tie underneath. Her hair cascaded down her back in soft, golden curls, adorned with a butterfly-shaped hairpin, and a touch of light makeup accentuated her features, complemented by a pair of star-shaped earrings. She exuded a gentle serenity that was almost ethereal. Despite her petite stature, she harmonized beautifully beside the tall Fang Qiyin. Song Xinrui momentarily held his breath, completely captivated by Zhu Shuiyin, oblivious to Fang Qiyin's presence. Fang Qiyin carried a large black leather suitcase filled with the ingredients for Zhu Shuiyin's cake. Her voice, soft and melodious, caused hearts to flutter. "Happy birthday, Song Xinrui." He was startled, snapping back to reality from his daze. Thank you. Let us go. Take me to your house to bake the cake." Song Xinrui beamed, displaying his pristine white teeth. He eagerly stepped forward to take the suitcase from her, offering his assistance, which she graciously accepted. He found the suitcase surprisingly light despite its large appearance, prompting a chuckle from him. After delivering Zhu Shuiyin, Fang Qiyin returned to the Fang residence, promising to return later. Song Xinrui was filled with joy. Engaging Zhu Shuiyin in conversation, "If you bake my birthday cake this year, I will definitely eat a lot." "Ha, I only plan to make the top layer." Song Xinrui quickly replied, "That would be wonderful." The pastry chefs have already completed 98 layers and are currently decorating. Sounds good. The more he gazed at her, the more he admired her. Why is she such an adorable girl that, oh, how I like her. Zhu Shuiyin entered the castle-like villa, glancing around. Today, are your parents not home? A fleeting hint of melancholy cross-song Xinrui's eyes before he swiftly masked it. They've been a bit busy lately. They said they would celebrate my birthday later. Zhu Shuiyin nodded. Oh, all right. She was led to the baking room by Song Xinrui, where several pastry chefs donned in white chef hats were diligently working. The towering cake comprised of 99 layers stood before them. As they adorned it with cream and fruits, Zhu Shuiyin blinked in awe, watching intently. Song Xinrui cleared his throat. All the materials are here. Just let me know if you need anything. After saying this, he settled into a chair nearby, intending to stay. Zhu Shuiyin raised an eyebrow, curiously asking, "Are you staying here?" Song Xinrui's cheeks flushed slightly. He wished to watch her bake the cake, but Zhu Shuiyin rolled up her sleeves and got to work, baking the cake layers, assembling the cake, and spreading the cream all by herself. Song Xinrui remained transfixed, not even glancing at his smart device. The nearby pastry chefs were utterly captivated by her adorableness. All right, you should step out for now. The cake's appearance must remain a secret. Zhu Shuiyin gently urged Song Xinrui to leave. He chuckled awkwardly and obediently exited, understanding that she wished to surprise him. Chapter 63. A family of four. Zhu Shuiyin began sculpting the figures of a family of four. Mrs. Song, Mr. Song, Big Brother Song, and Song Xinrui holding hands. She hummed softly as she crafted the figures. The pastry chefs nearby nearly swooning from her cuteness. Miss Zhu, are you planning to carve the entire family of four? Yes, indeed, we had suggested this idea before, but Master Song rejected it, claiming it was too childish. Zhu Shuiyin paused, tilting her head slightly. Childish, that he must have wanted it deep down, but felt too shy to admit it. Zhu Shuiyin worked on the cake from morning until noon, and by the time she and the pastry chefs assembled the cake, it was nearing evening. The guests invited to the birthday party had already arrived. Have Song Xinrui's family returned? Yes, they are all preparing a surprise for him, but a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Zhu Shuiyin's eyes. How wonderful! Big Brother Song is truly a good person. Not only did he return, but he also brought back his parents. When Shen Yunqing returns, I must thank him properly. Zhu Shuiyin was already lost in her daydream of accumulating rich rewards. All right, host, good luck. Thank you. She was so dazed that she forgot to take off her apron, ready to go find Fong Qiyin. The light green apron, adorned with ruffles, only accentuated her gentleness. Zhu Shuiyin, what are you doing here? And wearing an apron? Ji Chuxuan's voice echoed nearby. This area was part of the Song family's private domain, where ordinary guests would not easily venture. Ji Chuxuan and Song Xinrui were childhood friends, which is why he had come inside to use the private restroom instead of the public one outside. Zhu Shuiyin, still dazed, he found Fong Qiyin, but instead encountered Ji Chuxuan coming to use the restroom. Oh, I'm here baking a cake. Have you seen Fong Qiyin? Ji Chuxuan seemed to have not heard her second question, instead asking, baking a cake. Zhu Shuiyin nodded. It's a birthday gift for Song Xinrui. Ji Chuxuan was momentarily speechless. This birthday gift was indeed impressive. Zhu Shuiyin asked him again, have you seen Fong Qiyin? Ji Chuxuan shook his head. His family and the Fong family traveled different paths. Each went their separate ways. Zhu Shuiyin glanced at the time displayed on her smart device and sighed softly, her lips pouting slightly as she bit down on one. Reddening it, Ji Chuxuan stared at her lips in a daze, unable to help but ask, what do you need him for? Zhu Shuiyin intended to have the Song family come to the baking room. Once the time was right, they would unveil the cake together. However, she currently couldn't reach the Song family. Fong Qiyin, being Song Xinrui's childhood friend, should have his parents' contact information. Then she thought of Ji Chuxuan. He was also their childhood friend and likely had the contact details. So, seeking Ji Chuxuan would suffice. Zhu Shuiyin broke into a bright smile, her previous worries dissipating. Actually, I can find you. Ji Chuxuan's eyelids twitched at her words. He held his breath, his tone brimming with anticipation. What's the matter? You should have Big Brother Song or his parents' contact information, right? Ji Chuxuan found this question somewhat puzzling, but nodded nonetheless. After Zhu Shuiyin expressed a request, he felt an indescribable sense of disappointment. Why is it always something related to Song Xinrui? Zhu Shuiyin's smile widened, revealing her small white teeth. Could you contact Big Brother Song and ask in a hurry to the baking room? Ji Chuxuan raised an eyebrow, telling her, don't be foolish. He is currently not in the Imperial Star. He is attending an academic conference on the 3rd star. Zhu Shuiyin pouted in disagreement, looking at Zhu Shuiyin with a smug expression. Oh, you don't know? Big Brother Song has already returned and has been preparing a surprise for Song Xinrui with Mrs. Song and Mr. Song. Zhu Shuiyin's expression shifted, astonishment flickering across his features. Just days ago, Song Xinrui had told him that his brother wouldn't be back, and neither would his parents. But they're back now. Zhu Shuiyin looked at Zhu Shuiyin in disbelief. You didn't call them back, did you? Zhu Shuiyin puffed out her chest, her head held high, radiating pride and confidence. Zhu Shuiyin seemed to want to say more, but Zhu Shuiyin promptly interrupted him. Oh, let us not ask that for now. Just tell me with the task at hand. Zhu Shuiyin took out his communicator to send a message to Song Shuiyin, informing them of Zhu Shuiyin's request. Before long, the three of them entered the baking room through a side door. Zhu Shuiyin stood like a small student, her legs straight and close together. Zhu Shuiyin couldn't help but want to laugh but restrained himself, his lips twitching. Zhu Shuiyin was known to hold grudges, keeping everything in her heart. If he mocked her this time, she would surely find a way to retaliate later. Upon seeing Song Shuiyin and the Song family parents, Zhu Shuiyin's eyes sparkled with delight as she politely greeted them. Mr. Song, Mrs. Song, Big Brother Song. Hello. Zhu Shuiyin's eyelids flickered. Now he understood why Fong Qian often said Zhu Shuiyin could charm anyone. She had a particular knack for captivating elders with her innocent smile and sweet voice. Mrs. Song was a strong woman, akin to Mrs. Fong, both of whom were strikingly beautiful with a clear ambition and formidable capabilities reflected in their features. However, Mrs. Song thrived in the realm of knowledge. Madame Song commands the business realm with formidable prowess. However, her two sons do not quite resemble her. Song Shuiyin possesses delicate, refined features and a striking visage, exuding an air of decorum and upbringing. His brown eyes lend him an outward gentleness, yet conceal an inherent, precise aloofness. The addition of his gold-rimmed glasses enhances his aura of wisdom. In truth, he is indeed an intellectual of the empire. As for Song Xinrui, he seems entirely detached from the family. Plump and cherubic, he sports black-rimmed glasses that signify he has been well cared for, a pampered young master. When Zhu Shuiyin greeted them abruptly, the trio was momentarily taken aback. They all recognized Zhu Shuiyin and glanced at him with inquisitive eyes. Zhu Shuiyin, feeling an unusual wave of embarrassment, cleared his throat and introduced, Uncle Song, Aunt Song, this is my classmate. She came specifically to bake a cake for Song Xinrui today. Zhu Shuiyin nodded in acknowledgement. So, the reason you called us here is Chapter 64. Odd. Why are there two? Zhu Shuiyin quickly raised her hand, exclaiming, It was me, I called you here. Song Shuiyin was captivated, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he gazed at her. Zhu Shuiyin began to share her grand ambitions. This year, we crafted a 99-layer cake that I hope you can help present it and sing a birthday song for Song Xinrui when we unveil it. She clasped her hands together, resting them near her ear, her face radiating bliss, her eyes squinted with joy, lips curving upwards in a delightful smile. Zhu Shuiyin rubbed his nose awkwardly, nodding in agreement. Yes, indeed. Madame Song appeared unaccustomed to such endeavors. Her cheeks faintly flushed. Mr. Song, however, seemed intrigued, casting a teasing glance at his wife. Song Shuiyin paused, addressing Zhu Shuiyin, You must be Zhu classmate. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. How do you know me? Brother Song? Song Shuiyin chuckled softly, his bangs falling gently over his forehead, imbuing him with a touch of warmth. The email you sent has already been shared with me by Shun Yunqing. Zhu Shuiyin's mouth formed a perfect Oh, I see. Song Shuiyin formally lifted his gaze, expressing sincere gratitude. Zhu classmate, your concern for my younger brother warrants my appreciation. Zhu Shuiyin felt a twinge of guilt, knowing this was merely a task assigned by the system. Madame Song and Mr. Song exchanged bewildered glances, still uncertain about the unfolding events. Consequently, Song Shuiyin patiently explained the situation to them. Their expressions towards Zhu Shuiyin transformed instantly, now infused with fondness and admiration. All right, shall we go inside to see the cake? Yes, replied Zhu Shuiyin as he approached the entrance. Zhu Shuiyin obstructed his path. Zhu Shuiyin raised an eyebrow, arms crossed. What, can I go in? Zhu Shuiyin nodded. Yes. Zhu Shuiyin remarked. Zhu classmate, how fickle you are. After helping you so much, you turn your back on me. Zhu Shuiyin's expression fell. Feeling perplexed, she fidgeted with her hands, puffing out her cheeks. This is a surprise for Zhu Shuiyin. If you can assure me you won tea, tell him. I'll let you peek. Zhu Shuiyin silently scoffed at her childishness. Yet his words contradicted his thoughts that, of course, I won tea, tell him. Zhu Shuiyin's troubled expression eased slightly, and she shifted her stance, extending a slender finger. Just one look, only one. Zhu Shuiyin's eyelids fluttered, and he let out a reluctant Zhu Shuiyin had treated him like a child. It was surprisingly delightful. After Zhu Shuiyin indicated his agreement, Zhu Shuiyin no longer obstructed him. He soon beheld a magnificent cake, already assembled. Each layer was elegantly topped with a transparent glass dome. The cake this year was evidently crafted with great care, each tier exhibiting a distinct style. The topmost layer was particularly eye-catching, evoking warmth within. The four family members stood upon a lush green lawn, their laughter echoing, with a grand castle looming behind them. It was evident that the scene depicted the Song family estate, rendered in frosting. The characters were vividly portrayed, instantly recognizable to anyone that it was a heartwarming cake. This decorative style had long been in vogue. Yet Zhu Shuiyin's birthday cakes had never followed such a theme. One might argue that a cake resembling a family portrait was too juvenile for adults. Zhu Shuiyin felt a dryness in his throat. Although each layer was a cake, he inexplicably sensed that the top layer was the most delectable, reminiscent of the coconut milk cake he had tasted that afternoon. Madame Song gazed at the cake, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Mr. Song was similarly moved, his glasses reflecting a misty glimmer. Zhu Shuiyin turned to Zhu Shuiyin, inquiring, "Did you make this cake?" She quickly replied, "The first 98 layers were crafted by professional bakers. Only the final layer is my handiwork." A hint of amusement graced Zhu Shuiyin's gentle features. "Well, the birthday gift from Zhu classmate must surely be the finest of all." Zhu Shuiyin's surprise was palpable. "Do you think Zhu Shuiyin will consider it the best gift?" Zhu Shuiyin nodded slowly and assuredly. Zhu Shuiyin's eyelashes fluttered, her eyes curving into a crescent shape, radiating an atmosphere of pure joy. It was as if she had indulged in blissful laziness, revealing her soft belly, inviting her owner to pinch it. Zhu Shuiyin took Zhu Shuiyin's hand, leading him to the main birthday venue, the grand hall of the Song residence. While Zhu Shuiyin ushered his parents to help wheel the cake out, suddenly, Zhu Shuiyin felt a firm tug at her wrist, pulling her away from Zhu Shuiyin. She widened her eyes in surprise. A voice, somewhat heavy, resonated above her. "Zhu Shuiyin, where did you run off to? Didn't you say you'd come find me?" Relieved, Zhu Shuiyin recognized it was Fang Qian. She pouted slightly. "You didn't reply to my message." "I was busy chatting with Zhu Shuiyin family," she added. Fang Qian's mood lightened a bit. "I piloted my hovercraft here. Who plays with their smart brain while flying?" Zhu Shuiyin fell silent. Conceding to Zhu Shuiyin's eyelashes dipped as he recalled how Zhu Shuiyin had just taken his hand. Now, he was left with only the lingering warmth of her presence. However, he soon regained his composure. Concealing the unusual glint in his eyes, "She just asked me for Song Gu's contact information." Zhu Shuiyin nodded obediently. Fang Qian cleared his throat, signaling his understanding. "Hurry up, the lights are about to go out." Zhu Shuiyin, eager to move along, quickly informed the two nearby. Fang Qian raised an eyebrow. "What scheme are you concocting now?" Zhu Shuiyin chuckled softly, just turning off the lights. In the next moment, the opulent hall was plunged into darkness. The atmosphere erupted with a mix of excitement and fear. Zhu Shuiyin's heart raced as she suddenly realized someone had kissed her, but that wasn't the most shocking part. The most bewildering was, why did she feel two sets of lips, one on her mouth and another on her forehead, both warm and soft? Zhu Shuiyin stood frozen, her heart pounding fiercely. One hand gripped her waist tightly. Their heartbeats synchronizing. She could hear hushed breaths echoing in her ear. The positions shifted again, one lingering near her left ear, while another remained on her head. Zhu Shuiyin's pupils dilated. Chapter 65. Did you just steal a kiss from me? This was supposed to be a birthday celebration, so the sudden blackout was hardly surprising. Most guests assumed it was a planned event. The birthday boy, Zhu Shuiyin, stood in the center, utterly bewildered. What was happening? A lively, timeless rendition of Happy Birthday began to play. A beam of light illuminated the center as the cake and its bearers slowly moved forward. Zhu Shuiyin and Mr. Song flanked Madame Song, who pushed a grand cake around the corner. Singing in unison, as they approached Zhu Shuiyin, his eyes widened in disbelief. He genuinely questioned if he was imagining things. He removed his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and pinched his cheek. "Ouch, that hurt." It seemed he was not dreaming after all, but rather experiencing something real. Zhu Shuiyin felt the light return, and the dual sensations vanished simultaneously. She involuntarily twitched her lips, momentarily at a loss for how to react. However, this was clearly not the time for contemplation. Once she completed her task, she would confront the one responsible. How infuriating. Host, please remember to maintain your persona. Received that I need to review the footage from the blackout shortly. Understood. Zhu Shuiyin endeavored to regain her composure, watching the events unfold with excitement, clutching Fang Qian's arm and shaking it like a child. Fang Qian's eyes softened with affection, his expression one of delight. Mrs. Song spoke gently. Xiaorui, today your father, mother, and brother have specially returned to celebrate your birthday. We must also express our sincere apologies for having focused too much on work in the past, which sometimes led to our absence during the significant moments of your life. Mr. Song patted Song Xinrui's shoulder, encouraging him to express his desires to his parents. Song Shuiyin, with a charming smile, added, Happy birthday. Xiaorui. Song Xinrui, chubby and rosy-cheeked, blushed, his emotions easily perceptible to that moment. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. Zhu Shuiyin clung to Fang Qian's arm, appearing somewhat fatigued and seeking comfort. Gradually, Fang Qian relaxed, subtly pulling Zhu Shuiyin closer, enjoying the softness of her presence. Before Song Xinrui could burst into tears, Zhu Shuiyin theatrically exclaimed, Oh, how moving, my eyes are about to overflow. This was a recent phrase she had picked up from an online platform. Fang Qian's expression darkened, his lips twitching in disbelief at where Zhu Shuiyin had learned such antics. Song Xinrui, with a sniffling nose, fought to hold back his tears, his expression awkward. Why are you all back? Didn't you have things to do today? Mrs. Song immediately frowned in disapproval. What are you saying, son? Nothing is more important than your birthday. Wouldn't you agree, Lao Song? Mr. Song nodded in agreement. Zhu Shuiyin's lips twitched. It turned out Mrs. Song had a hidden talent for humor. Song Shuiyin, however, remained serious. Actually, your brother originally planned to come back later to celebrate with you, but that a classmate of yours is quite concerned about you and specifically emailed me. Upon hearing this, Song Xinrui froze. That a classmate. Which of his classmates would care so much about him? If it were Fang Qian, Zhu Shuiyin, or Pei Xian, his brother would not address them so formally as, oh, who could it be? Song Shuiyin waved towards Zhu Shuiyin, speaking softly, Zhu, why don't you come over and wish Xiaorui a happy birthday in person? Zhu Shuiyin, upon hearing the call, ran over joyfully, akin to a dog chasing a bone. Fang Qian's forehead twitched in irritation. How could Zhu Shuiyin be so easily swayed? And what was more perplexing was her sheer delight. Standing beside Song Shuiyin, Zhu Shuiyin looked earnestly at Song Xinrui and pronounced, Happy birthday, Song Xinrui. Without waiting for a response, she quickly followed up with, Do you like my birthday gift? Her eager eyes revealed the importance of this question to her. Song Xinrui, initially prepared to express his heartfelt gratitude, found himself momentarily speechless. Finally, he managed to stammer, Thank you, that I really like it. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes brightened, and while others expected her to stop there, she continued, Is this your favorite birthday gift? Zhu Shuiyin, hearing her question, remained expressionless, accustomed to Zhu Shuiyin's unpredictable nature. Fang Qian's face darkened further. Truly, her antics were both surprising and yet entirely predictable. Song Xinrui felt both amused and exasperated. Yes, this is undoubtedly the most unique, beloved and best birthday gift I have ever received. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes sparkled with delight, her expression shifting to one of pride before she retreated slightly, allowing the family some space. System, why haven't my points been credited yet? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a side quest, earning 300 points. Zhu Shuiyin danced with joy. She had never accumulated such points before, surging past the 300 mark. Ecstatic, she seemed to radiate happiness. Fang Qian observed her with a bemused expression, wondering why she was so delighted over someone else's birthday. Zhu Shuiyin coughed sheepishly. Haha, it's worth celebrating. The atmosphere was indeed warm, bolstered by her tangible points providing a sense of security. The Song family exchanged heartfelt sentiments, moving the guests to feel a sense of warmth. Quickly make a wish and cut the cake. Song Xinrui squeezed his eyes shut to make a wish before starting to slice the cake. He only cut the top layer, which was made by Zhu Shuiyin. He shared pieces with his parents and brother, followed by a few close friends. When the cake reached Zhu Shuiyin, she hesitated and waved. I've eaten enough today. I'll share a piece with him. She pointed at Fang Qiyin. Song Xinrui's face fell, reluctantly agreeing. Song Shuiyin paused, glancing at Zhu Shuiyin and Fang Qiyin, a look of realization dawning upon him. Fang Qiyin's face flushed slightly. He opened his mouth but found no words. Zhu Shuiyin's boldness astonished him, wanting to share a piece of cake with him. While Fang Qiyin pondered this, Zhu Shuiyin suddenly leaned closer and teasingly asked, "Did you just secretly kiss me?" Although her tone was light, her expression remained serious, resembling an emotionless machine. Fang Qiyin was taken aback, his face instantly flushing that he opened his mouth, speechless. Zhu Shuiyin stuck her tongue out. "Changing the subject, I'll just have one bite of the cake." Having already indulged in enough treats in the baking room, she felt quite full. Yet, not wanting to seem rude, she took a spoonful of cream. Fang Qiyin's gaze sharpened. Seizing the moment in the crowd, he pulled Zhu Shuiyin to a more secluded spot. Pressed against the wall, her eyes widened slightly. Fang Qiyin seized the opportunity, silencing her with a kiss. Wiping away the remnants of cream from her lips, suspended in mid-air, held by his arm, Zhu Shuiyin felt her cheeks flush and her breath quicken, nearly overwhelmed by the moment. After what felt like an eternity, he finally pulled away, his eyes dark and intense as he wiped the cream from her lips. Startled, Zhu Shuiyin instinctively covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. "I'm so thirsty. That's oh sour," she whimpered. Gazing at Fang Qiyin in alarm, her eyes sparkling with unshed tears, fearing he might have an unusual habit. Yes, he had stolen a kiss. Now, it was all out in the open. Fang Qiyin laughed heartily. Ding! Fang Qiyin's affection level increased by 2. Current affection level 90. Song Xinrui had a harmless fondness for food, and the Song family indulged him by establishing a farm, orchard, and vegetable garden within their estate. To provide the best nutrition for their beloved young master, all produce was homegrown, pure, natural, and free from pollution. Most of the seeds planted in the Song family estate were personally cultivated by Mrs. Song, a life researcher at the Imperial Research Institute, specializing not only in human life, but also in flora and fauna. The fruits atop this cake were freshly picked from their orchard, with seeds of exceptional quality yielding large, sweet fruits. These strawberries, if sold in a supermarket, would fetch 3,000 interstellar coins each, practically a treasure. Zhu Shuiyin, you are sweeter and juicier than this strawberry. Zhu Shuiyin's face turned crimson, steam seemingly rising from her. You creep. You just stole kisses from my ear and forehead. Zhu Shuiyin, abandoning her facade, spilled her thoughts freely. To her surprise, Fang Qiyin's expression darkened at her words. He tightened his grip around her waist, veins bulging as he restrained himself. His dark eyes fixated on her, his tone calm, yet ominous. "What did you say? Who kissed your forehead?" Zhu Shuiyin's heart raced as she realized her mistake. "You kissed. Somewhere. It made my forehead itch." Most of the time, her chatter was nonsensical. So Fang Qiyin didn't take it too seriously. He scrutinized every exposed inch of her skin, only relaxing once he found no evidence of anything amiss. "You better be." After saying this, he placed several gentle kisses on her forehead, ensuring it was thoroughly covered. Zhu Shuiyin's eyelids twitched. Her instincts warned her that she had narrowly avoided disaster. Thank goodness, she was clever enough to navigate the situation. Fang Qiyin took a bite of the cake, the creamy strawberry melting in his mouth, the rich flavor unforgettable. While it looked like an ordinary cake, the taste was extraordinary, leaving a lasting impression on all who tried it. Mrs. Song and Mr. Song's eyes narrowed in bliss, as if all their fatigue had evaporated, replaced by a serene calm. Song Shuiyin, initially indifferent, was stirred by the cake's exceptional quality. He had expected a typical cake, perhaps with slight flavor variations, but was instead met with something remarkably different. Its quality exponentially superior. As Pei Chujin and Pei Zhixian, childhood friends of Song Xinrui, received a slice of cake. Both were captivated by its unique flavor. Mrs. Song gazed in astonishment at Zhu Shuiyin and couldn't help but inquire, "Which master did you learn baking from, Zhu? Why does your cake taste so extraordinary?" With a blush upon her cheeks, Zhu Shuiyin stammered. "It's just that the baker that Mrs. Fong hired for me, with just a touch of spiritual essence added." Mrs. Song nodded and smiled, saying, "Then I shall ask her about it later." Also present at the birthday celebration were classmates from Shengli. They were astonished to discover that Zhu Shuiyin, whom they had once bullied, was acquainted with individuals from a prestigious family. They whispered among themselves, relieved that they had previously apologized, avoiding any lasting grievances. "Xin, your father and mother returned early today and brought you many gifts," Mr. Song called out to Song Xinrui, To which Mrs. Song nodded with a smile. Come, let us go outside to see that a group of people move from the main banquet hall to the lawn outside. Several large boxes were arranged neatly, with servants displaying all the gifts Song Shinrui had received, stacked in an aesthetically pleasing manner. Zhu Shuyin's eyes sparkled at the sight of so many gifts. Wow, there are so many presents. Fang Qiyin felt a stir within. He remembered how Zhu Shuiyin had grown up in an orphanage filled with children, likely lacking resources. That it made sense that she cherished gifts and cakes so much. Curiously, he asked, Zhu Shuiyin, when is your birthday? Zhu Shuiyin hesitated, recalling her birthday, which she shared as a date in spring, when bamboo shoots emerge. This year had already passed. Fang Qiyin silently noted this date. Song Shinrui was busy taking pictures with his parents and brother on the lawn, while other guests mingled freely. Seizing the moment, Zhu Shuiyin quickly found a secluded spot to watch a recording. After viewing it, her pupils dilated in shock. No, it couldn't be. Was that Zhu Shuiyin beside her? Had Zhu Shuiyin kissed her? Chapter 67. Eavesdropping. Zhu Shuiyin stumbled back, nearly losing her balance. She shook her head in disbelief. It was impossible. This was akin to a horror story. Swallowing hard, she scrutinized the video again, and suddenly her eyes lit up. How had she missed it? Beside Zhu Shuiyin stood Pei Zhixian, but he must have been disoriented when he turned off the lights. Unable to distinguish left from right, he must have intended to kiss Pei Zhixian and accidentally kissed her instead. The system had previously mentioned that Zhu Shuiyin harbored a secret crush on Pei Zhixian. Zhu Shuiyin clicked her tongue. Never feeling so close to the truth before, she consoled herself and resolved to keep this embarrassing incident to herself. Unbeknownst to her, the host was adept at self-deception. Zhu Shuiyin mused, It's fine, the system must have malfunctioned. Oh, it needs a good repair. Haha. Yes. The system felt a wave of anxiety, realizing that the intellect of its villainous counterpart was about to escalate to a new level. Having secluded herself to view the embarrassing recording, Zhu Shuiyin now faced a lengthy return journey on her way back. She was engulfed by a cloud of smoke. She instinctively covered her mouth and nose. Disliking secondhand smoke. Who was smoking here? Her eyes darted toward a familiar tuft of red hair. That red hair looks so familiar. She approached to see who it was, but the red-haired individual had already heard her. He seemed momentarily stunned before abruptly turning around, allowing Zhu Shuiyin to recognize him as Qi Feiyang, a classmate she had met during a visit to the Fang residence. Qi Feiyang, emerging from a bush of flowers, was showered in petals. Upon seeing Zhu Shuiyin, his expression tightened, and he hastily extinguished his cigarette. He scratched his head and finally mustered a sheepish, I'm sorry. Zhu Shuiyin shook her head and asked, Why aren't you eating cake? Why are you here instead? A bittersweet smile flickered across Qi Feiyang's face as he replied, I already had some. The system urged Zhu Shuiyin to continue the conversation, sensing potential plot points. Do you have something on your mind? She inquired. Leaning in closer, Qi Feiyang was suddenly enveloped by a fragrant aura. Leaving him momentarily dazed, he nodded absent-mindedly. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes widened with curiosity. Can I listen? Qi Feiyang gazed at the girl, peeking from the flowers. Her eyes sparkling with innocence, he found himself compelled to comply with all her requests. Of course, and why father wants me to befriend the young master of the Song family, or, at the very least, connect with more upper-class families during this banquet. But he hesitated, continuing, he says I'm not as good as my brother. If I can't accomplish something useful for the family, my mother and I will be cast out. His voice trailed off, burdened by unspoken worries. Zhu Shuiyin could surmise the implications. Ingratiating oneself was not a simple task and could lead to internal strife. She imagined a melodramatic scenario, his father openly bringing home the child of a mistress, who was older than Qi Feiyang, causing his mother to fall ill. The system succinctly summarized his plight. Qi Feiyang appeared to be under immense pressure. It was evident he had made a concerted effort to present himself well for the banquet. Yet fatigue was etched upon his features, dark circles beneath his eyes betraying his exhaustion. With a soft sigh, Zhu Shuiyin felt sympathy for him, lamenting, how pitiful. Unfortunately, there's little I can do to help. She rummaged through her belongings and produced a small glass vial. Here, take this. It's my favorite perfume, known for its calming effects. You might want to give it to your mother. The essence she offered was imbued with her spiritual energy, likely beneficial for Qi Feiyang's mother's condition. Unaware of its true value, Qi Feiyang simply smiled sincerely, accepting it with gratitude. Zhu Shuiyin waited for a while, but since no plot points had been triggered, where the plot points, she wondered. I guess I'll have to wait. Very well then. She smiled at, I shall take my leave. Qi Feiyang nodded, advising her, when you head back, avoid the covered walkway. I just saw Pei Zhixian and Song Shudian heading that way. Seemingly engaged in a conversation, Zhu Shuiyin's eyes widened momentarily. After swallowing hard, she nodded. Okay, thank you for the warning. Ding, please proceed to the covered walkway to execute the eavesdropping task. Zhu Shuiyin thought, I knew this would happen. As soon as those words left Qi Feiyang's lips, she anticipated the system's antics. Ugh. Must I be your errand girl? Whatever you command, I must comply. Fatigued, she yearned to sit and rest. As she grumbled, she made her way toward her destination. The system was left in disbelief, pondering the experience of having a host with such a rich inner dialogue. Zhu Shuiyin found a large, white Roman-style column and leaned against it, the perfect spot for her to eavesdrop. Pei Zhixian adorned an elegant, intellectual ensemble, a pale blue gown that was both simple and exquisitely refined, paired with nude stilettos, exuded an aura of cool detachment, as if she had stepped out of a watercolor painting of Jiangnan's misty rain. Ding! Contrast achieved. The system has upgraded the villainous counterpart's mission. The protagonist is an elegant, intellectual figure, while the antagonist is a vulgar flower of earthly riches. The system upgraded from 0866 to a 2-star system. Chapter 68. Only whining Zhu Shuiyin was momentarily taken aback, unsure if she was being praised or mocked. Thank you, host. As the system for the villainous counterpart, I've finally upgraded. Your unexpected performance has added to my merits. Thank you, Zhu Shuiyin thought, this peculiar system and its strange company. She shook her head, disregarding the system's excitement, and focused on eavesdropping. Brother Song, the gift you brought for Xin Rue seems to have delighted him. I haven't seen him smile so joyfully in ages. Pei Zhixian smiled softly, lowering her head, revealing her long, fair neck, a stray lock of dark hair cascading down. Song Shutin's smile was sophisticated, distant yet courteous. Let me thank you on behalf of Xin Rue, he said. The thoughtful gesture of preparing a gift did not go unnoticed. Pei Zhixian's eyes flickered momentarily before she gradually revealed her true intentions. I included Xin Rue in my research project. His performance has been exceptional. The success of this project hinges on his contributions. Song Shutian's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Xin Rue had actively engaged in the research and had even won an award. Pei Zhixian, noticing his astonishment, smiled even more radiantly. In truth, Xin Rue is quite intelligent and possesses remarkable perseverance. She did not hesitate to praise Song Xin Rue. Song Shutin regarded Pei Zhixian with newfound interest. What is your project about? Pei Zhixian could no longer conceal her excitement, revealing that they were delving into advanced neural networks, with a primary topic titled, Zhu Shuiyin, a novice who had only been studying for 2 months, was utterly bewildered by their conversation, her face reflecting an eagerness to learn. What are you doing here? A cold voice, imbued with an icy chill, interrupted her thoughts. Zhu Shuiyin jumped, hastily covering her mouth to stifle a scream. How infuriating! It was Pei Chu-jin scaring her again. She felt a twinge of anxiety for eavesdropping, and Pei Chu-jin's intimidating presence only exacerbated her discomfort. I was just resting for a moment, she stammered, swallowing hard and feigning nonchalance. Pei Chu-jin glanced at her without comment, clearly unconvinced. Zhu Shuiyin had been peering curiously around the pillar, her posture amusingly awkward. Pei Chu-jin had observed her for quite some time, intending merely to return to the venue, but deciding to see what she was up to. Instead of exerting pressure on her, he stepped closer to peer behind the pillar. Zhu Shuiyin quietly patted her chest, turning slowly back around. Ugh, this is maddening. One day, Pei Chu-jin will scare me to death. Why was he always so elusive? Zhu Shuiyin kept a slight distance from Pei Chu-jin, though not too far. Despite the large Roman column, it was not substantial enough to conceal 2 people standing side by side. Pei Chu-jin was nearly twice her width. Meanwhile, the conversation between the two had seemingly concluded. However, due to the depth of Pei Zhixian's recent discourse, she stumbled over a patch of grass on her way out. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes widened in concern as she held her breath. Fortunately, Song Shuiyin caught her just before she fell, effortlessly helping Pei Zhixian regain her balance. Pei Zhixian appeared startled, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Thank you, Song Dage, for catching me. Song Shuiyin shook his head, advising her to be more cautious while walking. Pei Zhixian nodded gratefully. Host, did you see that? You should learn from others and try some fresh green tea techniques. Zhu Shuiyin muttered, Every time you call me green tea, I feel like crying. Her ears were nearly worn out from hearing it. How infuriating. Even when she's not being green tea, she still likes to whine. The system seemed to discriminate against her. They had just been discussing research topics. Pei Chujin finally spoke up, catching Zhu Shuiyin off guard. So that you were eavesdropping? Zhu Shuiyin's face flushed that I wasn't. Pei Chujin regarded her with a knowing look. Making her feel her defense was feeble. She bit her lip, half-truthfully explaining, I just happened to pass by and noticed you were talking, so I didn't want to interrupt until you finished. Zhu Shuiyin hoped Pei Chujin wouldn't hold this against her. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. 100 points. The plot degree has increased by 1. The system has automatically adjusted the plot degree to match the host's spiritual energy. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes brightened. She had not anticipated that this incident could enhance her plot degree. Pei Chujin's unexpected interruption had inadvertently led to an increase in her plot degree, causing Zhu Shuiyin to view him with less animosity. Chapter 69. The food is truly delightful. I should head back now. Zhu Shuiyin announced, preparing to leave. Pei Chujin leisurely followed her. Perfect. I am returning as well. Zhu Shuiyin thought little of it. Indeed, this was the quickest route back. Pei Chujin walked with an air of ease. Yet upon closer inspection, every step he took seemed to resonate heavily. The grass beneath him seemed to groan in protest. Oh dear, this is painful. Does he not realize how heavy he is? Zhu Shuiyin could empathize with the grass. Could you please walk a bit lighter? Or perhaps use the nearby corridor? Pei Chujin paused, momentarily taken aback. You've hurt the grass. She pointed out the damaged greenery. Pei Chujin chuckled, albeit somewhat perplexedly, and stepped onto the adjacent brick pathway. He remarked, Your face is quite red. Did Fang Qiyin eat too vigorously? Zhu Shuiyin's cheeks flushed anew, stammering, You. Though Pei Chujin's expression was one of amusement, there was a distinct lack of warmth in his gaze. His scrutiny was unsettling, lingering in a way that was hard to ignore. What a weirdo. Zhu Shuiyin muttered under her breath before hastily departing. Pei Chujin seemed anything but normal. Indeed, the only truly normal person here is my master. She thought, affirming her belief. Are you sure about that? Zhu Shuiyin nodded vehemently. Absolutely. She returned to the venue, where Fang Qiyin seized her wrist. Where have you been? You took so long? Oh, I was just wandering around. Feeling a bit full, she replied casually. Fang Qiyin scrutinized her closely, only relaxing when he discerned no changes. Next time, remember to invite me along. Zhu Shuiyin replied, Sure. Song-Yi, my brother has arrived, and he brought gifts for Xiao Rui. Ji Chushuan announced, having just finished a phone call. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shuiyin perked up, stealthily moving to Ji Chushuan's side. Mr. Song's eyes lit up with evident delight. Su Zhou is here. Let me go greet him. Jisoo Zhou was merely 8 years older than Song Xinrui, and when they were younger, the chubby Song Xinrui had often clung to him for play. Thus, Jisoo Zhou bringing gifts for Song Xinrui was entirely fitting. Most attendees at the birthday banquet were of similar age to Song Xinrui. The older generation had merely sent gifts through others that Ji Chushuan promptly said, I'll go bring my brother inside. With that, he made his way toward the estate's entrance. Wait for me. Wait for me. Zhu Shuiyin called, breathlessly racing after him. Why are you here? Ji Chushuan slowed his pace, astonished. Hurry up, don't keep your brother waiting too long. Due to the earlier incident, Zhu Shuiyin felt a bit embarrassed and avoided meeting Ji Chushuan's gaze. Puffing her cheeks to change the subject, the Ji Chushuan cast a curious glance her way, but said nothing. Continuing on to find his brother, Mr. Song had already given the order, and the guard at the entrance had long since allowed them to pass. Halfway through, Zhu Shuiyin spotted Ji Shuzhou, impeccably dressed in formal attire. Seemingly just returned from work. His hair was meticulously styled, and his deep gray suit fit him perfectly, devoid of any wrinkles. He held a refined gift box in one hand, clearly the present he had brought. Upon seeing him, Zhu Shuiyin dashed over like a puppy that had spotted a bone. Moving even faster than Ji Chushuan, his own younger brother, Ji Shuzhou noticed the girl rushing towards him from a distance and raised an eyebrow. Easily recognizing her as the one who frequently sent him messages, Ji Chushuan gaped at Zhu Shuiyin in disbelief, glancing between his brother and himself, ultimately convincing himself that Zhu Shuiyin was indeed a peculiar character. Master. Zhu Shuiyin's address shifted as she abruptly changed her wording. Ji Chushuan felt a wave of frustration. Zhu Shuiyin was exceptionally forward. Ji Shuzhou naturally handed the gift box to Ji Chushuan and then scrutinized the petite girl before him. who barely reached his chest, requiring him to look down. "What is the matter?" Zhu Shuiyin swallowed hard, suppressing the impulse to leap into his arms, and simply inquired, "When are you going to the 52nd star?" "Jiga, I thought I would like to accompany you." Ji Shujo's expression remained indifferent as he replied, "Timing is yet to be determined." Zhu Shuiyin quickly added, "I'll be going early next month. Could you accompany me then?" Ji Shuiyin, eavesdropping, nearly had his eyes pop out upon hearing this. What on earth was Zhu Shuiyin doing? Moreover, how was it that his brother intended to visit the 52nd star without him knowing? As Zhu Shuiyin walked beside Ji Shujo, Ji Shuiyin found himself completely overshadowed. Their conversation flowed easily until they reached the main group. Ji Shujo paused to greet Mr. and Mrs. Song, then nodded at Song Shutan and the day's guest of honor. Song Shinrui, he only acknowledged these few individuals, not considering anyone else. His overwhelming presence rendered his actions beyond reproach. Mr. Song promptly responded, smiling. "What brings you here, Shujo?" Ji Shujo first wished Song Shinrui a happy birthday before addressing Mr. Song's inquiry. "I heard that Aunt Song and Dr. Song have returned today." The doctor referred to was indeed Song Shutan. Chapter 70. Take me along the Song family, aside from Song Shinrui. We're all astute individuals. They could easily discern Ji Shujo's underlying intentions. Was old Master Ji's health once again in jeopardy? Ji Shujo nodded, requesting, "Please accompany me to see him, Aunt Song and Dr. Song." Mrs. Song's expression turned concerned as she readily agreed. Of course. Song Shudan nodded in agreement and immediately called for his medical kit. Old Master Ji was the grandfather of both Ji Shuiyin and Ji Shujo, the previous head of the Ji family. Zhu Shuiyin recalled the formidable old man vividly and quickly asked, "Has Grandpa been experiencing chest pains again?" Fang Qiyin, Ji Shuiyin, Pei Chujin, and Pei Zhixian exchanged incredulous looks at Zhu Shuiyin. Grandpa, they thought, and while it seemed acceptable to address him as such, how did she know about his chest pains? Ji Shujo's deep-set eyes slowly turned to Zhu Shuiyin, filled with a cold scrutiny. Zhu Shuiyin opened her mouth, exaggeratedly covering it with her hand in a gesture of regret, which only heightened their suspicions. Fortunately, her voice had not carried far, heard only by those nearby. Fang Qiyin quickly pulled Zhu Shuiyin aside, whispering, "How do you know about old Master Ji's condition? And why did you call him Grandpa so softly?" Zhu Shuyin's gaze wandered, and she remained silent for a moment. Song Shinrui cut the last piece of cake from the tray and offered it to Ji Shujo. "Here, take this cake with you. It's delicious." That Ji Shujo's examination of Zhu Shuiyin was interrupted. He smiled at Song Shinrui and accepted the cake. "Thank you." Zhu Shuyin's heart raced at the sight of Ji Shujo holding the cake. Her cheeks flushed and lashes fluttering. Would he praise her once he tasted it? She gazed at him dreamily, while Fang Qiyin, noticing her infatuation, felt an inexplicable irritation. "You seem quite taken with Ji Shujo." "Your eyes glued to him," he remarked. Zhu Shuiyin was startled by his tone, her heart fluttering as she forced a chuckle. Not at all." Fang Qiyin fell silent, finding her dismissive response insufficient. An unwelcome sense of anxiety began to creep into his heart. Zhu Shuiyin wiped away the non-existent sweat from her forehead. Meanwhile, Ji Shujo prepared to leave with Mrs. Song and Song Shutan. Seeing this, Zhu Shuiyin hurried to follow, but Fang Qiyin swiftly grabbed her collar, pulling her back. "What do you think you're doing, following them to see a doctor? But I care about Grandpa Ji too," she protested. Fang Qiyin narrowed his eyes, asking, "Did you know Ji Shujo before?" Zhu Shuiyin felt a surge of guilt. "It's nothing. He just helped me deal with Ji Shuiyin last time, and I'm grateful." Fang Qiyin remained speechless. Accompanying Zhu Shuiyin toward Ji Shujo was Pei Zhixian, who seemed eager to join them at the Ji family residence. "Shujo, good. Take me along too. I want to see Grandpa Ji." Her expression revealed genuine concern, and Ji Shujo hesitated, recalling that Grandpa Ji had a fondness for her. Before finally nodding, Pei Zhixian's delicate face flushed with excitement. "Oh, I want to go too." Ji Shuiyin turned to see Zhu Shuiyin bouncing eagerly behind him, attempting to move ahead, that he couldn't help but hiss in frustration. Why couldn't she recognize the situation and refrain from causing chaos? He sensed his brother's patience was wearing thin. "Jiga, take me with you," Zhu Shuiyin implored, her large, glistening eyes brimming with earnestness. Ji Shuiyin knew his brother's temperament was increasingly unpredictable of late, and he quickly urged Zhu Shuiyin, "Don't cause trouble. Just go back with Fang Qiyin." Zhu Shuiyin disregarded him, shoving his face away. Ji Shuiyin could only sigh in exasperation. Pei Zhixian's expression darkened as she spoke sternly. Miss Zhu, this is a crucial moment concerning an elderly person's health. Please refrain from causing a disturbance. Zhu Shuiyin shook her head. I'm not causing trouble. Once, when she was still a mere sprout, she had grown up in the Ji family residence, spending countless days with Grandpa Ji, who delighted in tea and chess in the bamboo grove. During that time, her inability to control her spiritual energy caused the bamboo grove to overflow with spiritual essence, greatly benefiting Grandpa Ji's health. Even after she was taken away by her master to the manor, she often returned to the old residence, especially since Zhu Shuiyin and Zhu Shuizhou visited once a week for dinner. Song Shutan, with a calm demeanor, recalled that unusual cake and smiled. Let us take Zhu Shuiyin along. She might have some insights. Unintentionally or not, Pei Zhixian remarked, it seems Zhu Shuiyin didn't perform very well in the recent exam at St. Lizi's. And she's about ahead to the 52nd star. The implication was clear. Zhu Shuiyin lacked the knowledge to offer any meaningful assistance. Song Shudan paused, bemused as he looked at Zhu Shuiyin, yet his gaze held no contempt. Mrs. Song pondered for a moment before discreetly glancing at Pei Zhixian. Zhu Shuiyin felt the sting of her words and flushed crimson, puffing her cheeks like a puffer fish. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Master won't he think I'm foolish, will he? Though I'd already told him. Zhu Shuizhou's gaze fell, his tone devoid of emotion as he quietly declared, take her along. Without looking back, he strode away. Zhu Shuiyin jolted, realizing his brother was summoning him, still reeling from the earlier soft and fragrant touch. He shook off his daze and took Zhu Shuiyin with him. Pei Zhixian was momentarily taken aback before swiftly masking her displeasure, her eyes darkening as they fell upon Zhu Shuiyin. The latter felt a twinge of fear, but chose to ignore it. Inching closer to Zhu Shuiyin, she turned to Fang Qiyin. Could you wait for me at the Ji residence and take me back later? Fang Qiyin was left speechless, incredulous at her audacity to ask him to wait for someone. However, a sense of secret delight lingered within him. For after all, Zhu Shuiyin had not forgotten him, and had bestowed upon him a significant purpose. Fang Qiyin, with a grim expression, piloted the hovercraft, waiting at the entrance of the Ji family's old residence. He felt as though he had become Zhu Shuiyin's loyal dog, always summoned and relentlessly pursued. Chapter 71. A visit to relatives. The group hurriedly arrived at the Ji family's ancestral home. The urgency of the situation propelled their swift strides, and Zhu Shuiyin quickened her pace. With familiarity, she navigated her way to the location. Zhu Shuiyin initially feared she might lose her way and contemplated slowing down to wait for her, but soon realized her adeptness made his concern unnecessary. That a flicker of surprise crossed Zhu Shuiyan's mind. Yet he suppressed it, recognizing that now was not the time for inquiries. The residence of Zhu Shuiyin and Zhu Shuizhou was characterized by a Western architectural style, whereas the Ji family's old house was a grand embodiment of traditional Chinese architecture, complete with quaint bridges, flowing water, exquisite gardens, artificial hills, courtyards, and stately buildings. Each structure exuded a majestic grandeur, intricate in detail. Steeped in the powerful essence of ancient Chinese culture, the estate sprawled over an expansive area, resembling a colossal entity slumbering through the corridors of time. Its prime location could be deemed the most desirable in the entire empire, where even the smallest plot of land held immense value. Zhu Shuiyin had not visited in months, and nostalgia tugged at her heart. She quickened her steps, rushing towards the main residence where the elder lived. The bedroom connected to the study through a rounded wooden archway, leading down to a marble-paved courtyard, bordered by lush bamboo groves that were a sight to behold. The vibrant greenery filled the air with a sense of awe. Returning to this place felt akin to coming home. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she sprinted toward a bamboo stalk, nearly as thick as her body, and embraced it. Wow, I'm home. Oh, how I've missed you all, she exclaimed, calling out to her relatives in the bedroom. The elder lay pale upon the bed, attended by Madame Song and Song Shuiyin, the finest physicians in the empire, whose expertise inspired confidence. Zhu Shuiyin concealed herself within the bamboo grove, silently absorbing its essence and releasing her spiritual energy. I hope Grandpa Ji recovers soon, she thought. The system observed its host, momentarily blinded by her radiance. Today, she seemed unusually divine. Slowly, the elder began to awaken, the pain on his countenance fading into a look of ease. Zhu Shuizhou, glancing at Madame Song and Song Shuiyin, was momentarily taken aback. They too were astonished as the elder had suddenly improved without any intervention. "Shuzhou, did you bring the bamboo?" the elder inquired, his eyes sparkling with vigor. Upon hearing this, Ji Shuzhou's expression shifted momentarily before he shook his head impassively. "Then what is this, Grandpa? Do you feel better now?" "Of course, I feel quite energetic," he replied. Song Shuiyin, having completed a thorough examination, confirmed, "Grandpa Ji, you are indeed free of significant ailments. All indicators are normal." Ji Shuzhou remained silent for a moment. "Grandpa, you were just in pain. How did you improve so suddenly?" The elder patted his chest, stating, "I cannot explain it. I appreciate your efforts." "Elder Ji, there is nothing more important than your health," Madame Song replied with a smile. "Father, you truly frightened us." A beautiful woman wept beside him, her husband displaying concern. They were the elder's second daughter and son-in-law. Greetings were exchanged, and the son and daughter-in-law followed suit. "Grandpa, you're finally all right. That's wonderful." Pei Zhixian, standing behind Zhu Shuiyin, expressed her delight upon seeing the elder's recovery. "Zhixian, what brings you here? Come to play with Xiaomian?" the elder inquired, smiling. Pei Zhixian, her cheeks flushing, sincerely explained, "I was worried about your health. So I came." Surrounded by family, the elder felt a sense of familiarity and inquired again, "Shuzhou, did you truly not bring the bamboo? Were you not hoping to surprise me?" Ji Shuzhou paused, his gaze darkening, and shook his head slowly. The elder sighed. "I have this feeling that today, you must have brought it." The Ji family understood the exchange between the elder and grandson well. Both had an affinity for bamboo. In the past, a bamboo plant had been taken from the old residence, and Ji Shuzhou would bring it to show the elder its growth during his weekly visits. "Grandpa, Grandpa," a cheerful voice rang from outside. Sweet and piercing. Zhu Shuiyin, having squeezed her way into the room, found herself unable to approach the elder due to the crowd surrounding his bed, her face scrunched up in frustration as she shuffled back and forth. Yearning to enter, but she dared not make too much noise amidst so many familiar faces that Ji Shuiyin, noticing the commotion, stepped outside to hush her. The Ji family was known for their strict decorum. Any noise in the sick room would surely invite reprimand. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes brightened as she grasped Ji Chuxuan's hand, pleading, "Please take me inside to see Grandpa." Ji Chuxian, caught off guard by her soft grip, felt a rush of warmth spread through him, momentarily stunned. The elder, unusually calm, glanced back. "Who is calling for me?" Ji Shuzhou looked on with amusement. "He brought a little girl who wishes to see you." Ji Shuzhou replied, "Thought I could tea that moment." Zhu Shuiyin squeezed her way into the room, joyfully rushing to the elder's side, almost colliding with Ji Shuzhou. "Grandpa, do you feel comfortable now?" Chapter 72. The next time Elder Ji, upon seeing the little girl, felt a wave of affection wash over him. He unconsciously released his pressure and replied earnestly, "I do feel at ease now." Zhu Shuiyin's crescent-shaped eyes lit up with delight. "You are." Zhu Shuiyin quickly clutched Ji Shuzhou's arm. "He brought me here to Ji Shuzhou side. She is a classmate of Chu Xian." "Then how?" Ji Shuzhou raised an eyebrow, his dark eyes hinting at amusement, as if eager to see how Zhu Shuiyin would respond. Zhu Shuiyin tugged at Ji Shuzhou's sleeve, slightly wrinkling his suit. "I just wanted to see you." Though her response was dubious, the elder did not pursue the matter further, smiling kindly at her. Zhu Shuiyin beamed, revealing her pearly whites, radiating joy. Perhaps it was the clarity in her gaze that made others perceive her actions as innocent. "Zhu, you shouldn't lean on Brother Ji. He doesn't like people getting too close." Pei Zhixian gently cautioned, her expression filled with concern. "Indeed, my brother dislikes it," added a girl of similar age to Zhu Shuiyin, elegantly dressed, exuding the charm of a well-bred young lady. "Ji Yume, Ji Chuxian's cousin." Ji Chuxian nodded, intending to pull Zhu Shuiyin away. "Oh, thank you." Upon hearing their words, Zhu Shuiyin looked up at Ji Shuzhou's expression. He wore an inscrutable look, making it difficult to ascertain if he was pleased or displeased. Zhu Shuiyin awkwardly shifted her weight, subtly moving away, though it barely made a difference. Pei Zhixian, a Ji Yume, a Ji Chuxian. Was she doing this on purpose? Ji Chuxian felt 3 black lines appear on his forehead. Realizing Zhu Shuiyin was his bane, before his brother could lose his temper, he quickly pulled her aside, placing her next to him for safety. Zhu Shuiyin pouted her lips, her expression reflecting discontent. Ji Chuxian, rescuing her from embarrassment, yet she seemed ungrateful. When her brother reprimanded her later, she would surely understand his kindness. He had never encountered anyone so audacious as to draw close to his brother. Zhu Shuiyin gaze floated nonchalantly towards Zhu Shuiyin, an indescribable feeling in his eyes that made Zhu Shuiyin shiver involuntarily. Zhu Shuiyin printed an electronic list detailing specific dosages of medication. Grandfather Ji, you have been overworking lately. You must take some time to relax. This is your prescription. The butler attending to Elder Ji promptly accepted the list, expressing gratitude to Zhu Shuiyin. Zhu Shuiyin nodded in acknowledgement. His eyes filled with appreciation. We shall not disturb you any longer. Xiaorui is waiting for us at home for dinner. Mrs. Song, graceful and composed, rose to bid farewell to the Ji family. Qingshu, please escort Mrs. Song and Shuiyin. Yes. Ji Qingshu, the third son of Elder Ji, noted that with Zhu Shuiyin's departure, Zhu Shuiyin should also be on her way. She glanced around, her fingers gathering a brilliant green energy, which she discreetly directed toward the vase on the old gentleman's bedside. The classical flowers within bloomed with vitality, ensuring that as long as the elder rested there, his body would receive nurturing, alleviating his chest pains for a considerable duration. After completing her task, Zhu Shuiyin anticipated being dismissed, unwilling to leave until her master decided otherwise. All right, everyone, please exit and do not disturb grandfather's rest. Zhu Shuiyin lowered his gaze, his long lashes obscuring his expression, making it difficult to discern his emotions. As the head of the Ji family, his word was law, and none dared to oppose him. The family exited in unison, with Zhu Shuiyin hastily pulling Zhu Shuiyin along. You were quite bold just now, getting so close to my brother. Zhu Shuiyin blinked, thinking she merely returned to the beginning, not an act of audacity. However, she sensed he did not seem entirely averse. Zhu Shuiyin gasped, "Are you some kind of oddity? You don't understand. My brother dislikes such advances that a woman once attempted to draw near with underhanded tactics and has since been removed from the first star." Zhu Shuiyin remained silent, seeing her apprehension. Zhu Shuiyin smirked, taking leisurely strides, waiting for her to display a charming expression. Zhu Shuiyin opened her mouth, feigning fear. "But it's fine. I didn't employ any underhanded tactics." Noticing her genuine fright, Zhu Shuiyin stifled a chuckle and mischievously asked, "Dare you to be so bold again next time?" Zhu Shuiyin hesitated for a moment, silently affirming in her heart, "Of course, I will dare. After all, it was merely a removal, not a banishment. Let us go. I suspect my brother will be conversing with grandfather for a while. I should escort you home." Zhu Shuiyin rubbed her fingers together, mentioning Fang Qiyin should still be waiting for me outside. Zhu Shuiyin paused, incredulously asking, "You left him waiting outside for so long?" Zhu Shuiyin nodded. Zhu Shuiyin sighed in exasperation. Fang Qiyin leaned against a white wall, casually scrolling through his smart device, exuding a languid demeanor, devoid of impatience. Resembling a pampered cat, Zhu Shuiyin dashed over, lifting her fair face. "Let us go home." Fang Qiyin experienced a slight tremor at the words "go home," stirring warm, bittersweet emotions within him, yet ultimately they were not unpleasant. He straightened, his tall figure casting a large shadow. "You were in such a rush earlier," Fang Qiyin teased. Zhu Shuiyin's lips curled into a smile as she nodded. "Grandfather Ji is well now." Fang Qiyin nodded, contemplating the exceptional skills of Zhu Shuiyin and Mrs. Song. The two departed together, immersed in the vibrant nightlife of the empire, where neon lights flickered incessantly and technological ambience permeated the city, exuding a sense of modernity. Zhu Shuiyin drew back the curtains, gazing down at the cityscape. Countless skyscrapers adorned the empire, with many dazzling structures, but the most striking was the towering building that pierced the sky. Chapter 73. Eavesdropping again, Zhu Shuiyin could not help but gasp in wonder. In the darkness, it resembled a majestic lighthouse. Although she saw it daily on her way to school, it was her first time witnessing its nocturnal splendor. That tallest building belonged to the Ji family. Zhu Shuiyin's mouth fell open in realization that so, it is owned by my master. How impressive. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she cupped her slightly chubby cheeks, exclaiming, "Brother Ji is truly remarkable." Fang Qiyin smirked, choosing not to refute her, as her words were indeed truthful. "Which building belongs to your family?" Zhu Shuiyin inquired further. Fang Qiyin brightened, stating, "Do you see that massive structure? It is not your family, but our family." "Oh, all right, our family then." Fang Qiyin fell silent, his handsome face tinged with a faint blush. Zhu Shuiyin searched with her wide eyes and quickly spotted it. a building resembling a Roman column, tall but slightly shorter than the Ji family S Tower. Zhu Shuiyin murmured softly, "So, Mr. Fong and Mrs. Fong work here every day." The next day at school, Zhu Shuiyin distinctly noticed a change in her classmates' attitudes towards her. Their gazes were now filled with admiration and affection, a stark contrast to the previous disdain. Zhu Shuiyin felt elated internally, though she maintained an innocent facade, exuding an air of a delicate flower while harboring resentment for past grievances. This was the persona the original owner often adopted, a sweet facade in public, yet capable of biting back in private, embodying a hypocritical and sensitive nature. Zhu Shuiyin approached Fong Qiyin, stating, "Jiang Yanjing, I have delayed your studies recently. Fong Qiyin has offered to tutor me, so I will be with him for a while." Her tone was laced with excitement. Jiang Yanjing's pale fingers trembled slightly as she raised her gaze. "If he finds you lacking, remember to come back to me. I will not judge you." Zhu Shuyin's expression fell, her lashes drooping in discontent. Jiang Yanjing, observing her demeanor, could not help but chuckle, patting her head. "I find you quite adorable." Zhu Shuyin's eyes brightened, and a charming smile lit up her rosy face, momentarily leaving Jiang Yanjing in a daze. It was the first time Jiang Yanjing had openly praised her. Zhu Shuiyin floated away in delight. Zhu Shuiyin and Song Xinrui sat nearby, observing the scene with curious expressions directed at Fong Qiyin. He cleared his throat softly, remaining silent. Zhu Shuiyin brought a refreshing fragrance as she approached, cleansing the area filled with boys. Song Xinrui appeared the most pleased, a rosy glow on his face. "Zhu Shuiyin, what brings you here suddenly?" Zhu Shuiyin took a few gulps of water before replying. "Fong Qiyin is supervising my studies, which is why I came." Fong Qiyin, wearing a frown, retorted, "Her grades are too poor. I fear she will be sent to the wasteland for research next time," leaving her nowhere to cry. Zhu Shuiyin subtly stuck out her tongue, knowing she would not cry. After all, her master would also be going to the wasteland. What could be more delightful? Song Xinrui, with a glum expression, complained, "Why not spend some money to bring Zhu Shuiyin back? The wasteland is no place for a beautiful girl like her." Zhu Shuiyin quickly waved her hands, shaking her head vigorously. No. Going there is perfectly fine." The three boys exchanged doubtful glances. Zhu Shuiyin, realizing she was straying from her persona, dramatically covered her mouth, fluttering her lashes as she cast a shy glance at Fong Qiyin. After all, she would be going with him. Phew, this should be acceptable, right? Being alone with such a young master as Fong Qiyin would surely delight the original owner. How could she possibly care about going to the wasteland? However, after concocting this justification, Zhu Shuiyin sensed the atmosphere grow tense. Fong Qiyin's ears turned slightly red as he focused on something unknown. Zhu Shuiyin averted his gaze, engrossed in his smart device, while Song Xinrui displayed the most obvious reaction, his eyes reddening as he turned away to play games in frustration. Zhu Shuiyin blinked, puzzled by their odd behavior. As long as her persona remained intact, everything would be fine. "Young Master Fong, someone is looking for you." Zhu Shuiyin curiously observed the entrance of Elite Class A, where two girls in saintly school uniforms stood. One bore a striking resemblance to Fong Qiyin, while the other appeared to be her friend. Upon noticing the girl beside Fong Qiyin, they paused in surprise. Fong Qiyin stood and walked outside. Zhu Shuiyin blinked, stealthily observing and eavesdropping, her face betraying a hint of discomfort. This might not be appropriate. It's not like you haven't done it before," Zhu Shuiyin thought. "This is so beneath me." Nevertheless, she reluctantly tidied up and dashed out. The beginning of the season. Zhu Shuiyin noticed her subtle movements and couldn't help but remind her. That is Fong Qiyin's cousin. Fong Xiqing. Implicitly, was it as Zhu Shuiyin had thought? At that moment, Zhu Shuiyin understood completely that, now she realized why the girl looked somewhat familiar. However, the insidious system compelled her to go outside and take a look. Frustrated, Zhu Shuiyin hurriedly ran out, her footsteps betraying her urgency. Zhu Shuiyin observed silently. Such affection? He lowered his gaze, appearing somewhat contemplative. Why was no one so devoted to him? Zhu Shuiyin crouched slightly, secretly hiding in the attic to eavesdrop. "Qiyin, today Grandpa and Grandma want you to come home for dinner." "All right, I understand. The dinner gathering is at 7." Fong Qiyin replied and prepared to leave. A gentle voice called out to him. "Qiyin, this is a dessert I made recently, especially for you." Xiaoqing and Grandma both said it's delicious. Zhu Shuiyin peered out through the wooden window. It was the girl beside Fong Qiyin's cousin. "Who is she?" a foster daughter of the Fong family, the granddaughter of Grandpa Fong's comrade. Due to her comrade's family being small and having only one girl without care, Grandpa Fong took her in to raise her when she was very young. She could be considered an older sister to Fong Zhiyin. Fong Zhiyin frowned slightly, ultimately accepting the dessert. He said, "Thank you, but there's no need to bring it in the future. I'm not particularly fond of sweets." With that, he departed. Zhu Shuiyin had intended to leave as well, but was suddenly drawn in by conversation. "Xiaoqiu, I really put the love letter in Qian's drawer, but for some reason, it disappeared afterward." Fong Xiqing wore an expression of self-reproach, tinged with confusion. She couldn't comprehend why something that was perfectly fine had inexplicably vanished. Xiaoqiu's eyes flickered with something strange, and she gently comforted, "It's all right. Xiqing that it's better that he doesn't know." After pondering for a moment, Fong Xiqing felt this was indeed the best outcome, especially since Qiyin now had a fiancé. Initially indifferent to the situation, she subconsciously leaned towards Xiaoqiu after learning of her feelings for Qiyin, thus helping her deliver the love letter. In truth, the entire matter was inappropriate. Now that it had gone missing, it was the best possible resolution. Once Fong Xiqing came to this realization, a relaxed smile spread across her face. Zhu Shuiyin's expression was blank as she poked her cheek with a finger. Suddenly, it dawned on her. She was the one who had torn up the love letter they sent. Indeed, supporting her face. Zhu Shuiyin felt dizzy, overwhelmed by the embarrassment of having her actions caught in the act. She dared not linger any longer and fled in a panic. The host was beyond saving. Upon returning, Zhu Shuiyin was restless. She couldn't help but bite her fingers, worrying about what would happen if they discovered it was she who had torn up the love letter. Fong Qiyin was indifferent and wouldn't check the surveillance. But they might. Zhu Shuiyin drifted to her seat in a daze. Fong Qiyin raised an eyebrow, looking at her with curiosity. "Where did you just go?" Zhu Shuiyin quickly sat up straight, her hands resting on her skirt. I went to the restroom." Fong Qiyin wore a knowing expression. Suppressing his delight, he placed the dessert box on the table. As Song Xinrui noticed the commotion, he immediately turned around, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the dessert box. "Wow, this isn't another dessert made by Zhu Shuiyin, is it? Hee, how lucky." Song Xinrui opened the box and immediately grabbed a piece of cake to taste it. As he chewed, he realized something was amiss. This doesn't seem to be made by Zhu Shuiyin. Though it tastes quite good. Fong Qiyin raised an eyebrow. "I never said it was made by Zhu Shuiyin. This was made by an older sister from my family." Hearing this, Song Xinrui was instantly disappointed. "I don't like sweets. You can finish it." Song Xinrui suddenly choked. "We need to head back quickly. There's a dinner gathering tonight." Zhu Shuiyin blinked in surprise, exclaiming, "Can I go too?" Fong Qiyin abruptly turned around, a look of triumph on his face. "Did you eavesdrop this morning?" Zhu Shuiyin's face flushed crimson, as if caught in a compromising position. She stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Fong Qiyin found her current demeanor irresistibly cute and couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. "Ha! Were you hiding in the attic to eavesdrop?" Zhu Shuiyin turned her body away, refusing to listen. Fong Qiyin chuckled softly, revealing a hint of fondness. Favorability towards Fong Qiyin has increased by 1. Current total favorability, 91. Zhu Shuiyin was momentarily taken aback, blurting out, "What does this mean? What is 1? Ding, system upgrade complete. Ding, potential plot has occurred. Ding, the plot has changed." Zhu Shuiyin listened to the voices in her head, feeling somewhat perplexed. "So, what does 1 truly signify?" According to higher directives, your task has changed again. You are now required to collect the favorability of designated individuals in order to complete the task. Zhu Shuiyin's mind was flooded with question marks. The designated individual is Fong Qiyin, right? There's been a potential plot development. The designated individual will be indicated by the system later. So, do I not need to pursue Fong Qiyin anymore? Zhu Shuiyin leaned back wearily against the leather seat, feeling utterly lost. No, this segment of the plot is not yet complete. Focus on your task for now. The plot is in progress. When it reaches a specific narrative node, a potential plot will be triggered. The system's voice sounded weak, revealing a hint of frailty. Zhu Shuiyin felt something was amiss. What a strange situation. So, even if the plot changes, I still have tasks to complete. How infuriating. What does the plot's change have to do with me? She felt like a pitiful and humble worker. Zhu Shuiyin was entirely unconcerned with the plot's alterations. She only cared about whether she had any tasks left to do. The system couldn't help but shrink back, suddenly realizing that having a slightly foolish host wasn't a bad thing. At least, she wouldn't be shrewd enough to confront him at this moment. Uncouth, the Fong residence. Inin, I've asked Xiaoya to iron a dress for you in your room. Go change into it. Mrs. Fong seemed to have been waiting for their return. Yes, as soon as Zhu Shuiyin entered, she was cheerfully summoned to change her clothes. All right. Zhu Shuiyin answered obediently and went to her room to change. Indeed, a dress hung in her room. The dress was olive green, embodying a vintage and elegant style. The upper part featured a fitted strapless design, complemented by delicate white shoulder straps adorned with small, round pearls. The waist was cinched with a belt of the same color, accentuating her silhouette. The skirt flared out in an A-line shape, with white lace trim decorating the hem. The material of this dress was evidently precious. Resembling a custom-made piece, Zhu Shuiyin squealed in delight and hurried to change. Mrs. Fong was genuinely enthusiastic about dressing her in elegant attire. Her wardrobe was predominantly filled with graceful long dresses, although the designs varied. The styles were remarkably similar. The colors ranged from vibrant to subtle, and today, she chose a particularly soft hue. She hardly owned any short skirts, save for her school uniform, which now reached her knees. After Zhu Shuiyin changed into the dress, she happily applied her makeup. Xiaoya, a skilled maid, came to style her hair, creating a fluffy, round bun while leaving some strands as bangs for embellishment. She then adorned her ears with 0.5-carat diamond studs. Zhu Shuiyin felt ethereal, her beauty transcending the ordinary in the old Fong residence. Xiaoli gasped in amazement, staring at her reflection in the mirror. It wasn't until Zhu Shuiyin puffed out her cheeks, absently playing with her lipstick, that Xiaoli finally snapped back to reality, feeling both amused and exasperated. She regarded Zhu Shuiyin, seeing her as a pure-hearted child, full of curiosity and innocence in her explorations. Xiaoli, though still a young woman, felt her heart soften. She longed to be a mother, wishing to nurture Zhu Shuiyin, teaching her simple arithmetic, guiding her in writing, buying her beautiful clothes and dolls, and playing house with her every day. Lost in thought, Xiaoli couldn't help but smile. Zhu Shuiyin, noticing Xiaoli's expression in the mirror, curiously asked, Xiaoli, what has you so cheerful? Xiaoli's smile abruptly faded, and she coughed discreetly, attempting to change the subject. Miss Zhu, the old Fong residence has many more rules than the Fong estate. You must be cautious to avoid getting reprimanded if someone catches you. Zhu Shuiyin nodded eagerly. All right, thank you, Xiaoli, I understand. Miss, we should head downstairs. The lady must be ready by now. Zhu Shuiyin nodded, slinging a small white handbag over her shoulder as she descended. When she reached the bottom, Mrs. Fong was still preparing. She quietly approached Fong Qian, standing beside him. Fong Qian's breath hitched, remaining still. Zhu Shuiyin had become quite adept at this. The system felt a sense of satisfaction. Approximately 5 minutes later, Mrs. Fong descended the stairs. Today, she was adorned in an utterly elegant and opulent manner, a quintessential representation of a noble woman. In her daily life, she exuded the aura of a formidable woman, often clad in attire that was both sharp and minimalistic. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes sparkled, and her ingratiating tendencies kicked in. Wow, Mrs. Fong looks stunning. Mrs. Fong's eyes crinkled with delight as she playfully pinched Zhu Shuiyin's nose, sincerely complimenting her. Inin is truly the most beautiful. Zhu Shuiyin broke into a silly grin. The hovercraft moved swiftly, and in just 20 minutes, they arrived at the Fong family's ancestral residence. The estate was a classical manor, with a grand castle that exuded a sense of historical grandeur, yet remained perfectly livable. The inhabitants appeared to embody the essence of aristocracy, elegant to their very core. Zhu Shuiyin secretly inquired to the system, why are we suddenly dining at the Fong family estate today? The Fong clan was indeed a large family, and it was natural for the branches to gather. Furthermore, in 2 months, they would celebrate the octogenarian birthday of the family patriarch, necessitating discussions today. Upon arrival, Zhu Shuiyin was met with countless scrutinizing gazes, as everyone was eager to glimpse the future matriarch of the Fong family. Previously, she had been seen as a mere source of amusement, a rural girl lacking any noble upbringing. What significance could she hold? However, her mere presence stunned the crowd. While pretty and demure girls were common in their generation, one of her caliber was indeed a rarity, almost unprecedented. Her every smile and frown captivated hearts, rendering any subsequent admiration for others utterly bland. The legitimate heirs and collateral branches of the Fong family exchanged astonished glances, clearly taken aback. Yet, it was not long before they regained composure. What did beauty matter if she was deemed insipid? Rumor had it that she ranked last in her class at St. Risca and was soon to be dispatched for field research on a barren planet. Such academic shortcomings and lackluster credentials hardly sufficed to qualify her as the Fong family's matriarch. Ultimately, matters of fate were often steeped in superstition among the elderly. With a little manipulation, they could easily highlight her flaws. And she might be dismissed altogether. I could see that point. The heir might not even be Fong Qian. Zhu Shuiyin, oblivious to the judgments swirling around her, marveled at the luxurious castle while Mrs. Fong beamed with pride. Seemingly satisfied with her future daughter-in-law, the elderly patriarch appeared weary, his age evident, while his second wife, the grandmother, appeared remarkably youthful. This grandmother was not Fong Qian's biological grandmother, but the wife the grandfather married later. Apart from Fong Qian's family, all other members were children of this grandmother. Nevertheless, Fong Fu remained the most distinguished among them, thus inheriting the family legacy. Presently, Fong Qian also stood out impressively, and it was expected that he would be the future heir. The patriarch, with piercing eyes, addressed Mr. and Mrs. Fong. "Bring this child closer for me to see that Mr. and Mrs. Fong exchanged glances before guiding Zhu Shuiyin to the elder's side. With curiosity dancing in her eyes, Zhu Shuiyin greeted. "Hello, Grandpa." "Hello, Grandma," her voice sweet and melodious. The elder was taken by her charm, her eyes reflecting an innocence that brought him an inexplicable sense of peace. With a sigh, he gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Good child." Zhu Shuiyin beamed with joy, her smile innocent and childlike. Fong Qian couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that he must keep a close eye on Zhu Shuiyin. Otherwise, she might be unwittingly deceived. After the meal, Fong Qian was summoned to the grandfather's study for a discussion, while Zhu Shuiyin happily strolled in the garden, her stomach round from the feast. "Qian, you are an exceptional child." When your grandfather brought little Zhu home, "You must have had your reservations," the elder began. Fong Qian rubbed his nose, acknowledging that he indeed had reservations back then, though they were long gone. Instead, he felt fortunate. Had it not been for his grandfather's decision to bring Zhu Shuiyin into their home, he might never have encountered her. What a dull existence that would have been. The mere thought sent a pang of anxiety through his heart. Your feelings will be yours to direct, but little Zhu is to remain within the family. The implication being that marriage was inevitable, merely a formality. Zhu Shuiyin was to be treated as a family good luck charm, free to frolic outside without concern. Fong Qian frowned at this notion, disliking it immensely. His first instinct wasn't relief. Rather, he worried about Zhu Shuiyin's feelings. She adored him, and if he were to find another, how would she cope? Clutching a doll at home and weeping. Chapter 76. A gift as bribery. The mere thought of this scenario unsettled Fong Qian. The more he pondered, the more uncomfortable he felt. He lowered his gaze, concealing his true emotions. Zhu Shuiyin, meanwhile, settled onto a swing in the garden, her eyelids growing heavy. Just as she began to doze off, a voice startled her awake. "Did you tear up the love letter?" Zhu Shuiyin jolted, straightening her posture. She opened her eyes to find it was the person she had eavesdropped on earlier, Xiaqiu. A hint of guilt flashed across Zhu Shuiyin's face as she defensively retorted, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Fong Xiqing, known for her blunt and fiery temperament, was incensed by Zhu Shuiyin's evasiveness. With a scoff, she mocked, "What are you pretending for? I got the surveillance footage. You can't wriggle out of this." Though Fong Xiqing felt she had acted impulsively regarding the love letter, Zhu Shuiyin's refusal to admit her actions only fueled her anger. Zhu Shuiyin, taken aback, recoiled. "Surveillance footage?" Panic surged within her. This was disastrous. "Oh no, what do I do?" "I refuse to admit it." Gaining some resolve, she straightened her posture, her gaze firm. "I thought I didn't tear it up. That footage must have been fabricated by you." As she continued to deny it, her voice grew softer, and she struggled to maintain her stance. It was exceedingly absurd. "Host, do not forget you are the wicked female supporting character. You need to play the green tea role." Zhu Shuiyin found herself caught between two scolding parties, rendered momentarily speechless, her exquisite face devoid of expression, gazing pitifully at Fong Xiqing as if she had suffered a grievous injustice. Fong Xiqing's nostrils flared in irritation. She had yet to voice her thoughts, yet Zhu Shuiyin acted as if she had been grievously wronged. "What a detestable green tea." Zhu Shuiyin sniffled, her face adopting an expression of utmost innocence. I said I didn't take it. I simply didn't take it. If you don't believe me, that's your problem." After declaring this, she hurriedly attempted to leave, her feet urging her to flee. Hoping speed would absolve her, Fang Shiqing, unable to tolerate her any longer, seized Zhu Shuiyin by the waistband, pulling her back with wide eyes. Caught off guard, Zhu Shuiyin stumbled into Fang Shiqing's embrace. The sudden wave of a pleasant scent left Fang Shiqing momentarily dazed. Zhu Shuiyin, nestled against the softness of Fang Shiqing's form, felt an unexpected comfort, instinctively nuzzling against her. Fang Shiqing was completely taken aback, her exquisitely featured face flushing slightly. Uneasily, she remarked, "How long are you going to lean on me?" Zhu Shuiyin shook herself awake and slowly rose. Fang Shiqing, tall at 1.75 meters, reminded Zhu Shuiyin of Mrs. Fang, both possessing an intimidating presence. With her captivating phoenix eyes, Fang Shiqing cast a derisive glance at Zhu Shuiyin. Taunting, "I barely used any force. You must be quite the actress to feign such a fault. This how you ensnare Fang Shiqing?" Zhu Shuiyin let out a soft sigh, cupping her face in distress. Oh, if only I could truly charm him so effortlessly. Fang Shiqing and Xiaqiu were left speechless. Just then, Fang Qiyin, who had come to find someone, overheard this exchange. Zhu Shuiyin stuck out her tongue, quickly backtracking. "I really didn't mean to fall into your arms. Your movement was just too sudden." Fang Shiqing's previously serious demeanor seemed to momentarily freeze, and after a pause, a crack appeared in her stoicism. Clenching her fists, she gritted her teeth. "I'll say this once more. Do not play the green tea act in front of me." Zhu Shuiyin appeared momentarily startled by her tone, her delicate neck instinctively arching back, tears welling in her beautiful eyes, making her look pitiful. "Woo. Okay, please don't be so fierce." Fang Shiqing realized her words had fallen on deaf ears. "Oh no, host, it seems you are a natural talent at this." Zhu Shuiyin gleefully mused in her mind. "It's just like how they portrayed it in the recent series I'm following." The system fell silent, retracting its previous statements, acknowledging that one must not take such narratives at face value. Every situation possessed duality that warranted nuanced consideration. Haha. "Well, you performed admirably." Zhu Shuiyin's little heart swelled with pride. Fang Shiqing could hardly bear her tears and retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket. Xiaqiu gazed at Zhu Shuiyin with an unamused expression. "It seems we haven't troubled you much, have we?" Zhu Shuiyin hurriedly nodded, her voice trembling. Yes, it's my own fault. Please don't blame you." The system gasped in shock. Utterly invincible, IT felt compelled to intervene. Xiaqiu's face registered a rare blankness, unsure of how to react. Zhu Shuiyin wiped away her tears and grasped Fang Shiqing's hand, nuzzling against her. "I'm so sorry." "Sister, please don't be mad at me." Fang Shiqing simply remained silent. Although they were physically present, they seemed to have mentally departed some time. In the original narrative, the protagonist's vile actions were discovered by Fang Shiqing and Xiaqiu, leaving her in a state of dread, fearing they would inform Fang Qiyin, jeopardizing her position. Zhu Shuiyin was startled, nearly forgetting this possibility. She patted her chest, relieved that the system had reminded her. Phew, that was terrifying. These two sisters were so beautiful. They surely must be kind-hearted and wouldn't expose her, right? With tearful eyes, Zhu Shuiyin thought to bribe them with something nice. She fumbled in her pocket and produced a piece of bamboo leaf. Sincerely, she offered, "This is for you. It can serve as a bookmark." Fang Shiqing was taken aback, about to disdainfully remark that her family had plenty of bamboo and didn't need her gift. However, upon touching the leaf, she found herself speechless. It was truly exquisite, clearly crafted into a specimen bookmark with great care. Moreover, it emanated a refreshing and pure energy that was remarkably soothing. Fang Shiqing fell silent and reluctantly accepted the bamboo leaf. Zhu Shuiyin slyly opened one at a glance at Xiaqiu, then retrieved another piece. "This one is for you. It matches the one for Sister Fang." Chapter 77. Eating. After all, she had torn someone else's love letter, and it was quite embarrassing. Xiaqiu, with a cold expression, declined to accept it. Zhu Shuiyin glanced helplessly at Fang Shiqing, who, with a restrained expression, placed the bamboo leaf into Xiaqiu's palm. Xiaqiu hesitated briefly before accepting it. Although it appeared cheap, it felt surprisingly valuable to the touch. Zhu Shuiyin sighed in relief after giving away her gift, hoping they wouldn't expose her now. Fang Qiyin stood a short distance away, momentarily uncertain whether to laugh or be angry. Zhu Shuiyin often acted unpredictably, her behavior peculiar, yet somehow heartwarming in the end. After presenting her gifts, Zhu Shuiyin solemnly declared, "I truly did not tear the love letter. Please believe me." Fang Shiqing merely stared in silence. Was the gift intended as a bribe? She only spoke up after receiving it. Xiaoqiu thought, ISNT this just a serious lie. How did she cultivate such a thick skin? Fang Qian looked up at the sky, perplexed by having such a foolish wife. After a moment of silence, a memory suddenly surfaced in his mind, a love letter he had received one afternoon, which had mysteriously vanished. At the time, he hadn't cared much, but now it seemed more complicated. That day, Zhu Shuiyin's behavior had also been rather odd. Fang Qian stepped out from the shadows, asking, "What love letter?" Zhu Shuiyin was so startled that her soul nearly left her body, her face turning pale. Oh no, how did Fang Qian hear about this? This is bad. Zhu Shuiyin anxiously bit her finger, hoping she wouldn't slip up. Fang Xiqing shot a glance at the little green tea, a smirk playing at her lips. Tea, she said, deliberately staring at Zhu Shuiyin. The latter's face was ashen as she forced out a friendly smile, though it appeared more like a grimace than a genuine expression of joy. Fang Xiqing suddenly found it hard to speak, closing her mouth in frustration. After all, this matter pertained to Xiaoqiu. She shouldn't meddle further. Moreover, Zhu Shuiyin always gave her the impression that she was being bullied. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoqiu said, Qian, that love letter was written by me that I intended to express my feelings for you. But it seems you didn't notice. Fang Qian's expression stiffened as he nervously gazed at Zhu Shuiyin, who appeared lost in thought, entirely oblivious to the unfolding drama. Fang Qian exhaled, redirecting his gaze. He knew that Xiaoqiu harbored feelings for him, and his grandmother had also tried to foster their relationship. However, he did not reciprocate those feelings and had consciously maintained distance over the years. He had assumed Xiaoqiu would eventually give up. Yet, with Zhu Shuiyin's arrival, she had sent him a love letter. Just as Fang Qian was about to decline, Xiaoqiu quickly interrupted him. Qian, I'm only doing this to avoid future regrets. You don't need to say anything more that I'm glad you didn't see that letter. She spoke with a tone of melancholy. Fang Qian remained silent, his expression still tense. Let this matter rest here. Xiaoqiu, not waiting for Fang Qian to respond, hastily spoke again. He visibly relaxed, nodding. After all, Xiaoqiu was the granddaughter of his grandfather's wartime comrade, and they had grown up together. It was best not to make things too awkward. However, it seemed wise to maintain some distance in the future. Zhu Shuiyin, overhearing the conversation about the love letter without any mention of herself, instantly felt a wave of relief wash over her. A secret joy bubbled within her. I wasn't caught. However, Fang Qian pulled her aside and asked, so, did you really tear that love letter? Zhu Shuiyin gasped, I didn't You'd please don't say such things. And a smile crept onto Fang Qian's lips as he leaned closer to her ear, whispering, think carefully before you reply. MY Smart Brain just received a video file. Zhu Shuiyin broke into a cold sweat, her eyelashes fluttering as her gaze darted away in avoidance. This was bad, that if he pursued the matter and called the police, that she would be doomed. Zhu Shuiyin was no longer brave enough to lie. Fang Qian maintained his posture, leaning in close to her, seemingly unwilling to move away. Zhu Shuiyin felt a surge of panic, her heart racing. She swallowed hard and stammered. He said, but I just didn't want you to see someone else's love letter. Ding! The affection level for character Fang Qian increased by 5, totaling 9.6, and in the next moment, she felt a soft, moist sensation against her earlobe. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes widened in shock, her expression blank. She couldn't comprehend what was happening. Her earlobe felt both itchy and painful, as though something sharp had grazed it. The gasp escaped her throat, and tears welled in her eyes as her legs trembled. Ouch, it hurts. Ugh, it itches. Fang Qian paused momentarily, slowly withdrawing from her ear. The color of his deep black pupils darkened further. Zhu Shuiyin, terrified, covered her ears. What a strange person Fang Qian was, attempting to nibble on her ear. Fang Qian's expression darkened. His defenses breached. He had evolved to the point where he could tell what Zhu Shuiyin was thinking merely by looking at her expression. To avoid any awkwardness, he reached out and covered her eyes. Zhu Shuiyin struggled to push him away, but her other hand was firmly grasped. Then, a kiss landed on her forehead. After the kiss, he seemed unsatisfied and placed another on her cheek. Zhu Shuiyin was left dazed. System, what is he doing? This broad daylight. I'm really going to get angry. Ugh, this is infuriating. Ding, the affection level for character Fang Qian increased by 1, totaling 97. The system appeared weary. Host, your good days are here. Fang Qian is kissing you. His affection has reached the stage of deep love. He is almost your devoted servant. Once you reach 100 affection points, you will succeed in your conquest. Zhu Shuiyin paid no heed to the system's ramblings. Terrified and wondering if he would stop biting her. Why did she feel like he wanted to devour her? He kissed her, but why did he have to bite her? Chapter 78. Yacht Gala, as Fang Qian leaned in to kiss her lips. Zhu Shuiyin pushed him away. "It's so itchy," she mumbled. Fang Qian's expression darkened. The pleasant atmosphere had been ruined. Zhu Shuiyin's face flushed as she pressed her hands against her cheeks to cool down. Fang Qian's expression softened slightly. Glad that she could still blush and felt shy, he took Zhu Shuiyin's hand, leading her back. "From now on, we'll go to school together. You must tell me about anything that happens. Keep your distance from other boys, understood?" Zhu Shuiyin blinked in surprise. Fang Qian had changed, and though he had merely begun to like her. Zhu Shuiyin scratched her head, thinking this was wonderful. "Did you hear me?" Fang Qian tightened his grip on Zhu Shuiyin's hand. She winced, baring her teeth, prompting him to ease his hold. "Oh, I heard you." Fang Qian felt a secret joy blossoming within him as he gently tousled Zhu Shuiyin's hair. "I will accompany you to the wasteland. And your grades will improve. Do not be afraid," he reassured her softly after a brief pause. Zhu Shuiyin looked up in surprise, her eyes glimmering with innocence like a fawn. Why has Fang Qian suddenly become so kind? She pondered. Although he had been quite nice recently, today he seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation. "I can feel it." Zhu Shuiyin found herself momentarily taken aback by his warm demeanor. The system remarked wryly. It would be a miracle if one could resist such charm. The host is simply delightful. Zhu Shuiyin obediently allowed herself to be led back to the castle by Fang Qian, who walked with an ethereal lightness, as though he had finally acquired the most precious treasure. The annual Yacht Gala is a hallmark of St. Rhys Academy, primarily commemorating the institution's anniversary. This year marks the 300th anniversary of the Academy's establishment, lending it profound significance. Consequently, the gala promises to be more extravagant than in previous years. The event spans 10 joyous days and nights aboard a colossal yacht, valued in the hundreds of billions of interstellar coins. Accommodating nearly 100,000 guests, the yacht boasts opulent ballrooms, entertainment rooms, gaming areas, a grand theater, and 7-star dining facilities, with lavish accommodations prepared for each student. As a prestigious elite institution, St. Rhys naturally provides dormitories, but typically only the offspring of other noble families or exceptional students from impoverished backgrounds choose to reside in them. Most students possess villas on the Imperial Star and are unlikely to opt for dormitory living. Hence, the gala offers single rooms, shared rooms, and luxury suites, allowing young nobles to experience the joys of shared living. As a newly enrolled student, Zhu Shuiyin naturally received an invitation to the Yacht Gala. The black envelope, embossed with gold, exuded simplicity and elegance, while the card inside was made of sumptuous purple velvet. Adorned with gilded script, the Student Council seal confirmed its authenticity and authority. The Yacht Gala does not only extend invitations to currently enrolled students, but also to distinguished alumni who are welcome to join the festivities for a few days. Ultimately, the decision to attend rests with them, and perhaps they might encounter the Empire's elite, as a significant portion of those in high positions graduated from St. Rhys. Zhu Shuiyin placed the invitation on her desk and tilted her head in curiosity. "Is the Yacht Gala enjoyable?" Fang Qian, busy assigning tasks to her, replied, "It's quite nice, a chance to enjoy the ocean scenery for 10 days. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes sparkled. She had never seen the sea before, and this opportunity was perfect for her to experience it. However, the location was not on the Imperial Star, but rather on Water Blue Star, situated not far from Earth Star. Zhu Shuiyin listened intently, captivated by the description of Water Blue Star, which is composed of 70 water, radiating an enchanting blend of light and deep blue hues. It is renowned as the best planet for enjoying seaside vistas in the entire Imperial system. "Does that mean you've already been there for a year?" Zhu Shuiyin inquired. Fang Qian nodded, explaining that he had arrived at St. Rhys a year ago. Zhu Shuiyin, having joined midway, felt the weight of her reliance on financial means. Indeed, Water Blue Star is home to countless oceans, each presenting distinct landscapes that we only visited one last year. Song Xinrui, with eager enthusiasm, chimed in, "Zhu Shuiyin, there will be a ball. May I invite you to dance?" Zhu Shuiyin paused, then smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth. "Of course, as long as you don't mind that I can't dance." Song Xinrui's heart soared, his cheeks flushed. How could he possibly mind? He cherished her company. Suddenly, Fang Qian slammed his pen down on the table, startling those nearby. The surrounding students instinctively distanced themselves, wary of the consequences of provoking him. Fang Qian fixed a steely gaze on Song Xinrui, saying, "Did you just say who you want to dance with?" Sensing the tension, Song Xinrui looked between Zhu Shuiyin and Fang Qian, stammering, You both." Fang Qian raised an eyebrow, offering a definitive answer. Song Xinrui's excitement deflated, and he quickly sought out Zhu Shuiyin, only to find him seemingly disinterested, oblivious to the earlier exchange. Song Xinrui swallowed hard and messaged his brother to vent his frustrations as he felt the burden of shared heartbreak. His first crush seemed doomed before it even began, and although he knew it was misguided from the start, it still left him heartbroken. Zhu Shuiyin, tilting her head in earnest inquiry, asked, "Why can't the two of us dance?" "It won't matter." Fang Qian chuckled at her earnestness, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he pinched her cheek. "Zhu Shuiyin, you are my fiancée. How could you dance with another man?" Zhu Shuiyin puffed her cheeks, realizing belatedly that this was indeed a rule she must remember. If one is engaged to someone, they cannot dance with other boys. The system, teary-eyed, remarked, "The host is simply adorable." Chapter 79. Falling in love. Noticing Zhu Shuiyin lost in thought again, Fang Qian couldn't resist leaning in and playfully nibbling her cheek. As one would an apple. Startled, she covered her face, eyes wide with surprise and fear. "Why does he keep biting me? It feels as though he might consume me whole." "You were distracted while I was speaking. Repeat what I just said," Fang Qian instructed coolly. Zhu Shuiyin sniffled, her eyes glistening with tears. "As your fiancé, I cannot dance with other boys." Satisfied, Fang Qian gently caressed her face. "Next time, be gentle when you nibble." Zhu Shuiyin felt indignant but dared not protest. Why must he always bite her? She pouted, "No biting." Fang Qian's eyes crinkled in delight, his demeanor brightening. "All right, then a kiss it is." Zhu Shuiyin pondered. A kiss was certainly preferable to a bite. Meanwhile, Song Xinrui had been eavesdropping on the exchange, his heart shattering with each word. The yacht gala was set to take place in 3 days, giving classmates ample time to prepare their attire and pack for the yacht. The girls were frantically vying for haute couture dresses. And the most anticipated aspect of the gala was undoubtedly the partner dance. Attendees could dance with anyone they wished, and refusal was only permissible for special reasons. Ding, a time-limited task has been issued. Please acquire a masterpiece from Master Carrier, the most esteemed designer of the season, before the yacht gala arrives. Zhu Shuiyin blinked, asking, "Master Carrier?" "Indeed. Master Carrier is the most prestigious designer in the empire, with all his creations fetching exorbitant prices. His apprentices are equally renowned. The Carrier brand epitomizes fashion and luxury, and noble ladies take great pride in wearing his garments, often going to great lengths to obtain them." Zhu Shuiyin rested her chin on her hand, pondering just how exquisite are his dresses. How much would the dress I desire cost? She needed to assess her finances to avoid being deterred by the price point 52,000 interstellar coins. Zhu Shuiyin unexpectedly toppled backward, landing on the soft, plush luxury bed, her hair cascading around her like a dark halo, entwined with the sky-blue goose-down comforter. Is it really that expensive?" she murmured in disbelief. "How could I possibly afford that?" "That is precisely why it has been designated as a task," the system replied. Zhu Shuiyin sniffled, feeling despondent. "I fear I won't be able to complete this task." In the original story, Pei Zhixian received this coveted dress with the help of several male leads and made a stunning appearance at the yacht gala. She danced with multiple male leads, capturing their unwavering hearts, and became the acknowledged belle of St. Riss, the dream girl of many. She even attracted the attention of the imperial prince, who ardently pursued her for a time, earning her a spot as a regular guest at imperial afternoon teas, inciting envy among countless imperial girls. Her breathtaking photos circulated on social media, catching the eye of Master Carrier, who subsequently invited her to become the permanent ambassador for his clothing brand. For her, the elusive Carrier gowns became a matter of mere selection. Zhu Shuiyin's mouth fell open in awe. Wow. She shook her head, wiping away the non-existent drool. "How on earth can I obtain that dress?" Zhu Shuiyin pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about I seek help from my master? He possesses considerable wealth and should be able to lend me a bit for my expenses." She poked her cheek with a finger, contemplating. After all, 52 million interstellar coins was hardly a significant sum for her master. Could she truly muster the courage to ask for such a substantial amount? With a sigh, Zhu Shuiyin propped her lotus-like arms on the bed. Yet, she truly could not conceive of any other solution. IT was not an exorbitant amount for him. After all, she simply wished for her master to indulge her whims. What was wrong with that? Zhu Shuiyin activated her smart holographic screen, and her assistant promptly retrieved information about a dress titled Falling in Love. The system had just informed her of its name. As she entered the keyword into the transparent search box, the dazzling gown filled the entire screen in an instant. Its radiance surpassed even that of the galaxy outside. Zhu Shuiyin's gaze grew unfocused in awe. It was simply too resplendent. She could hardly fathom how many pearls and diamonds adorned the voluminous skirt. No wonder it was so expensive. The description provided detailed insights into the dress's cost and materials. Fabric, crafted from the finest silk and velvet, complemented by hand-sewn light tulle. Color, a luxurious gemstone blue, with accents of pale green and white. Cut, the gown featured a fitted design, perfectly accentuating the wearer's curves. Zhu Shuiyin gasped. All these elements were painstakingly stitched together by Carrier's own team. She could scarcely imagine how long it took to create. She admired the exquisite ensemble for a while before closing the screen. How had Pei Zhixian obtained such a gown? If only she had thought to employ a similar approach first, the gown could have been hers. Zhu Shuiyin felt she had found the key to her dilemma and eagerly inquired. Feeling quite clever, she had bypassed the need for creative thought altogether, directly appropriating the heroine's efforts. With newfound determination, she resolved to act. The system quietly added a book titled Brain Teasers to its database. Intending to challenge Zhu Shuiyin with a little puzzle now and then, Pei Chujin happened to be good friends with a disciple of Carrier. While leveraging this connection, they were one step closer to acquiring the dress. To ensure Pei Zhixian received Falling in Love, Fang Qiyin, Ji Chushuan, and Song Xinrui also mobilized their networks to reach out to Carrier. Subsequently, Carrier viewed Pei Zhixian's photograph and willingly gifted her the gown. After hearing all this, Zhu Shuiyin's fingers poked aimlessly, her eyelids drooping in frustration. Oh dear, I've already stumbled at the first hurdle. Pei Chujin said to my brother. How could he possibly help me? Why not call him brother? He might just oblige, the system suggested innocently. Zhu Shuiyin gazed at the system as though it were foolish. Point 66. Are you in need of a reboot? How could you even think of such a ridiculous idea? I'm afraid that if I call out to him, Pei Chujin might just throw me out. The system, being a good companion, chose not to argue with its host. You are rather naive. Clearly, you are the one lacking understanding here. Well, never mind, I should ask my master first. Whatever I desire, he will surely grant. Moreover, her master seemed to possess the greatest wealth in the entire empire. Thus, Zhu Shuiyin opted for the most straightforward approach. Eschewing convoluted reasoning, Zhu Shuiyin rolled over on her bed, her fair legs gently swaying. Her skin, as pure as snow, resembled a precious pearl resting upon the dark velvet of the bed. She sent a photo of falling in love to Ji Shujo, accompanied by a voice message that expressed her longing for the dress. Could you possibly buy it for me? She followed this with an avalanche of adorable emoticons, all depicting her playful and charming demeanor. Emoticons she had secretly pilfered during chats with others. Ji Shujo's communicator chimed incessantly, a rarity for him to receive such messages. It was almost as if he had crossed into uncharted territory. His gaze deepened momentarily, and he quickly deduced the sender's identity. He brought up his neural interface to receive the messages. Indeed, it was Zhu Shuiyin. Ji Shujo squinted at the two voice messages, his expression indifferent that a cigar dangled from his hand. Nearly burnt out, he casually tapped the voice box. And the sweet, soft tone, akin to a gentle coo, resonated in the spacious study. I really want this dress. Could you buy it for me? Ji Shujo chuckled softly. How could she still sound so endearing? It was peculiar that she would not ask her fiancé for assistance, but instead reach out to someone she barely knew. He examined the array of adorable emoticons, finding them rather novel. Scarcely anyone sent him such things, save for Zhu Shuiyin, this unfamiliar girl. How strange or perhaps she was simply oblivious to her own indiscretions. Did Mr. and Mrs. Fong know of this? Or rather, was Fang Qiyin aware? If she were any more audacious, she might as well forfeit her status as the Fong family's fiancée. Initially, Ji Shujo intended to ignore the messages, but inexplicably, he found himself typing a question mark. Curiosity compelled him to see how Zhu Shuiyin would respond. Zhu Shuiyin immediately noticed the question mark, her eyes gleaming like those of a most devoted pup. She excitedly shook the system. 66. I knew it. My master loves me the most. He has already agreed to buy it for me. Where did you deduce that he has agreed? The system replied skeptically that he merely sent a question mark, likely inquiring about the cost. With that thought, Zhu Shuiyin's excitement surged that I must send him the price immediately. With that level of reasoning, what could possibly succeed? The system thought, its head drooping under the weight of 3 dark lines of despair. Host, if you do not wish to be perceived as deranged, I strongly advise against that course of action. Zhu Shuiyin's nose reddened, but I already sent it. Her fingers have been too swift. This system is now in a state of confusion. Please do not disturb. Zhu Shuiyin gazed guiltily at the system, which had collapsed into a motionless heap. She poked at her fingers, wishing to speak, yet the words eluded her. Her mouth opened and closed, ultimately settling into a tight-lipped silence. Perhaps it was best to let the system rest for a while. It was clear it was quite fatigued. Zhu Shuiyin clasped her hands under her chin, her eyes sparkling as she awaited her master's reply. Meanwhile, Ji Shuzhou observed the string of numbers that had just appeared on his screen, accompanied by a subsequent message. This dress costs 52 million interstellar coins. Ji Shuzhou's fingers flew over the keyboard. Crafting a reply. I was inquiring why you wanted me to purchase this dress for you, rather than asking how much it costs. Zhu Shuiyin, upon reading the message, scratched her head, without a moment's hesitation. She replied, because you are my closest person. After sending this message, Zhu Shuiyin suddenly felt it inappropriate and hastily retracted it. She had been acting foolishly lately. How could she have sent such a message? Her master did not truly know her. He must think she was rambling. In a moment of impulsiveness, she had sent the price without thinking. She often forgot that her master did not recognize her. Whenever she desired something unattainable, she instinctively reached out to him. Zhu Shuiyin thumped her head in frustration, adding a follow-up to her request. Actually, I was asking if you could lend me some money. I can buy it myself. I didn't mean to trouble you with the purchase. Ji Shuzhou was still contemplating her retracted statement. His neural interface had a function that allowed retracted messages to remain visible in the conversation thread. He stood still for a prolonged moment, reflecting. Words spoken in haste often reveal one's innermost thoughts. Thus, Zhu Shuiyin's earlier sentiment about being closest to him was genuinely felt. Yet why? Ji Shuzhou found no aversion to her words. Rather, they stirred something within him. He remained silent for a long while, glancing at her follow-up message about borrowing money, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. Why couldn't she be a bit more coy? He replied, if you need a gown and funds, perhaps you should consult your family or friends. Having sent this rather brusque message, he chose to ignore any further replies, after delivering such an unsympathetic response. Ji Shuzhou could not resist searching for the dress. Carrier's latest creation was coveted by countless girls across the empire. If not for its exorbitant price, the demand would undoubtedly be even higher. Ji Shuzhou, against his will, saved the dress to his favorites, then expressionless, turned off the lights to rest. Tonight had been too emotionally charged. Upon receiving the message fiancé, Zhu Shuiyin rolled around on her bed, transforming into a screeching ball of excitement. 66. I should have listened to you. The system revived instantly, enthusiastically proclaiming, I told you so. Zhu Shuiyin began to nibble on her handkerchief, overwhelmed with joy. Next time an opportunity arises, she should apologize to her master. Zhu Shuiyin silently returned her thoughts to their original track. Perhaps she should inquire tomorrow if Fang Qiyin has any way to obtain it. Feeling dejected, Zhu Shuiyin buried her head in sleep. The next day, she appeared quite dispirited. Fang Qiyin looked at her in surprise and asked, What's wrong? You seem so low-spirited. Zhu Shuiyin had always been cheerful, rarely troubled by anything. Sniffling, she furtively opened her eyelids. I wanted a dress. Fang Qiyin chuckled, raising an eyebrow. His tone was light-hearted. It's just a dress. Why let it trouble you so? Zhu Shuiyin poked her fingers together, looking troubled. Puffing out her cheeks, she spoke in a hesitant, delicate tone, but that this dress is very expensive. That a smile spread across Fang Qian's face as he gently ruffled her hair. The silky softness of her hair captivated him, but he softly replied, It's not expensive. He would gladly present her with all the finest things in the world. Fearing not that it might be too much, but rather that she might refuse, Zhu Shuiyin paused, puffing out her cheeks, her expression turning serious. But it's really very expensive, and you haven't even asked me the price. Fang Qiyin pinched her nose, unfazed. Even if it's expensive, I'll buy it for you. The meaning of his earnings was to bring joy to Zhu Shuiyin, if money couldn't be spent where it mattered. What was its purpose? All his wealth was destined to be spent on her. on beautiful dresses, sparkling jewels, and any food she desired. Zhu Shuiyin broke into a silly smile, suddenly realizing how well Fang Qiyin treated her. His actions, even those from when she found him disagreeable, seemed charming now that, in truth, this dress was quite hard to come by. Zhu Shuiyin touched her nose and finally revealed the crux of the matter. Fang Qiyin became intrigued. Is it difficult to obtain? Whose creation is it? Carriers. Upon hearing this, Fang Qiyin was momentarily taken aback. Just a few days ago, Pei Zhixian had also mentioned wanting that dress. Zhu Shuiyin panicked, her little face scrunching up in concern, stirring a reaction in those who beheld her. Oh no, the protagonist has spoken first. Host, unleash your inner wicked supporting character. You must seize the dress from the protagonist. The system's voice brimmed with excitement, as if a little devil with horns was swirling in Zhu Shuiyin's mind. Zhu Shuiyin clenched her fists, her expression grave. Yes, I must, but that I want this dress too. Zhu Shuiyin forced a tear from her eye. Looking pitifully at Fang Qiyin. You are my fiancée. You will help me get it, right? She said, her tone sweet and her big eyes blinking incessantly, nearly captivating the heart. Fang Qiyin was taken aback, then chuckled helplessly as he tapped her head. Silly girl, what are you thinking? I never said I wouldn't help you get that dress. Zhu Shuiyin was momentarily stunned, her face blank. She bit her lip, but didn't Pei Zhixian already mention it to you beforehand? What she said has nothing to do with me, Fang Qiyin replied, his expression growing even more perplexed, as if he couldn't fathom why Zhu Shuiyin would ask such a question. Zhu Shuiyin smiled. Nodding happily, yes, Fang Qiyin was easily swayed by Zhu Shuiyin's emotions. He rubbed his nose, turning his face away with a smile of delight. Saintly Lizi, Song Xinrui, exclaimed excitedly to Zhu Shuiyin, You want Carrier's latest creation? Zhu Shuiyin, busy replied, Yes. Haha, that's fantastic. Zhu Shuiyin raised her head in confusion, asking, Why are you so happy? Song Xinrui's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I just think you would look perfect in Carrier's clothes. That IT will surely be a visual feast. Thank you. Zhu Shuiyin was genuinely pleased, though she tried to maintain a semblance of restraint, appearing somewhat exaggerated. Song Xinrui found her adorable and reassured her, Don't worry, I'll make sure to get you that dress. He couldn't help but imagine how stunning she would look in it. Zhu Shuiyin cautiously inquired, Didn't Pei Zhixian also say she wanted that dress? Song Xinrui looked puzzled, wondering what that had to do with Pei Zhixian. However, since Zhu Shuiyin mentioned it, he decided to check the group chat for any updates. Scrolling through the messages, he indeed found a similar inquiry from Pei Zhixian, asking if anyone could help her acquire that dress. Feeling awkward, Song Xinrui realized he had completely overlooked it. Sometimes he simply missed messages in the group. Well, since that was the case, he would pretend he hadn't seen it. With an indifferent expression, he placed his phone on the table. Zhu Shuiyin stared at him with wide eyes. Song Xinrui replied calmly, She did indeed ask, but I didn't see it. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shuiyin quickly puffed up her cheeks. Does that mean I told you first? Song Xinrui nodded, of course. Zhu Shuiyin beamed, revealing a set of small white teeth. Song Xinrui turned red and averted his gaze. He initiated the plan for the dress, deciding to ask his brother for help in acquiring it. He quickly sent a message to his brother. Hey, can you help me get Carrier's latest creation this season? The one titled Falling in Love. Song Shuiyin was already back on the third star. The academic conference there was set to continue for some time, and as an invited guest, he wouldn't be leaving until the last day. After the conference, he would resume his research work at the third star's research base, which meant he wouldn't return home often this year. When Song Shuiyin saw his brother's message, he was momentarily taken aback. That a dress? Song Shuiyin. Following this, a series of images of the dress his brother wanted were sent. As he looked at the pictures, he pondered. Little Rue must have found someone he liked and wanted to impress her with a gift. Amused yet curious, Song Shuiyin asked, Who are you planning to give a gift to this time? Chapter 82. The psychic Song Xinrui hesitantly replied, You know who it is? It's Zhu Shuiyin. Song Shuiyin narrowed his eyes. That IT was her. Ever since he returned to the third star, he hadn't heard that name much. Now, upon hearing it again, memories of the sweet smiling girl flooded back. That a gentle smile flickered in Song Shuiyin's eyes. The saintly Lizi was about to host a yacht gala. Zhu Shuiyin mentioned wanting that dress. Brother, please help me. Song Xinrui activated his charming appeal. Song Shuiyin glanced at the dress. Many had already reserved it, making it unlikely to obtain. That I will do my best. Song Xinrui replied with an OK emoji. Elated, Song Xinrui stole a glance at Zhu Shuiyin, who was deep in thought, troubled by her courses. Fang Qian had been stern in his teaching, and Zhu Shuiyin struggled to keep up, forced to study diligently. Fang Xinrui discreetly messaged her. "If you don't understand, you can ask me." Zhu Shuiyin replied, "Thank you, but Fang Qian said I should think for 15 minutes first, and if I still don't understand, then ask him." Fang Xinrui, "It's fine. Just ask me secretly." He won Tino. Zhu Shuiyin puffed up her cheeks, her expression serious. Well. Zhu Shuiyin, what are you doing?" Both Fang Xinrui and Zhu Shuiyin jumped slightly. "Dante, look at your phone while studying." After assigning tasks to Zhu Shuiyin, Fang Qian immersed himself in falling in love. Contacting the dress's designer was quite challenging. The designer hailed from a powerful family and was exceptionally talented. Unless there was a good rapport, it was difficult to acquire his prized creations with money alone. This dress was indeed extraordinary. Fang Qian pondered this and began investigating carrier's acquaintances and preferences. To his surprise, he discovered something intriguing. Fang Xiqing was set to graduate from Saintly Lizzie next year, and she had consistently ranked first in the design department since entering. Coincidentally, Carrier was also a graduate of the same design academy. It was said he sometimes sought out talented students to take under his wing. Fang Qian promptly reached out to Fang Xiqing. The response he received was unsurprising. Fang Xiqing was indeed one of Carrier's apprentices and the youngest among them. "Xiqing, can you reach out to your teacher? What's this about, Qian?" Fang Xiqing didn't find it strange that Fang Qian was aware of her prestigious connection. With his abilities, it was rare for him not to uncover such matters. "Can you help me obtain falling in love?" Fang Qian asked straightforwardly. Fang Xiqing fell silent. Wanting the dress that couldn't tea possibly be for that little green tea, could it? She was quite forthright in whatever she thought. She would voice it. "You're not planning to give it to that little green tea, are you?" Fang Qian was momentarily taken aback by her response. Then couldn't he help but smile, his dark brows lifting. His smile utterly captivating. It was evident who the little green tea referred to. Fang Qian glanced at Zhu Shuiyin, who was straining to solve the problem, her face flushed with effort. Unable to resist, he reached out to touch her, noting the warmth of her skin. Zhu Shuiyin shot him an irritated look, pushing his hand away. Annoying. She then returned her focus to the problem on the desk. Her expression serious, as if declaring, "Today, it's either you or me." Fang Qian couldn't help but chuckle. He rested his forehead on his hand and continued to respond to her. "Right." Fang Xiqing remained silent. Enveloped in a profound stillness, she glanced at the bamboo leaf bookmark trapped within her diary, letting out a heavy sigh. It wasn't that she didn't want to help, but a few days prior, her senior had already promised a friend she would acquire that dress for him. Fang Qian paused, realizing someone had beaten her to and oh worries, just inform your teacher and let him decide. With the conversation reaching this point, Fang Xiqing had little choice but to agree. The bookmark gifted by the little green tea was indeed quite useful. Lately, her spirits were high, as inspiration flowed abundantly, and her efficiency soared. The design she produced garnered praise, even from her teacher. Moreover, that dress she had fallen for seemed like the perfect choice, with the little green tea being the most suitable candidate in her eyes. Fang Qian put away his communicator and watched Zhu Shuiyin, who still hadn't figured it out. Ding! Triggering the study diligently plot point. The original character had intended to study earnestly, but alas, her mind was simply uncooperative. She felt dwarfed by the numerous male and female leads surrounding her. Unsurprisingly, frustration set in, and she began to wonder why she should toil away at her studies. Regardless of her academic performance, she was destined to be Mrs. Fang in the future. However, she dared not openly slack off. Thus, the original character embarked on the path of gathering minions. Zhu Shuiyin blinked, her mouth agape. "But you said they wouldn't want to be associated with a villain like me. How could they possibly become my minions?" The last act of defiance had plunged her into a dark abyss, steering her far from her desired path. Even a fool could discern the better choice. Furthermore, they were merely ordinary individuals, each with their own aspirations and families to support. Zhu Shuiyin tilted her head in thought, conceding that the system had a point. "All right, when should I seek them out?" "As soon as possible." Zhu Shuiyin nodded emphatically, puffing up her cheeks and affirming, "Okay." Bang! "Why are you lost in thought?" Zhu Shuiyin, with tears welling in her eyes, clutched her head, casting a look of suppressed outrage at Fang Qian. He had just given her a playful flick on the head, and now, witnessing her struggle to hold back tears, he felt a pang of sympathy. Fang Qian gently ruffled her hair, his voice hoarse. Don't zone out. Zhu Shuiyin nodded through her tears, but silently vowed to herself. She would seek out minions soon and never do her homework again. Fang Qian, naturally, was a born protagonist. The knowledge that confounded others seemed effortlessly simple to him, but he displayed remarkable patience toward Zhu Shuiyin, scribbling notes while muttering explanations. Zhu Shuiyin felt her gaze drop lower under his words. Are you trying to drive me mad? Zhu Shuiyin shrank back, looking utterly innocent. These concepts genuinely gave her a headache, and this was just the theoretical part. If she were to engage in practical exercises, she would surely be doomed. Biting her lip, her rose petal-like lips glistened with dew. Fang Qian's gaze deepened for a moment before he nonchalantly averted his eyes. First, memorize the material. Zhu Shuiyin nodded, a pitiful expression on her face. Once I grasp the basics, I'll help you with practical applications. Zhu Shuiyin nodded again. All right, let's take a break. You've worked hard. Her eyes lit up as she nodded eagerly. Fang Qian chuckled, ruffling her hair again. Zhu Shuiyin promptly escaped the melancholic confines of elite class A, determined to seek her minions. As she walked, she observed her surroundings, muttering to herself. The sound of her black shoes tapping against the white-tiled floor echoed softly. Each step felt like a tread upon hearts. Her long black hair danced in the breeze, resembling dark-tailed butterflies in flight. With autumn approaching, the school uniform was no longer the thin silk shirt of before. It now included a black British-style jacket, and the skirts had become thicker. The gray knee-high socks were also more substantial, swaying slightly as she walked. Zhu Shuiyin navigated the lower corridor, the emblem of elite class gleaming brightly on her left chest. Numerous students peered out of classroom windows to catch a glimpse of her. She did her best to ignore the attention coming from all directions, quickening her pace until she finally located classes E and F on the second floor. Excitedly, she stepped inside, but upon seeing the crowd, a flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes, and her steps slowed, revealing her shyness. There were so many people in this class. Zhu Shuiyin clenched her fists and discreetly bent down to speak to a classmate sitting near the door. Could you please call Gu Ziqing for me? The bespectacled boy looked up, immediately struck by her stunning beauty. She resembled a meticulously crafted doll displayed in a glass case, perhaps even more lifelike than one. He dazedly replied, sure, and awkwardly went to summon Gu Ziqing. His classmates shot him envious glances, wishing they'd grabbed a front row seat. Zhu Shuiyin crossed her arms in front of her, waiting for her minion. A pale-faced girl approached, dressed in the St. Lizzie uniform, yet lacking the vibrant aura of her peers. Her hair was simply styled in a neat ponytail, devoid of any embellishments, only a plain brown hair tie. Upon noticing Zhu Shuiyin calling for her, Gu Ziqing's eyes narrowed with suspicion, her pace slowing. Zhu Shuiyin, so exquisitely adorned with a crystal hairpin worth thousands of interstellar coins, exuded the air of a noble lady. What could a noble girl possibly want with a commoner like her? Perhaps she was simply bored and seeking entertainment. Zhu Ziqing lowered her gaze, a hint of pain flickering in her eyes. Zhu Shuiyin flashed a friendly smile at her future minion and pulled her outside. The students in class E whispered among themselves, speculating on why Gu Ziqing had been summoned. In a way, Zhu Ziqing hasn't offended someone important. Has she? That girl is from elite class, and she obviously doesn't look like a commoner. You have no idea how valuable the necklace around her neck is. A new release from the Casson family. With only 5 available across the entire empire. Oh my, Zhu Ziqing is certainly in deep trouble Look at her acting so aloof that, in the end, she'll still be stuck in class Eda now that she had offended someone of that stature. She'd likely be expelled before long. Zhu Shuiyin called for Gu Ziqing in the same manner, successfully summoning her other minion, Zhang Maoan, from class F. The 3 girls exchanged puzzled glances, both Gu Ziqing and Zhang Maoan unsure of Zhu Shuiyin's intentions. Zhu Shuiyin cleared her throat twice and stated her purpose. I would like to ask for your help, Zhu Ziqing, Zhang Maoan. The 2 girls exchanged looks, seemingly unable to comprehend Zhu Shuiyin's unusual opening. The request was certainly out of the ordinary. I haven't understood any of the recent study material. Could you help me with my homework? Oh no. Host, you need to be more assertive, a bit fiercer. You are the villainous now. The system erupted in exasperation. Zhu Shuiyin stepped back 2 paces, her gaze drifting aimlessly. She emphasized her words. I'm not negotiating with you. You must assist me. Zhu Ziqing lowered her eyes and readily acquiesced. After all, resistance would only lead to more relentless humiliation. It was better to comply from the outset. Furthermore, this request that was quite to her liking. Chapter 84. S dispersed the salaries first. At least it didn't involve her engaging in frivolous tasks unrelated to her studies. Zhang Maoan, observing the agreement from the others, hesitated briefly before gritting her teeth and nodding in agreement. Seeing her two followers so enthusiastic, Zhu Shuiyin couldn't help but smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. "How shall we stay in touch?" Zhang Maoan inquired. "You can add me," Zhu Shuiyin replied, summoning her smart device. The three exchanged contact information. Observing her little followers actively seeking tasks to undertake, Zhu Shuiyin felt an even greater sense of joy, causing her tone to soften involuntarily. "All right, I'll transfer you both a month's salary." Zhu Shuiyin picked up her smart device and began sending money to the two Gu Ziqing, Zhang Maoan. Was this some new form of entertainment for the wealthy? Zhu Shuiyin raised her chin, subtly clearing her throat and declaring, "Stay with me, and I promise you'll enjoy the finest delicacies." Gu Ziqing and Zhang Maoan glanced at the newly credited funds in their accounts. They exchanged a silent look with Zhu Shuiyin. The amount was more than half of their monthly allowance. "She must be a foolish heiress who indiscriminately throws money around. I'll send you the assignments now," Zhu Shuiyin said, transmitting the homework to them it's due tomorrow. "So you must help me finish it tonight." Gu Ziqing and Zhang Maoan beheld the assignment details on the virtual screen. Their eyes lit up. The assignments and materials from elite class A were significantly more challenging than those from regular classes, enriched with diverse knowledge. Receiving such resources was undoubtedly the best opportunity for them to enhance their skills. Yet, the materials had just been delivered to them. Even the two girls, who had grown numb to the rules of St. Lizzie, displayed an excited blush on their cheeks. Zhu Shuiyin scratched her head in confusion. How could they be so elated about doing homework? This is the disparity between individuals, she mused. Zhu Shuiyin, the gulf between humans and bamboo. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of reclaiming your followers, earning 100 points. The plot degree increases by 1. Please ensure that you utilize your followers at least 3 times in one day to meet the task requirements. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes brightened. System, I wish to allocate this plot degree to enhance my spiritual power. Upon the system's confirmation, Zhu Shuiyin distinctly felt an increase in her internal spiritual energy. She joyfully returned to the classroom. Once you possess a distinguished lineage, it becomes customary to wield it as a blessing. Whenever she noticed other girls attempting to approach Fang Qiyin, she would send her 2 little followers to teach them a lesson. If anyone dared to overshadow her, she would instruct her followers to undermine them in secret. Consequently, she had stealthily caused the female protagonist much trouble on numerous occasions. Zhu Shuiyin. For instance, during the upcoming yacht gala, when the school assigned her a B classroom, she went mad trying to snatch the female protagonist's S classroom. Zhu Shuiyin shrank her neck and nervously asked, "How did you manage to snatch it?" "You specifically instructed your followers to bribe some thugs, cornering the female protagonist in an alley to threaten her. Ultimately, through unscrupulous means, you obtained the S-class room, but it drew the attention of the male protagonists. They exposed your actions, leading to severe reprimands and nearly expulsion. Not only did you fail to secure the S-class room, but you also almost faced expulsion." Zhu Shuiyin's expression fluctuated wildly in fear. No. What should I do if I get expelled?" Thus, you had to devise a way to procure the S-class room. Zhu Shuiyin swallowed hard and inquired, "Who is responsible for room assignments?" "The student council president, Pei Chu-jin." Zhu Shuiyin's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly collapsing. Pei Chu-jin. Why is it always the female protagonist's brother?" Zhu Shuiyin sniffled, feeling quite pitiable. She became saddened, desperately in need of some comfort food, so she messaged Gu Ziqing and Zhang Maoan that I'd like some yogurt. "Could one of you fetch it for me?" Received. Zhu Shuiyin stared at the businesslike response, momentarily dazed. Before long, a freshly retrieved bottle of yogurt appeared before her. Ding! A task of delegation has been completed today. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes sparkled, and she immediately employed the same method to ask Zhang Maoan to fetch her a fruit platter. 2 tasks had been effortlessly accomplished. Song Xinrui gazed at Zhu Shuiyin in astonishment. "Who is that girl? Why does she keep bringing you things?" Fang Qiyin perked up, clearly intrigued. Zhu Shuiyin, feeling quite pleased, exclaimed, "Haha," as she began to speak. She faltered, wondering if it would be inappropriate to refer to them as followers, as it might imply she was about to do something nefarious. Zhu Shuiyin touched her nose, silently rephrasing, "They're friends I recently made." "Haha, perhaps they dislike me too much. They're overly enthusiastic, she awkwardly added. Song Xinrui flashed a bright smile, showing his pearly whites. They certainly have good taste. Zhu Shuiyin, however, if you ever crave something, feel free to tell me directly. Song Xinrui shot a quick glance at Fang Qiyin before impulsively adding, you attended my birthday party last time. You know my family's fruits are all organic. My mother and brother's plants are grown by experts. We even have a farm for milk. You can have whatever you desire. Song Xinrui rambled on excitedly. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes sparkled as she recalled her previous experience eating strawberries at Song Xinrui's home. She couldn't help but salivate at the memory of the snack box he had given her. She had devoured it while binge-watching a show, finishing it in no time. Oh yes, I want fruits and that snack box you gave me last time. Seeing Zhu Shuiyin so delighted with the snacks, Song Xinrui was overjoyed that he promptly messaged the housekeeper to prepare fruits, milk, and snacks. Fang Qiyin wrapped his arm around Zhu Shuiyin's shoulders, resting his chin atop her head. The scent and softness of her hair enveloped him. We could establish a farm too. If you wish, we could even plant an orchard. Zhu Shuiyin stuck out her tongue, thinking that Song Xinrui's family was sufficient. Swimming class. This afternoon, there would be a dedicated swimming class. The facilities at St. Lizi's gym were exceptionally advanced. The swimming pool maintained a constant temperature, and the water was changed almost daily, ensuring freshness after every class. Chapter 85. Swimming class naturally. The swimming class for elite class A was even more remarkable. Specialized staff were employed to maintain and manage the pool, and the instructors were national team coaches, providing each student with the best and most personalized teaching arrangements. Zhu Shuiyin had never swum before, making this a completely novel experience for her. Thus she was particularly excited. St. Lizi provided each student with suitable swimsuits, swim caps, and goggles. Zhu Shuiyin summoned her followers, Gu Ziqing and Zhang Maoan, who were conveniently free at the moment. She wanted them by her side to increase her chances of completing the third delegation task. More importantly, Zhu Shuiyin lacked close female friends in elite class A. She needed to quickly recruit a couple of friends to avoid boredom during swimming. Wait, I have swimming class. You two come in your swimsuits to join me. Received. Zhu Shuiyin gleefully entered her designated changing room to don her swimsuit. The swimsuit was exquisitely designed in a conservative aristocratic style, not at all like a revealing bikini. The light purple top paired with a checkered skirt of purple and white gave Zhu Shuiyin a charming appearance. Yet, her figure was undeniably alluring, resembling an innocent yet stunning beauty. Her skin glowed, setting her apart from others. Gu Ziqing and Zhang Maoan also had their own swimsuits. Elite Class A's were purple, while the ordinary Class 1s were categorized by rank. For instance, Gu Ziqing and Zhang Maoan wore light green. Upon seeing Zhu Shuiyin, the two girls fell into a rare moment of silence. Zhu Shuiyin blinked in bewilderment. Truly, she was too adorable, from a distance. One could almost catch a whiff of the fragrance emanating from her, resembling a round pearl, perfect for being held and kissed. You two can swim, right? Yes, we had swimming lessons in first grade, where we learned breaststroke. That's good. Zhu Shuiyin led them to the swimming facility for elite class. As the boys and girls had separate changing areas, Zhu Shuiyin made her way alone. Otherwise, Fang Qiyin would have certainly followed closely behind. Inside the swimming pool, as soon as Zhu Shuiyin appeared, she became the center of attention. Fang Qiyin's expression darkened as he strode over. Placing himself protectively behind her, he thought grimly, after this, I need to discuss with Pei Chu-jin about making the swimsuits longer. This outfit is simply unacceptable, exposing too much skin on her legs. Zhu Shuiyin gazed at the expanse of bare skin before her, taken aback. I shall order you a longer swimsuit shortly. Zhu Shuiyin replied. Puzzled, but everyone else is wearing swimsuits like this. Fang Qiyin, unperturbed, wore a fierce expression. I truly do not comprehend how Pei Chu-jin became the student council president. Even the design of a swimsuit is atrocious under his watch. I shall not cast my vote for him during the next election, and I suggest you all refrain as well. Zhu Shuiyin remained silent, as did Zhu Shuiyin, Song Xinrui, and Zhang Maoan, all equally astonished by Fang Qiyin's unexpected demeanor. Fang Qiyin, a somewhat somber voice interrupted, laced with displeasure. It was Pei Chu-jin himself. Fang Qiyin was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised to encounter Pei Chu-jin here. However, it was preferable, as it spared him the need to utilize his smart device to convey his grievances. Is it not true that St. Liz has encountered a financial deficit? Even decent swimsuits cannot be procured under such circumstances. Pei Chu-jin sighed, visibly exasperated, as he seemed disinclined to engage with the agitated Fang Qiyin. Fearing it would only make him appear foolish, he subtly stepped back, distancing himself from Fong Zhu Shuiyin, who had been stifling laughter, remarked, "I must side with Fong Zhiyin this time. I too find the swimsuits lacking. The swimwear and athletic attire at St. Lise should align more closely with the school uniform you recently approved." Pei Chujin paused, casting a discreet glance at Zhu Shuiyin, who appeared rather oblivious. Her expression devoid of any discernible emotion. Clad in a purple swimsuit, she resembled a delectable purple rice dumpling, evoking an almost irresistible urge to take a bite of her exposed skin. Brother Pei, what brings you here? This class seems to be our swimming lesson, Song Xinrui inquired, pinpointing the situation. Pei Chuji nodded slightly, clarifying, "Today the swimming coach selected members for the school swim team to instruct you." A gathering of students encircled him, as Pei Chujin was, after all, the object of admiration for countless girls at St. Lise. The aloof, fastidious president of the student council, a mere glance from him could render one speechless. He seemed destined to dwell on a pedestal, a flower at a high peak, admired from afar yet untouchable. The thought of having any connection with him was a novel and thrilling experience. Pei Chujin handled the crowd with the poise of someone accustomed to grand events. As he communicated the new regulations clearly, the elite students of Class A buzzed with excitement. To be part of the school swim team was a privilege reserved for the most exceptional. Exchanging insights and techniques with them would be a delight for all. Fong Zhiyin and his companions expressed little dissent. The absence of a coach was inconsequential to them, having received swimming lessons at home during childhood. Their current skills rivaled those of any coach. The notion of joining the swim team was merely a matter of uttering a few words. However, Fong Zhiyin felt somewhat disgruntled by the stipulation of same-gender groups for coaching. Teaching his fiancée to swim seemed only natural, and he found Pei Chujin's insistence on such regulations rather annoying. Nevertheless, he refrained from openly disregarding the rules at school, knowing he would have ample opportunity to teach Zhu Shuiyin to swim once they returned home. As the class bell rang, a line of swim team members stood poised in the pool. Pei Chujin observed from the sidelines like a retired mastermind, and Zhu Shuiyin felt a surge of curiosity regarding her assigned instructor. Wait, is that Pei Zhixian at the front? Indeed, the female protagonist was also part of the swim team. Ding! The swimming storyline was triggered. The original host harbored jealousy towards the protagonist's swimming prowess, feeling an overwhelming sense of envy and anger at her being favored in every regard. This led her to concoct a rather diabolical scheme. She aimed to test the protagonist's skills by coaxing her into the deep water. Yet for the protagonist, this was a trivial endeavor. However, many admirers were eager to have her teach them swimming. Having witnessed her earlier sessions, the protagonist, fatigued from previous lessons, faced the risk of cramping should she venture into the deep water, which heightened the potential for danger. To prolong the situation, the original host instructed her two lackeys to block access to the deep water. As anticipated, the protagonist cramped while swimming in the deep water, but the original host's malicious intent was swiftly thwarted. Several male protagonists, ever vigilant, rescued her at the first sign of danger. The original host's incitement did not go unnoticed, as her admirers informed the male protagonists, leading to her being unceremoniously tossed into the deep end, where she gulped down water until she could bear it no longer, emerging as a drenched and disheveled mess. The storyline completed, a time-limited task was issued. Please complete the designated plot point and lead the protagonist into the deep water. Zhu Shuiyin sighed. Why must I face such a task again? This is utterly vexing. Her lips trembled as she hesitated, the difference between listening to the story and being a part of it weighing heavily upon her. Can you guarantee there will be no other complications? Rest assured. According to the plot, the protagonist will merely sputter a few times. You may watch the spectacle unfold. If anyone points fingers at you, simply deny it vehemently. I trust Fong Zhiyin will protect you. With a series of assurances, Zhu Shuiyin steeled herself and resolutely agreed. All right. When the personnel were assigned, whether by fate or mere luck, Pei Zhixian indeed became her personal coach. Zhu Shuiyin's gaze flitted nervously. Her cheeks flushed with anxiety. However, onlookers misinterpreted her demeanor as excitement at receiving guidance from Pei Zhixian. The surrounding classmates erupted with cheers, marveling at the sight of two goddesses sharing the same space. They recalled a previous close encounter between the two during the opening ceremony, and now they were witnessing yet another. Isn't this a delightful treat for our water melody CP? Two stunning beauties together were a feast for the eyes, one a former crush and the other her current admiration. Indeed, Only someone of Pei Shihuahua's caliber could teach someone as beautiful as Yining to swim. The rest of those insufferable boys should keep their distance. The sentiments echoed among the students. Host, how did they manage to pair you with Pei Zhishian? Zhu Shuiyin, overwhelmed, gazed skyward. I do not care. You are rivals. Stealing a glance at Pei Zhishian, Zhu Shuiyin noted a hint of forced amusement on her lips, as if she too felt the tension in their encounters. You may need to instruct all three of us. Zhu Shuiyin indicated her two companions standing nearby. Pei Zhishian glanced at their green swimsuits. A flicker of disdain crossing her features. Her tone remained inscrutable. Let us proceed together, Ji, Yu Ziqing, and Zhang Maoan, perceptive as ever, recognized the subtle shift in Pei Zhishian's demeanor. Their hearts raced as they realized the illustrious schoolflower did not treat everyone equally. Pei Zhishian's instruction was sharp and efficient. She first coached Gu Ziqing and Zhang Maoan, as they possessed a modicum of foundational skills, making the process smoother. Once they were adequately prepared, the trio turned their attention to Zhu Shuiyin. Zhu Shuiyin reveled in the water, frolicking with a blue, transparent swimming ring, her laughter echoing as she floated freely. Yet many eyes were upon her, scrutinizing her every move from a distance, forming a wide circle around her. She submerged herself for a moment before resurfacing, struggling to hold her breath for more than 3 seconds. Pei Zhishian instructed her to practice breath holding, and after 30 attempts, it was finally Zhu Shuiyin's turn. As the three gathered around her, Pei Zhishian's gaze was stern. How is your breath holding coming along? Zhu Shuiyin sniffled slightly, responding timidly. It's going all right. Pei Zhishian chose not to pursue the matter further, preparing to teach her other techniques. With no foundational skills, mastering swimming would take time. Zhu Shuiyin pinched her cheek, appearing both weak and helpless. Pei Zhishian ignored her and commenced her assertive teaching. Wow, you are amazing, Pei Zhishian replied. Thank you. How long have you been learning? Not long. Oh my goodness, you are truly remarkable. Zhu Shuiyin sincerely praised, laying the groundwork for her subsequent request. Could you swim in the deep water for me? I feel your skills are quite exceptional. Zhu Shuiyin swallowed hard, struggling to articulate this request. Pei Zhishian chuckled slightly, her eyes gleaming with pride and confidence that, of course, by the way, let me show you that being a wealthy heiress is not as easy as it seems. She whispered this close to Zhu Shuiyin's ear, her breath barely brushing against it. Zhu Shuiyin's gaze drifted, her legs feeling weak. Okay. Chapter 87. Why am I the one cramping? Pei Zhishian's lips twitched slightly, and she said nothing further. With a graceful splash, she dove into the deep end, seemingly intent on demonstrating her skills to Zhu Shuiyin, wishing to highlight the vast gap between them. Zhu Shuiyin's heart raced. Oh no, the protagonist is going to cramp up. Concern washed over her, prompting her to take a few steps forward to follow Pei Zhishian. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred, before Pei Zhishian could cramp. Zhu Shuiyin's legs gave way first. In disbelief, she stared wide-eyed at her own body. What? I'm cramping. Given that she was already in the deep water, her legs buckled as she slipped in the depths, witnessing this turn of events. The system was momentarily at a loss for words. Damn it, host, wasn't it supposed to be the protagonist who entered? How did you end up here? Zhu Shuiyin lamented. I don't know. It just suddenly happened. Rest assured, someone is rushing to save you. Hurry. Zhu Shuiyin finally comprehended the sensation of cramping. Her calves throbbed painfully, rendering her immobile. So this is what they mean by retribution for wrongdoing. The system was utterly speechless. At this moment, the host seemed lost in thought. Host, perhaps it would be wise to conserve your mental energy and refrain from speaking. If I had known this would happen, I would never have misbehaved again. How infuriating. Zhu Shuiyin gasped. Oh, I swallowed so much water. The system anxiously scanned the surroundings, observing that many had already noticed the situation. Oh no. Coach, someone is drowning. Hurry. Zhu Shuiyin seems to be cramping in the deep end. The female deep water was distanced from the male area of the pool, and due to the vast expanse of the swimming pool, it was challenging for anyone to come to her aid immediately. However, those on the shore were the most accessible. A loud splash echoed in the icy blue water. IT was the student council president. He had been standing at the edge, perfectly positioned to reach the female deep end. He lunged forward, shedding his black coat and shoes without hesitation, diving into the water and swimming vigorously toward Zhu Shuiyin. Zhu Shuiyin vaguely saw a muscular figure approaching her. All she knew was that it was an adept swimmer, and she eagerly extended her hand. Finally, Someone is here that I can finally relax and pass out. Pei Chujin swiftly wrapped his arms around Zhu Shuiyin's waist and swam her back to the shore. He placed her on the mat without hesitation, his expression dark as he cleared her airway and tilted her chin to maintain an unobstructed airflow. He then began chest compressions and artificial respiration. All the classmates gathered around, their faces filled with concern. Fang Qian learned that Zhu Shuiyin was drowning, his eyes reddening and his face paling as he rushed over. However, upon seeing Pei Chujin performing CPR on her, he clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding. The veins in his hands bulged, as if he were on the verge of exploding. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, he would have charged forward to confront Pei Chujin. Yet now, he could only watch helplessly, knowing that every moment counted. Fang Qian felt his eyes grow dry and pained. Zhu Shuiyin stood nearby, expressionless, grappling with an indescribable emotion, as if witnessing a precious gem being tarnished. He imagined that if he were to witness Fang Qian kissing Zhu Shuiyin, he would feel the same way that Zhu Shuiyin averted his gaze to prevent others from noticing his distress. Song Xin-Rui watched with a heart full of sympathy and a hint of disappointment. Damn it! Pei Chujin is so fortunate. Pei Chujin focused solely on Zhu Shuiyin, ignoring everything else around him. After several rounds of compressions, Zhu Shuiyin finally expelled a mouthful of water and began coughing violently. Awakening at last, once her breathing steadied, Fang Qian could no longer contain himself, shoving Pei Chujin aside and cradling Zhu Shuiyin in his arms. Zhu Shuiyin felt the heat radiating from his body. Trembling slightly, the next moment, she found herself lifted away from the swimming pool. Zhu Shuiyin's face fell. Why am I so unlucky? How was I to know? You nearly had me fooled just now. Zhu Shuiyin closed her eyes in displeasure, her lips pouting. She had initially thought the protagonist would be the one cramping up, but unexpectedly, it was her. The system couldn't help but chuckle at this turn of events. Really, host? Are you here to entertain us? Zhu Shuiyin's mouth twisted in a frown, on the verge of tears. The system, having had its fill of laughter, refrained from teasing her further. However, host, you have accomplished what was required. This unforeseen incident was beyond our control. This statement offered Zhu Shuiyin a modicum of comfort, and she nodded in agreement. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the time-limited task. You have earned 100 points, and the narrative degree has increased by 1. The narrative degree has been added to your spiritual power. Because your safety was compromised during the task, this system grants you a bonus. 200 points and 1 pill. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes widened in surprise. What is the purpose of that pill? It is a universal pill. Its effects will align with your desires. Zhu Shuiyin realized this was an exceedingly rare treasure. Indeed, Fang Qian hastened toward the private lounge with Zhu Shuiyin. Not be why this time. She had already regained her clarity. Her eyelashes fluttered, and her face appeared slightly pale. Fang Qian, feeling as though he had just escaped death, slowly regained his composure. Chapter 88. He suddenly grasped Zhu Shuiyin's chin, confirming her breath and warmth before exhaling in relief. Why did you suddenly rush into the deep water? Fang Qian asked, his tone dry yet his expression fearsome. I wanted to take a look. Zhu Shuiyin dared not confess that she had attempted something foolish. That would be utterly embarrassing. From today onward, you are to learn swimming daily. Aim to master basic survival skills within a week. Fang Qian's eyes revealed a deeply hidden madness, filled with obsession. Even now, his body trembled slightly. Zhu Shuiyin, too intimidated to speak, nodded like a frightened quail. Okay. Fang Qian retrieved a towel and wiped Zhu Shuiyin's mouth. She tilted her face up, obediently allowing him to clean her. Fang Qian paused, applying more pressure as he nearly rubbed her lips raw. Zhu Shuiyin sensed something amiss and instinctively recoiled. However, Fang Qian discarded the towel and replaced it with his own lips. Zhu Shuiyin remained speechless until he finished, leaving her lips slightly swollen to go wash up and change. Fang Qian instructed in a hoarse voice. Zhu Shuiyin halted her whimpering and hurried to the shower. The single-person bathroom was fully equipped. After a warm shower, she felt rejuvenated AS for the remaining classes of the day. They were no longer necessary. Fang Qian took Zhu Shuiyin home, overseeing her swimming lessons. This time, however, her private coach was Fang Qian. Zhu Shuiyin had never been to the Fang family's swimming pool before, and she now realized it was even more luxurious than St. Riss. Fang Qian donned his swimwear, leading her through warm-up exercises and teaching her to swim. Zhu Shuiyin naturally complied, determined to swim well. For 3 consecutive days, Zhu Shuiyin did not attend St. Riss, unaware of Fang Qian's peculiar behavior. Skipping classes altogether, Zhu Shuiyin tapped the virtual screen, requesting assistance for her upcoming class. She reminded her friends not to forget to take notes, as she would need to review them later. She also asked for help with the assignments given by their teacher. In the span of 3 days, Zhu Shuiyin managed to complete all her tasks. It seemed the others were quite excited, as it took a while for them to respond to her messages. Received. That afternoon, Fang Qian invited Fang Xiqing to the Fang residence. Zhu Shuiyin, with a sweet orange-flavored lollipop in her mouth, held the candy tightly in her palm. Her eyes sparkled as she greeted Fang Xiqing with exaggerated gestures. Ah, Xiqing, sister, hello. Fang Xiqing felt 3 black lines forming on her forehead as she noticed Zhu Shuiyin's enthusiastic demeanor, reminiscent of a child seeing candy. Fang Xiqing awkwardly returned the greeting. Hello. Zhu Shuiyin beamed with a bright smile. Fang Xiqing thought to herself, how foolish. She seems a bit silly that I've never seen anyone around me eating a lollipop like that. Fang Qian held Zhu Shuiyin's hand while using his other hand to carry her bag. Fang Xiqing turned her gaze away, feeling slightly uncomfortable at the sight of their affection. She had never imagined Fang Qian would display such a scene. Yes, they walked. Fang Qian said to Zhu Shuiyin. My sister happens to know Carrier. We can discuss the dress together. Zhu Shuiyin was taken aback. Almost forgetting about falling in love, she realized that Fang Qian also had a connection to Carrier, which significantly increased her chances. After processing this information, Zhu Shuiyin looked at Fang Xiqing with the same reverence one might show a deity. She began to praise her. Wow, Xiqing, you're amazing. You must be very talented. I admire you. Fang Xiqing felt a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. She raised a hand to shield her exquisite face from Zhu Shuiyin's exuberant admiration. Zhu Shuiyin let out a soft huff in response. Fang Xiqing, despite herself, smiled slightly. I've conveyed your wishes to him. My teacher mentioned that this dress must find its destined owner. Whether you can obtain it ultimately depends on you. Zhu Shuiyin nodded thoughtfully. The master truly was wise, focusing not merely on monetary gain, but on finding a suitable match. Yet, she pondered if this would make acquiring the dress even more challenging. After all, the protagonist had her own fortuitous encounters. And Zhu Shuiyin feared being overshadowed. If it were merely a matter of wealth, she might still compete. With her brows furrowed, Zhu Shuiyin couldn't help but let out a small sigh. Fang Qian, finding her adorable, pinched her cheek. Why the sigh? Zhu Shuiyin pouted. I think obtaining this dress is too difficult that I definitely can't compete with the others. They will look better than me in it. Woe is me. Fang Qian was momentarily at a loss for words. Fang Xiqing was equally speechless, glancing at Zhu Shuiyin with confusion. She couldn't discern if Zhu Shuiyin was genuinely disheartened or merely seeking compliments. Moreover, was she really so oblivious to her own charm? Was she attempting to elicit praise from them? Fang Xiqing looked at Fang Qian, hoping for guidance, that he responded with a familiar expression, indicating that Zhu Shuiyin was indeed sincere in her concerns. Fang Xiqing sighed inwardly, wondering how she kept encountering such navet in others. She felt utterly speechless. A faint sense of despair permeated the Do not worry. You will surely obtain that dress. I assure you on my honor. Fang Xiqing said, struggling to endure Zhu Shuiyin's lamentations. Zhu Shuiyin's fair face glistened with tears as she gazed blankly at Fang Xiqing. An idea began to form in her mind. Fang Xiqing's lips twitched, and she averted her gaze. You are one of Carrier's apprentices, aren't you? Zhu Shuiyin stated with conviction. Fang Xiqing did not deny it, and Zhu Shuiyin's spirits lifted, believing her chances of acquiring the dress had increased. After all, in the original story, Pei Zhixian had received assistance from Pei Chujin's friend in obtaining her dress. Zhu Shuiyin suddenly exclaimed and leaped into Fang Xiqing's arms, considering her a savior. Chapter 89. Teacher Carrier, she casually tossed the lollipop in her other hand to Fang Qian, who caught it with a perplexed expression that he observed the candy, noticing the shiny, translucent coating that resulted from saliva. Understanding that Zhu Shuiyin would likely forget about the candy later, he unhesitatingly popped it into his mouth. The sweet flavor burst in his mouth, and for a moment, he was entranced, savoring the sugary treat. Meanwhile, Fang Xiqing was taken aback by the sudden embrace, unsure where to place her hands as Zhu Shuiyin continued to speak. Sister Xiqing, my life and future depend on you. Oh, how fortunate I am to know you. You smell so lovely and feel so soft. Zhu Shuiyin instinctively buried her face in the softest part of Fang Xiqing. Fang Xiqing's face flushed crimson as she clenched her teeth, yet she did not push Zhu Shuiyin away. Eventually, Fang Xiyin could no longer bear to watch and pulled Zhu Shuiyin away, fearing that Fang Xiqing might retaliate. That evening, Zhu Shuiyin was taken to meet Carrier. With only one day remaining until the yacht gala, she needed to expedite her quest for the dress. The Carrier's residence was located in a coastal area. Surrounded by villas that prioritized privacy, equipped with state-of-the-art security measures. Without an acquaintance, Zhu Shuiyin would have struggled to locate the entrance. That Carrier's home was uniquely designed, showcasing a fresh style that captivated the eye. The interior was filled with design sketches, mannequins, and an array of luxurious fabrics. Knowing that guests were expected, Carrier had been waiting in the living room. Upon entering, Zhu Shuiyin immediately spotted Carrier seated before a massive floor-to-ceiling window. To her surprise, Carrier was a remarkably young man, which startled Zhu Shuiyin as she had expected an elderly figure with gray hair. Fang Qian subtly encouraged Zhu Shuiyin to greet him. Steeling herself, she approached, Carrier, teacher, hello. Zhu Shuiyin's lips curled into a sweet, innocent smile. Upon seeing her, Carrier's blue eyes widened in astonishment. Being of mixed heritage, he possessed strikingly pure blue irises and naturally wavy, golden hair. His features were impeccably sculpted, resembling a flawlessly designed model. Carrier gazed at Zhu Shuiyin with an intensity that bordered on obsession, though it was deeply concealed, rendering it nearly imperceptible to others. Zhu Shuiyin felt perplexed by his apparent indifference. Was her voice too soft? She acknowledged that it might have been a tad quiet. With a blush on her cheeks, she raised her volume slightly. Carrier, teacher, hello. Carrier responded with a warm smile, his gaze meticulously scanning Zhu Shuiyin's features. Before he spoke, hello. Fang Qian felt an inexplicable discomfort at the intensity of Carrier's gaze, though it appeared normal upon closer inspection. He subtly pulled Zhu Shuiyin back, while stepping forward to shield her from Carrier's penetrating stare. Carrier quickly redirected his gaze, as if he had encountered something utterly uninteresting. His tone turned cool. I heard from Xiqing that you are here to fall in love. Both Fang Qian and Zhu Shuiyin nodded in unison. Just then, 3 more guests arrived at Carrier's home, including his second apprentice, Pei Xian, and Pei Chujin. Lastly, his senior apprentice appeared, accompanied by a lavishly dressed young woman. Zhu Shuiyin was rendered speechless, realizing that her competition had just increased. It seemed that Carrier intended to evaluate these contenders before proceeding with the falling in love process. Fang Qian squeezed her hand reassuringly, signaling her not to worry. Zhu Shuiyin nodded in affirmation. The other 2 competitors shared expressions of disbelief, having presumed themselves unique, only to discover 2 additional rivals. Pei Chujin's gaze flickered upon seeing Zhu Shuiyin, glancing at the dress and instantly realizing the stakes had risen. In an instant, disdain glimmered in her eyes as she regarded Zhu Shuiyin with the same contempt one might reserve for a persistent rodent. Why must she always be at odds with her? Pei Xian suppressed her displeasure, vowing to find a way to hold Zhu Shuiyin accountable upon her return. Fortunately, she had already gleaned some insights. Once the investigation reached its conclusion, she was convinced that Zhu Shuiyin would have no place among the elite. Carrier surveyed the attendees with a smile, announcing that everyone had arrived and it was time to begin the dress fitting. Zhu Shuiyin took a deep breath, her gaze fixed intently on Carrier. The exquisite gown was priced at an astonishing 52,000 interstellar coins. Yet despite this, she had received thousands of orders. Carrier chuckled lightly, devoid of arrogance. He merely stated a fact. I intended for you to try on the samples and see who wears them best. This is indeed the most effective method. Zhu Shuiyin discreetly observed Pei Xian and another girl, noting that their heights and figures seemed quite similar. A surge of quiet delight washed over her. She felt undeniably more beautiful than the others. Zhu Shuiyin pursed her lips in modesty. If the timing had been different, she would have stifled a laugh. However, she felt that her heart already belonged to someone special. Upon hearing Carrier's words, a hush fell over the room. Zhu Shuiyin distinctly sensed the weight of many gazes upon her. She glanced around nervously. Carrier flashed her a smile. Fang Xiqing leaned against the sofa with her arms crossed. Already aware of whom Carrier referred to. Chapter 90. An unexpected turn from the teacher's demeanor and expressions, she had sensed the unique sentiment Carrier held for Zhu Shuiyin. The girl brought by the senior brother appeared somewhat impatient. Casting a glance at Zhu Shuiyin, she spoke with a hint of sulking defiance. Is the gown merely about appearance? Carrier raised an eyebrow, encouraging her to continue to know. And what does this young lady believe? I believe that personal charm, height, and figure all contribute to the gown's allure. Carrier nodded in agreement. You are correct. Yet he swiftly shifted his tone. However, in my opinion, she's indeed the most suitable choice for this gown. After uttering this, Carrier smiled at Zhu Shuiyin and added, After all, her name is Falling in Love. It should be worn by the one who can make others fall in love. Fang Qian's expression darkened. His icy gaze fixed on Carrier as he pushed Zhu Shuiyin further back. She winced at his actions. The girl who had voiced her dissent was none other than a precious princess of the empire. Unable to comprehend why the designer would not sell the gown to her, the most distinguished among them. The previous exchange only fueled her anger, for no one relishes having their allure compared unfavorably. Pei Zhixian regarded Zhu Shuiyin with a cold stare, increasingly convinced that Zhu Shuiyin was deliberately opposing her. Zhu Shuiyin met Pei Zhixian's gaze and felt a jolt of apprehension, quickly averting her eyes to survey the surroundings. Miss Zhu, would you like a try on this gown? Carrier seemed to focus solely on Zhu Shuiyin. She exaggeratedly pointed at herself, taken aback, her tone laced with disbelief. Carrier nodded emphatically. Zhu Shuiyin's eyelashes fluttered, revealing her shyness as she hurried to the fitting room. Carrier's household staff ushered Falling in Love into the fitting room, with several maids assisting Zhu Shuiyin in changing. The gown was so grand that it required multiple hands to help her wear it. While Zhu Shuiyin changed, Carrier received a phone call. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted dramatically, and he stepped outside to take the call. When he returned, his demeanor was stiff, the ease of earlier replaced by a rare display of distress and helplessness. Fang Xiqing observed her teacher with surprise. He seldom revealed such emotions, indicating something had slipped from his grasp. Zhu Shuiyin emerged from the fitting room after approximately 20 minutes, looking dazed and overwhelmed. The maids had been excessively enthusiastic, not only dressing her, but also styling her hair and applying makeup. She felt a mix of indignation and helplessness, having been touched and pinched by them repeatedly. As she stepped out, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The maids leaned against one another, enraptured. Miss Zhu is simply exquisite. I knew it would be like this once she emerged. Thankfully, we anticipated this and prepared her makeup. Oh, my eyes have been purified. Miss Zhu is like a delicate swan. I just couldn't resist pinching her. Carrier's expression was one of utter astonishment. He no longer concealed his genuine thoughts. I have found the perfect candidate for this gown. Carrier's two other apprentices stood in stunned silence, while Fang Xiqing's eyes reflected a knowing look. The princess wore a bitter smile, finally understanding why the gown had eluded her. Pei Chujin slowly diverted his gaze, a thought forming in his mind. When Zhu Shuiyin attended the yacht gala, she would certainly occupy an S-class room. However, their relationship seemed strained. Thus, what if he deliberately arranged for her to have an A-class room instead? After all, Zhu Shuiyin's qualifications hardly warranted an S-class accommodation. Pei Chujin contemplated this with determination. Pei Zhixian's gaze was frigid, her thoughts inscrutable. Zhu Shuiyin, barefoot and struggling with the voluminous gown, made her way to Fang Qian, who seemed to tremble slightly at her approach. Fixated on her, feeling a twinge of fear, Zhu Shuiyin turned, leaning against Fang Xiqing. The latter was momentarily taken aback by the sudden fragrance. Fang Qian's face darkened. Mistakenly believing it was him she was drawn to, Zhu Shuiyin puffed her cheeks, recognizing the silence and realizing she must break it. Master Carrier, may I? The affection in Carrier's heart reached a boiling point. He spoke gently, as if addressing a fragile treasure. This gown was tailored specifically for you. Zhu Shuiyin, overwhelmed, stammered, Wow, really? I feel so honored. Fang Xiqing thought, if only she could remain silent. Fang Qi mused, how did I not notice how adorable my wife is? Yet, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Carrier's eyes. Zhu Shuiyin, anxious, inquired, what is it, master? Carrier sighed helplessly, this gown is undoubtedly meant for you. Zhu Shuiyin's heart raced, unsure of what to do. However, he continued, a friend just called, requesting that I reserve this gown for him. Carrier paused, then added, I owe him a significant favor. Everyone understood. It seemed the gown was reserved for this friend. Pei Zhixian's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. If she could not possess Falling in Love, then neither would the others. This was the best outcome. Zhu Shuiyin's full lips trembled as tears threatened to spill. Fang Qian's heart ached for her. With heartfelt sincerity, he pleaded, Master Carrier, Could you perhaps persuade your friend? We are willing to pay any price. Chapter 91. Tea in conversation. Carrier cast a complicated glance at Zhu Shuiyin. He had already expressed his distress to the friend on the phone, nearly groveling. Yet, it had not secured the gown. Zhu Shuiyin was just a young upstart. Could he outmatch Carrier's standing? With a sigh, Carrier replied, I've pleaded many times. Zhu Shuiyin remained unsatisfied. It was evident to everyone that Zhu Shuiyin was the most fitting for the gown. If you sent him a picture, do you think he would agree? Zhu Shuiyin clenched his jaw, resolute in having Carrier photograph Zhu Shuiyin in the gown to send to this so-called friend. He had vowed never to allow such a thing to happen. But compared to Zhu Shuiyin's tears over this matter, it paled in significance. He would merely simmer in jealousy for a few days. Carrier was taken aback by Zhu Shuiyin's suggestion. He chuckled bitterly, explaining, I haven't even informed him that the gown is being tried on, that if he finds out, he will likely demand I create an identical one. He has quite the obsession with cleanliness. Once Carrier's words were spoken, the allure of the gown diminished for nearly everyone present. Zhu Shuiyin felt as though her heart had turned to ash. Cold and desolate, she sluggishly made her way to the changing room, reluctantly removing her dress. In her heart, she lamented to the system, oh, I was so close to possessing this dress, and now an unforeseen circumstance arises. How infuriating! The bitterness of her thoughts lingered. Zhu Shuiyin, filled with discontent, muttered curses under her breath. Just then, the system detected that Carrier's friend seemed to be T.O.B. Zhu Shuiyin widened her eyes in disbelief, her tone laced with curiosity. Who is it? It's Zhu Shuiyin. Zhu Shuiyin was momentarily taken aback. How could her master desire this dress? Could it be that it was specially prepared for her? Excitement surged within her. However, hadn't he sternly refused her before? Could he perhaps be suffering from a split personality? Zhu Shuiyin's brows furrowed, her head drooping in despair. Last time, her master had explicitly told her to seek Zhu Shuiyin. How could he now take the initiative to assist her? Tears welled in her eyes, her voice quivering as she asked, then who is he giving this dress to? The system was unable to provide an answer. Zhu Shuiyin could no longer hold back her emotions, starting to sob uncontrollably. Do not worry. This situation is considered an exception that if you do not obtain the dress, the system will not deem the task a failure. The system reassured her. Zhu Shuiyin felt a slight relief, yet the thought of her master gifting her cherished dress to someone else left her deeply unsettled. She bit her trembling lip, struggling to suppress her cries as she returned home. Leaning despondently against the glass window, utterly devoid of the desire to speak, that a message from Zhu Shuiyin appeared. I'm sorry. Why brother arrived a moment too late. Carrier has already given the dress to Zhu Shuiyin. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes flickered with emotion as she casually replied. Zhu Shuiyin, swallowing hard, interjected, Carrier's friend is most likely. Zhu Shuiyin's eyelids fluttered. She already knew who it was. Zhu Shuiyin sighed, realizing it was Zhu Shuiyin, the brother of Zhu Shuiyin. In the empire, he could only think of that one person capable of eliciting such expressions from the notoriously proud Carrier. Zhu Shuiyin trembled, rendered speechless. If we approach Zhu Shuiyin, perhaps he could persuade his brother to reconsider. Taking a quiet breath, Zhu Shuiyin grasped Zhu Shuiyin's hand. That I believe your reasoning is sound. Zhu Shuiyin was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled. I will contact him immediately. Zhu Shuiyin nodded eagerly, her heart filled with hope that Zhu Shuiyin could sway her master. Zhu Shuiyin intertwined her fingers anxiously as she awaited Zhu Shuiyin's arrival. When he appeared on the screen, he seemed to be at home. Zhu Shuiyin leaned closer to Zhu Shuiyin, observing the manner where he had grown up. That Zhu Shuiyin blinked, slightly surprised. Is something the matter? Zhu Shuiyin hesitated, then boldly asked, could you inquire if your brother has any interest in the dress falling in love? Zhu Shuiyin looked perplexed. Zhu Shuiyin really wants that dress, but it seems Carrier has promised it to your brother. Zhu Shuiyin appeared astonished. In no way. My brother wouldn't want a dress. He doesn't even have a partner. Just ask him, please. Zhu Shuiyin put on a pleading expression, pouting adorably. Zhu Shuiyin hesitated, then averted his gaze, finally agreeing. Back at home, Zhu Shuiyin felt a surge of anger swell within her. The more she thought about it, the more furious she became that her master would not buy her the dress, but would rather snatch it away to gift to someone else. After a moment of contemplation, she realized she could no longer contain her frustration. Unable to hold back, she bombarded Zhu Shuiyin with messages. However, she dared not be too harsh, opting instead for a playful tone to express her sorrow. I heard you bought falling in love? Is there someone asking Ji Shujo to purchase a dress for them? How curious. It seems I missed my chance. Who is this for? I bet she would look stunning in it. I want to see the beauty. Zhu Shuiyin enthusiastically typed away, her fingers flying across the screen. Meanwhile, Ji Shujo, reading the messages from Zhu Shuiyin, Carrier, and Song Shutian, mostly concerning the dress, felt an overwhelming wave of frustration wash over him. In the next moment, he did something he couldn't comprehend himself. He initiated a video call with Zhu Shuiyin. Startled, Zhu Shuiyin, lying on her bed, instinctively answered the call. Ji Shujo's expressionless face appeared, but he soon found himself taken aback by the sight of her. Her face was flushed from crying, tears staining her cheeks. Her lips red from being bitten. The delicate imprints of her teeth were evident. Her long, dark eyelashes were clumped together from the tears, making her appear exceedingly pitiful, as if she had encountered something profoundly sorrowful. Chapter 92. The title is so difficult, however. Upon seeing Ji Shujo, her eyes widened in surprise. The corners of her eyes, which had been slightly upturned, now drooped, her lashes fanned apart. Strands of her silky black hair clung to her face, leaving a red mark. She stared blankly at the screen that Ji Shujo swallowed hard. Realizing he was unable to utter a single word, it dawned on him that her was not mere chatter. She was genuinely alone in her room, secretly weeping. Zhu Shuiyin quickly wiped her tears, her hands damp. She instinctively concealed her hands behind her back and discreetly wiped them on her nightgown. Ji Shujo hesitantly began. The bravado Zhu Shuiyin had displayed earlier faded significantly. Being in her master's presence made her feel an uncontrollable urge to comply. Pouting, she spoke in a pitiful tone. I was just being irrational earlier. I hope you don't mind my nonsensical remarks. If you wish to give it to someone else, then go ahead. Despite her words, she stubbornly refused to hang up the call, lowering her head while secretly glancing up to gauge Ji Shujo's reaction. A chuckle escaped Ji Shujo's throat, an inexplicable sense of joy enveloping him. Zhu Shuiyin's simple gesture had managed to please him. Come to my house tomorrow, he said, his voice tinged with amusement. Zhu Shuiyin was momentarily stunned. Raising her head in confusion, Ji Shujo's piercing gaze scanned her surroundings. Her room was adorned in a cozy and opulent manner. She wore a sky-blue long-sleeved nightgown, her bare feet resting on the bed. The delicate skin revealed faint blue veins beneath. Exuding a strange allure, Ji Shujo slightly averted his gaze, then abruptly ended the call. She ought to reside in a more lavish room. The decor should not only be magnificent, but also imbued with poetry and freshness. Ji Shujo found himself lost in thought, unsure why such notions crossed his mind. When he finally regained his senses, he realized he had sketched a design for a room specifically for her on the document before him. Ji Shujo stared at the paper in a daze, eventually locking it away in a drawer. Zhu Shuiyin, still in shock, gazed at the fading screen, her fingers unconsciously nibbling at her own. What could her master possibly mean? Lying on her bed, her dark hair obscured her face. She felt a bubbling joy at the thought of returning home with Ji Shuiyin the next day, but a soft laugh escaped her throat. Her expression brimming with happiness, despite the tear stain still visible on her face. The system sighed, unable to comprehend her lack of resentment. She could so easily cast aside her troubles at the arrival of joy. The following day, Zhu Shuiyin eagerly sought out Ji Shuiyin as soon as she arrived at school. Her voice was laced with excitement. I'm going home with you today. Ji Shuiyin blinked, momentarily breathless. What did this mean? Fang Qian stood nearby, and Zhu Shuiyin spoke so boldly that Ji Shuiyin felt warmth creeping up his face, his mind racing. Then he heard Zhu Shuiyin continue. Your brother must have invited me to your house to try on the dress. Her expression radiated pure delight, her smile innocent. Ji Shuiyin coughed awkwardly, nodding slightly, but the color on his face deepened, a mix of surprise and embarrassment. In the afternoon, Fang Qian left for a family dinner at the old residence, and Zhu Shuiyin walked with Ji Shuiyin. Will your brother come to pick you up today? Zhu Shuiyin asked eagerly. Ji Shuiyin nodded, though he felt perplexed. His brother rarely came to get him, as they usually relied on the family chauffeur. Why the sudden interest today? Shaking off the thought, Ji Shuiyin brushed it aside. The luxurious hovering vehicle was stationed at the east gate, seemingly a designated parking area. Zhu Shuiyin had only seen Ji Shujo parked there before. As they approached, the chauffeur opened the door for them. Zhu Shuiyin dashed in cheerfully, even more excited than Ji Shuiyin. Ji Shujo, clad in a black overcoat, appeared more relaxed than his usual stern demeanor at work. Zhu Shuiyin's enchanting peach blossom eyes, infused with emotion, suddenly transformed into twinkling stars. She gazed intently at Zhu Shuiyin, unwavering, until his furrowed brow prompted her to withdraw her gaze as if awakening from a dream. However, once she sat upright, she couldn't resist stealing glances at him. Three dark lines appeared on Zhu Shuiyin's forehead as he spoke in a deep voice. Sit upright, look ahead, and do not fixate on others. Has the Fong family not taught you the proper etiquette? A soft huff escaped Zhu Shuiyin's nose. Humph. She hadn't been listening closely. Moreover, she wouldn't behave this way with others, only with her master. Zhu Shuiyin could no longer contain himself, stifling a laugh behind his clenched fist. Zhu Shuiyin was remarkably bold. He had never seen anyone remain unfazed under his brother's imposing presence. Not only did she remain composed, but she also displayed signs of dissatisfaction with his lecture. But Zhu Shuiyin sensed his brother's defeat, emanating an air of helplessness. Yet, curiously, he also detected a hint of indulgence within him. The dress Zhu Shuiyin had tried on yesterday now lay proudly in the Ji family estate. She feigned ignorance of the conspicuous garment, walking around it as if oblivious. Wasn't this what you wanted? Zhu Shui's amused voice reached her. A hint of grievance flickered in Zhu Shuiyin's eyes. Why didn't you agree to me from the start? Her tone was thick with nasal inflections, tinged with a hint of reproach. Almost like a child pouting, Zhu Shuiyin opened his mouth, but remained silent. He had acquired the dress through inexplicable means, rendering him unable to answer her question. Zhu Shuiyin, for reasons unknown, managed to console herself that I will take the dress home. After a moment's hesitation, she added, Thank you. After all, her master had ultimately assisted her in obtaining the dress. This seemingly ordinary statement felt like a minefield to Zhu Shuiyin, who felt as if he had stepped on a hidden landmine. His gaze darkened, and veins throbbed at his temples, his expression turning impassive. Zhu Shuiyin sensed something amiss and looked at Zhu Shuiyin with concern, her eyes nearly brimming with worry. What did I ask wrong with you? Suddenly, Zhu Shuiyin smiled, suppressing the earlier shadows of his mood. Chapter 93. How do you know such rudeness, addressing me without a title? Zhu Shuiyin lowered her head. Fidgeting, Zhu Shuiyin covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight, yet found her utterly adorable. Elder brother Ji. Her words were heartfelt, devoid of any hint of petulance. Restoring their usual sweetness, Zhu Shuiyin lifted his chin. Pleased, he then uttered a command that brooked no refusal. Aren't the Fong family gathering for dinner today? Stay here for the meal. Zhu Shuiyin raised her head, her eyes sparkling with surprise. You mean here for dinner? Zhu Shuiyin nodded. Zhu Shuiyin couldn't help but smile, fearing that if she hesitated, this fortunate opportunity might slip away. All right. Zhu Shuiyin glanced at her, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Their dinner was already lavish, but with an additional guest, it would surely be even more sumptuous. Zhu Shuiyin sat in the grand hall. When the servants called for dinner, Zhu Shuiyin intended to invite her to wash her hands together. However, to his surprise, she confidently approached the sink, humming a tune, dispensing soap, and washing her hands with ease. After finishing, she naturally reached for the towel nearby. Zhu Shuiyin watched in shock. It was her first visit to their home. Yet she knew exactly where everything was located. She washed her hands as if she were in her own house. Zhu Shuiyin squinted, questioning, How did you know the sink was here? Zhu Shuiyin's eyes sparkled mischievously. Oh, I was just bored and wandered around your house until I found it. Zhu Shuiyin responded with an indifferent oh. Truthfully, he had been so focused on her that he hadn't noticed her moving around. The dining table was adorned with exquisite dishes. Black truffle seared foie gras, premium caviar, smoked salmon, charcoal grilled Angus steak, sauteed asparagus shrimp, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, potato salad, matsutake chicken soup, among others. In addition, there were desserts and fruits to follow. Zhu Shuiyin naturally prepared a yogurt bowl for Zhu Shuiyin, consisting solely of yogurt and fruit, without needing any prompting. Both Zhu Shuiyin and Zhu Shuiyin were taken aback. Your stomach isn't well. It's best to have some yogurt and fruit before the meal. This statement cast a sudden stillness over the atmosphere. Zhu Shuiyin seized Zhu Shuiyin's delicate wrist as she was about to serve herself chicken soup. His tone sharp. How do you know my brother has a weak stomach? Only a few close individuals knew this, and even many in the Ji family were unaware that Zhu Shuiyin genuinely began to suspect Zhu Shuiyin's identity. Could she be a spy sent by a business rival? Zhu Shuiyin flustered momentarily, her innocent expression emerging as she stammered. Elder brother Ji doesn't eat much during meals, and sometimes his face pales. I just wanted him to eat a bit more today, as she spoke. Her voice quivered, exuding genuine sorrow. Indeed, she felt deeply for her master's poor digestion. Ji Shuiyin felt a headache coming on. She seemed on the verge of exclaiming, "So pitiful! How could someone as abstract as Zhu Shuiyin exist?" Ji Suzhou cast a grateful glance at Zhu Shuiyin, who responded with a smile and proceeded to serve him some asparagus. Ji Suzhou paused, looking at her with a deep, inscrutable gaze. "You enjoy eating bamboo shoots?" Zhu Shuiyin, her mouth full of shrimp, replied with a muffled tone, "I had tried them before, but I just liked them recently. They're crunchy and fresh, so delicious." She had never realized that she had such a penchant for tasty food as a child. Although she initially felt a tinge of guilt, she was now completely captivated by the sweet and crisp flavors. Zhu Shuiyin playfully poked at the translucent shrimp ball. "Don't serve bamboo shoots to my brother. He doesn't like them." Ji Shuiyin was about to use his chopsticks to transfer the bamboo shoots to his bowl when Ji Suzhou subtly halted his movements. Ji Shuiyin was taken aback, but then ceased his actions. Ji Suzhou remarked nonchalantly, "It wouldn't hurt to try." Zhu Shuiyin nodded eagerly. How could one know their preferences without trying? Ji Suzhou nodded in agreement. Ji Shuiyin, feeling somewhat bewildered, resumed eating. "After dinner, I'll take you home, and the dress will be sent to you by a special courier later." The dress was both large and precious, making transportation no simple task. Zhu Shuiyin nodded, emitting a soft She felt no discomfort regarding the arrangement. Ji Shuiyin exchanged glances with his brother and Zhu Shuiyin, pondering the surreal nature of the situation. Since when did his brother offer to escort someone home? Moreover, Zhu Shuiyin showed no hint of surprise. If his brother spoke to him like that, he would certainly feel flattered. Ji Shuiyin couldn't help but feel that there was something peculiar about the dynamic between the two. "Hey, Zhu Shuiyin, my brother has offered to take you home. Shouldn't you express your gratitude?" Zhu Shuiyin swallowed her food, realizing her oversight. It would indeed seem quite impolite not to thank him. Regretfully, she uttered, "Thank you. Thank you." Elder brother Ji Suzhou frowned but did not respond. Zhu Shuiyin set down her utensils, brimming with anticipation, and asked, "Elder brother Ji, will you be attending the yacht gala in St. Riss?" Ji Suzhou paused, recalling the invitation long since sent to him, which he had carelessly discarded at the office, now gathering dust in an unknown corner. He had no intention of attending, as he hadn't in previous years. "Do you really want me to go?" Zhu Shuiyin nodded, boldly declaring, "I want to dance with you." Ji Suzhou, Ji Shuiyin. But he slowly lifted his head, utterly perplexed by Zhu Shuiyin's words. Did she not realize she was engaged? Moreover, how could she express a desire to dance with his much older brother? Ji Suzhou's gaze bore into Zhu Shuiyin, a myriad of thoughts swirling within him, and he remained silent for a long moment. Subsequently, he averted his gaze, dabbing his mouth with a napkin, and asked in a detached tone, "Why do you wish to dance with me?" Chapter 94. The suitcase. Zhu Shuiyin scratched her head, simply wanting to, but refrained from voicing her thoughts. She sighed, shifting the topic. "Let's go, let's head back. Being human is so troublesome. Why are the words she longs to say so often left unspoken, confined to her mind? Yet, how can mere thoughts fulfill her desires if left unexpressed?" Ji Shuiyin exhaled in relief, believing Zhu Shuiyin had come to terms with her feelings. The yacht gala was set for tomorrow. Due to the matter concerning the dress, Zhu Shuiyin only began to pack her luggage this evening. Xiaoli, Xiaoyan, and Xiaoxi also came to her room to assist. "Miss Zhu, allow me to pack your skincare products," offered Xiaoxi. "Yes, please do. I need to take all of them," Zhu Shuiyin replied. "Rest assured, I am well aware of your skin's needs. Miss Zhu, it might be chilly out on the sea. I will bring you some long-sleeve jackets. Capes and shirts," Xiaoxi suggested. "Thank you, Xiaoxi," she responded. "And miss, your closet is nearly bursting with dresses." Zhu Shuiyin felt a twinge of guilt as she poked her cheek. It was all due to the task set by the system, which had compelled her to develop a penchant for expensive clothing, each piece priced no less than 100,000 interstellar coins. The value of the clothes in her closet could rival the annual profits of a large corporation. "Xiaoxi, please pack all those exquisite and expensive dresses for me." Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled with a strange glimmer. "All right, miss. You must wear a different outfit each day to dazzle them." Zhu Shuiyin couldn't help but laugh. Glancing at the array of dresses in her closet, she realized that with the yacht gala lasting only 10 days, she could bring no more than 10 outfits. The dresses hung beautifully, yet it was quite a challenge to take them all. However, in the face of such wealth, it hardly posed a problem. Miss Zhu, how many pairs of shoes should you take? Zhu Shuiyin surveyed the various high heels, Mary Janes, and sneakers. For the ball, I should wear high heels, particularly those silver ones, and perhaps 2 pairs of flats and 3 pairs of sneakers. Yes, and I've also prepared 2 pairs of slippers for you. Don't forget your necklaces, earrings, hairpins, bracelets, rings, and perfumes. The 4 of them spent nearly 3 hours packing the items for the gala. Zhu Shuiyin gazed at the 5 enormous suitcases neatly arranged in her room, feeling somewhat pensive. These suitcases did not even account for her dresses, which would be sent aboard the yacht by professionals once it docked. Zhu Shuiyin felt an overwhelming urge to cry. She swiftly snapped a photo of the suitcases and posted it on her social media with the caption, "Oh no, I have so much stuff. I love it all, so I couldn't resist bringing it all. Who can help me carry these suitcases?" Cries with starry eyes. In truth, the bodyguards could manage the burden, but she had to maintain her wicked female antagonist persona, occasionally indulging in dramatics. Almost immediately, responses flooded in. "Don't worry, I'll help you carry the suitcases," replied Song Xinrui. "I can manage 2 by myself," added Fang Qiyin. "That'll help too," chimed in Zhu Shuiyin. Zhu Shuiyin sent out 2 grateful emoji stickers and then ignored the rest. The next day, at the Imperial Airport, St. Lee's Academy, known for its extravagance, boasted its own private spaceship for its students, all of whom traveled in business class. Thus, the distance between Water Blue Star and the Imperial Star was not too far. The journey lasted approximately 2.5 hours. Zhu Shuiyin, with her plethora of belongings, was indeed a sight to behold. Other girls carried numerous suitcases, yet none compared in size to hers. Moreover, Zhu Shuiyin's dresses had already been packed separately, leaving ample space in her luggage. Today, she was fortunate enough not to wear a uniform. Dressed in a blue satin top with a light knitted jacket, she paired it with jeans that flattered her legs and a pair of white sneakers. Her hair, slightly curled, was styled in a high ponytail, with wispy bangs framing her face. A charming bow adorned her head, complementing her sweet makeup. She carried a limited edition handbag, made from genuine leather and embellished with tiny pearls, the metallic handle exuding an exquisite quality. Inside, she stowed her cosmetics, powder puffs, lipsticks, and scented handkerchiefs. Song Xinrui hurried over, his eyes darting curiously. "Hey, Zhu Shuiyin, where's your suitcase?" Zhu Shuiyin poked her cheek. "Oh, it's behind me. Fang Qiyin is helping me carry it." Song Xinrui turned to see Fang Qiyin effortlessly managing 4 suitcases, despite the weather typically suggesting against short sleeves. He wore a white tank top, sweat soaking through from the exertion. His muscles bulged, hinting at immense strength. Song Xinrui regarded him with a complicated expression, feeling a hint of irritation. Given Fang Qiyin's vigor, would he even allow anyone else to assist? They were about to board the spaceship. With a smile plastered on his face, Song Xinrui approached Fang Qiyin. "Hey bro, you must be tired. Let me take 2 of those." Fang Qiyin's expression darkened, brushing him off. Frustrated, Song Xinrui prepared to snatch the suitcases. Zhu Shuiyin noticed the commotion and shook her head in confusion. Seeing Fang Qiyin drenched in sweat made her feel guilty. Her suitcases were indeed heavy. She retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket, ready to offer it to him. Warning, violating character design. You shouldn't help him dry off. Zhu Shuiyin hesitated, but then decided to wipe the sweat from Fang Qiyin's forehead, standing at a considerable height disadvantage. She had to rise on her toes to reach him, her little white shoes barely grazing the ground. However, even then, she couldn't quite manage to wipe away all the perspiration. Fang Qiyin stood frozen, taken aback, for a moment unable to move. Zhu Shuiyin, her cheeks puffed in discontent, gazed at the beads of sweat that remained. "Don't stand on your toes, darling. It will hurt your feet," he said hoarsely, finally bending down to her level. Zhu Shuiyin smiled, satisfied that she could now reach him easily, and swiftly wiped away the last traces of sweat. After finishing, she sighed and asked, "Why are you carrying so much on your own?" Then she exclaimed, "Just take 2. Fang Qiyin beamed, his pride evident as he reluctantly handed over 2 suitcases to Song Xinrui, who accepted them with a sorrowful expression. Fang Qiyin then glanced back, spotting Zhu Shuiyin strolling with his hands in his pockets. Fang Qiyin contemplated the fact that bodyguard would soon be unable to board the spaceship, so he instructed one to give another suitcase to Zhu Shuiyin, who accepted it with a playful reprimand. "Fang Qiyin, your behavior is quite something." Fang Qiyin raised an eyebrow, unfazed, as his gaze remained fixed on Zhu Shuiyin, who was adjusting her bangs with a small pink cushion comb. The 3 boys helping her carry luggage seemed utterly mesmerized, their eyes glued to her. Students of St. Lise had their own waiting room, and many witnessed the remarkable sight of the two young masters carrying such enormous suitcases, a truly astonishing occurrence. Upon boarding the spaceship, Zhu Shuiyin discovered they each had their own private rooms, a thoughtful arrangement for the brief 2-hour flight. Excited for her first journey aboard a spaceship, she couldn't help but look around, exploring every inch. Eventually, exhaustion overtook her, and she settled in her seat, pulling out her powder puff to touch up her makeup after breaking a slight sweat. Unable to resist, Zhu Shuiyin kept staring at Zhu Shuiyin. Curious, he asked, "Zhu Shuiyin, your makeup looks flawless. Why are you touching it up?" Zhu Shuiyin widened her eyes at her reflection, realizing her makeup was indeed perfect, having been done subtly by Xiaoyan that morning. "Oh, I was just tired from carrying my bag and broke a bit of sweat, so I thought I'd freshen up," she explained, glancing at her bag. Zhu Shuiyin replied, "From now on, you shouldn't carry that bag. Let me take it for you." He would gladly wear it around his neck if it meant she would not have to exert herself. Zhu Shuiyin shook her head. "No, it has my cosmetics. Tissues, handkerchiefs, and water. Things I frequently need. It is inconvenient if you carry it." Zhu Shuiyin sighed. But he felt hopelessly smitten with Zhu Shuiyin. Fang Qian settled into his seat, still glistening with sweat. He deliberately inched closer to Zhu Shuiyin, who had just finished applying her powder. Without thinking, she playfully pushed his head to the side, inadvertently smudging her hand with sweat. With a look of disdain, she exclaimed, "EW," and quickly grabbed a wet tissue to clean her hands. Fang Qian was momentarily taken aback, pondering why she hadn't offered to wipe his sweat this time. Realizing his mistake, Zhu Shuiyin quickly retrieved a tissue to offer him. "You worked hard." Fang Qian felt a sense of satisfaction. Had it not been for the sweat covering him, he would have embraced Zhu Shuiyin right then and there. The beginning of the season. Sun sat quietly in front of Zhu Shuiyin, eyes closed in meditation, oblivious to the bustling surroundings. After 2.5 hours, they arrived punctually at Water Blue Star, a magnificent luxury yacht lay anchored on the surface of the sea. And the students of St. Lise eagerly made their way aboard. Zhu Shuiyin gaped at the colossal vessel before her, which was several times larger than the spaceship she had just traveled in. Excitedly, she prepared to board in search of her room, when suddenly a plot point struck her mind. The system that had seemingly instructed her to seize the S-class room from the protagonist. She was not meant to follow the original narrative. Thus, the system urged her to devise her own strategy. Over the past couple of days, she had been preoccupied with falling in love, causing her to completely forget this matter. Now, as the yacht gathering approached, she wondered if she still had the chance to switch rooms. Zhu Shuiyin couldn't help but smack her forehead. "How foolish of me. Can I go find someone now?" she anxiously inquired of Fang Qian. "What's your room number?" Fang Qian hesitated for a moment, noticing her distress, and quickly replied that the student council had sent an email with the assigned room numbers to their smart brains just yesterday. They would need to pick up the room card from the student council headquarters aboard the yacht. Zhu Shuiyin blinked in surprise and hastily opened her inbox. She had been busy packing her luggage the previous night and had completely ignored her smart brain. "Ding! Zhu Shuiyin, your assigned room number is A3002. Please arrive at the yacht's student council headquarters on October 15th to collect your room card." Looking at A3002, Zhu Shuiyin puffed her cheeks in displeasure. As expected, according to the original storyline, Pei Chujin would not assign her an S-class room. She would have to switch it herself. Zhu Shuiyin took out her communicator and called Gu Ziqing and Zhang Maoan, intending to ask them to accompany her to demand an explanation from Pei Chujin. The two quickly arrived. Without turning her head, Zhu Shuiyin said to Fang Qian, "I'll leave my luggage in your room. Please help me move it again." Fang Qian was taken aback, standing there in silence for a long while. Before his handsome face turned crimson, he mumbled to himself, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The school has assigned each person their own room. And according to school regulations, male and female students are not allowed to share a room under any circumstances." Zhu Shuiyin paid no mind to Fang Qian's inner turmoil. Upon seeing her two companions arrive, she dashed off, leaving Fang Qian blushing alone. "Did you get your room cards?" Gu Ziqing and Zhang Mao nodded. Zhu Shuiyin felt relieved. "Then you must know where the student council is located?" "Yes, it's quite close," they confirmed. "Can you take me there?" Zhu Shuiyin awkwardly transformed her request into a command. Gu Ziqing and Zhang Maoan had no objections. Yes, they walked. Zhu Shuiyin noticed the golden card they were holding, adorned with a stylized on the back. Chapter 96, Arriving at the Student Council. The student council's room card headquarters was on the second floor of the yacht. All right, the entire second floor seemed to be the domain of the student council. A luxurious dark red carpet covered the floor, and every wooden door was framed with golden edges. Beside each door stood intricately carved wooden plaques displaying the function of each room. Zhu Shuiyin's straight legs stepped upon the plush carpet until she finally reached the end and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Come in, came a cool, emotionless voice. Zhu Shuiyin pushed the door open, revealing a wall of hexagonal glass windows that perfectly showcased the azure sea before her. The view was breathtaking. She stood there momentarily, captivated by the sight. A large mahogany desk stood in front of the window, where Pei Chujin sat, looking impeccably composed as he worked. Zhu Shuiyin puffed her cheeks, crossing her arms in a petulant pose. She remained silent, and Pei Chujin did not disturb her either. Eventually, she could no longer contain herself and complained, "Why is my room in A?" Pei Chujin paused, the ink from his pen pooling at the tip as he looked up at her. Zhu Shuiyin stared back, wide-eyed. Pei Chujin replied nonchalantly, "What outcome do you desire?" "At least an S-class," she pouted, her tone almost a whine. Pei Chujin's gaze flickered momentarily before he looked away. The S-class rooms on the yacht were limited, and the yacht gala-S arrangements had been planned by the student council last year, leaving no room for additional allocations. Zhu Shuiyin said, disappointment etching her features. This would have been the perfect opportunity to usurp the protagonist's room. If there were indeed rooms available, it would be much more seamless. How could they not acknowledge her audacity? She swallowed hard, struggling to voice her thoughts. "Well, I don't care. I just want to stay in an S-class room." Pei Chujin raised his eyes to regard her thoughtfully. Zhu Shuiyin took a timid step back, feeling a bit apprehensive but still mustering the courage to gaze at him. However, all S-class rooms had already been allocated. "Then let someone give theirs up for me," she stated boldly, her heart steady. Pei Chujin chuckled lightly, causing her cheeks to flush. She was well aware that her request was rather absurd if you don't grant it. "What will you do?" Zhu Shuiyin stood there, momentarily at a loss. She anticipated such a response, believing she would be swiftly denied. Her mind raced. What to do? What to do? I thought I could just stay with Fang Qiyan. Zhu Shuiyin blurted out this thought without considering its validity, as her understanding of gender separation was rather loose. After all, she had always been closely tied to her master. Upon uttering this, Pei Chujin's expression darkened suddenly. Zhu Shuiyin jumped back in shock, genuinely frightened, her small face paling. Her lashes fluttered as she looked at him, bewildered. Pei Chujin, with an impassive demeanor, recited the rules of St. Lizzie. Article 38 of the school regulation states that males and females must not share a room. Zhu Shuiyin choked momentarily, mumbling, "You wouldn't know anyway that if you truly wish to switch rooms, you must find someone willing to trade with you." Zhu Shuiyin sighed despondently. This seemed utterly impossible. Her relationship with the protagonist was already strained, and there was no way the protagonist would willingly relinquish her room. "Then can I ask you?" she inquired, her expectations low. Pei Chujin's eyes flickered, a tingling sensation stirring within him, but he softly asked, "Why seek me?" Zhu Shuiyin hesitated. "I was just saying that if you want me to switch, it's not impossible. What do you want me to do?" She continued, "That if you give me this S-class room, I'll work for the student council." Zhu Shuiyin rested her chin on her hand. Contemplating the proposal, it seemed rather brilliant. If she could work for the student council, wouldn't that allow her to shine before all her peers? The malicious supporting character must always bask in glory. Yet she was intimidated by the thought of standing before a crowd, especially in such an extroverted role as that of the student council. However, for the sake of points, she could endure it. Zhu Shuiyin was on the verge of consenting, though this room wasn't the protagonistess, but rather her brothers. The protagonist and her brother were, after all, on the same team. Oh dear, it's still an S-class room. Surely they wouldn't be so unreasonable. Her eyes brightened, as if she had discovered a new strategy. Eagerly, she queried the system. "Will this count as completing my task?" The system's cold response was, no. Zhu Shuiyin's face fell. Frustrated, she told Pei Chujin, No, I want Pei Zhixin's room." Her gaze fell upon the yacht's floor plan, where Pei Zhixin's room was clearly marked as the one with the best view on the yacht, offering a sweeping vista of the cerulean sea. Pei Chujin paused, realizing that she had had a target in mind all along. Moreover, his earlier hesitance in their conversation had vanished. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, "That can be arranged." Zhu Shuiyin could scarcely believe her ears, her expression one of astonishment as she looked at Pei Chujin. Really that you're truly willing to give me, she stammered, her tone almost silly. Pei Chujin nodded. I never speak falsely. Zhu Shuiyin nearly erupted in joyous applause. Great. It's settled then. When can you start working for the student council? After pondering for a moment, Zhu Shuiyin replied, after the yacht gala concludes. Pei Chujin nodded, silently considering that it would be best for her to enjoy herself these few days. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Zhu Shuiyin exclaimed, Oh, right. During my last midterm examination, I did not perform well. After the yacht gala concluded, I might have to conduct research on the barren star. When she spoke those words, her tone was exceedingly low, akin to a mosquito buzzing, had it not been for Pei Chujin's relatively good hearing. It would have been difficult to discern her words. Pei Chujin rotated the vintage ceramic cup adorned with an oil painting that rested on the edge of the table. That's the president of the student council. He wielded immense power and could effortlessly erase the record of this barren star investigation. This was his inner thought, yet his tone was quite the opposite. Regardless, your start date cannot be altered. He intended to continuously postpone the investigation under the guise of official duties. After the next examination, if Zhu Shuiyin showed improvement, he would discreetly erase the record of this encounter. Give me the room card for S8001. Zhu Shuiyin extended her slender fingers, her fair palms tinged with a hint of pink. Pei Chujin handed her the golden paper card, clearly marked S8001. Zhu Shuiyin suppressed her rising smile, her lips almost curling upwards. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a side quest worth 500 points. She had initially thought the task would be challenging, but it turned out to be quite simple. Just confronting a matter had granted her access to the heroine's room. Zhu Shuiyin happily took the room card to her own quarters. Yu Ziqing and Zhang Maoan had been waiting for her at the entrance of the student council. Zhu Shuiyin was elated. There were only 10 S-class rooms. Occupying an entire floor, the sheer size of each room was evident. With a grand flourish, Zhu Shuiyin declared, You both shall stay with me in S8001. The room is spacious. Gu Ziqing and Zhang Maoan exchanged bewildered glances, disbelief etched on their faces. The S-class room had always been something they dared not even dream of. Zhu Shuiyin cleared her throat, offering a strained explanation. I prefer having assistance. I am not accustomed to being alone. Upon hearing this, the two understood. Miss Zhu was simply in one of her moods, hoping for someone to attend to her. Seeing their expressions returned to normal, Zhu Shuiyin relaxed her stern demeanor. She led them to S8001, a uniquely exquisite suite featuring 5 distinct rooms. The bedroom faced a vast expanse of ocean, and the bed was a luxurious classical handcrafted piece. Spacious enough for 10 people to frolic upon, adorned with silk sheets made of the finest materials, embroidered with the season's most fashionable designs. Zhu Shuiyin joyfully threw herself onto the bed, exclaiming, We 3 shall sleep here together. Gu Ziqing, slightly dazed, remarked, The window bed and the sofa bed over there can also accommodate us. We need not crowd together. Zhu Shuiyin dismissed this concern, saying, This bed is so large. How could we possibly be cramped? There is ample space for the 3 of us. Besides, if you sleep elsewhere and I scare myself when I need to use the restroom at night, what then? Zhu Shuiyin's expression was one of genuine confusion. Gu Ziqing was momentarily at a loss for words. Then you both should go and bring your luggage over. They nodded silently, moving to retrieve their belongings, after lying on the bed for a short while. Zhu Shuiyin visited Fang Qian's room. Please help me move my luggage to my room. What is your room number? S8001. Fang Qian paused. He recalled that during last year's yacht gala, Pei Chujin had assigned this room to Pei Zhixian. Their circle had no objections, as she was the only girl among them, deserving of some consideration. However, the current situation was different. Fang Qian found himself puzzled. Was Pei Chujin truly willing to grant this room to Zhu Shuiyin? Pei Chujin gave this to you? Zhu Shuiyin nodded, a flicker of guilt crossing her features. It must be because of you. Fang Qian's doubts dissipated instantly, and he jovially added, That fellow Pei Chujin is quite loyal. Next time he needs help, I'll assist him. With all S-class rooms located on the same floor, Zhu Shuiyin's luggage was easily transported to her suite. Once the belongings arrived, Fang Qian was promptly shown to the door. Fang Qian, feeling a mix of disappointment and anticipation, left. The first day was uneventful. Everyone was weary from travel, and thus no activities were scheduled. A lavish meal was prepared for communal dining. Zhu Shuiyin had planned for 10 days of enjoyment, yet had not forgotten to bring the assignments assigned by their teachers. The information technology teacher had not spared them, even assigning practical work for the school anniversary. Zhu Shuiyin mockingly lamented, "Woe is me." However, she showed no intention of actually completing it, merely pushing the assignment report forward with evident purpose. Gu Ziqing and Zhang Maoan exchanged exasperated glances, but took the assignments nonetheless. "Thank you for your efforts," Zhu Shuiyin said before turning her attention to her intelligent device. "You may utilize the study over there. I just checked, and it is well equipped." Gu Ziqing and Zhang Maoan dutifully began assisting her with the assignments. Zhu Shuiyin decided to step out and procure some snacks as a reward for their hard work. She made her way to the restaurant located on the third floor. The dining area offered a fusion of Western and Eastern cuisines, featuring a plethora of planetary dishes. The variety was dizzying, ensuring that every student could savor unique flavors. Zhu Shuiyin ordered a cart full of desserts for afternoon tea and then perused the meat and seafood selections. Having heard that the seafood from Water Blue Star was exceptionally sweet and flavorful, she approached the bartender. The system chimed. Ding! Triggered original host memory from the 5th star, in her 5th year. Due to the orphanage's insufficient monthly supplies, the original host had entertained thoughts of theft. She had pilfered from others within her girls' school, stealthily taking numerous items. Despite being suspected, her brazen denials had shielded her from being caught. As there was never sufficient evidence against her, her misdeeds also extended to the orphanage, where she had formed cliques to bully the weaker children, stealing their food and threatening them not to inform the authorities. Su Fashing, the bartender aboard the St. Louis cruise ship, had also endured her bullying as one of the victims. His malnourished frame had made him an easy target for the torment inflicted by the original host and her cronies, leaving him with significant psychological scars. Now, encountering you aboard the St. Louis Academy's cruise ship, he would undoubtedly seek to unmask your true nature, ensuring that you faced difficulties within the Fong family and suffered disgrace at St. Louis Academy. Chapter 98. Confrontation. Zhu Shuiyin trembled upon hearing this extensive introduction. Her long lashes fluttered, reminiscent of a dying butterfly's final struggle. She took 2 steps back, her heels sinking into the soft carpet. "Perhaps I should leave quickly. He likely hasn't spotted me yet." Zhu Shuiyin's legs quivered as she prepared to flee. No, the moment she entered the restaurant, he had already taken note of her. Every dessert she ordered, every drink she selected, every dish she chose, he was fully aware. The host had become the center of attention, drawing gazes wherever she went, though she remained oblivious to this fact. Zhu Shuiyin's expression turned blank. Why did he notice me so quickly? Feeling disoriented, she began to blame the system. Why didn't you warn me sooner? If you had, I wouldn't have come to the restaurant. The system could only respond with a sense of resignation, triggered by the host citing of pivotal characters. Zhu Shuiyin bit her handkerchief and started to whimper. Fine. Her striking black and white eyes darted about, leaving her momentarily confused. The past misdeeds of the original host must never be revealed to the Fong family. This was the last thing she wished to happen. She had always portrayed a diligent and aspiring persona in front of them, not to mention that she dreaded witnessing the disappointment on Mr. and Mrs. Fong's faces. With a soft sigh, Zhu Shuiyin appeared somewhat defeated. She lamented her unfortunate fate, feeling burdened by responsibilities that were not hers to bear, haunted by past transgressions. It was infuriating. Steeling herself, she walked past the bartender. As that route led to the stairs, Zhu Shuiyin, you aren't planning to pretend you don't know me, are you? A cold, disdainful voice called out. Zhu Shuiyin jumped, clearly startled by the abrupt address that Su Fashing sneered. His amusement evident. She had indeed recognized him. However, she had every reason to feel uneasy, for he held a significant vulnerability over her. If he did not threaten her appropriately, what meaning would her past sufferings hold? Su Fashing had already made up his mind that this moment. He spoke nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened. Long time no see, Zhu Shuiyin. Although Zhu Shuiyin was puzzled as to why the person who had just displayed such hostility was now greeting her, she instinctively returned the gesture, saying, hello. Su Fashing thought, is Zhu Shuiyin this polite? What game is she playing? Zhu Shuiyin's gaze was timid, partly because this person knew her shortcomings and could potentially threaten her, which was undoubtedly frightening. Additionally, she suffered from social anxiety. Although the original owner of her identity knew him, she did not. Moreover, hadn't the system just mentioned that Su Fashing had been malnourished since childhood and appeared particularly frail? Yet he stood before her, tall and robust, with muscles protruding, exuding an intimidating aura. Su Fashing regarded Zhu Shuiyin with suspicion, Wondering how she had transformed in this new environment, he could never believe that Zhu Shuiyin would truly change for the better. Such scum should remain forever mired in the mud, with no chance of redemption. His expression grew increasingly grave, emanating an aura of menace that sent chills down her spine. Zhu Shuiyin inhaled sharply, her voice trembling. "Is there something you need?" If not, she intended to leave. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Shuiyin finally shook his head, deciding to spare her for the day. Zhu Shuiyin let out a sigh of relief, preparing to make her escape. "Wait." Zhu Shuiyin hesitated and turned back with a pained expression. What is it? Let's exchange contact information." Zhu Shuiyin hesitated momentarily. "Please maintain the original character of the host," the system urged. Suddenly, her expression stiffened, revealing her reluctance and a hint of disdain. "And don't stutter when you speak." Zhu Shuiyin poked her fingers awkwardly, feeling utterly unable to control herself. "Recite according to the script on my system panel." "All right." She looked down at Zhu Shuiyin, her tone haughty. "We're no longer in the same league, so there's no need to exchange contact information. Wouldn't that be redundant?" Zhu Shuiyin listened to her words impassively. Her lips were plump and moist, and though her words were sharp, her tone was soft, rendering them nearly harmless. Besides, he was not surprised to hear such words from Zhu Shuiyin. After all, she was a thorough scoundrel. Zhu Shuiyin let out a cold laugh. "If you wish for your past deeds to remain undisclosed, you will do as I say." Initially, he had intended to grant Zhu Shuiyin some breathing space, but now it seemed unnecessary. Zhu Shuiyin shivered at his frosty tone and cast a resentful glance at him, her eyes reflecting a mix of complaint and petulance. Zhu Shuiyin momentarily diverted his gaze. Her expression made him uncomfortable. He knew well what kind of person she was, yet he found himself softened by her gaze. "Fine. Let us exchange contact information." The two exchanged their numbers. "Now may I leave?" Zhu Shuiyin nodded slightly, finally showing mercy and allowing her to depart. Zhu Shuiyin exhaled softly and hurried to her room, her back slick with cold sweat. "Oh dear, how troublesome. How can I ensure Zhu Shuiyin keeps my past a secret?" Zhu Shuiyin stomped her foot in frustration, her face bearing a look of resignation. Surely, the original owner would reluctantly comply with his demands while secretly cursing him. However, she could also resort to more drastic measures, such as hiring an assassin to teach him a lesson, followed by compensation to ensure he buried the past deep within. Oh my, an assassin. Indeed. Zhu Shuiyin quickly dismissed the thought, waving her hands. Chapter 99. Choosing a dress. No, what kind of terrible advice is that? Though it may be a bit drastic, it is effective. Look at Zhu Shuiyin. Somehow he has transformed into a muscle-bound and ordinary person stand a chance against him. Zhu Shuiyin responded, That's somewhat reasonable. She held a skeptical view of the system's suggestions and refrained from giving a definitive answer, opting instead to take a stroll to ease her mind. Meanwhile, Gu Ziqing and Zhang Maoan had completed her assignments. Zhu Shuiyin happily uploaded her work to the teacher's designated platform, relieved to have accomplished a significant task, and now she could enjoy herself. "I just ordered some afternoon tea. Let us eat together." Gu Ziqing nodded, feeling she had begun to understand the character of this employer. She was rather naive and not at all malicious, though it baffled her why Zhu Shuiyin insisted on putting on a tough facade. However, to them, it hardly seemed wicked, merely a bit spoiled. The following day, the St. Risiat Gala would unfold throughout the day, with a massive cake displayed in the center of the dance floor, protected by a glass dome until it could be enjoyed later in the evening. The dance floor was extravagantly decorated, illuminated by spotlights that shone on the plush burgundy carpet, complemented by a sound system delivering crystal-clear audio. The entire venue exuded opulence. This was the moment the girls had been eagerly anticipating. Throughout the day, they would do little beyond resting, applying makeup, and preparing. However, the time spent on beauty routines was well worth it to ensure they presented their best selves at night. Ding! A limited-time mission has been issued. Please ensure you are the most stunning girl at the event tonight, outshining all others. Additionally, dance with at least 5 male protagonists. The initial task was understandable, but what was this absurd requirement to dance with at least 5 boys? Zhu Shuiyin looked at the system, exasperated. In the original narrative, Pei Zhixian had followed this very trajectory. Zhu Shuiyin lay back on her bed. "All right, here we go again, with another round of resistance. Rest assured, I will wake you promptly in the morning." Zhu Shuiyin puffed her cheeks in reluctant agreement, realizing that her morning slumber would be cut short. That night, as Zhu Shuiyin giggled alone, the other two were notably silent, seemingly lacking any desire for entertainment and merely focused on their own tasks. The atmosphere felt excessively somber to Zhu Shuiyin. Why aren't you two having any fun? It makes me seem unapproachable. Zhang Maoen's pajamas were already quite faded and outdated, while Gu Ziqing's looked like they'd been worn for several years. Zhu Shuiyin blinked in surprise upon realizing their nightwear after they had just emerged from the bathroom. Zhu Shuiyin sniffled and dashed to the changing room, retrieving 2 sets of pajamas. You two can wear my pajamas. They're a gift. Zhu Shuiyin had an abundance of pajamas, and giving away a couple posed no burden. After all, she had grown tired of these plain ones long. Odaji Ziqing shook her head, while Zhang Maoen declined. No need. Zhu Shuiyin, with her delicate fingers gripping her pajamas, felt a twinge of embarrassment. You want to wear my pajamas? Then you can't sleep with me. How can those impoverished souls share my bed? She added coldly. This is part of your job. When you walk beside me, your taste cannot appear lowly. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on me. Hearing Zhu Shuiyin's assertion, Gu Ziqing and Zhang Maoen reluctantly accepted her pajamas, which were made of high-quality silk, perfectly tailored to enhance a girl's figure and beauty. Finally satisfied, Zhu Shuiyin remembered something and added, also, for the ball tonight, you must wear my dresses. The Gu Ziqing and Zhang Maoen had not prepared any formal attire for the gala. Having only purchased dresses during sales, they had initially planned merely to observe the event. Zhu Shuiyin's suggestion, however, came as a delightful surprise. What girl wouldn't want to don exquisite makeup and a beautiful gown? Twirling gracefully on the dance floor, Zhu Shuiyin sensed the change in Gu Ziqing and Zhang Maoen's moods. Noticing they seemed to draw closer to her, she felt a surge of happiness. Tomorrow morning would begin with makeup and hairstyling. Let us go pick out the dresses now. With excitement, Zhu Shuiyin sprang from her bed, grabbing their hands and dashing to the wardrobe. Surveying the 10 gowns she had brought, she waved her hand. Pick any you like. If you see something you fancy, just take it. Zhang Maoen and Gu Ziqing exchanged glances, first searching for price tags on the dresses, but to no avail. The high-end custom dresses typically lack price tags. Are you sure you want to give us such expensive dresses? Zhu Shuiyin waved her hand dismissively. Even if they are expensive, do you want them to gather dust? Gu Ziqing fell silent, acknowledging the truth in that. She then began to select a dress. Zhu Shuiyin gestured for Zhang Maoen to hurry and select her outfit, and, after a moment of hesitation, she complied. Perhaps she did not wish to lose face in front of the two of them. It was not merely a gown, but also a necklace, earrings, and high heels. Each of them was to choose a complete ensemble. Zhu Shuiyin's voice brimmed with excitement, and she suddenly felt a thrill in the act of dressing up. Her wardrobe was a treasure trove, though this was merely a temporary collection on the yacht, barely a tenth of her original array. However, Gu Ziqing and Zhang Maoen were already entranced by the sight. Ultimately, Gu Ziqing selected a silver-gray short skirt, voluminous in design, adorned with a large bow at the back, a perfect fit for her tall, fair complexion. Zhu Shuiyin nodded in approval, instantly perceiving its beauty. Zhang Maoen chose a black velvet gown, exuding elegance and grace, complementing her cool demeanor splendidly. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Zhu Shuiyin was jolted awake by the alarms set by the system. Time to apply makeup. She drew back the electric curtains, allowing the brilliant sunlight to flood the room. Stretching lazily, she slipped her foot into plush slippers and proceeded to wash her face and brush her teeth. Gu Ziqing and Zhang Maoen soon awoke as well, having never experienced such a vast and comfortable bed. Had they still been in a C-class room, they would have been confined to single beds, sharing the space with 3 other roommates. Thus, the opportunity to stay in an S-class room, devoid of ulterior motives, was something they certainly would not refuse. Zhu Shuiyin spent her entire day in the room, even ordering meals to be delivered. She ignored the messages from Fang Qiyin and Song Xinrui, overwhelmed with her own tasks and lacking the time to respond. Applying makeup was a laborious process for her, despite her prior training. Gu Ziqing, do you and Zhang Maoen know how to apply makeup? She inquired. Zhang Maoen candidly admitted, I don't know how to do makeup. All right, just wait a moment. Once I finish, I will help both of you, Zhu Shuiyin replied while fixing false eyelashes. Gu Ziqing remarked genuinely. I think you are already beautiful without makeup. Zhang Maoen concurred. Zhu Shuiyin chuckled softly. But I want to be the most radiant presence in the room. Haven't you always been? Gu Ziqing teased. Really? Zhu Shuiyin asked, her expression clouded with doubt. Don't you think Pei Zhixian is more attractive than I am? I'm not even the campus belle. Gu Ziqing, more attuned to campus happenings than Zhang Maoen, clarified. Actually, you are now the newly appointed campus belle. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes widened in disbelief, her face frozen in astonishment. The recent voting event for the title of Campus Belle had taken place, and her votes had far surpassed those of her competitors, placing her in a commanding lead. Zhu Shuiyin added, "You are now the acknowledged Campus Belle." The powder puff in Zhu Shuiyin's hand slipped from her grasp, leaving a fragrant mark on the pink vanity. With her mouth agape, she asked in a daze, "System, have I completed my mission? Not everyone considers you the rightful Campus Belle yet. The photos on the website may be edited. Those who haven't seen your true self might dispute it. You still have one final hurdle to overcome." Zhu Shuiyin nodded, understanding that the last challenge was tonight's ball. "All right, I will make sure to perform splendidly," she declared, gazing at the resplendent gown, falling in love. Displayed in the center of her room, she pinched her belly, soft yet devoid of excess flesh. For the sake of fitting into this dress, she had deliberately fasted all day. Oh no, I can't indulge too much at the ball either. By 3 in the afternoon, with only 20 minutes until the ball commenced, Zhu Shuiyin's door finally swung open, revealing a sight that left her momentarily stunned. Why were there so many people gathered outside her door? She tugged at her dress nervously. Ji Yuziqing and Zhang Mowen recoiled in fear, having never encountered so many campus luminaries at once. Fang Xiao, Ji Xiao, Song Xiao, Chu Xiao, and Pei Xiaohua, all impeccably dressed, as if a vast chasm separated them from ordinary folk. When Zhu Shuiyin emerged, the atmosphere seemed to stifle. She was dazzling, a vision of beauty that felt ethereal and otherworldly, utterly oblivious to the reactions of those around her. The intention to captivate had been fulfilled. "What are you all doing here?" she stammered, taken aback. "How long have you been here?" Fang Qian sighed deeply, his gaze fixed on Zhu Shuiyin before stepping forward to shield her from the onlookers. If it were not for the impracticality of the situation, he would have ensured she remained unseen by so many. "I have been waiting for you since noon," he confessed. Zhu Shuiyin's eyes widened in shock at the implication of having kept him waiting for 3 hours. Song Xinrui gasped, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhu Shuiyin, that dress is perfect for you." The dark fabric accentuated her skin, giving it the appearance of exquisite porcelain. The tailored cut beautifully showcased her figure while maintaining an air of modesty. Exuding grace and elegance, her high heels, seemingly carved from a single piece of crystal, made her every step a dance of beauty. Zhu Shuiyin nodded with a hint of pride, though she refrained from mentioning that she had sacrificed 2 meals to maintain her current state. "Let us go. I will escort you downstairs," Fang Qian declared, naturally taking her hand. In that moment, Zhu Shuiyin resembled a princess, while Fang Qian was the only one worthy of being her prince. Ji Chuxuan cast his gaze downward, avoiding eye contact, while Pei Chu-jin maintained an expressionless demeanor, as was his usual way, garnering little attention. Pei Zhixian's countenance had never been so frigid. She had never regarded Zhu Shuiyin with any significance. Yet reality had dealt her a harsh blow. The S-8001 room, originally hers, had been surrendered to Zhu Shuiyin, igniting a simmering fury within her. Even if she masked it well, it was evident that this arrangement was orchestrated by Fang Qian. Pei Zhixian's expression briefly twisted in resentment, feeling betrayed by a newcomer's intrusion into her life. Yet at the same time, she felt a warmth in knowing that Pei Chu-jin had chosen to relinquish his room for her. It was a gesture she had not anticipated, filling her heart with a long-forgotten sense of comfort. "Fortunately, Pei Chu-jin still cares for me," she mused, her tones softening as she gazed tenderly at him. "Brother, let us go down together." Pei Chu-jin, lost in thought, nodded absent-mindedly. Pei Zhixian intended to link her arm with his, but he maintained a distance. Walking a step ahead, she glanced at her gown, which was ill-suited for long strides.